clear I would have to do something to You're a genius, dude!
Mm.
/raid. That's tiny.
Mm.
All right, guys, listen up. I have got a treat for you today, okay? What is this? Hold on. What happens when you expose iron to water for a long time? Doesn't it rust? Or is rust oxidization? Does it require it to be exposed to air? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know like what the chemical process or whatever bullshit is.
It is. It's one of the best things ever.
That's so sweet.
It is. I had so much fun.
Oh, you made me tear up.
Thank you for taking me out.
No, don't worry about it. It's okay. Oh no. British Man Here's Emotion 2022. I can't.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
I'm not
Forward
crying.
slash raid. That's tiny.
I'm so happy.
She's crying because she went on a virtual tour of Japan. Whoa. Being bedridden for years, multiple problems. I don't want to. This is okay. Hi, yeah, I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I have a. We're not just gonna play League today. We're gonna play League and listen to a fascinating video given to us by our good friend Hillshire. By Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike is back.
Folks,
That is why is my room so dark? Hold on. Not good. What's going on here? There we go.
Dr. Mike Israel here for Renaissance Periodization. Someday I'll learn how to say my last name in complete syllables. Lifting versus cardio, sort of like Mothra versus Godzilla, the fight we all wanted to see. Here it is. Specifically, not which one's better, because duh, they're for different things. How do we best combine the two? But I'll give you that trademark RP value by doing a real deep dive on the theoretical and practical underpinnings of how they're different, why they're different, what mechanisms they target, and then finally we'll talk about if you want to do some of both for certain goals, how do you go about doing it? So we're going to talk about first lifting and cardio characteristics, because they are quite a bit different. They're not just two pretty close to the same thing. We're going to talk about the inherent trade-offs there are, and if you do some amount of lifting versus some extra amount of cardio, what pluses and minuses exist. They're very, very well documented.
Okay.
We're going to talk about cardio modalities, ways of doing cardio like cycling versus swimming versus incline walking that are most or least interfering with lifting. We're going to talk about cardio amounts, how much cardio causes interference that's notable and how much doesn't. We're going to talk about cardio timing to lifting, huge, super often asked question. And then we're going to talk about the best cardio for your goals, be it if you have maximum fat loss as your goal with muscle retention or just maximum weight loss, because we actually find two different kinds of cardio to be better for one versus the other. So without further ado, lifting and cardio characteristics. Lifting produces very high forces, produces a lot of fatigue relative to how much work you do, makes you stronger and quite a bit healthier, and of course puts on muscle, grows and retains muscle in a deficit if a deficit is present, and it burns a decent amount of calories when you're going really hard with high volume. But if we were to surmise a stimulus to fatigue ratio for calorie burning, like how much calorie burning are we getting for how much fatigue we're getting out of it, very, very poor stimulus
How
to
long
fatigue
is this
ratio
video?
for lifting.
Now, ordinarily, Hillshire only gives us 10-minute Dr. Mike videos. This one is 35 minutes long, though. So everybody thank Hillshire in the chat for this one.
Lifting burns quite a bit of calories, not that many, nothing to write home about, but holy shit, is it high fatigue. I mean, lifting messes you up per calorie like you wouldn't believe. On the other hand, cardio is slightly different. Low force outputs generally, moderate level of total fatigue comes out of that. It causes you to become more endurant, so a higher level of endurance, and a lot healthier. It's great for your health. It does risk some muscle loss, especially for well-trained people that got there through lifting weights. It burns a lot of calories when going very hard, not just a moderate amount like lifting, but because its fatigue isn't insane, the stimulus to fatigue ratio for calorie burning for cardio is excellent, right? These differences are going to start to reflect themselves in recommendations we make later on in this video. So, trade-offs. A lot of people, certainly no one watching this video, you guys are too sharp for that. I used to think this as well. You do lifting because it gets you jacked, and then you do cardio because it gets you leaner and more endurance. You could just do more of both, and they just get you more of both, and voila. So a lot of people say, hey, should I do cardio in my lifting plan? A lot of people's answer is like, yeah, of course, it gets you all these cardio benefits. But it comes with costs. And if you're super into cardio, like you're an endurance athlete, lifting isn't free either. They directly compete on, at least 7 conceptual levels. Here they are. First of all, time. Time spent lifting could be spent doing cardio or vice versa. If you are a high-level endurance athlete, you spend, maybe like 30 or 40 hours a week during endurance training or doing some kind of endurance training, something like that. That could be time spent that you could be lifting instead. And if you do invest yourself heavily into lifting as an endurance,
Jesus Christ, 30 to 40 hours of cardio a week for a high endurance athlete? I guess he's talking, this is like college, like competitive or like professional, I guess, huh?
Athlete, you could be alternately using that time to do more cardio instead, becoming better at your sport instead of doing lifting and becoming more jacked, but not that much better at your sport. Time is finite, doing more cardio versus more lifting. And this is especially true with people with real world schedules like you and I. Well, I sort of have a real world schedule. I live in YouTube land. I'm not a fucking real person. So, you have 5 days a week where you can train, and you have an hour each time because then you come home and the wife and kids like, they just eat your soul, right? It's a fucking pessimistic view of suburban life in America. You have an hour each day for sure to yourself. If you want to get better at cardio, some of the lifting sessions are going to have to reduce in scope or they're going to have to go. So it's absolutely a constraint in the real world as well as theoretically.
Wait, is Kirky in here? Are my J-spheres well-founded in the data? Kirky. It was 40% win rate, was it?
Do you have any advice on how to get through to loved ones who have been radicalized by the IDW? My BF of Sixers lost his job. Benefits. Apt car. Me. Due to disinfo.
Jesus.
He won't get vexed even though I'm a mess. And a no comprom.
Okay, I love you. Don't ask me like how to debate your family or whatever. I can't do it. I don't know how. I can't even convince my mom of anything. Where do I see the champs at?
Thank you, Steven!
Oh, it's this one. Control F, Jace.
You're gonna turn 30. And then you're gonna turn 31. And then you're gonna turn 38. How do you plan on doing that?
1 year at a time, brother. Okay, I have a 40% win rate with Jaces on my team. Oh, enemy Nocturne. That's got to be a dog shit champ, even on the enemy team, right? Oh my god, it's good. It's good, 53%. Oh no. And a Graves. Oh, Graves only has 40%. Interesting. What's the Twitch at? 40%. That's a real doggy dog champion. Figure, that's got to be a good one. Yeah, it is. Okay, how are we looking on our team? Akali, high win rate. Oh man, that Jace. Oh no. 40% win rate with Jace on my team. I think the rest of the team will bring him up. I think we can do this. I just have to dump on the Twitch hard. But now if I win, I'm boosting the Jace win rate on my team. Not good.
Maximum recoverable volume. Your recovery from lifting goes pretty well until and unless you start doing a lot of cardio. And then that recovery gets shifted to powering and recovering that cardio. And the same way, if you're running at a very high level competitively, if you do a shitload of lifting, that's recovery that could have recovered you from more cardio that you were putting into lifting instead. It absolutely interferes, all right? Which is one of the reasons why we don't see super jacked endurance runners often, because, geez, that's a lot of recovery, and your body only has so much, and you can't do maximum lifting and maximum cardio and recover from everything at the same time. Point number 3, place of interference. Acute fatigue. So MRV, that's like systemic and chronic cumulative fatigue. Acute fatigue is like, especially if you do cardio before lifting, your lifting is much tougher and much less productive. On the other hand, if you do lifting before cardio, maybe you can have a good cardio session, especially if it's upper body lifting and lower body cardio. But look, if you're really competitive, you want to run like this 5K coming up at the best time possible, you don't do legs and go do cardio after, because your fucking cardio is bullshit. Your legs are jello. So acute fatigue is absolutely a thing, and that sometimes takes hours and hours to come down before you can have another productive, maximally productive workout of that different type. So if you lift, it's going to have to be real far away from cardio, and vice versa if you want really close to your best results. Number 4, molecular signal.
I guarantee you are not at a level where this matters. I'm pretty sure the trade-offs between like doing cardio and weightlifting are mattering all the time. That's not something that we're like only an advanced lifter or an intermediate lifter matters. I'm pretty sure that's something that matters from day one. That being said, and I'm sure he's probably going to go into it later, it's not like, I don't think like jogging for 10 minutes is going to atrophy all of your muscles. Or if you jog for 15 minutes or whatever, all of a sudden you're not progressing on any of your lifts now and everything's over, right? Where's the action? Why are we? I'm inting by being here. I don't want to be here. I can't listen to that and play at the same time. I'm gonna fuck up. What about doing full body every time you go to the gym? That's something that as a beginner you probably can do for like a year, I'm pretty sure.
Minions have spawned.
Or 2 years? Are you consistent with your workouts? For the past like 4-ish months I have been, yes. Wait, I'm not doing this, okay. Fuck. Does she have the slow spell? Who does this? He unironically just is running it from his blue. Are you serious? Oh my god, and I missed all 3. What a fucking loser, dude. Who does that? I play a different game, okay? What? I'm trying to imagine me asking my jungle, can you just walk with me? Can you walk me to lane right after you do your blue? Like, oh yeah, I'll go hold your hand as we walk to lane. No fucking shot, dude. And he doesn't even have a gap closer. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, I know. That's why it's like so crazy. Oh, he might be doing. We're getting ganked for sure. I forgot. I have cleanse. I have to use it on ignite. There's no reason not to. They have double ignite. Jesus. Ignite, no heal. Nocturne is probably at our red. So I thought that's why they went so aggressive, but they're not. They're just fucking crazy. Are they really gonna back now? I'm not gonna get that. No, I am. Okay. Nice path increase. Imagine if Sedge ganked us. That's not up. Why is she level 2? Wait, oh wait. Should I have pinged what the jungle was doing? Was she not watching the map? Did she get her... Did Nocturne triple buff? Maybe she got counter jungle topside and I didn't see. Wait, what is happening this game? It's Nunu mid, Nocturne jungle. I am so confused. Estesia's pathing is questionable. Oh wait, her red was up! Wait, what is happening? What was she doing? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Is it nice? Nope, it's not. It's not. No, it is. It looks kind of nice. Was it nice? No, okay. Smash it, Dan.
Not did I teach Western Squatter, do not gamble Squatter. Start gambling Squatter, it's entertainment and entertainment Squatter. You won't break even Squatter, you won't. Squatter, you won't do any of that Squatter, you understand. Squatter, you will only.
Good dono, dude. No way are they on Drake. She evaded an Oxford set at level 2 and died. Oh, okay. Well, that explains why she got so fucked. Why would you invade a Sejuani? Is Sejuani a strong early game jungler? I feel like Sejuani's not, but who knows? I could be wrong. Oh, they went mid. Fuck. This ward is worthless. I should be warding farther upriver to protect from Nunu, probably. What hue theme should we go with today for the fam? Honolulu.
You thought the last one was a good dono. Watch this. Hey.
Good job, dude.
An enemy has been slain.
It doesn't clear his poison. I should have used it immediately. I forgot they nerfed half the shit in this fucking spell. Fuck. I should have cleansed the ignite instead of holding it. Why would it not cleanse Twitch's poison? What a pointless fucking nerf, dude. Does it still cleanse ignite? Yeah. I don't know if it cleanses the healing debuff. The if I speak shit gets you permaban by Dauntless TV. Dumb fuck. Only summoner spell debuffs, not regularly boosted cover call. Oh, maybe. Oh, fuck.
Enemy has been slain.
You're a
Damn,
fucking
dude.
statistician.
He's gonna kill me again.
Damn, 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 damn.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Enemy has been slain.
Forward slash ready. Best timing.
You're a genius, dude.
She has Rift? Don't waste it. Wait. Why? Why not just chill? Whatever, she revealed what I was. Okay, so whatever. I'm probably gonna hold my bomb. See if Twitch and them show up.
Fucking dubstep. Fucking dubstep.
You gotta get out, Jenna. You're gonna die.
Stop stuffing your fat
Am I gonna
fucking
die
mouth.
with you? That's the real question. Yeah, I am gonna die with her. What a fucking idiot. I'm gonna sit here and clear the fucking ward like a brainless idiot. I should have just left. I should have let her die. I need to worry about my own KDA.
Keep up the good work, mate.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
So stupid.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
You're a genius, dude. You're a genius, dude. Thank you, Steven.
That was a good ult! How did he get out of that so quickly? Just let me die. Yeah, that's what I want. No jump for... I don't know what is anything in this game.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Oh god, dude. This Sejuani is just fucking trash. Oh god. Farm. We have to farm our side of the map and then hope for like better opportunities to show up later. I think with the Akali, I think we can win. And the Jace actually seems okay. Okay. We've identified what's going on. Jungle, farm. Don't do anything else.
Turret plate will fall soon. Easy peasy.
I don't know why you would go in like fucking instantly. Okay. Let's go, man. Flash over the wall. No, he doesn't have it. Just ran. He just decided to. Okay, whatever. Good job, Baker. No, don't do dumb shit. Don't do dumb shit. I know you want to do dumb shit. Don't do it. Okay. What? Would that not have been a good ult on the guy coming in with like, wait, was he low HP? Am I wrong? Wait, I don't think it was low HP. No. Did it look like he had half HP? Am I crazy? I think he did, but he ate a minion. Maybe that's what happened. I feel like turning around and ulting the Nunu there so I could have killed him would have been a good ult, but who knows, maybe not.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Your sweat-slick hands reach across the rickety nightstand next to your small twin bed. Shaking. You fail your lock screen once, twice, but finally a faint click. You open Destiny's stream. Read Yolo Q, and despair consumes you.
Extra spell! I got an extra spell for my item! Stupid. Garbage fucking item. Fuck me in the ass. Oh god, this chase is eating so much CS. It's all good.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Who the fuck didn't pay rent this month? Living in Destiny's walls isn't cheap. So hurry up and pay up broke-ass bitches. Only Pepe posters are broke bombs. You never either.
Why? Leave me be, Jesus. Twitch bot lane. These guys are all mid bot. Sounds like I can go and farm top. Hello, Grant, my old friend. I need your healing powers. Grant, chill. Jeez. Is it worth dying for this turret? Yeah, it is.
Myself as nothing but a criminal. Control the block, serving up rocks and stay subliminal. Cause young niggas is hard-headed, they letting off. Full of adrenaline.
I don't want to make it in time, but
Ain't no coming back, barely dressed in black. Plus it's hot now, the cops outside. It's hard to flip a pack. And my daughter gotta eat. Her mama be stressing me like I ain't the one who put them J's on her feet. Like I ain't out in the field like that. I might be low for the moment, but I will bounce back despite the
wait for me to fight. Wait for me to fight. Okay, they're all gone. Maybe I could just do Drake. Dude, that fucking eat. Are you serious? Okay. Good showdown for me.
Unfortunately means that I'm no longer with you in the physical. Not even sure if I believe in God, but because you still alive, it got me praying that the spiritual is real, so I can be a part of you still. My pops is killed too, so I know how part of you feel. Maybe you hate me, maybe you miss me, maybe you spite me. Life goes in cycles. Maybe you're
I'm finding these new portals on the map. I think the portals are really cute. I like it.
Far too many niggas hopes right. I'm writing this because me and the devil had a dance. Now I see death around the corner. Apologize.
I want to go hang out with my teammate. Let's do it. Pushing. Pushing. What did he say, guys? See ya, bitch. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay, that wasn't good. I don't know what the fuck that was. I got him with the fucking bomb. Because I'm a god. 2 for 2, we take those. Should have been a little better, but.
I was 19. Took me 2 felonies to see this set. And now I'm here. It's too late for me to ever be the one to set examples that was never set for me. I'm living fast, but not fast enough. Cause karma keeps on catching up to me. And if my past becomes the death of me, I hope you understand.
Don't really want to just feed. There's no point in cleanse. You can't cleanse knockups, dude. She didn't even kill him. Oh, the Sage is bad. You gotta stop following the Sage. I should have seen it was just Sejuani there. I can't go in. I need to go farm. We learned this. We know this. We know this. There's no point in ever following the Sejuani in anything. Don't do it. I already know this. I know this. How did Jenna kill the fucking doctor?
Shut the fuck up.
Follow, no, man. I'll follow the Akali to the end of the earth.
You never lose.
And if a real nigga hungry, he gon' eat your food. I was a fool. Spend all my time ducking school, ducking cops, ducking rules, hugging blocks that don't help you. I wanna find a nigga with goals and point of view.
I just tested positive for Rona 20 minutes ago. Also, I'm not vaxxed. I voted for Trump. I'm not a communist. How much more American can I get?
My worst fear is one day that you come home from school and see your father face while hearing about tragedy on news. I got the strangest feeling your daddy gon' lose his life soon. And sadly, if you listening now, it must mean it's true.
I don't know if I win this without my ult. Oh my god. Wait, how is he so tanky? Oh, because he has a dumbass crown item. He can build that. Oh, so I can't kill him anymore. That's like game. I think that might actually be game. I just have to shoot long range at shit. How fucking annoying. I forgot, because he's AP, he can build that shit. They're nerfing it soon. They must be. It has to be on the docket, dude. What does Crown do? It's like a 50% reduction in damage for like 3 seconds from all physical attacks. It's like beyond fucking stupid. Is it actually 75%? It's so impossible. It's such a why is it bad? It's a no skill item that automatically activates when you get shot by a fucking physical attack. You're like unkillable by physical attacks. It's so dumb. We need Jace. Need all 5. That guy got away alive. nice. Oh, not nice. He doesn't have any bullshit items, right? Thank you. They nerfed its stats, but they'll never nerf its passive. They have to nerf the passive. It's so stupid. Or at least get rid of all the stats on it. When you say nerf the stats, does it still give like 40 AP and like 20 ability haste and some dumb shit? What does it give? 60 AP, 250 health, 600 mana, 28. No, it's a stupid item, dude. Oh, fuck. We have to get this. We're not going to get it. Twitch is running there now. Twitch is portaling there. These guys are all dead. Twitch is gonna ult. This fucking game is, dude. It's whatever. No, shut the fuck up. Just stop talking. Imagine getting jungle got by a fucking Nocturne, dude. It must have been the death at level 2. Wait. Saludorans get LAR. I can't put off IE any longer. I'm not getting IE 5th item, right? Because I'm so fucking cucked on items. It's beyond stupid. Fuck that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Nice job.
Because it doesn't exist. What you call love was invented by guys like me.
Is that right?
Are you sure about it?
Buying heal cut also feels cucked, and it doesn't feel like anything's. But yeah, I already have the heal cuck item, Executioners. You're gonna die again if you follow her because of such. You're absolutely fucking right. You're right. I don't know why I followed her.
I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Because there isn't one.
I think I realized it until this moment.
I can't believe they have all 4 dragons by like 25 minutes, dude. Give me a jungle that cares about objectives that much. Jace, you seem like you know what's going on, as much as I fucking hate you. Oh god, Akali just died. If I was a better player, I would have jumped and then jumped on him, but I got him anyway. I would have jumped earlier. That's okay. No shot can we end the game here, right?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Dude, there's 3 up. We've got 4 here. Is it AP Nunu, I guess? Yeah, it is. Akali just double kill. Holy shit. That might be game! No, it's not. No, it's not. Graves is still coming out. Nice, nice. Okay. Alright, that guy just insta nukes me if he looks at me, I guess. I'm never excited for a new RTS. We'll see when it comes out. I don't get pre-excited for games unless I have like a history with them.
Jumping off the cliffside, trying to follow after dreams. Don't think hope for a retrograde could bring you back. Put my heart in all attacks against the thoughts of naysayers. They prayers layer with love for those afraid to make the same move that I did. Showing my way, never afraid to shit on niggas. And now that's not a fetish, I just relish in the jealousy. Let it power the rocket. Motherfuckers aces, they ain't got power to stop it. Meet the motion, sip the potion, so you grow wireless, no malice, you pass here. Never remain the same being that you were last year. Ignorance don't last here. Only the strong live, lost in the sauce till you all on the wrong shit. I could concoct a long list, but y'all don't appreciate that raw shit.
Graves is top side. He's got 40 seconds though. And TP. Kali, not dog shit. Oh, they're gonna try to do Baron and then they're gonna run it down. What are you doing? You know that. What did you think they were gonna do? I'm so confused about what. And I'm dead to Twitch. He's gonna die though. No, he's not. Yes, chase, 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 gate, 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 get a Q. Oh. Okay. What did we think they were gonna do? We knew the Baron was up for 20 seconds for Elder. Why would you act surprised and then run to... I'm so lost. And Akali lost her 1v1 to Graves. They're following Sejuani, so it's guaranteed to be a bad fight. Oh my god, this Jenna. Oh my god, this Jenna. Oh my god, Nunu inting hard. Why would you go in after it's dead? Bro, I'm getting trolled. Or did somebody else shoot it, maybe? I'm gonna say maybe Graves shot it. Twitch's ult must have hit it? No, no, no. It doesn't get activated by AoE unless Twitch targeted it. Twitch could, yeah, Twitch could target it with his ult and hit it. I don't know if he did or not. Does the Invader Bridge, the Invader V Bridge still exist? Hell yeah. Invader's like one of my favorite people for my BPD. Like, as in favorite person, that was the joke. Not that she has borderline, sorry. Okay. Fight on turret. Don't be greedy. No, that's probably game. Why anybody would die off turret? Who the fuck knows, dude? Why not? Why not just die off turret? Who cares? can't risk the elder popping me. Oh fuck, but it's like game anyway. No, not yet. Why am I here? I know we're gonna lose this game, dude. Survive the Elder Drake. It really is Chase from Arcane. You should get, honest to God, just a 10-minute ban for that. I hate you. I actually hate you. Just for saying that I hate you. They have gotten like every objective for dragons, barons, and fucking elder. It's unreal. Why? Why would you risk that? Oh my god. Oh, what am I watching? If they do get the kills though. Amazing plays all around. Amazing plays. He should just run to my Nexus and end the game, which he did. That's the right choice. It's fucking trash players, dude. Like brainless. Actually brainless. I swear your team wins 5v5, but the Sejuani is fucking retarded. Like, the player was just dumb. Like, fuck, I needed to identify. One of the most important things I think you do in this fucking game is identifying like, every team has an anchor, and you have to figure out who the anchor is and just avoid them at all costs. The Sejuani was the anchor in this game. Like, you just don't follow her on anything. The hardest part is I don't know how to tell your team that without, like, triggering that person. Like, it'd be nice to say, like, hey, avoid the Sejuani at all costs. Follow the Akali, follow the Jason, we can win. But never the Sejuani, because she's just like, every single play that she made was fucking horrible. Every single play that she made was dog shit. So stupid. There was no reason for Akali and Sejuani to run it down. No, they shouldn't have. That was dumb too. The Akali was kind of dumb, but every play was dumb with the Sejuani. Every single play she made was bad. Mike, where are you? Key Westlard.
In Destiny, chemistry sucks. Oh, I love Destiny.
Yeah, everybody loves
that
Destiny.
Retard just needed to give me the roles back in his Discord.
Oh, he comes in too much. It's just dumb shit while I play
We need
League.
to do IRL with Destiny. He's like such a docile little kitten, and I'm like his daddy Dommy. I feel like I could walk that little shrimp around on a leash and he would purr for me. I know he would. Once I'll.
Oh, did Graves shoot it? Why would you? Oh, I can't tell if Graves or the Twitch did. Why would you go? Okay.
Hey, folks.
Fuck, what time are we at?
Everything at the same time. Point number 3, place of interference. Acute fatigue. So MRV...
Oh, did this one
legs are jello. So acute fatigue is absolutely a thing, and that sometimes, if you want really to. So if you're doing a shitload of running, you probably won't have legs nearly as big muscle. Do endurance runners often because, geez, that's a lot of recovery.
There we go.
And your body only has so much, and you can't do maximum lifting and maximum cardio and recover from everything at the same time.
Thanks.
Point number 3, place of interference. Acute fatigue. So MRV, that's like systemic and chronic cumulative fatigue. Acute fatigue is like, especially if you do cardio before lifting, your lifting is much tougher and much less productive. On the other hand, if you do lifting before cardio, maybe you can have
Someone on Twitch said this dude looks like a Roblox character. Shut the fuck up.
Good cardio session, especially if it's upper body lifting and lower body cardio. But look, if you're really competitive, you want to run like this 5K coming up at the best time possible, you don't do legs and go do cardio after, because your fucking cardio is bullshit. Your legs are jello. So acute fatigue is absolutely a thing, and that sometimes takes hours and hours to come down before you can have another productive, maximally productive workout of that different type. So if you lift, it's going to have to be real far away from cardio, and vice versa if you want really close to your best results. Number 4, molecular signaling. Okay, when you do cardio directly signals a reduction in muscle growth and potentially, if taken to extremes, muscle loss in proportion to its weekly total volume. So if you do a lot of cardio, you are impeding your ability to grow muscle, full stop, specifically to the local musculature that you're doing cardio with. So if you're doing a shitload of running, you probably won't have legs nearly as big as you could have had you just done most lifting and a minimum amount of cardio or no cardio at all. Number 5, nutrient competition. This is a big one. A lot of folks like to do their lifting and then do cardio after, in which they drink their post-workout shake. Well, guess what? A lot of that post-workout shake isn't going to go to your muscles that you just got done lifting. Let's say your upper body that day, which you're doing cardio. A lot of that shake just fuels the literal operation of the muscles that you're using for cardio, or once you stop cardio, for recovering your muscles that just did cardio. There's a recency thing with muscles and nutrient uptake. The muscles that worked the most recently, that were just finished working the soonest, they're the ones that are most nutrient sensitive. So if 2 hours ago you finished training upper body, but 10 minutes ago you finished training cardio for lower body, and you slam a carbohydrate and whey protein shake, eventually when that gets absorbed and digested and absorbed, a lot of it's going to go to the legs that just did cardio, because they're probably just more sensitive for nutrients. And the lifting muscles in the upper body, yeah, they'll get plenty, but not as much as they could have. And that's the thing. This isn't a place for absolutist statements. It's not like your muscles are just fucking straight robbed of all the nutrition. No, if you have a big enough shake, both get some. But there's a trade-off there where ideally, if you want maximum muscle recovery, you start doing too much cardio, some of that food is powering the cardio recovery or powering cardio energy, and it's just not getting to the muscles where it could be a little bit more advantageous. Wear and tear. This is a big one. If you do a shitload of cardio and a shitload of lifting, they all add up to wear and tear. If you run 20 miles a week, you're just going to have some knee, ankle, and hip issues pop up every now and again in lifting that would never have popped up, or would have popped up years later, if ever, if you hadn't been doing that much mileage. Someone to follow is just an awesome resource in general on social media is a gentleman named Alex Viada. He's a very, very standout endurance athlete as well as a really strong lifter. And if you want a picture image of someone that has to deal with these constraints realistically, he talks about injury management all the time, because he gets injured or he has to deal with injuries in lifting that come from cardio and the other way around. And if you just do one or the other, you just don't have these kinds of concerns nearly as much. Lastly, fat loss versus muscle loss. Okay, a lot of lifting gains and retains a ton of muscle. More cardio usually does mean more fat loss, but at a certain point, it increases muscle loss risk. So I don't want you guys to see cardio as this like all-powerful sword of fat loss with no downsides. It absolutely causes tons of fat loss, but it risks dampening your muscle growth a little bit if taken to slightly more extreme, and even risking muscle loss if you're doing a lot of cardio and you're hypocaloric at the same time. So it's a trade-off you have to understand is there. Lifting is really good for your muscles. Cardio is really, really good for fat loss, but it comes with some muscle downsides. So that's something to remember when we go to final recommendations later. All right. Point number 3. If we're choosing cardio modalities, okay.
This is what we need, baby. Cardio modalities. Okay, don't worry, that's coming up next, guys, okay? Get hype, okay? Fuck, I like this song. This is cute. Mention something about the Rust reset, will you? The server is resetting in an hour and a half for 1 week. Also, the next wipe is not a BP wipe. I don't know who is spreading that misinformation, fake news, alternative facts. Takes on the trucker convoy protest in Canada. I don't know, with that mask shit Lauren Southern tweets about all the time. It seems cringe as fuck. Oh shit. Fuck, I don't think I can walk through the lane normally. If I miss any of these creeps, I will be trolling Mr. Moon in the next game we play. I have to miss a lot here. This is so bad. The Lux should be playing way more aggro because she can zone the fuck out of me. I shouldn't get any of these early creeps, I don't think. But somehow I got all of them. That's a huge fuck up. I can't believe that didn't hit.
Fucking dubstep.
I thought the Leona had her.
Fuck you for getting me interested in the science behind lifting.
Lux needs to respect Leona because Leo can start E. Lux still has huge range on her E. What are you talking about? No way. I'm not saying Lux has to be like autoing me, but she should at least be threatening them, I think. Graves, Jung. The Jungian Graves. Is he here?
An enemy has been slain.
Yes. But no. He must be here. Did he just die to creeps? Okay, never mind. Now Lux is big dick in it, I guess. Maybe they're listening to my stream. Oh god. You know what, dude? It happens. Fuck, we kind of needed to hit that. I can't lose this whole wave. Graves is top side, so now that Lux was just really aggro for no reason. Okay.
Aim for the sky, shoot for the heart.
What? You're fucking me, but okay. No, you're not. Good job. That was well done. Okay, that Lux is definitely here alone. I think Leo should have ran up on her. Nope. Oh. I play a different game. I play a different game. Fucking DC'd. I play a different game. The Leo ain't even playing. No, she disconnected. That's what happened. She DC'd. We got ganked through our tri-bush. I'm gonna try to hold a big wave here. Oh no, she's gonna kill that fucking. Oh nope, Kindred has no interest. She's just gonna fight up here eternally. Surely she'll get the double kill. She's not watching. It's our turn. Oh, what league is this? Oh, silver 1, silver 4. The disconnection league. It's just wild. What are you doing? Oh my god, dude. She's a fucking warrior. She's DC'd again! What? Is she DCing or is her brain DCing? I don't actually know. I don't think she would have walked out in time anyway. Maybe. She could. No, but if she was here, she could have at least flashed her master. Did Anna break the treaty? Not yet. She's holding strong. Fort Anna. Her mind is a... I keep DCing only when I go in because Riot is a shit fucking company. What are you doing? Don't flash! Oh god, she should have flashed that wall and killed me. I can't, dude. I knew the exact range. That's why I wasn't worried for a microsecond about that hitting me. Is that... It is. Hit the thing! Oh, I came here just to get some creeps. She's gonna hit 6 and ult me. What? This Leo is wild. What is she doing? I just got yoinked so hard. Yes! Whatever. We take those. Baby! 12, 25. Can I sell my refill, please? Kindred dying somehow. Move Cam. Jesus Christ. People like Booksmart should know better. They should stop covering any stuff they really wanted to stop. Wait, what did Booksmarts do?
A summoner has reconnected.
I got a fucking Leona on me, dog. It's alright, she's working her way back. I never win 1v1s with Vayne without ult. Although I do have a big item lead right now. Oh, let's see. Do I win without ult? Do I win with ult? As long as I don't get condemned, I think I do.
An enemy has been slain.
You know what? Fuck it, let's try it. Maybe?
Has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
She actually back? No. Dana's 2 and 4. No crown yet? Okay. Not even close. Not even close. Why would I think I would even have a shot at winning that? Okay. My bad. I'm just a fucking moron. Okay. I full combo all. There's nothing else I could do. I just don't ever win against Diana. Alright, that's good. Whatever. Nice. Well done. Oh, but he's exhausted, so they're both gonna die. Is he even gonna kill anything? Good job, Kendrick. Everybody's just dying everywhere now. My top got fucking crushed. My bottom is fucking DCing. My mid is a Wukong. Okay. A lot of fun stuff this game. I don't know why I'm cleansing. I'm sure there was some burn on me. Maybe it was shut down for me is nice at least. She's just clearing turrets for free. You're not gonna get the creep? Okay, whatever, dude. Bro, you're a warrior. I don't think that hit me, but whatever. Leah with no ult because she wasted on some retarded shit earlier. Bro, you're a warrior. Nice. Yeah, creep block. What is this guy doing? What is this game? Bro, if you don't want your buffs, I'll take them. Oh, no, they're gone. I guess I won't take them.
Where's the action?
Good job, Wooks.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Please don't waste your ult while running away. Why wouldn't she come get her thing? Never mind.
Maybe we should shoot faster. Your team has destroyed a turret. Watch the brush.
My ult! He ulted off my ult! It was so beautiful! Okay, back up. I cleansed the Graves smoke shit, and I think I actually ran through it faster. No copium. I think that happened. I'm dead. No, I'm not. Nobody can eat anything here? No CC at all? Okay, guys. Later, bitch! Oh my god, who exhausted me? Still got him? Wait, Graves died? Who killed him? Did I get him with my red buff? Oh, damn, he's gotta be mad as fuck. Okay. That might be the first red buff kill in recorded history. Oh god, I just wanna... I did it. I actually did it. I just did it. I did it. How mad?
But Destiny, the passive doesn't apply to your two full...
It actually might not be a good item until you have 3. It actually might be like a... Oh fuck, I just wasted all my... Because I'm not even watching. Okay, this is turning around somehow.
I left cock.
How the fuck did that Aatrox get above me without me even knowing? What the fuck? 4, 3, 2...
Double kill.
Get her! Thank you. I'm dead. Never mind. Cleanse. But it didn't matter because she didn't ult me anyway. I don't know why. Oof.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Want to see the fireworks?
He says as he dies. I thought that Lux would have died to my third shot. The bomb had to go to kill him. Lux did die? No, I thought she would have died at my third hit if I would have autoed her. But the she lived long enough to ult me and then died.
Has destroyed a turret.
Nice job. Ahead, and we're losing all 4 Drakes. We're losing this Drake. I don't know. The back's away. It's gone. I have half the kills on the team. Why fight without me? Okay, I don't know where you.
You claim to be pro-life, yet you die all the time. You're
I'm not gonna kill him. Oh, maybe? Oh, okay, you got him. Eventually. This Yasuo has been so heavy all game. He's been better than the 160 he was earlier, at least. I will walk into that, Sigma. Yeah, I like that. Just fucking fuck my shit up, fam.
Whoa. This is fucking awesome.
Shut
Thank you
up.
so much.
Why are we listening to concerts?
God, look at that movement! God, look at those dashes! So skilled. Rapid fire cannon in this game, I guess, maybe? I'm just totally wrong side of the map right now. He's a better player than me. His face rolls the keyboard. Nice job. I think I should just R immediately instead of trying to auto. Because he doesn't have much defense, right? I probably kill him with 2 autos and an R. Like auto, auto, R, auto as he goes away. Crazy fast because a ton of armor and he has Tabby. Eclipse gives him shield on every map, but he doesn't have much HP. It's 200 armor from E, depending on how long it's been up. I guess I outrange him, so actually I should probably just be trying to cut him instead of dive bombing. Please kill him, thank you. Nice, okay, cool. That might be Elder for us. Oh my god, that was good. Oh my god, that was good. No, she... why did she ult? No!
You're a genius, dude!
Yeah, Elder Dragon. Every single Drake. Nice. On 4 players, now Diana at least.
Let's get this party started.
If I take this from her, she's gonna think I'm trolling her. I really needed it though. I think that would have given me the gold to Yeah, I was gonna say she should just be like blind firing all 10. My bomb range doesn't go as far as the rapid fire cannon. No, it doesn't. Go here. Why would you even walk back at that HP, right? It's over. The game is over. They got Elder, dude. Ah, they don't have Baron. Doesn't matter. They don't even need it. Oh, that was such a good Leo ult. We never should have won this game. We shouldn't have even gotten this far. I guess we're not losing any LP, I guess. If Kindred didn't R there, the Diana dies for free, and we get a free Elder Dragon, we probably end the game off that. I think that was the game-ending play. That Leona was so caught, and Kindred was just obsessed with saving herself when she is so irrelevant to how the game plays out, because she was doing nothing on them anyway.
Congrats on your marriage and now being Mr. and Mrs. Steven/Nolina. As for Anna, I don't think she's a bad person, but she's clearly effing sick and needs help. Psych test every Twitch bait you bang before the deed to stop this shit.
Save us, Mike.
Okay. Let's say muscle is super important to us. Most of you folks watching this channel are probably into being jacked and strong, but you may have heard about some of the benefits of cardio, specifically for burning fat, enhancing health, so on and so forth. Those are all true. But some modalities of cardio, some ways of doing cardio, interfere more with muscle and strength than others. And here, just with some examples, and you can sort of interpolate the rest in your own head, of very common forms of cardio, from least interfering all the way down to most interfering modalities. The ones at the top of the list, point number 1 and 2 and 3, they don't really hurt your lifting all that much. At the bottom of the list, points 5, 6, and 7, man, they really take it out of your lifting, and using them in the context of you want muscle to be super important and your strength is super important, either they need to be used very judiciously, which we'll get to how to do later, or ideally not at all. So here it is. NEAT. Non-exercise activity thermogenesis, just you moving around. You will notice, have a step tracker on, kind of at all times. It tells me how many steps I'm getting. I have a rough goal of 10,000 steps a day. I'll get to that in a second as to why that's the goal. And I just sort of walk around, move around. When I'm on podcasts or something, I'll try to walk around the room. Or if I'm on business calls or something, I'll walk around the block. I'll do cardio, quote unquote, but just moving around adds up. And it's very, very, very low interference. I mean, you got to walk like fucking 10 miles a day or something for your legs to start really feeling the burden, and your systemic fatigue to feel the burden to hurt your lifting. Because NEAT is so sporadic and interspersed, there's never this big sort of highly catabolic signal of really hard exercise. It's spread throughout the day and it's never very high intensity. It's got absolutely the least interference. So if your muscle is the most worthwhile to you, most of your cardio, of your physical activity other than lifting, will come from NEAT, from just moving around and being physically active, period. Next up, as you could probably have surmised, is purposeful walking on an incline or flat, but that results in under 120 beats per minute heart rate, okay? North of 120 beats per minute, like your heart's working pretty fucking hard, that's pretty fatiguing. It's not that your heart itself gets fatigued. It actually hardly does that at all, because your heart is the most endurant organ you have, pretty much. It's that needing
Not for me,
to
it's
get
my
to an
dick.
intensity where your heart has to beat that much means the local muscles are working real hard. There's a little bit more fatigue involved in that, but as long as it's under 120 beats per minute, the fatigue is relatively minimal. Not as good as NEAT, but still pretty damn good. So if you have to have extra formal cardio in your plan, you just don't get enough NEAT because you mostly just sit in your car or sit at your desk, this is absolutely the way to go. Number 3, a little bit more interfering, is the elliptical, because it's no impact. That's why it's not lower down on this list at sub 140 beats per minute. So sub 140, that's, dude, you're burning fat, like fucking awesome pace. At 135 to 140 beats per minute heart rate for most people on the elliptical, oh my God, the calorie burning is fucking ludicrous. But because it's not impact and because it's not a crazy...
Hold on, let me switch real quick, 1 sec. What the fuck?
A high heart rate, the interference is, yeah, it's number 3. It's getting there, but it's not nearly as high as it could be. And as far as stimulus to fatigue ratio for how much calorie burning you get versus fatigue, it's still really, really, really good. Highly recommended if you have...
Really, really, really? 3 times in a row? Control plus D much?
Have real serious fat loss goals, but muscle loss is something you don't want or want to minimize as much as possible. Next up, and this is now number 4, so we're sort of on the other end of this list, or I guess, idiot, number 4 is sort of right in the middle. Sub 160 beats per minute cycling, which is like pretty hard cycling, but not super intense, not going over hills and stuff like that, or hard swimming. Why swimming? Because swimming has basically no impact whatsoever. You're not hitting the ground all the time. Gravity's not a factor. But swimming's pretty fucking hard. It uses your whole body. Like, you don't get out of a pretty tough swim being like, ooh, that was easy, I'm going to go train with weights. Like, your arms and legs are noodles at that point. But because it's essentially zero impact, it's not terrible. So it's right there in the middle of like, this is some pretty fucking intense cardio. It's going to cost your lifting, but like run of the sort of middle of the road cost your lifting. Now, point number 5, we start getting into the modalities that really interfere with lifting.
Fuck, I can't do it. See, I can't do it. I could feel it. I could feel it in my body. After I jogged that one day, I was like, whew, I'm feeling like the modalities are not modalying together. That's what I was feeling.
Both size and strength. Jogging, high intensity interval training, no matter what the fuck anybody told you, high intensity interval training causes a fuckload of fatigue. It causes joint fatigue because a lot of times it's really pounding on your joints. And in order to get enough calories with high intensity interval training to be burned to significantly affect your fat loss, you're going to have to do a fuckload of it. And that costs you a shitload of fatigue. It is very interfering. A lot of the studies have caught up and found that this is now the case. It's not nearly the big fat burner we used to think maybe 10 years ago. Jogging equally is just not that fucking great. What could be worse, you may ask? Team sport hard training. Because if you play soccer hard, basketball hard, it's the only way I play sports, bro. I'm a fucking competitor, you know what I'm saying? JK, I suck at all those sports. So basketball, soccer, etc. In team sports, hilariously enough, we put things like...
I think this advice is technically correct, but meaningless. If you're not a skilled runner, your heart and lungs are going to give out before you cause any meaningful interference in your muscles. I don't know if it's because I have a cross-country background or what, or maybe I'm just crazy. Oh, maybe I just have a strong mind. Or I don't know, someone's going to be... I feel like my heart will die way slower than the rest of my body. Like, I feel like I could run at 200 BPM until my heart explodes, but my legs will die first. I don't know. I don't feel like... As long as you're running slow enough, I don't feel like you'll ever stop running because it's like I can't breathe or my heart is giving out. I feel like eventually like your legs or your ankles or your shins or something will be like, okay, this is like over, like it's fucked before my heart ever goes out. But maybe as I get older, I'm 33 now, maybe as I get older, maybe there'll be a point where it's like I'm passing out because my heart is pumping too much, but I don't know.
MMA, jiu-jitsu, boxing, so on and so forth. That's tough stuff. And you have
one thing that I noticed while running, I don't know if anybody else has this problem. If you're trying to jog a lot, this might be super unique to me, or I might just be maybe this doesn't apply to anybody else. You cannot listen to music when running. You have to listen to like podcasts or something. Because because something that I noticed is that if I ever jogged or ran while listening to music, the beats would affect my pace. And sometimes I would be running too fast, or sometimes I would be running too slow because I'm like running with the music. That would fuck with me really hard. Unless you have a music where the BPM aligns really well with your pace, I would notice that sometimes I'll be running and I'm like, I'm tired. And I'm only like, I'm nowhere near my distance today. I don't know why. And it's because I'm listening to a song that has a little bit of a higher BPM and I'm breathing like every other step or every step even like, I was like, it should be like every third step. It's like, and I noticed it's because the music is like, yeah, I don't know if anybody else, maybe it's because of music thing or whatever background but yeah, I'm not sure. It was like a thing that I noticed while running. It's like, I can't listen to certain songs as I run because I start to speed up.
Maximal activity interspurts with bouts of submaximal.
When are you going to get Hextech Tristana? Wait, is she better? The skin is currently not available for purchase. Who suggested that? I've got a blue demon Tristana. Fuck you.
Activity, all of those drain the living fuck out of you.
Is that third step thing something you learn across country? I don't think it was ever told to me. I think it's just something I picked up, but it might not even be true. I might have made that up. But I noticed that if I'm on a good pace, if I'm running every fourth step, I'm not running fast enough. Or if I'm breathing every fourth step, I'm not running fast enough. The infinity pace for me was like every like 1, 2, 3, like every third step where I'm starting to breathe in and out is like an infinity run. If it's getting to where like I'm having to breathe every second step, I'm getting really tired. We're like going very, very hard at that point.
Content creators, the unavoidable.
We'll watch this at some point. But I think it was like every third step, a breath for me is what felt good. Or it's like you can jog at this theoretically unlimited time. When your easy runs, do you breathe through your nose or your mouth? I don't think it matters. The only cue I ever was told was breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth can be good because it reminds you to be relaxed when you run and to think of your like posture and everything. Like I was also told like don't run with clenched fists, but like have your like just like chill. Because if you're like ultra rigid and tight and you're like breathing into your chest, you're like your whole body you're gonna get like so much more tired so quickly. But I don't know how much that's true. I think those are just like mental cues more so than anything else. I don't know if those are like hard, like you can't breathe through your nose or you can't breathe through your mouth or whatever. I don't know if that matters as much. Should you tighten your core when walking and running? Tighten your core? No, but you should be running upright. It's pretty important. In through the nose also filters the air more? I doubt that matters that much for training purposes. Maybe in long-term environments where there's a lot of dust or something, but not like, or if you're jogging through like a construction site. Why do you think someone's here? Oh, let me kill him! Oh, and it went to the worst player on the team. The GP. Fuck me, dude. My cardio advice also is for white people only. Fuck, I was gonna make a Vosh joke. Never mind. Damn it. I was gonna say, if you're black, be careful where you run. You never know what crazy white family is gonna chase you down in a Silverado. But that's not gonna happen to you everywhere in the US. That's hyperbolic. All right, chill. Oh no, empowered Q. I have no bomb. Okay, this Pyke is good. I can tell he's good. I can see what he's seeing, and it's good. Yeah. He is. He is. I was too greedy. Okay, I'm gonna buy a long sword. Go back. No, 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 no. I'm so low. 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 Oh, how did the Zeri make it in the game? Oh no.
Let me get in there.
Why? I don't think that was even getting shot. Going to the gym and learning compound lift seems sweatsy as fuck. I think it helps to have like a friend. But it has to be somebody that like really knows their shit. I'm trying to think if there's anything more prone to garbage advice than lifting stuff on the planet. I don't know if there is. Maybe nutrition, but it's kind of like the same thing. Politics? I don't know as much if politics even is as prone to it, because at least in politics, if like someone is a politician, they'll know something about politics. But I think you can get like pretty far in lifting without knowing any idea about what's happening. About what's going on. Oh my god, dude. Oh no. It's a Vigor. That's a solo carry, champ. Oh, taxes, maybe.
Fucking dubstep.
Hi.
They fucked this up. Oh my god, that was such a good flash.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Good Q. He got her! Nice! Oh, you stole my kill, but still nice.
Kill me again.
That guy is still here, the Trundle. Did I just ant? This fucking Pike, dude! He's got me fucking jerked to the tits!
GG.
Haha, 80 carry div! Okay, listen, I love all of you so much, especially my women fans, okay? But I didn't know this was a thing, but I get a surprising amount of requests. I shouldn't have walked up to the ward. To do like shout outs for your boyfriends. I don't hate doing them, it's just really awkward, okay? People like, oh, my boyfriend really likes you. Like, can you like give a shout out to his like whatever he's doing, a grad program or what? Like, it's just weird. Okay. Charge them? Oh, do like a cameo thing? Karma should be here, right? Oh, I got heal for my ult. I could have killed. I have cleanse too, actually. I shouldn't have been as afraid. No, that was a big volley move. I should have been afraid. I'm not like super fed or anything. Oh my god, we got the first Drake. Biz. Oh, he's level 6, but... Okay, so I did pop that dude's heal. I have exhaust, or I'm sorry, I've got cleanse for exhaust. I need my ult definitely if I'm gonna try to kill. Oh, cool. That was all my HP. Fun. Wait, me! I'll just be an impatient fuck. That's cool, dude. Whatever. Whatever you want to do. Okay. Ouch. I could flash, but it's not worth it. I'm gonna die no matter what. Unlucky timing on the gank. He should get away though. Just enough for my big item. Shutdown went to Kaisa. Is question mark on the topic because you're not sure the topic? I'm not really too sure what the topic is, man.
I'm a master's psychology student. Please give a shout out to my boyfriend that got promoted to shift manager at McDonald's.
Okay, hey, listen, okay? We can make fun of women here. We don't make fun of fast food workers here. Alright, chill. Oh my god! I'm inting! I'm good on that. I'm Gucciin on that, Hoochin. No? God, she's so mad! Not as mad as my pike is, though. Smash it.
I demand that Slipstony be changed to a
Hey,
picture.
cook him! We can fight, be brave! Oh no, I don't have mana left! I just needed to hook him, okay? And I wouldn't have been under turret. He gets the gold if you kill in a circle even before the elk is up. Oh, well that's cool. Oh, and I missed my turret gold. This is your first or second one for the day? I think I'm 0-2 today. Or 0-3? So this is my first one. But those were all 0 LP losses, so.
You're a fucking statistician.
Sarah.
I don't know why I thought I could win that. I don't know. I should have. What I needed to do was cleanse, flash out of the gate, and then fight him. I just wanted it in. I just wanted the Veigar to solo carry the enemy team. That's what I want. I want him to solo carry the whole enemy team. I know he could do it too. He just needs a little bit more gold. Where is she? Level 9. didn't even... I did all of that so poorly. I'm just a fucking retard, dude. Nice, but it's not gonna matter. Is it? Do you have a Q to flip him? No, might as well offer damage. Or just die. Her Q does so much damage when it's single target. It's so stupid. I should have flashed the pillar immediately instead of ever sitting in a Kaisa anything. Even with 0 fucking gold, Kaisa's Q does like 7,000 fucking damage to you. Nice turn.
Phone. Hey, Steven.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Great. Let me see if I can move you around a little bit so people can see your very lovely face. Oh, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm playing a wonderful game called League of Legends, so my day's been going swimmingly.
Man, boys love League of Legends, bro. Every guy I know plays League of Legends.
It's because we're self-destructive by nature, so.
I love that for all of you.
Thank
I'm
you.
rooting for that. Okay, so you guys, that's it. I'm talking to my audience. You guys, that's how it's going to look. You can see him, right? Everything is good? They're very excited that I'm talking to you today. They're like super stoked.
Wow.
Which is nice. Yeah, well, it's like because I don't collab very often, and then on top of that, we do like your insight when it comes to certain subjects, and so we're very excited. I say we, like we're a whole tribe of people. We're not.
Okay.
But I'm very excited to talk to you about some ideas.
Do you want to introduce yourself on my side of things so people know who you are and everything? Yeah.
Totally. Sorry, I blinked on that. Hi, everyone. I'm Brittany Simon. I run on the like sort of reactionary philosophy side of YouTube, and I create content reviewing pop culture and philosophy.
Reactionary? Okay, hold on, wait, real quick. When you say reactionary, you mean like reacting to things?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because I always get associated with like H3 or Abba and Preach or like you. Like all my subscribers watch and surround those channels, like that kind of sphere of YouTube.
Okay.
But I do review things. I talk about things. I'm very bad at it, if you would say it that way. Like Abba and Preach will put out like 2 videos a day, and I'm like, ugh, when I have the spoons, I'll put out a video. But I do love it. I love reviewing people. I love observing humans. It's like my favorite pastime.
Cool. Okay, no problem. In the political community, reactionary means something way different. So that's the only reason I asked.
What does it mean? I have been out of politics for a few years now. I left the political sphere about 3 years ago. So what is it like now? I haven't really
reactionary can mean one of two things. Either one, you are taking a very contrary position to like a particular movement in politics, or two, it can refer to kind of like more extremely conservative politics. People might call them like reactionary. Yeah, I was interested when you said reactionary side of philosophy. I didn't know what that meant. So, but I understand you say. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's so funny. I used to roll in like the conservative side, then I was in SJW, and then I hung out with like Natalie and like that kind of side. Natalie went that side of YouTube, and then I got out of politics a few years ago and just like really focused on what does it mean to be a person, which is what I want to talk to you about today. I haven't seen, so forgive me, I just started watching you about maybe 8 months ago or so, and I saw just a couple of recent videos that I thought was so interesting. You were doing an interview with a lady in her home, and you talked about how you kind of started off conservative.
Oh yeah, sure.
And you talked about Michael Savage, and I was like, oh, he grew up conservative.
Yeah, Michael Savage, Glenn Beck, Rush Limbaugh, Billy Cunningham, all these guys, yeah.
Okay, because that was my originator in the world of politics. Was like, I've been on the Rush Limbaugh show, I've met Glenn Beck, I've met Sean Hannity. Like I was kind of groomed as a child to be like the next Middle Eastern Ben Shapiro, but like the other kind. And so like it was gonna be really funny, but after a lot of self-introspection, realized like, you know what, I just don't feel like conservatives have the answer in a way that's conducive with my values as they changed.
Mhm.
So I know that how do you identify now? Like, are you kind of like a lefty? Like, what is liberal? Like, what are we dealing with here?
I would say like a social democrat. So I like capitalism and markets, but I think that the government can probably step in to help in a lot of different areas.
I actually saw you say something that really stood out to me. You said something to the effect of, it's not necessarily the system so much as like the participants in the system, like the constituents. Is that sort of accurate to some of your beliefs? Like, you don't necessarily want to condemn capitalism or the United States so much as like the people participating in the system?
I agree more with the second thing, not with the first thing. I think the system can be really important. But yeah, I do think sometimes people mistake criticisms of what should be criticisms of individuals, like become criticisms of systems, kind of, which I think it's a little bit silly sometimes.
Yeah, I've been really thinking about that because when I was heavily involved in politics, and I know you did some canvassing and things, and I would do like participations in BLM and protesting and working on behalf of the Tea Party at one point, and then of course, you know, I've been on all political sides. As my journey has moved forward, I've just noticed that there's a lot of sort of like a misconception of how to move people forward. And so from what I've understood from your work, you're well aware of like the human condition, like the stagnation in the human brain, and then how it takes time to kind of move people forward in terms of change. Do you ever feel disappointed by the way things go in the States?
I'm disappointed in all sorts of things in life. So yeah, of course. I think anybody that follows anything will be disappointed for a variety of reasons. One is because if you have any strong ideological leaning today, it's not being fulfilled because we're like at historic kind of gridlock in the American population. Or if you have any more extremist viewpoints on the left or right, you're going to be disappointed because you're going to feel like you don't have the representation you wish you did. So yeah, I would say that like
for sure.
Disappointment is probably part of the system right now.
Okay, well, here's we'll go down a different path, but along these lines of thinking, I'm curious, like, what makes a Steven? Like, why do you think you're here? What do you think humans are doing on like the planet? To get a little deeper into like what it means to be Steven.
Is this like from a content, like why am I a streamer or made it as a streamer, or like
why do you think humans exist on the planet? Like, why do you think we're here literally? And then what do you think you're doing here as a participant in that reality?
In terms of why are we here? I don't know if I would believe in like objective like reasons for existing. I would say that like I mean your purpose is whatever you want it to be. I would say we're here to be happy, have a good time, have fun, get through life.
Yeah. I don't know anything about your religious background. Are you agnostic, atheist? Do you have a religion of any kind?
I used to be. I grew up very Catholic, and then I became pretty like atheistic, like anti-religious, I would say, and now I'm kind of more just like a basically atheist, I would say.
When did you leave the church?
I'd say between the ages of like 15 and 17-ish, like sometime in high school, middle of high school.
All right, I grew up super Catholic as well. My family's obviously still, well, not obviously, but they're very still Catholic, and we're from the Middle East, so like they're like one of those rare minority Christians in the Middle East.
Like Syria, or where were you guys from?
Iraq.
Okay. Is there a big Catholic population in Iraq? That seems really small, no?
They're very small,
Yeah,
but like we are the minority there, and so most of us have immigrated here. I think there's like, I could be wrong, but I want to say there's only like 1 million of us Chaldeans. We're called Chaldeans.
Gotcha.
I think maybe throughout the world, and I think there's like 200,000 of us in the States maybe, and half of them are my relatives. So
Jeez.
It's a very small little populace of us. We're mostly in Detroit and San Diego.
Okay.
Like you'll see a lot of us in Michigan and San Diego. Anyways, okay, so I also, same thing, right? You leave the church, you become a militant atheist, you like read Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris, and you suck their dick for a while, and then you kind of grow up and you move past that. Like, I feel like a lot of us who come from a similar background end up following like a similar trajectory in our existence, right?
Yeah, for
Does
sure.
that ever make you,
Even if
make you feel comforted?
I guess, or maybe, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I've ever shared this on stream before. So there was a book that my mom gave me a long time ago called, the name of the book was I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. Have you ever heard of this book? No. Okay. It basically, it presents all of the classic, like I think Aquinas arguments for religion. So like you've got your cosmological argument, your teleological argument, like all of the like old kind of dated proofs for God. And I remember reading it, and the book was interesting. I thought there were some problems with it. And I started doing more reading and research, and I came across a writer online. I don't remember the guy's name was, but he made like a huge, like it was like a 50-page response to this book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be a Christian. And he goes through and he details like the issues with all of the arguments in the book. And I thought it was interesting. Obviously, I found it was a huge dump on my mom. It was like, oh, your own, look at this, blah, blah, blah. And I was a little bit disappointed because I went to find this response to this book like a year or two later. And I think I was like was probably 18 or 19 at the time, and the guy had taken down that section of his site. And he basically said, like, in earlier parts of my life, I was mega militantly atheist, very, very anti-religious. And I realized that I don't think that that's very conducive to conversations. And I think it's a little bit unfairly dismissive of religious people, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, what a fucking loser sellout. Like, this guy was so cool before. And then it's funny because now, like, looking at my life, it's like, yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I actually noticed that from your work. You seem very compassionate, which means, like, to suffer with. You seem to be very self-aware of the fact that, like, people aren't just... they're dumb, but they're not like dumb in a malicious way necessarily. Like they make decisions because they feel like with the information they have, it makes sense. Right? Is that accurate? To
Yeah,
say,
exactly.
Like, about you, that you're open. Okay.
You have to you have to be aware that like people are doing things for reasons. There's no random shit, right? It's not like the Nazis weren't like uniquely evil, or like serial killers don't just kill because they're bored. Like everybody like is to some extent we're like products of our environment, of our biology. Like there's reasons why people act, and it's imperative even to uncover those reasons and understand those reasons. Otherwise, you're like missing a huge part of the picture of existence, I guess.
Absolutely. So that basically is why I have, I think, such an obsession about the human condition, like what it means to exist and be a person. So I have to ask, do you enjoy existing?
Yes, absolutely.
What about existence itself? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, for sure.
Really? What is it about existence that you like? For the definition for the audience, existence would be everything outside of Steven, everything outside of me. So Steven is like existence and I'm interacting with him. Your existence, audience, and I'm interacting with you. So what is it about existence that you don't seem to be bothered by?
I don't know why. I'm just lucky, I guess, but I have a very, very, very high like day-to-day experience. Like my mental is very high. My enjoyment of things are very high. When I wake up, I'm excited to do things. I like everything I do every day. Like I'm just like a very, very, very high like mentally functioning person, I guess. So so I tend to enjoy everything related to life and existence and all that.
Okay, interesting. Can I ask about your mental health background? Like, do you have any like fun diagnoses or anything like that you share with the public?
No, I'm pretty normal, I think.
What's that like?
Pretty good actually. I guess it seems to be pretty atypical these days. It seems like everybody has a problem or something, but the only thing I've had recently is sometimes I wake up after 6 hours instead of sleeping a full 7.5 hours. That's been driving me crazy. I've had that problem for a few months, but otherwise I think I'm pretty good all the time. Yeah.
That's really nice, actually. I have a brother who we always joke with him, what's it like being mentally healthy? And he's like, oh, it's great. I was like, that's weird. Like, because of course I have like all of these little issues I've had over my years, but obviously I'm in a very positive place now with it. And actually, if I may poke you a little bit about Anna, can I do that?
You can poke me however you want. I'm a very open person. Go for it.
Perfect. Okay. I find your dealings with Anna very fascinating. I haven't watched everything between you two, but one of the things that I think is interesting, because I am a borderline, I have borderline personality disorder, is like when I see you react to her, I react to her in a way that I react to most narcissists, which is like, why is she doing this? Like this little amnesia thing every 15 seconds. And so I think it's interesting that your gut is telling you she has borderline. Well, my gut's telling me she has narcissism, but that could be bias on both our ends, I'm sure.
Yeah, I want to be like super ultra clear on that. I need to distinguish between like how I talk with her and then like responsible talks about her mental health. She may not have, I don't know what she has in terms of like borderline or anything else. Like I'm not qualified to make that diagnosis. I don't have the background to make that diagnosis. And there's a ton of overlap between different types of mental illness or personality disorders. I think personality disorders. So like there's a lot of overlap between like OCD and borderline, and there's a lot of overlap between like borderline and histrionic, and there's so it's hard for me. I can't come out here and be like, oh yeah, she's definitely borderline. I can tell, blah 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 blah, because like so many things can masquerade as so many other things. So I don't actually know if she does. She says she has like OCD. She might just have like really bad OCD, and maybe the way that it manifests is like how she acts on stream and everything. So who knows?
No, for sure. And same with me. I know everyone always says, like, Brittany thinks she's a therapist. Swear to God, I'm not a therapist. I'm just an idiot with a camera. But, like, I am fascinated by psychology, and obviously I read a ton. And so, and obviously with my own mental health, in order for me to get better, I did deep dive into researching borderline and, like, oh, what does that mean? Because I didn't know what it was before I got diagnosed. I just had no idea. And so I wasn't prepared to, understand it, and the internet definitely isn't helpful with it. But I will say that's very helpful, I think, for people to hear you say that and reassure them that you, like many of us, are just trying to figure out how to categorize people and to feel good about how you're seeing and assessing them. So I do appreciate the fact that you have dealt with her in a particular way. I will say she reminds me a lot of a stalker I had a few years back. And what was crazy is as I watched you interact with her, I think I got this sense of like almost longing for like, oh, I wish I could have handled my stalker this way, with just like talking about it. But I was, really recommended by people to just like ignore her basically. to hunker down in a state that I no longer tell people where I live at all. And it worked out, but it is cathartic in some ways to see you go after Anna. But then in some ways, I have to ask, how much of you is turned on by how petty you can be with her?
Okay, I'm gonna avoid the last question completely. I enjoy interacting with people that are challenging or have strong personalities, even if they're a little bit crazy. So that's a thing that I don't know why. I just have a very big problem with like the typical like demure, quiet, passive. That's not very interesting to me. Having people that will want to like scream and argue with you and stuff is way more interesting to me. I don't know if that's a relic of an unhealthy artifact in my mind or something, but. For the in terms of the first part you bring up, like dealing with stalkers, I don't know 100%. She does a lot of like her what I would say is harassing online. I don't know if I would say she's a stalker. I don't, because it's not like she's shown up in real life, and she hasn't like reached out to message me in several months now. So she's done like a good job at that. But she's like a little bit, I will say, obsessive about like her thoughts related to me. Yeah, I will say there's like a difference. There's a difference when you're a guy and you have stalkers versus a girl and you get stalkers. Like I think this is something I kind of joke about, is that like a guy can go through a lot of crazy women and have a lot of fun experiences, but a woman will probably make it through like 2 or 3 guys before one of them kills her. So you have to be kind of careful balancing out the difference between what you have to deal with, I think, as a male versus a female. And then also someone on the internet versus someone in real life, right? Like on the internet, you can pick up a lot of stalkers, and they're not necessarily as scary as like in real life. You might pick up a stalker from like work or something, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So do you, how does it feel, I guess, because I've also seen your actions with Mr. Girl, who... a very interesting little human, but he has a tendency to want intimacy with you in a way that's very fascinating. In the same way, I think it's different than Anna completely, but yet, how does it feel to be wanted by people? Like there's something about you, right? And I know you're an online person, so you have charisma. Like, how does that really feel like when you go to bed at night and you think about it? It's hard to deal with. It's interesting. On one end, I think it feels good because you want people to like you, and because if people like you, then there's probably some thing there that you can get from somebody if they do like you, if they see you as being charismatic. So that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. But then on another end, it can be challenging because like the ways that I interact with people, I think sometimes can lead them to believe that there is a different like internal emotional process happening that's not happening, and it can mindfuck people. And I kind of have to be careful of how I manage that. Yeah, well, what about for you? Because if I'm kind of going back to what you said about wanting the challenges, because I have a feeling, and I don't mean to equate us, but you have said certain things in your podcast where I'm like, oh, I wonder if Steven's brain works like my brain, in the sense that, like, I don't want to say B word bored, but I want to say that I am looking for very particular kinds of energies to interact with and to challenge me and to put me, quote unquote, in my place in a very like humbling way, obviously. And so I find that the internet allows that opportunity on occasion. Mm-hmm. But then you run into the Annas and you run into like the people who become a little bit too obsessed with moving intimacy forward. So how do you like, is there a correlation there in your brain of wanting the challenge and then ending up just meeting people who are a little eccentric? Like, is that the consequence? Like,
are you saying that like I meet really eccentric people because I'm looking for challenging people? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's possible that could be the case. Yeah, I mean, I like, how do I say, everything that I'm stating is a subjective preference, so obviously everybody has their own. I don't like it when I state some things sometimes and people are like, oh, like Destiny thinks I'm a bad person, or I'm a boring person, horrible person. Mm-hmm. I think that different people can like different people for different reasons. I just like people that have very, very, very strong personalities. Oftentimes these people are going to be a little bit off the norm, but that's the kind of person that I enjoy like interacting with. So those people are probably also overrepresent like crazy people, which is, a thing that I deal with. But I don't know. It's very entertaining to me. It's very fun. I like it. I like the challenge in a Death Note style where if somebody's trying to fuck me over, it can be fun to see who fuck over who first, but that can be a little toxic. And then I like the challenge in like a conversational style. Like these people tend to like have stronger opinions that they will push back on you for. And I think that's an interesting experience as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's just all like very entertaining to me. I really enjoy it. As long as nobody's like dying or anything.
No, that makes total sense to me. I actually thought that was what the internet was going to kind of be, was like this place to have really challenging and fun and high energy conversations. And then my dealings with it over the last 10 years have been not as exciting as I thought, but at the same time, very educational, like extremely helpful to me. What was that?
Do you mind, can I ask how old you are?
32. I'll be 33.
Okay. I'm 33. I would say, I don't know if you agree or disagree with this. The early internet was probably like that. There were a lot of very fucking weird people, and it definitely overrepresented for not the norm that you would see in like society. So I would say that the early internet had a charm to it where you could theoretically run into a lot of crazy people that would give you a lot of interesting encounters. But as it's like kind of, as it's gone more mainstream, it's definitely mellowed out to where the internet has kind of been subsumed in popular culture, and you see, I'll use the N-word. You see a lot of normies on the internet today. So yeah, it's definitely not the place that it was like 10 years ago. Not that that's good or bad, but it's definitely a way that it's changed, yeah.
I think the consequences are clear, right? Like a lot of normies are on the internet. A lot of people's bosses see their stuff. A lot of people try to curve their talk. Even myself, I see myself. Actually, this is one thing that I thought was fascinating about your interaction with Mr. Girl, is that there was a time when he was trying to explain to you that he wanted to game with you offline. And you're like, ooh, like that's, you know, and for me, I'm like, ooh, so I prefer to have conversations offline if I want to have a real conversation with someone, quote unquote. Not that we're not having a real conversation now, but there are just certain ways I talk in private that I just don't talk that way on the internet, because I tried to be aware that there's a general audience that maybe won't understand me. You know what I mean? But I like to think my Discord's like a safe space for people to say like just whatever they're thinking genuinely and authentically and with like, you know, not a malicious intent, and then for people to think the best of them through that process. So what I think was interesting is like you were doing this thing that I couldn't tell, because I think you're smart enough to know you're doing it, but maybe you don't. Like you just, I feel like you were avoiding telling Mr. Girl, like, we are not as close as you think, but we could be maybe one day. Like he wanted you privately.
So I understand that is how it felt, and that's close. But the reality is that I'm not like that close with anybody, really. Like even my wife has a really hard time getting time out of the day with me. And the idea that I would dedicate like an hour a day or even an hour or two over time, like playing games with somebody like off stream, that's a huge time commitment. If I'm gonna be like setting aside that much time in my life, I should probably do it with my wife, or she's gonna fucking hate me if I'm like taking that time off to like play games with somebody. I spend so much of my time either streaming or working or gymming that like I don't have many free hours in the day, so they're pretty precious and rare. Yeah.
Okay, that was what stood out to me too. I literally was like, I wonder how much time he gives Melina. Is that her name?
Yes.
Melina. And I was curious on that as well, because it sounds to me like, and forgive me, I'm gonna poke you a little bit more on this, so like just, you know,
knock yourself out.
Like what I'm hearing though when you talk is like, I am Steven and I am open and transparent, but there's a part of me that's just for me, and not even my wife gets that part of me. Is that accurate?
Maybe a little bit. I like to do what I like to do. I'm a pretty selfish person, I guess. I like to do what I like to do, and taking too much time away from that to do other things to make other people happy is not typically how I've ran my life, so it's pretty hard to get me to do something like that. It's pretty hard to get me to do something that I wouldn't want to naturally already do anyway, I guess.
Yeah, which is fair. I mean, you have one life and then you're gonna die, so you might as well, right?
Sure.
How does that work? Now, are you in an open relationship or a polyamorous relationship?
It's somewhere in the middle of those two, I would say.
Okay, are you allowed to fall in love with other people?
I don't think we're supposed to, but probably, maybe.
I know. Okay, I used to teach BDSM and polyamorous, like open relationship educational stuff on YouTube before I moved into this kind of sphere. I've changed a lot, and so I always ask those differences because I am curious. Because in the way that you operate, I think you said in one of your interviews, you both like to do things separately and together, and then you want to be with Melina for the rest of your existence, from my understanding. So I was curious on how other humans come into that. You know, obviously.
Yeah. So like, so we have an open relationship and that we hook up with other people and stuff. But I don't really like one night stands that much. And it's the idea of just seeing somebody that I'm only there to like fuck and then leave is like very weird. So like we'll see other people, but like we might like spend the night or might go out and watch movies or whatever. So we'll do like those types of things with people. But I wouldn't say that it's like full on polyamory because I don't think we juggle like multiple relationships. Like I wouldn't say that like I have like 3 girlfriends or Melina has like 2 or 3 boyfriends, but we do have like other people that we might fuck in the long term and also have like friendships with. So it's somewhere between those 2 things, I guess. Yeah.
No, that's totally fair. I actually, I find how people navigate their relationships fascinating because I myself poly for like 10 years and then I became monogamous again purely for efficiency reasons. Like efficiency is the core of my value system. And so I just have to move with like that in mind. For you guys, it sounds more like you're just very comfortable in what you've established. And so like, I mean, who hasn't had sex with their friends, right? So like, I guess I'm one of those people that fall into that category. So I guess I'm just curious on how that's working out for you. Do you ever consider your situation like a lifestyle choice or an orientation? I mean, everyone thinks about it differently. What made you actually want to do it too? Like, what motivated you guys to do that?
I don't know, in terms of, I never thought of like lifestyle choice, I guess. Sounds kind of weird. It's just like a thing we do because I don't know. I like fucking people a lot. Melina seems to as well, so that's why I do it. The idea of like only getting to fuck like one person for the rest of my life is unfathomable to me. So it's like, okay, well, I guess we do open relationships. In terms of like, is it easy or whatever? I can give like a ton of good relationship advice and pointers and everything, but like my relationship is not perfect, and I contributed to problems a lot in my relationship. So we definitely have our fair share of problems. We're pretty happy people publicly, like generally most of the time, and I think sometimes people might get the impression. I have to warning us this constantly. We're like, oh my god, like Melina and Steve do open relationships and they love it and it's perfect and it's so great. And dude, no, there have been times where we are fighting a ton, and I'm like a big there more than once in our relationship, I'm like, listen, if you're not happy, like maybe we should just fucking break up because this is fucked. Like I don't care, you know, like fuck it. So like we've gotten to that point multiple times that we fought, but like we love each other, we get through it, and I think everybody fights. But yeah, I don't ever want to give the illusion that it's like all you know, like sunshine and rainbows and there are no problems and anything. That's absolutely not true. Like we have fights, and sometimes we have fights related to being in an open relationship. Like there are special like things that happen just because we're in an open relationship. We have like unique fights sometimes related to that. So yeah, it definitely has its own set of challenges and everything. But I mean, every relationship does. So yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Do you guys live together?
Yes.
That's nice, actually. I don't know much about her, but I know she's foreign, right?
that's a one way to say it. Yeah, she's Swedish. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not from America.
Yeah.
Good for her. So okay, interesting. And then can I ask you what it's like to be a dad?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's pretty cool. I'm long distance dadding right now, so I don't live with my son currently, but yeah.
Okay, fine. I don't know much about how your son came about. I just know that he exists.
Mm-hmm. Well, one day there was a woman, I met her, we had sex, unprotected, and then yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like a moment in time, and then a baby came out of it.
A horrible moment in time, but yes, yeah, it was.
Note to self. Well, I saw some of your Instagram photos because I mini stalked you in preparation for this, and I saw some photos of him, and I thought they were obviously very adorable. But like, I think about the responsibility of that. I want to be a mom one day. Think about that in relation to streaming. Do you ever have anxieties over being like a parent and being a streamer, or no, it doesn't impact it?
I don't care at all. It doesn't affect me. The only thing I worry about is like I try to balance out like he's 10, so the kids love attention, and when he can say a word and he's like, I want to see you know, like this emote, and the whole chat starts doing it, it's like the biggest dopamine hit for him. So I try to be like really careful because I don't know how much I want him to be on stream because he doesn't understand the ramifications of it. And I think kind of like the worst case scenario would be that at some point in the future he starts to get bullied because he was on his dad's stream and he said dumb shit because he's like 10 or whatever, and then he's like, Dad, why the fuck did you let me do this? Like I was a kid, like this was so stupid. So like he's been on my stream a few times and it's been like really fun every time, but that's not something that I try to make like a super normal thing. Like we're doing this all the time. We're gonna have like father-son streams, whatever. Just because I'm worried about how that might play out in the future for him. So I've limited that quite a bit. Yeah.
I really appreciate that, actually, because those are the worries I even have. I'm a really private person. Like I don't talk about my family. I mean, I talk about my family. I don't show my family though, with the exception of the 1 or 2 siblings that might be open to being online. But I try very hard to like tell stories without telling stories. It's hard though when you're like online. You're talking about your life. It's hard not to. I don't know. I don't want to say throw people under the bus, but I kind of like your transparency with your relationship, which is to say, like, we're grown-ups. Things aren't perfect. Life has moments of chaos. And so we try to find, at least I do, that sort of like peace, that chaos. You know what I mean? In terms of happiness, though, I'm curious because I always get like a little bit of like a yellow flag when I hear people be like, we fight in our relationships. That's always so interesting to me. And I think I've maintained sort of a single life for that like that cautionary reason where my brain goes, I don't want to do that every day. I don't want to do that all the time. I want to do that once a month. I don't even want to do it every 6 months. And I can't tell if other people are just like managing differently than I am, or if I've just like found a hermit way of existing that works for my joy. But like, how joyful are you, would you say?
I'm super joyful. I super love my wife. It's like really fun being next to her. Like we're still like very physical, very cuddly and everything. Like she's probably the only person I've met that I think I super love like years after dating, because it sounds really bad and I hate to say this, but like for some reason for a lot I'll kind of like lose it after maybe 6 to 12 months where I'm just kind of like not as interested anymore. I don't know if it's a guy thing or me thing or what, but it hasn't happened at all with her yet, which I don't know why or how, so that's like a really positive thing. Fighting does suck, and I hate fighting, but I mean, it happens. But it's part like, unfortunately, and I said I would never do this, but we met and I fell in love with her and all that dumb, cringy shit. She's very young, so a lot of the fighting comes from that because she's yeah, I think when we started dating, she was 20, and like I'm 30, so. As a 30-year-old, like I know what I want in life. Like I have it all figured out. Like I'm not here to ask questions or have big whatever. And you're 20. You're basically a kid. Like you have no fucking idea. Like this is your first like real long-term relationship. You haven't worked like a lot of jobs. Like you have no fucking idea what you want. And the scary thing is that as an older person, you have to accept that like if you're gonna date somebody like below like 25 probably, like this person's preferences and shit can change over time. So that's a scary thing for me to deal with. And you can't like. If you're being honest and responsible, you can't like try to control a person too much and tell them what they will want or won't want, because it's like, who are you to dictate a person's life like that? So we definitely are different now. Our relationship is a bit different now than when it first started, partially because she's changed, partially because I think I'm a lot different than anybody she's ever dated in the past. So yeah, but I mean, like it's still working somehow.
Okay, first of all, major props to like acknowledging that young people change. And then interesting, when you hit like that 30 mark, like would you say like this is the Steven you're gonna be for quite some time, if not forever in some sense, like your final form? Like you watch Dragon Ball Z? Do you watch anime?
I do enough to probably understand the reference you're gonna make, so go ahead.
I'm thinking about Cell and all his final forms, and I always joke like, what's your final form? Like, Cell's final form is just like 10 out of 10, right? Like wood bang. But like in the process of that, he has that ugly middle form, which I think we all do. And then we kind of like form into our forever people, but at the same time, understanding like growth and wisdom and stuff comes over time with more education. So how does that play into how you see yourself? Like, is this Steven's final form?
I have a killer quote. So do you know the final form of Cell? Do you know what it's called? I think it was called Perfect Cell. I think that's what the name was of the final form. There's a quote that I've had in the back of my mind since I think I was like 16 or 17. And the quote was, to achieve perfection is to sacrifice growth. So I hope that I'm not my final form ever. There's a feeling I have, since I'm an online figure, everything I say is like recorded and taken apart and put together in a million different things. I hear all the time about things I said. Every like few years I'll look back and I'll be like, oh God, like why did I think that? Or this was so wrong, or I was so cringy, or this was dumb. In one way, it's like, fuck, like why did I mess it up so much, or why was I so dumb? But in another way, it's like, okay, like I'm growing still, which is good. So I think I would be a little bit scared if one day I woke up and I was like, man, I'm the exact same way I was like, 15 years ago. Like, I don't think I've changed at all. Or even 5 years ago. And because it's like, well, fuck, like, have I actually not changed, or did I just like give up on like the growing part? Like, did I just get lost in my own circle jerk shit? And now I'm, not growing anymore. So yeah, I don't know. So I'm continuing to change. I hope this isn't my final form. I hope I continue to do better and improve, and pick up new hobbies and traits and things in life. And yeah, that would be my hope.
It's interesting. I talk about on my channel a lot about how like I do think this is my final personality form. Like I don't envision me all of a sudden getting tattooed from head to toe and getting horns implanted in my forehead. I think I've gone through those stages in my 20s. I was like, maybe I'll get a neck tattoo, or maybe I'll split my tongue. And now I'm like, okay, I'm good. Like I'm just gonna remain this Britney. But I do think you're right that we all grow and learn, and there's so much to look forward to. But I think of people. So I think about people. I don't know. One of the questions I got before we started the stream was like, I'm going to make the assumption you don't know who I am. Like you don't watch my stuff and you've never seen it before doing this call. Is that correct?
Wait, say that last part again.
You haven't seen my stuff, my videos before making this call.
No, I looked through a couple videos on your YouTube channel just to make sure you weren't like a super crazy person. But otherwise, no, I'm not too familiar. Yeah.
Okay, so I think of people and like different levels of introspection. And so I think about these people, I call them twos, who are like born into bubbles, live in bubbles, die in bubbles. Kind of like Hassan, he a bubble. He lives in a bubble, dies in a bubble. And, I understand you have a history with Hassan, which is like, I'm more than happy to talk about him because he's my favorite bubble too, who just like, I've never wanted to like, anyways, I have opinions. So anyways, it's not important. But the point is like people live in bubbles, they die in bubbles, right? They don't grow past their bubble. They speak with billboard speak. They only understand their opinions based off their bubble and how they understand them. He like very billboard in a way like, oh, I hate the Democrats the same way I hate Republicans, but everyone knows it's like, it's not quite, okay, it's kind of a shtick. It's kind of a thing. So I'm curious, do you consider yourself someone who like lives in a bubble and is like very like never left a bubble, or do you consider yourself a bubble hopper, if you will? Do you I can clarify if you need.
So I'm gonna we might have the same thoughts here. This is interesting. So I think I have the same idea as you, but I have a different story. I've got a different way that I say this. So the way that I explain this is there's like two types of people that I can talk to, basically. When I ask somebody a question, do you like X? There's like two ways that this person can respond. Either one, they have some sort of like internal schema by which they evaluate the world. So if I ask, do you like this thing? They might think like, okay, well, I like these types of things and these types of things. So do I like this or whatever? And they'll critically evaluate it. That's like 1% of people. The most common thing is when I ask somebody, do you like X? The way that I visualize this is it's almost like when I ask them if they like something, they're kind of like looking left to right to see like, well, what should I respond with? And they're basically generating the answer that is most consistent with the groups that they belong with. And that would be like person 2. And I feel like the vast majority of people are person 2. This is the reason, this will almost always be the reason why I get like fascinated or interested with somebody, is if I feel like they have some sort of internal schema, even if I think that I don't agree with a lot of what they say. People keep thinking that like I agree with everything that Mr. Girl, for instance, says. I don't know if they do now, but people were thinking that in the future and in the past. That's not true at all. I think there's a vast majority of ways that he arrives at conclusions that I don't like. I don't think they're good ways to do it. But he's original. He has his own thought process, and that's very interesting to me. And I'd much rather deal with 1,000 people like that I disagree with than a bunch of kind of, I don't want to use the word NPC because that's a really mean word, but like people that are just like giving me the answers that are kind of like expected based on the groups they belong in, and they haven't put like any of their own original thought into it at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see that a lot. Like if you watched Leftovers, is that what it's called? With Hassan and Ethan?
Yeah, which I think
like,
got canceled, but yeah.
What? It got canceled?
I heard from a friend that's a really big H3H3 fan that apparently they put this show on indefinite hold. Now, I think they said publicly that it was because Ethan's wife, I think, is pregnant. But apparently that's the only show that they put on indefinite hold. So I don't know. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll see what happens with that. But like, as I watch that show, and it's very hard for me to get through because it's like I like to call it like the twoest of all two conversations, which is like you have a 2C thinker, which I put them in categories. So like 2C thinkers are like people who they're like kind of hanging on to their ideas, but not really. So Ethan like has no idea why he believes what he believes. Hassan knows why he believes what he believes because he understands the monetary gain behind it and his connections with his family. And so like I watch them talk, and you'll watch like Ethan change his position in 3 seconds. The moment hot ass Hassan makes a decision, we're gonna think like this today. And so I always sit there, and I have a lot of compassion, a lot of openness for 2s because I think most people are 2s in the world. Like, why wouldn't you be? And then of course my majority of my family is 2s, and so of course like I look at them with a great love. Like I love them. I can't help but love them because I don't feel always connected to them, but I do feel like we see each other in the ways that matter, right? Like they know who I am. They've lived with me my whole life, vice versa. But when you're interacting with the world, it becomes exhausting, at least to somebody like me who's more like introverted and less small talky. But at the same time, I'm fascinated by humans. So like I could sit there and listen to somebody that I think is batshit crazy for a long time, just because I'm fascinated by the them, like the humanness of them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so when I see you with Mr. Girl, there's a part of me where like I said this before we started talking, where like Mr. Girl is such a fascinating person because he's so trying hard to be authentic, but in doing so, because he's overthinking it, becomes inauthentic, and it makes people feel awkward. Because it makes it feel like he's selling something, but all he wants is like true authenticity. And I feel like with you, in comparison, you are authentic and transparent, but there's like a part of you that I feel like must exist in the same way that I always tell my internet people, like, look, I'm like 90% who I am on the internet, but that 10%, that's for me. It's like for me at home, like with my people, with my inner circle. With you, I feel like you have that 10% you keep at home too. But Mr. Girl is trying, I think, to have 100% on the internet.
I think you can have 100%. I think I go for 100%, but there are costs to it. I don't have very many friends, and I burn a lot of bridges because, like, sometimes people say, like, oh, like, this is, like, a very authentic person, and there's no downside. Well, there are definitely downsides. It's very hard for me to maintain relationships with a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. So, yeah, I mean, I think that being, it's kind of hard to do this. This actually is, it's the exact same thing as, like, dating advice. Being a really good date or being a very authentic person or original person, you can't make that the goal of anything you do, or else it's not going to work. It has to be a byproduct of other things that are taking place. So like, yeah, I think being original is cool and it's interesting, but when somebody's trying really hard to be original, you can get lost in the sauce. And I do think that Mr. Girl can fall into that sometimes, maybe, where I think he is an original person, but I think sometimes he tries really, really, really hard to be an original person. And sometimes it comes off where it's like, what, I don't even know like if we disagree on this or if you just have like a way of framing this so unbelievably outlandishly that like we agree, but you're just using words in ways that are so unnecessarily convoluted, you know, or you're obfuscating your point so much. Like it might be something that's like, oh, like what's your favorite type of food? And he'll be like, I hate food. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you hate food? And it's like, well, all food is negative. And it's like, well, what do you mean by that? And it's like, well, the more that you eat, the closer you get to death. But I like steak. And it's like, okay, sure, whatever. We agree, I guess, but I don't know why you phrase it this way. What the fuck? So yeah, but yeah.
Yes, that's exactly it. So that's why it's awkward. So a part of it is like I want to explain to people like you can be authentic with the world. I most certainly try, but at the same time I also am like, I don't know if it's because I'm socialized as a woman, but I do try to like think about people's feelings and try to mitigate my language to like, well, how would they best understand me? Right? Like what two bubble am I talking to? Am I talking to like a crazy religious evangelical or like a Catholic person who goes to church only on Christmas? Like two different kinds of people in my opinion. But some people who maybe didn't grow up in religion would be like, they're all the same. And I'm like, no. Like people who do not understand the differences between conservatives drive me the most nuts. Because I'm like, you know, these are all
Jesus
different kinds of
Christ.
people, right?
Yeah, like when I'll see people, yeah, fuck. Yeah, you're reaching into my soul right now. Yes. When I see people will go on the internet today and want to argue because it's like, oh, you guys all love big business. Like you're horrible. It's like, bro, conservatives haven't been pro big business since like fucking the Bush era. Like you're dealing with a totally different era of conservatives. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like people will do that a lot where they'll mix up like all sorts of different types of conservatives or whatever, or they'll start saying that like, oh yeah, like yeah. That is a huge problem. It frustrates me when I deal with people on the left who talk about conservatives sometimes and they paint with such broad strokes. And it's like, bro, there's huge divisions within the Republican Party over this issue, or like you're totally fundamentally misunderstanding, you know, like certain parts of how people believe, you know, like Ben Shapiro is not the same as like Richard Spencer or like Nick Fuentes, like a big artist. These people have like monumentally different beliefs, you know, and people will attack, you know, like people on the alt-right too. They'll be like, oh, like you guys are like huge supporters of like fucking what, free market capitalism. I was like, bro, these guys would be socialists. They don't give a fuck about modes of economy. They don't care about that shit. You know, their goals are way different. Yeah, that is something that frustrates the fuck out of me a lot. Yeah.
No, and I worked with like MythCon, and I've been moderators for debates between like leftists and conservatives, or you know, I worked with Blair White and all these people. So when I watch people call like Blair White all right, I'm like, man, that's the laziest take I've ever heard in my life, bro.
Yeah.
Or like even Jordan Peterson, who I have this like very back and forth opinion of Jordan Peterson, where like I really like him as a human. Like as a human, I like really empathize with like his situation and really feel for him, but as a thinker he frustrates me immensely. Like watching a grown man fight with like Ethan Klein on Twitter is just like the epitome of two-ness to me. I'm like, why are you fighting with Ethan? He's like the nicest, dumbest person I've ever seen on the internet. He's like,
well, wait, hold on.
Like
I don't know if I would say Ethan Klein is dumb. We might disagree on that, but go ahead.
Well, Ethan is
Wait. Who is Ethan Klein?
H3.
Oh wait, fuck. I'm thinking of Ethan, the one from oh god, fuck, who am I thinking of? Never mind. Ethan is dumb. You are right. I'm thinking of there's another Ethan from oh god, who am I thinking of? Really famous Ethan from Vox, I think. Is it Ethan Klein?
No, it can't be. Ethan Klein's the Jew who runs.
Ethan Klein is the Jew. Oh, Ezra Klein. I forget everything I just said.
Ezra Klein.
Klein.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ezra Klein, he's the one who does interview a bunch of people, right?
Yeah, he does like podcasts and stuff. That guy, when I've heard him speak, is pretty intelligent. Yeah, and other stuff. Yeah.
People have wanted me to like rate his like introspective level, Ezra, but like I can't. The thing is, like, Ezra is extremely open, but not. Like, he knows where he stands. He's not going to budge on it. You know what I mean? Politically. He's not really going to change. But that's fine. You know, ultimately, here's my thing. I am only interested in what's... So, okay, first of all, let me say, like, skirt. So, I think of life as a dichotomy between, like, what I believe and what I know. And I know very little. Really, really little. But I believe, like, certain things. Like, I believe most humans are good. I have no idea if this is true, right? 8 billion people, I don't fucking know. But I go through life thinking and believing that people are mostly good. And so I try to come with them, like, very openly. Ezra, I feel like, does that with his energy. But I feel like he also has an agenda there. Like, I saw him talk to Ben Shapiro. And Ben, I struggle with Ben as well. Because I'm looking at Ben, I'm like... And I know I saw in an interview you said that if you wanted to talk to people, it'd be Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. Is that still accurate?
Man, I'm going to be totally honest. I watched a podcast episode of Ben Shapiro recently, and I don't know if I used to be way dumber or if he got way dumber, but I used to view him as like, this would be like a somewhat challenging conversation. I think he engages in a lot of like getting very strict, like fallacious argumentation that I feel like could be torn apart if you were just aware of what was going on, and a lot of people aren't. But man, I watched like a 45-minute podcast episode he did recently evaluating Biden's list for president. It's like, man, this is really dumb. This is like bottom of the barrel shit. I don't know if he just got dumber or if he's more partisan on his show or whatever. But yeah, I feel similarly about Jordan Peterson, where my takes have always been when he's having like personal conversations, I think they're interesting. When he's talking about psychology, whether you like him or not, basically everything he says descriptively is true. I don't think I've ever heard him talk about psychology and he's just dead wrong on something. The only thing I hate is when he starts getting into philosophy, sociology, politics, or history. Oh my God, he says some outrageously fucking stupid things. And I hate to say, like, there's something that I noticed where I used to be a semi-professional StarCraft 2 player. I should just say professional StarCraft 2 player. I used to do music in college. When you become really good at something, there's like one of two ways that your mind can split. You either become good at something and then you look at the rest of the world and you're like, man, I know a lot about like music and StarCraft, and I can only imagine like knowing so much about this shit that there must be so much to know about like other topics too, even if it seems simple. So I'm gonna be like a little bit hesitant before I'm like, oh, I have a really great understanding of psychology. I know I do because, you know, like I just do, because everything's like, there's probably a lot that I don't know. You can either go that way or you go the other way where it's like, you know what? I'm really good at this one thing. I bet I'm probably really fucking good at literally everything. And I would say that like Jordan Peterson definitely falls into this camp. I would say that Elon Musk, unfortunately, falls into this camp. I super respect him. I love what he did with SpaceX and Tesla. I think he did a pretty good job. But man, that dude, you can ask him a question about anything and he will talk like he's an expert. Like you can give him 2 rocks and be like, do you know where this came from? And he'll just start making shit up about like time periods on Earth without having any fucking idea, because he just feels like he has to be an expert on everything. But yeah.
Well, it's like a huge issue. Look, in my line of work, at least, I find people have a very big issue, even my past self did, with saying like, I don't know. Just saying like, I don't know. And I think that's like a big thing that happened in my life, where I realized in order to be more introspective, which is the only reason I maintain an existence really, is like I want to be that introspective. I want to find out things that I don't know. I want to find out the truths of existence, and like that's fun for me and interesting. It's like a mystery that will never be solved. I'll always be busy, right? And so I think about that. I think in order to do that though, I had to be a person that said I don't know. So when I worked in politics, when I was like associating with leftist politics, or like with people who, you know, because I had this great fucking plan, right, to save the fucking world, and then I went to therapy and realized it was fucking crazy. But a big part of it was like, I was like, I'm gonna bridge it. I'm gonna bridge the gap, man. I'm gonna bridge the gap. I'm gonna bridge it. I know what to do. But the truth is that I didn't know enough to really do anything. And now I know, in my opinion, that you really can't save the world, let alone one person. You have to kind of like just like live your life and like hope people do the same. And so it's very difficult in these spheres. There's an obligation. Jordan will literally weep at the stress of his body being like, that we have to save the world. And I'm like, the world is literally on a great trajectory, 1, and 2, in my opinion, and 2, like I don't think people really respect the human condition, like what it means to be a person, like what it means to struggle. You know, everyone always asks me, my audience, like 5s are the most introspective, quote unquote, level in the level system I created. And so people are like, what if the world was like 5s? And I'm like, great, 5s would give birth to babies, and babies are 2s. So like we do the cycle all over again, people. Like people have to go through cycles of understanding and knowing, you know? And it's very difficult in a world of 8 billion people with a lot of beliefs, like beliefs that they hold as objective truths. It's hard to like sit there and talk to a bunch of people with a universal language. So I think Jordan really forgets that he does not have a universal language, that he is not talking universally, and that he tends and has a tendency to interact with people that just like trust him. And that's very interesting, because I trust basically no one but I trust myself the most. Let me say it like that. I trust myself the most, and then I trust everyone to some extent with certain things. But Jordan has a tendency, I think, to be humble, but also like not be. So I think it stumps you. You know, and Ben Shapiro is way too tied to like political money, I think, to like really
be honest about like, you mentioned earlier, like it seems like some people won't change their beliefs, and it's like, yeah, that is kind of true. I will say though that like on YouTube, kind of, depending on who you are, you have the luxury of being more flexible if you're not in a particular tribe. But it's probably pretty hard when you're like a major network TV show or whatever, because you know, like, you know, I'm feeling a little bit more liberal than I used to be. It's like, okay, well, now you're out the job, because we're not looking for fucking liberals here on Fox News or the Daily Wire or whatever, you know. So
did you ever listen to a radio host from San Diego called Rick Roberts?
No, I did not. If it wasn't syndicated nationally or whatever, I would have never heard it, because I only ever listened to I was in Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm from California, and so when I was there growing up, I was bullied out of high school, so perfect opportunity to just call radio hosts all day. So that's all I did, is like I just called people on the radio and I talked, you know. And I ended up becoming friends with like these conservatives, and I ended up becoming like we ended up doing a promo for like conservatives in their 20s talking about politics. So we went in to go record this promo, And like this legit changed my whole perception of conservatism. This was like my moment, quote unquote, when I became like a quote unquote liberal. And so I was sitting there and they were like, hey, because at the time I came out as a lesbian because I didn't know bisexual was an option. It's a whole story. But the point is that they were like, I was like, hey, what if in the future I like guys? And they're like, what does that mean? I was like, well, you know, I'm pretty horny and I have a feeling it's gonna go that way. I just like know myself. And they were like, okay, well, in public, you have to be a lesbian who's a conservative. That's like your shtick, like Tammy Bruce, okay? That's like your shtick.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. And they're like, but in your private life, you can do whatever you want. And I was like, ooh, this is breaking down all of Britney's like very childlike, naive concepts of like, people are genuine and like, what are you doing? And I'm confused. And so I kind of took that moment to make a leap forward into being like, I think I want more out of life than a shtick, right? But then when I joined liberal circles, the anti-religious, the atheists, same shit. When I joined the SJW, same fucking shit, right? It was just like everybody was like a public person, and then in private it was so different.
Yeah.
And it was exhausting to me. And I always say, like, maybe it's proof I do have autism after all, but I don't understand how people have the spoons or the energy to like keep up with their like facades, because I genuinely will fuck up, and I'll just say, it's hard.
I had this like nightmare once, and it actually made me take a step back for a month or two. Sometimes I have really powerful dreams. I'm not like that at all. Also, by the way, if anybody tells me that like I had a dream and it changed me, I would think they're a dumb fuck. But I do sometimes. It's stupid. But I do. I had this dream one time that it stuck with me. It was really powerful. I walked into an Applebee's or some fucking whatever random tier restaurant, and at this table were a whole bunch of people that I've debated before, like conservatives, liberals, lefties, fascists, and shit. And all of them were like laughing and chilling. I was like, what's going on? Like, don't you guys like all hate each other or whatever? And they're like, no, like, what do you mean? Like, we just do that shit online. Like, that's just for fun. Do you actually believe that crazy shit that you talk about? And I felt like a fucking loser. It's like, yeah, wait, when I talk about shit online, it's stuff that I feel very strongly about all of this. I'm not just like fucking memeing. And and everybody at the table laughed at me and made fun of me. And they all thought I was stupid. And I was like, oh, well, fuck.
Okay, well, that kind of happened in real life to me. So
Yeah.
like, I assume it must have happened to
Yeah, I
you,
guess,
like,
yeah.
in a real way, right?
And I came away thinking, I was like, fuck, like I'm online arguing, like pretty passionate about all this stuff. And then I started looking at like everybody sideways when I'm getting an argument. I was like, do you actually believe the shit that you're saying right now? Or is this like a fucking act that you're doing to like win points with some constituency? Or because this is just like the group you belong to? And then I felt like a fucking loser. I was like, okay, well, fuck me.
Okay, well, now I gotta ask you then. So here you are, you're self-aware, you know it's like, what the fuck? So why are you still such a, from what I gauge, so like politically involved? Like, what is it about politics that still lends you to feeling like you can make a difference?
This is kind of weird, but like my political involvement is never a goal. Well, it was for a little bit because I wanted to be more politically effective, but it was more just kind of like a byproduct of what is interesting to me. So like I think that I'm really interested in like truth, and that's such a fucking tippy thing to say. Anytime somebody says I instantly assume they're lying to me, but I'm like, I like to be correct about like the most factually correct about certain positions. That's what's interesting to me. So if somebody wants to say like, well, what do we do to like revamp housing policy? Okay, well, what's the best way to do that? And then those are the conversations that are interesting to me. And as a byproduct of that interest, I end up being political, obviously, because a lot of these philosophical conversations will boil down to political positions, which will boil down into what party and politicians you support, and then we'll have conversations about that. So I do politics, but it's not so much like a rabid fascination or interest with like being politically active, more so than like engaging with the policy positions that are just an extension of my, moral or philosophical positions, basically.
Okay, so like between like David Pakman and Hassan, you are...
I would be Pakman 1,000,000%, not even close to Hassan, yeah. So like Hassan would be somebody that I would say is very minimal to no interest in politics, but very much likes and enjoys the benefits of the aesthetic around politics. So I would say that like Hassan is more like a pop politics person.
Yes. Okay. Aesthetic is so interesting. I recently saw a TikTok that said something about attraction and how people are like aesthetically attracted to people. I definitely 1000% fall into that human category of like, oh, this person aesthetically appeals to me. And I know Hassan has a very specific aesthetic. I don't mean this as like shade to him. I don't know him personally. You know what I mean? But I find him to be very performative, which like frustrate that more than people saying like I want the truth when they obviously don't is actually super frustrating to me. It's like you're being performative in a way that gives me anxiety, and I don't like it because it makes me feel like I can't trust you, which makes me feel like you're a politician, which makes me feel like you're bot.
Basically,
so, like,
anytime the weird thing is anytime anybody has like truth in the title or name or whatever what they're doing, I almost automatically assume that it's like some bullshit like alternative media spin shit where you're just going to be basically anytime there's like truth in the title, what you really mean is you're going to take the contrary position to the mainstream media on every single fucking topic, regardless of how much you've thought or haven't thought about it. Is essentially what it means. Yeah.
That is what is so frustrating to me currently with this political climate, and COVID's a very like strange thing for me to experience as like a person at this stage in my life. I had a great 3 years, so like I'm gonna be real.
Okay.
Like, the last 3 years were fantastic, but I also am a hermit who lives in the country, and like a forest is my backyard. So like, you know what I mean? I moved away from the cities on purpose because they were like just not good for my mental health. And so I'm sitting here in like this little forest, and how people have handled COVID has been so weird because of course the conservatives have taken like the opposite spin they had their whole life, and the leftists are taking an opposite spin about bodily autonomy, and everyone is just like switching. So I always say like the two sides of the same coin, right? It's obvious, right? Like Republicans, Democrats, and like liberals, and if you belong in a bubble and you think your bubble is objectively right against the 8 billion lives that exist on planet Earth, it just right away I'm like, not gonna work for me. But did give Biden, I think, an A- for his presidential, like how he's done presidentially. Is that accurate? An A-?
You said I did or you did?
You did.
I did indeed, yeah.
Why did you give him an A-?
I thought that legislatively, I think he's outperformed what anybody thought he could do. The American Recovery Plan was unreal, $1.9 trillion. It shored up like the state and city budgets across the entire country. I think that he's done a really good job at I think he's done a really good job at fuck, what was the last thing I was about to say? I just got eaten by a wolf, I'm sorry. The $1.9 trillion American Recovery Plan was really good. I think that the infrastructure bill that he passed, like the largest infrastructure bill in U.S. history, I thought that that was really amazing that he was able to get that done with like 15 or 16 Republican senators on board. I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen. Foreign policy wise, maintaining the Afghanistan pullout date, despite you can argue it was a little bit rough. I thought it was admirable that he was willing to eat the bullet on that rather than like continue to stall it indefinitely so that we're in Afghanistan for the remainder of human history. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's done a good job on most things so far. Not perfect, obviously, but far and above where I thought we'd be. I kind of assumed that it would have just been a lame president for 4 years and we would have gotten nothing done. Yeah.
Are you a Democrat?
I guess in the United States I would vote Democrat almost by default on almost any ticket. Yeah. So I guess I'd be a Democrat.
You live in the States now, right?
Yes.
You're from the States.
Yeah.
Okay, just the way you said that, I was like, are you from Canada or something? Like, you just sounded like you weren't an American for a second, and I was like, wait a second.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, a Democrat in the States. Are you saying that if you were somewhere else, you'd probably not be what they would call a Democrat? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, like, I'm center left to far left, so I'd probably be whatever the left-ish party is, but I'm, like, pro-capitalist, so whatever, like, the center left party is. So, like, the Swedish Democrat, no, not Swedish Democrat, like the Swedish, what do they call it? The Social Democrats, I think, in Sweden, like, something like that, yeah.
Okay, so can we I want to dive into social issues now that we're talking about this, because I just realized I should have asked you while I talked about poly earlier, but in terms of like social issues, I assume like you're pro like multiple partners and pro abortion and pro gays. You're bisexual, right?
I love the gays. Yeah.
Okay, we love the queers. We are queer here. We're like pretty gay as fuck. But like, here's the question I have for you actually, because I was really sick during this week when you put out this video. So I was so ready to do a live show and couldn't, and the internet was probably grateful because I was about to go ham. But like, you debated this Muslim guy who was talking about like killing gay people, and I was like, Destiny, get off the goddamn stage, you're queer. And I was like freaking out for you internally, and I was like worried, and I wondered, do you ever have anxiety when you're talking to people who are like, yeah, we're gonna kill the gays, like it's just gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna kill them?
I guess not really. I don't really think about it much.
Why? Is that because you're a dude? Like, tell me, do you never feel fear for being like murdered?
I'm not like a very fearful person. It's just not something I think about much, I guess. Maybe I should, but I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't know why. Because I imagine if I did, it would probably mindfuck me quite a bit. Because I have like a lot of haters online. People call the FBI me, dumb shit like that. I'd probably be really paranoid about like going outside or going to events if I was like super worried about stuff like that. But there have been a couple times in my life where I've gotten like a little bit scared about what was going on around me at certain live events. But for the most part, I just kind of do whatever. I think maybe I might have like a skewed perception because like I come from the internet, and on the internet everybody talks shit and nobody actually follows through with anything. So maybe I just don't expect anybody to follow through. Not that that's a challenge for anybody to try and come up, but that's just, I feel like people talk shit online and then I see them in real life and usually they're like, oh, I just talk shit online, like I think you're cool, blah, blah. It's like, okay, whatever. Yeah.
That is true. That is majority true. That is majority true. I think I hold a lot of anxiety over like people fighting me, but I also like, I'm in my head, I'm like, I'm ready. Let's just let me know you're gonna fight me though, and don't bring guns to a fist fight, yo, because like that's gonna annoy me.
Sure.
But it is interesting to hear you say that. Actually, I'm curious now. Okay, a question: Are you BDSM at all or no?
Like, no. Like, I'll be like, I think we can use like restraints during sex or whatever, but not like as a lifestyle thing. Or I would never feel. Yeah, minorly, yeah. Not like a huge, like, yeah.
Okay,
I don't have any like
curious.
leather outfits or masks in my closet or anything like that.
Okay, well, I do, everybody, for those who...
Not that there's anything wrong with it, but yeah.
No, of course not. Of course not. I'm curious because there's so many times where open relationships, poly people overlap with like BDSM and queer circles. So I was just curious on how many of the overlaps you had. And that's always interesting to me because politically you kind of move in a way too. And so anyways, I was going to tie it all together. But if you're not kinky BDSM enough to know the lifestyle, then it's less interesting now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I mean, you could try. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people in that lifestyle and everything. So if you want to...
So what ends up happening is like there's a divide amongst the BDSMers where like the old school people are maybe more traditionally like Republican or like libertarian, and then the younger generation's more like leftist and you know, focused on like leftist politics. But then it's like I went to Seattle for like 5 years, and like Seattle's such an interesting place to exist in, especially as a person who grew up conservative. And you meet people and they just like associate their orientations with their politics.
Yeah,
and so
I
guess,
hate that.
Okay, so like that's what I want to talk to you about then, because you're like, you're a dude, you're bisexual, you're married to a woman, but like you are in an open relationship. So there's a lot there that in my head I'm like, oh, I wonder if he's a Seattle queer person.
So like the way that I've always viewed things is man, there's an excerpt by some poet guy or whatever, or it might even be by Riptone stuff in the beginning of this book called Starting Strength. I'm not gonna be able to find it, but it's a really good like short. I don't know if I call it a poem, but basically it goes something like a man should be able to go outside, plant some crops, go inside, read some poetry, write a book, play a video game, play some sports. Like I think that we can do a whole host of different things in life, and I get a little bit sad when people seem like so dedicated to trying to like box themselves into one type of stereotype, and that's the only thing they can do. I think that's a little bit sad to me. So. I try like if there's something I think I'll enjoy, I'll try to enjoy it, and I try not to be like too roped into just like one type of thing and then cut myself off from other potential like happy or fun experiences.
Okay, I want to explain to you. First of all, great answer, but I want to explain to you how I see existence, and then I want to see how much of it you think is bad shit and how much of it you agree with.
Okay.
Okay. Basically, I believe, this is all believe, people, don't come for me. I believe human beings are like basically an evolved species over time existing on Earth, and in conjunction with like being a conscientious being, we're also maybe not all the time. We have to like channel it. We have to like actually tap into like our thought noggin so we can be something more than what our environment tells us we are. And then even broader than that, we are literally like floating in space, right? We're on this thing called Earth. Okay. So I think like when I think of my life as a macro or micro, I think about the micro being like this moment with you today, and then the macro being the fact that like, this is just a conversation with a person, and after this I'm gonna take a nap. You know what I mean? It's just like, it is what it is. But I think of like my existence sort of like in those bubbles, right? So here's all of us born into bubbles, all of us moving accordingly, but none of it is ever really truly objective. Most of it isn't. Like this idea that like you have to like hate JK Rowling if you're pro-trans is like such a meaningless bubble concept to me. But then some people are like, ride or die this opinion, and I'm like, but this opinion only exists in this moment of time, predicated on this particular micro moment, and doesn't even matter in the scheme of things. And I feel like all humans are in these bubbles experiencing these really big moments, like me on that radio show realizing that conservatives were fake, or maybe you having your moment of leaving conservatism and becoming more of a liberal, quote unquote. It's like we all have these moments, and everyone is having those moments. But if we really sat down with ourselves and got down to like why we do anything, most of it seems to be because we think we should, and because we think it's right, and because we're genuinely trying to be good people. But a lot of it is just like very much not necessary. Like very exhausting to me. Like I don't think humans are very efficient, and I am exhausted by existence. I love my existing. My life is great. My bubble is fantastic. But when I have to interact with the outside world, I get instantly exhausted at like the inefficiency of it all, because it's always predicated on a belief that they think is objective. So in some ways, I do think it's all kind of silly, but I know a lot of people would like ride or die their like political beliefs and probably be offended or upset maybe that I don't take them as like, I can't take them personally or seriously. Like, again, Jordan Peterson yelling at Ethan Klein on Twitter is like, what are you doing? If you're smart, you should know how to talk to Ethan, because he's not smart. And you should be able to tell Ethan, hey, Ethan, I know you're struggling. I know you see me as a bad guy, but this is what I'm doing because I think it's right. But he doesn't have that because he's also, like, in a bubble. He has no idea that, like, Ethan is not your enemy. Ethan's just a fat fuck on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's nothing there to die on.
Mhm.
But Jordan decides to die on this hill. Ethan's dying on this hill. I just think it's like very their prerogative and their right, but I don't think it's I think it's like why humans are so stagnant. Thoughts?
That was a lot.
Was that a lot? I thought I kept it short. My bad.
I don't think I heard anything that I necessarily disagreed with. I don't know if I'm able to tie together every single one of those discrete thoughts into one cohesive thing, maybe like you have. But I think I largely agree. I don't know if I got like a holistic picture of everything you're saying, I guess.
To pull you along if you want. Or
People
no,
people have subjective experiences. When you're dealing with somebody that assumes that they have like the objectively correct answer to everything, they're obviously not gonna be able to communicate with other people. Yeah, what else am I?
Okay, so now that we've agreed on that, let me pull you along. Okay, so now that we know that Steven is like doesn't think I'm crazy, great? Because people hear that and they go, "That's nuts, Brittany! Like we have to fight for this. We have to do this." They get automatically defensive normally, but I think I'm saying things that are very reasonable. But again, I've dealt with a lot of people in strict bubbles. Like, no, when you say this invalidates my reality, and therefore our realities are different, and yours is the opposite of mine. Therefore, you're the crazy person, right?
Okay.
Okay, so if we like can agree on this like premise sort of like this subjective existence,
Mhm.
then why do you think people get stuck in these cycles of just like regurgitating other people's beliefs? And then why do you, Steven, maybe you don't actually, and that's kind of the caveat here, you find yourself
I'm
ever
a
stuck in
2C
the bubble?
person.
Just stop it right now. Actually, okay, I'm not gonna level you here because that's I think inappropriate.
Yeah, that's
fine. But I think what's important is that like I already know you're open, and that was like that's like the key factor to any sort of form of introspection. So you're already like years ahead of like other people, right? So like, do you
Sure.
know that? Like, are you aware of that?
Mhm.
And how does that feel?
Um,
What do you think about that?
I think I don't think there's one answer to this. I think there's a lot of different things at play here. So one thing that I think is incredibly important to understand is I think that it's important to understand that the vast majority of if I say like ethical and epistemic and metaphysical or ontological, a lot of these like broad like philosophical categories are going to be, these thoughts are not coming from people, but I think most of these or all of these are inherited. You kind of allude to this when you said like babies are born as a type 1 or type 2 or whatever, right? Most of these are inherited, and if you don't have a reason to, or you're not called to, you'll never actually think through any of these things. So for example, like if you are if you grow up like religious, you're probably never going to spend time like analyzing your morals. You're not going to think about like, oh, like does my moral system make sense? Is it like internally consistent? Like that's just not like why would you ever think of that? You just don't need to. So that's one thing. So it's possible probably to go through most of life where you never have to actually stop and question or be introspective over any particular belief you have because they're all inherited from family members or as you grow up, and then you kind of stop there. That's one thing. A second thing is I think that evolutionarily, I think that our brains work really, really, really well when it comes to identifying and recognizing and establishing patterns. I think we're so good at that. We see patterns, we recognize them, and then we make assumptions based off that. So like I can see like one rock in one area that falls somewhere, and then in another area I can see two big things of wood, and I know if they fall, it's gonna have, like I can do so much with this a priori knowledge plus my experiential stuff. It's like so good. But that doesn't work at all for the modern world. Our brains are not suited for the modern world because that type of like heuristic analysis will fail you. Like you'll see one woman or black person do something bad and then you extrapolate to everybody and you're fucked, right? So I think that the way that we have to gather data today and the way that we have to think about the world is very inhuman. It's not stuff that you're like naturally wired to do. So without some deliberate effort, either forced upon you externally or for some reason you decide to do it internally, you're not gonna do it. I think that those are the two main, that was a long talk. Those are the two main reasons why people are, I would say, get probably stuck in a bubble is that one, they inherit all of their philosophical beliefs without ever questioning them. And then two, naturally, you're not wired to question them. Naturally, you're kind of wired to just like kind of move around with these default assumptions. And you don't want to challenge those things because they're uncomfortable to do so. Sorry, that was a long way to answer that. But yeah.
That was a great answer. That was fantastic. That got me going. That's everything I
Okay.
wanted to hear.
Gotcha.
Okay, wait. So wait, we know this. We're having this conversation. We're like actually two humans having this conversation. So wait a second. Okay. So I can just like I want to read the chat so bad because my audience is so great to like bounce ideas off of, but I'm not going to see you guys, but I know you're there and I appreciate you. Oh, okay, this is what I've been talking about, and I swear people just think I'm crazy, but I'm trying to explain to them that I'm not trying to judge you. I'm only gay judging here. We only gay judge on my channel.
Wait,
okay?
what does gay judge mean?
It just is like, you know, like, I wouldn't wear that. I don't know why you're wearing that. Or sis, that's not it. Or like, maybe not. But like, okay, do you? Like,
I take
like,
part in a way more fun form of gay judging. And that's like, is this person actually gay or is he saying he's gay or bisexual for social credit? That's a way more risky conversation.
Don't make me question you.
Sorry.
When I first heard you were bisexual, I was like, but is he gay? Or is he just like, thinks men are hot? Because like, don't we all? Or does he like actually fall in love with men? That's always the
Absolutely not. I'm not even comfortable calling myself bisexual sometimes. I am hetero-romantic 100%. There are certain sexual activities I like to do with guys, but I think guys are kind of like gross. Like I would never date a guy, ever, never. Well, most likely I would never date a guy. I won't say never.
Date yourself?
Dude, I would be the best partner for myself ever because we would both be at opposite ends of the house. We would never fuck with each other at all. We would do our fucking work all day, never be upset about it. Oh my God, that would be such a good partner for me. Actually, probably not because we'd probably end the relationship over one disagreement because I'm a very fucking stubborn person and that fight would be, we would both be like, yeah. But, sorry.
Funny, I always tell the internet I want to date myself, but everyone's like, but Brittany, you're so judgy and you cut people off. I was like, no. I like me though. I do like me. I would say I'm a very entertaining and like interesting person, but I'm hermetic. And so like the problem is like I don't want to go to clubs or anything anymore. My 20s was crazy, bro.
Sure.
My 20s, I got it all out, you know? Okay, wait, so going back to this, you know, you just said out loud that other people, you can see and observe them, that they're in bubbles. So how far can Steven untangle his own bubble? How far do you think you've gone on your own personal journey of like, what is Steven doing here in the universe? Who is he? Why does he believe what he believes? Like how far down?
Well, I mean, you never really know how deep it goes until you get there, right? So I would like to say, I think at every stage in life, if you ask me, I would say that like, oh, well, I'm as deep as I possibly can be. I would have said that at 16, 17, absolutely. I would have said it at 25, absolutely. I would have said it at 29 and 30. When I was 30, I had pretty massive drug experiences that massively deepened my understanding of some things. So I would say that. So like, I would say that like, I feel like I'm a pretty like fleshed out person. I think that I'm capable of, most people can present an idea to me and I won't be immediately judgy and I'll kind of consider it's like, okay, well, does it make sense? No, let's think about this for a little bit. I think you can do that with most things. But who's to say that there's not like something that I've like totally missed. And when I have some experience, I'll be like, oh my God, this is like a whole dimension of reality that I, like of human existence or social condition or something that I totally didn't understand. You know, it's totally possible that I don't know if I could, it's like I can't know what I don't know. So there might be some experience out there that so I don't know. It's hard to rank. Like I would always say that I'm a 100% as deep as I can be, when understanding that 100% might turn into 30% tomorrow if I uncover some hugely new thing that I just haven't considered before, you know?
Okay, perfect. So when I said earlier that all I'm interested in, like, in terms of like what I objectively know is like it has to be a true thing, so I can then not argue it. Like I don't like to argue reality, like what is real with people. I will discuss like people's differences of reality. So okay, in conjunction with that, then. Oh, this is so interesting. Okay, I agree with you, first of all. So, okay, on my level system, I only did 1 through 5. Everyone's like, what about 9 and 10 and 11? Guys, stop, please. You're exhausting me. 5 is just the person when you get to a stage of radically accepting that the world is exactly as it should be because humans are exactly as they're operating on the best of their ability, quote unquote. And then here you are as a person, you know there will always be more to know, and you have to be open to whatever's true. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Hold on. So, like, you're already self-aware. You already fucking know that.
Yeah, hopefully.
So if you already...
Well, although it's really hard, I will say as a warning, it's really hard because these are answers that a person that has no self-awareness could also give.
Yes.
And there's also like, there's a level of, and I hate to say this, and it's hard. I actually don't even believe this. I'm intellectualizing it. That's how stupid and crazy this is, right? There's also a level of self-deception that a person could engage in as well. And it might be the case that on some meta level, the only reason I even consider that self-deception is possible is because I've already convinced myself that I can't actually engage in self-deception. But merely by being aware of said self-deception, I know that right? So who knows? It might be the case that, yeah, you can never know. I think you have to interact with a person for a great deal of time to figure out like where they're at, because you can give a lot of answers that sound right, or these are the correct answers, but it's like, well, let's interact for a little bit, because this person has a super open-minded and blah 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 blah, and then all of a sudden you have like one experience with somebody, you're like, wait a second, holy shit, this is not congruent with any of the shit that you said to me in the past. Like, okay, now I have to kind of like adjust my Bayesian expectation, or my probability is being updated as I get more information. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. This is exactly why. So I do one-on-one calls and consultations, and like that's how I primarily like spend my time. And usually people come to me, they're like, "How introspective am I?" I'm like, "I don't know. Let's just talk about it. I have to talk to you because we're gonna come upon a subject matter which you think like, oh, I've been really introspective about, and then realize you have a really shallow understanding of, and you have to be very open to the truth." So like I always tell people, they always ask me like, "Why don't I believe in a God?" And it's like, well, it's like if gods exist, great. If they don't, then whatever. But like I don't have any like tangible proof of a god. I've been reading all these books about reincarnation, all of these things, very compelling works, but all of them predicated on the I experience. I, with 1,000 people, experience this thing, or I experience, it's wonderful. But as a heavy drug user myself, like as somebody who loves drugs, like girl, I got DMT in my closet right now. I love drugs. I know that you can recreate and recreate and recreate and recreate the feeling of the Holy Spirit and God. I can do it in sex. I can do it in BDSM. Like, you want to create magic, you want to feel like you're on top of the world, let's have an afternoon together. You know what I mean? So if I can create it, then I feel like it's not something outside of myself, nor is it something objectively, it doesn't exist. So with you, Steven, like, would you need God to like come knocking on your door to be like, "Hey, Steven, I'm God, I'm real," for you to believe in a God, to know there is a God? At that point, you can't argue. Or are you ever open to believing in God without that sort of handshake?
This is a really hard one because here's the issue, okay? Somebody brought this. This was a challenge that was brought up to me a long time ago, and I had no response. It's very interesting. So I would largely describe myself as the two words I've heard are a physicalist or a materialist. I only believe in the material or the physical world generally, although I've had challenges this recently that I'm not sure. And somebody said, well, here's an interesting challenge to physicalism. If I was ever to show you something that was immaterial, but I found a way that you could measure it and quantify it, wouldn't at that case you say it's become physical or it's become material? So in a sense, you've almost like tautologically made it so that you're always going to be a physicalist or a materialist because nothing can break that, because the only way that you can observe or participate in some phenomenon is if you can have it, in which case you would call it material, right? And I was like, that's interesting. So like, I guess in a way, dogmatically, I almost am this thing, but based on how I've defined it. And the way that I would extend that to this is like, let's say there was a day where I opened the door and God showed up and he was like, "Hey, I'm God and I'm going to do a bunch of things." I was like, "Check this out." And honestly, my honest answer would be like, I probably assume that I have gone crazy. I'm having like a psychotic break with reality before anything else. But then that gives you the interesting conundrum. It's like, well, now you've essentially dogmatically committed yourself to the same position that a religious person has, and that you're so strongly atheist that there is no evidence that I could show you to shake that belief. You just can't do it.
Exactly.
Because you're just going to assume that you're crazy. And it's like, what if God, and if I'm being honest with myself, if you run that experiment for days or weeks, I would just assume that I have long-term psychosis. Let's say God lived with you for a week. Let's say he lived with you for a month. He did all, and I'm like, I'm probably just completely fucking lost track of reality. It's like, well, when you say that you have lost track with reality, there's a huge baked-in assumption there that you ever had a perfect tracking of reality, right? Like, why would you assume your senses are lying to you now versus maybe they were lying to you before? And you really have no basis for which to argue that, because like, well, fuck, I can't step outside of my own sensory experience. So yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. That's a hard one. That's a very, very, very hard one. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a hierarchy of friendship that I use to kind of keep myself in check. So I have like my inner circle, inner outer circle, and then like people all over the world. So like my inner circle are like handpicked by me to be people that I can sort of rely on to check parts of my reality and keep them in check. Because there are moments like I've never experienced psychosis, but I've experienced like mania, and I'm borderline. So like, girl, we get crazy. But after recovery and going through DBT and I haven't had a trigger in like 2+ years like of borderline. So like I've been working on my symptoms, but one of the things that I always had, or didn't have I should say, is like a check-in buddy. So like now I have these like check-in buddies, and one person in particular, you guys know him, the audience knows him as Quixote, my bestie. Like I'll call him, I'm like, yo, is this a borderline thought or a reasonable thought? And it's like, I need that double check-in because I do feel a lot of my life. Like I would say I feel my way through the world, which I think is apt for a personality disorder and high emotions. But at the same time, I do try to cover it within the reasonable part of my existence. But the logic gets, you just become like a staunch atheist who's like, I'm so logical and I'm like a person who only knows data. But then what the fuck does data mean when you're trying to be real? Like, one of the things I hate about fucking Peterson when it comes to open relationships is that he's only considering the data and not really the bias in the data, where the data came from. He's not even considering the individual's experience. Like, I really think we're all gonna fucking die. This is it, baby. Worm food in the process, in the making. So like, if I want to live my one existence fucking multiple people, like how could you even think to take that away from a person in any real tangible way? Well, it comes from that stemming of I think that belief, your belief is objective, that it's like he calls it calls online dating, which I mean I'm not totally in disagreement with. He calls it like sociopathic or like even psychopathic, where he says like people are ghosting each other and people are swiping, and it is incredibly objectifying. It is. But ultimately, he stems from such bias. So what I'm trying to figure out about existence is, can I get to a place in which I have formed a proper group of people, or I put myself on the internet, which I have, to open my ideas out to criticism, to make sure I'm not just living in a fantasy world of Britney, bless you, of like Britney's the best and Britney knows everything and Britney has the best ideas, because I don't think I do. I just think I have a very specific understanding and radical acceptance of my limitations as a human being.
Which is doubly scary being an online content creator as well, right? Because it's very easy to get lost in a fan base that supports you no matter how right or wrong you might be over some particular thing. Yeah.
Totally. Actually, one of the things I really encourage my group of people to do, because especially our Discord has become so it just feels like MySpace days, like where you just kind of have your friends and everyone knows each other because we've all been chatting for so long, and we all differ and we're all different, but we all like each other so much. And someone actually in the Discord was saying how they had to leave for a time to make sure they weren't a part of a cult. And I always joke, I'm like, the differences between a cult and a community are very blurred right now, but I would say I'm too lazy to be a cult leader. I sleep way too often. I play video games and watch anime way too often to think about running a cult. But at the same time, I understand that fear because I myself, like, left religion. I left subgroups. I thought I had a home in all these political groups, and I didn't. Like, people were seconds away from canceling you, which was so funny to me because, like, I'm anti-canceling. I don't give a fuck. Like, people say whatever you want. I literally don't think about other people's opinions too long, but I do consider my inner circles the most. So, like, I consider the internet. I want them to talk to me. I'll discuss it out loud. I'm live twice a week type thing. I'm talking to you, right? The idea is, like, I'll talk to other people that I think are smart, or smart enough at least to challenge me outside of a bubble, because I can't. What would be the point of talking to fuckface Hassan right now and be like, hey, Hassan, do you think my ideas are stupid? And then he's just going to say, well, does it fit my bubble narrative? And with Ethan and everyone else, it's no fun, right? And so when I talk to people like you, that's the opportunity, right? And like my audience is the opportunity. But they don't know me that 100%, though I do have a theory that you can't ever be authentic except by yourself. Because I'm too hyper aware of people's like space, like them in my space, that I think my most authentic self is when I'm completely alone, which is interesting. So when you're hearing this and you're like thinking about it, how do I say this? I think I'm taking issue with the fact that like you gave Biden an A-, because I'm looking at him like he's just a politician. He's what I call a 2A. Someone who knows the system, knows like there's really no reason we're doing any of this.
Wait a second,
shit.
what were you asking me to grade him on?
No, I'm not asking you to grade. I saw an interview in which somebody asked you what would you give his presidency. And you gave him an A-.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Just making sure.
It was interesting to me because I can't tell if my bias against politicians is causing me to be like, I don't give a fuck what you did, bro. Like, it didn't. Like, all I'm seeing is these high inflation prices right now. Or if you're looking at him purely from a perspective of like destiny, or Steven wants these things to happen and Biden's done them and that's good. Like you would agree Biden lives in a bubble.
I don't know. I don't know Biden. It's hard to say. I mean, I would imagine any politician probably does, yeah.
So you're rating him purely on policy?
Yes, on how effective he's been as a politician, basically, yeah. But I mean, he is a politician, so I feel like that's what I would have to rate him on, right?
Yeah. No, that's fair. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, my brain is thinking while I'm talking to you, and so it's doing that thing where I'm like trying to form my thoughts at the same time.
Sure, that's fine.
Makes sense. Okay. Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you give me 2 seconds to pee?
I mean, like, do I have the option of saying no? It seems like I would. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you can say no. You can be like, no, I'm just gonna go do my games and I'm gonna ditch your live show.
Oh no, yeah, no, I guess about go for it. You're good.
Let's do that, guys. Everyone, grab a water and go pee really fast because your girl has got. I'm so sorry, Indiana Jones. You're gonna have to move. I'm so sorry, Meow Mouse. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll be right back.
Be careful. Jace. Oh my god, I knew it, Kirky. I knew it. Add another loss today, Kirky. Oh no. No. How do they build these ugly ass fucking... house. It was like this, I think. So doors go in here. This is the pit for the stuff. Tool cabinet goes in here, right?
Mama loves you. Mama loves you. Mama loves you, Indiana Jones. Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Oh, thank you. I drink a lot of water all day, and girl, I was thinking about peeing for the last 45 minutes. All right. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I feel much better. Oh, okay, I want to talk to you about purpose.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, are you good?
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty boring, but
Like
go for
it?
it. Yeah.
Okay, well, have you discovered your purpose in existence?
I don't think there's like any like purpose. I wouldn't say that existence is purposeful or anything. Yeah.
You content?
Yeah, definitely.
What else then?
What else? What is there to do in life, or?
Yeah, like what else are you like? Okay, look, I really just think we're like people. We're doing our thing. I wake up every day and I think to myself, what do I want to do today? And then I just kind of do it, right?
Yeah.
That's a position I didn't always have. Like I didn't always have the money or the time or the kind of job where I could do that, but I have that now. And so my life is no longer in survival mode. I'm like in purely like living my life mode. Would you say you're in the same place?
Yeah, I enjoy my day-to-day. I really like what I do. There are like some goals that I have related to kind of my job stuff or my stream stuff or my hobby stuff. But yeah, I'm like super content and happy with what I do now.
Okay, I love that. I would say like that's exactly where I'm at. I have like these kind of these goals, and I think I'll attain them because like I've never not attained a goal I wanted for the most part. You know, give or take a couple of situations, and so I feel pretty confident about that. Does it ever? So would you? Oh, you would say you're probably internally motivated. I would say.
Very much so. Solely, yes.
Okay, because this is like the conundrum I've had with a lot of people where like I am only internally motivated, and my audience finds this very amusing. But I say this for a particular reason, and like I used to, I think, be internally motivated, but externally as well. I was the perfect two. Like, if you want to talk about a person in a bubble, I was a perfect bubble person. I was born into a bubble. I fucked with that bubble. I liked that bubble. And I liked all the bubbles I hopped into. I liked when I wanted to become a leftist, I was like, I fucking love these people. When I was like, even in liberal circles, I loved them. Like, I was having such a fucking time. Even though I was in conflict and even though I thought there's things we could have done better, I really liked that my life was predicated on being a community member. But now I do think of myself as just like, well, what does Brittany actually want? And to be honest, like I don't really need much out of life. I just need like the simplicity of being able to exist and do my thing. But that seems to be a very big ask from the world of bubbles, right? So when I think about like my purpose, I think about like what do I want to do, and then if I have the ability to do it, right?
Okay.
Then I just go from there. That's all I think about when I think about purpose. But I know it's romantic. I know people think purpose is very like beautiful and big, and I think it might be for some people, and I think it could be. Like I know I want to be a mom. I know if I'm not a mom before I die, I'll be very pissed.
Okay.
Like I'll be angry at the world, right? But at the same time, I know that it's not. I don't know if it's. I feel like it's fulfilling a purpose, but I also know it's a huge responsibility. I guess I mean to ask you, and I want to dive into with you, like, guess what is it like to be a human for you? Is there anything to it, or do you really just wake up every day? You're like, cool, I'm a person.
Yeah, probably that. I don't know. What is it like to be human for me? Yeah, I just wake up. I do things that I enjoy. Yeah, that's basically it. It's pretty simple, I would say.
It is very simple. Interesting. I feel like I'm doing the Mr. Girl thing, where I'm like, no, Destiny, there must be more. No, Steven, tell me everything.
There's
there must be more.
What is it? You read the Harry Potter books, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it wasn't Harry Potter. Fuck. Hold on, I'm thinking of a pop culture reference. The Prestige. Have you seen that movie?
Oh, with Christian Bale?
There's something that he
Long
says
time
about
ago.
like living two lives, and I think somebody in response to him, D'Angelo or whatever his other person that he competes with, he says, "Oh, how like it's so easy or whatever," and he responds, "No, simple, yes, but not easy." I think he says, right? Yeah, so like I'm a relatively simple person. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that I guess that like my life is necessarily easy or my day-to-day existence is easy. Like, there are definitely challenging things, but I enjoy the challenging aspect of most of what I do, and it's fun to do what I do. So yeah.
I always tell people on my channel, right? Like, life is simple. We want to love and be loved. Like, the human desire, I think, in all of us is to be seen, to feel like people see us. Now, I think the issue is, like, life is hard. I don't think life is always bad. I signify the differences between, like, a hard day and a bad day. Bad day is, like, if Brittany gets borderline triggered, that's a bad fucking day. Like, she fucked up. Someone fucked up. I didn't do my steps. Something happened. Versus a hard day is just life, baby. Like, making the bills, paying that mortgage. Like, that's just life, right? You got to put in the hours. So that's how I kind of think about it. It helps me sort of accept that, like, life is pretty simple and lovely that way. Like, I am in the country, and one of my favorite pastimes, my family's very, like, together. I have, like, 9 siblings. My parents are together. Like, we just love spending time together. I have, like, 3 of my brothers living with me now. And, like, one of the things we love to do is just, like, sit out. Oh, yeah, we love it. We just like to sit outside, smoke, enjoy, just listen to the birds, just talk, maybe play guitar, maybe do a little singing or something. But we mostly just, like, we'll be silent, and then we'll just talk about, like, hey, what do you guys think about, like, this thing? And we'll talk about everything, politics, philosophy, to whatever. Just, like, everything's on the table. And that might seem really simple, but I think that is, like, peak existence, like, peak living for Brittany, at least. You know what I mean? To
Yeah,
feel,
that's fair.
Yeah, let people see you. Okay, so I have this idea. I use the number 8, but it's not really, like, concrete because it's not really 8 parts. But I feel like there are 8 parts of Brittany that are really significant. And how many of those parts people see is how intimate we can possibly ever get. So in relation to your own life, I'm curious if anyone has ever seen 8 parts of Steven, or how many parts of him they actually get to see. Like, I know you see all 8 parts of you, because you would have to. You're you. Hopefully, you see them. You know, those things that make you you, and those things that are, like, important to you. The people in your life, do you feel like you get to have those, like, really close, intimate relationships, like I assume you do with your wife, to some extent?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any individual person that every single part is shared, just because there is differences in, like, I have different activities that not one person fully encapsulates. So, like, some incredibly emotionally or physically intimate experiences with me. Like, one might be sex, another might be playing music together, another might be, like, playing video games together, another might be, like, having certain types of, like, debates. It's hard to find. I don't know if there's, like, one person that would encapsulate all of these different experiences. Like, oh yeah, like, there's one person I do everything with them, or I've done, like, every particular thing with them. That probably isn't a thing that I think has existed with me in my life, because I think it'd be pretty hard to find one person that can, like, sync up with all of those individual things, I would say.
For sure. No doubt. I actually, well, that's why the joke is I should just marry myself.
Sure.
Right? Like, the joke is, like, oh, I'll know what to do for me. And I try to communicate those things to people, but I have this little bit of I have a understanding of, at least using myself as an example of, like, friends can get really fucking close to me, like, super intimate. But because we don't have even though I might have sex with some of my friends, let's say, the sex... Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna say this out loud, so let's just, like, it's gonna be jumbled, but you're gonna get it, okay? So, one way, sex is, like, the most intimate thing in the whole world, and literally the least intimate thing I've ever done in my whole life. So, depending on the context of that sexual interaction, it can either be me giving a vulnerable self, like a vulnerable version of myself that I've never given to someone through sex, or it could be the least vulnerable version of myself, and we just happen to be having sex. And so I think about that in conjunction with, like, those 8 parts. Like, how can a person ever see me if they don't see, at least I say 80% of those parts, you know? So let's say a majority of those parts, but not all of them, because realistically, you're right. In order for a person to be a true individual, they would have had to have lived a life that was different from mine. And even though you can say Steven and Brittany, like, had a lot of overlap, obviously we deviated at some point, no? And then all of a sudden we're not, like, similar enough. And so I think about that. I think about intimacy in that way, and I think about the world even larger. So my brain goes, think about Brittany as an individual, Brittany as a person within her inner circle, and then Brittany as, like, a community member in her city, and then in her state, and then in the universe, and then it, like, goes out and goes out and goes out.
Okay.
And I wonder if I'm putting too much pressure on the individual to go down this route of knowing themselves in conjunction with all those levels, and therefore limiting the self, claiming these 8 things are that important, but at the end of the day, I think they are pretty fucking important.
Is this like when you say
So
pressuring a person? Is this like you guys are about to have sex and you're like, actually, hold on, this is just 3 of 8. I need you to explore 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 before we begin this experience. That I make sure they're connecting at every single level. Like, I guess I associate with a lot of different people in my life for different reasons. There are different they might be people you have sex with, might be people you just play games with, and I don't think I demand. I don't think I demand a level of introspection with every individual person that I interact with, because some people I'm interacting with for specific purposes that don't demand like this level of introspection, just because our interaction, only exists at a certain level. Do you think that this is like a pressure that you feel like you apply to people either implicitly or explicitly?
I agree with what you've just said. So obviously, every individual has a different experience with me, but in regards to how close they get to me, yes. I'm very private. Like, I'm very, especially after my stalker situation, and it was a girl, so it was even funnier, where it was like, damn, like, women be at it too. And I was like, okay. It really taught me to be very, like, aware of how people were feeling when dealing with me. That parasocial relationship is just so strong. So I've been thinking about that. I do think I'm working on like not limiting myself, but also being like very confident and like, yeah, I'm good. Like people never get to a second date, and everyone doesn't like that. But the thing is, like, why would they get to a second date if we established in the first date that we don't agree on reality? It's like, why would we go to the second date?
What does that, wait, I'm so curious. When you say that, what does that mean for you? Like, what are a couple things that somebody might say, like on a first date? Some fan out there is listening who's gonna have his first date with you. He's like, okay, I'm gonna get it all now. What are some things somebody can say that's like, oh man, they said this, like we're not gonna connect here, like it's over?
Okay, I'll give you a real life example. I went on a date like last month with a guy, and I was like, this is gonna be great. Like, okay, maybe this will work out. And I'm on this date with this guy, and he literally goes, I just don't know why anyone would pay for OnlyFans. And I was like, oh. And I looked at him, I was like, that's a weird comment to make to me. And he's like, why? I was like, because I'm on OnlyFans, you know that. And he was like, yeah, but like, why would anyone ever pay for that? And I was like, well, it's like asking me, why would anyone go to the Seattle Erotic Arts Festival? Like, you would go to the arts festival to like go get art that's erotic. Like, I don't understand the question, right? And so he was like insulting my job, well, partially my other job, and he was insulting it. And I looked at him, I was like, are you trying to insult me or date me? Like, I'm very confused. So like, that's a reality difference. He doesn't value sex workers in the way that I do. I value sex workers. I think they're wonderful people. A huge part of my audience is sex workers. Like, I love them, right? That's a reality difference of like, you think they're below you, and I think they're just working a job. And then on top of that, let's say like a religious difference, obviously. Like, if somebody was like, I believe in a God, I'm like, I'm out. Like, I can't. We were gonna come home every day. I dated somebody like that. When things would go bad, he would say to me, God brought us together, so it must be true. And I was like, ooh, see how like we don't agree on God? So like right now we can't have a reasonable like discussion about how to problem solve our relationship if you always go to God. So does that make sense? Yeah.
I think to qualify your last statement, you probably could be with somebody that believes in God, but not somebody that's like hardcore into it like that. I'm guessing, right?
No.
You don't think at all? It's
right
just...
now. It's going to show on my face, boo-boo. It's going to show on my face that I think you're dumb. Because, like, the thing is, like, believing in a God is like believing in aliens.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Slow down now, okay? Slow down, miss. We all have a subjective experience, and we can't know objective truth or blah, blah, blah. Slow down. Don't you think it's a little hard to immediately come off that and be like, you know what? If you believe in God, you're a fucking moron. We're donezo here, okay? Never gonna work out, dipshit.
No, not a moron totally. Not a moron totally. But in regards to me, imagine we're in bed together. Not you and I are in bed, but that person and I are in bed together. And we're sitting there, and we're talking about life and like problem-solving solutions for our life. And if any of their solutions involve a God, I'm just gonna be I'm pissed. Okay. I'm like, what are you bringing your belief into our life for? Like, if you believe, look, I get my tarot cards read by my girl, right? I don't even believe in it, but I kind of believe in it a little bit. But it's not enough for me to change my life around it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the things that I believe and enjoy, I don't change my life around. I don't pull a fucking tarot card and go, I'm gonna fucking change my Wednesday because the tarot said to. But religious people who even believe in God, they can be lukewarm, which would piss me off more. Because how can you literally believe in a fucking entity that is so all-powerful and beautiful and forgiving and then not change your life around it? Or if you don't change your life around it, then why is it even coming up? Why do you even believe in it? Like, it's just too much for me to like. I try to hold very few beliefs, and I know very little. Like, I try to be very clear about why I move the way I do and why I think the way I do. And a lot of it is like there are just too many real world implications for people's beliefs. And so like I'm a little bit only in relation to myself, by the way, people listening. It's not in relation to other people. It's in relation to if you want to date me, be with me, cohabitate with me. You're asking a very big ask, and I need to look at my partner and trust them. So I look at them and go, that's fucking stupid. and now I regret dating someone who's stupid, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, to be clear, I think I largely couldn't date somebody with that was religious. I just, that was interesting that was like such a huge hard line in the sand view. I thought that was funny. But
yeah, no, I try not to be too black and white with my thinking because nuance obviously is the most important thing in the world. But at the same time, when it comes to dating me, black and white as fuck, bro. Like black and white, I have to be. There's too much at stake for me. My life is too fucking good every day for me to ever run the risks, quote unquote, to like, I want to fall in love, but here's the thing. Like, I look at relationships as two factors, the resume and the love. So I can fall in love with, I think, anyone that I'm intellectually attracted to. I'm like, I'm going to fall in love with that person. But that doesn't mean I want to marry or date that person. And on the same front, I can meet someone with the perfect fucking resume who's everything I want. And if there's no va-va-voom that, for me, sexual chemistry or like romantic chemistry, then it's like, cool, I've just met another person who intellectually thinks similarly, but we have none of that connection to want to tolerate each other for the remainder of our existence.
sure. I think I probably largely agree there, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's just how I think about it. But again, when I speak, I know I'm a woman who ends her sentences with a period instead of a question mark. I'm not speaking like, oh, this is the only way to fucking be, right? I want people to really understand that I want you to exist how you want to exist. You want to be religious, home skillet. You want to be a crazy Muslim that hates gay people, I don't care. Just don't kill gay people and don't bother me. Don't try to date me. Because I've noticed the women and men who hit on me are so interesting, but a lot of the men are trying to like rescue me from my perfect life, and I'm very confused by that. And they don't know what to do with person like I'm sure you know how it is, but it's like that. If you know who you are and you're good with it and you've really done the work to know, it's like you already know I'm rejecting you on the premise of like, I'm not gonna make you happy, homie.
Do you
like
think...
I can't go to a second date with you.
Sure. So challenging this, do you ever worry that maybe you are looking for somebody that checks off too many boxes? That like the expectations.
I don't worry about it.
You don't worry about it?
I think my expectation is high. No, I want myself, and I meet all my requirements.
So then the question would be, okay, so I probably know the answers, but then the question would be like, would you be comfortable if you had let's say there's a 100% match for Brittany in your head, but in reality, the best you could ever find, we'll say, is 85%. Are you more content to live on your own and just have that experience versus settling for an 85% experience?
I think 80 is good. I'm good with 80. As long as it's 80 or more, I'm good with it. My brother.
Okay, 75. That lower it to whatever it needs to be. Then,
Nope.
So you'd be more happy like, fuck it, I'll just be alone. I don't care, fuck it, rather than settling for two.
You know what it is though? I'm also super blessed. I'm surrounded by people who love me. I have a great community. I have like literally 9 siblings. If I'm ever bored, I'll call them to hang out with and play games with. And like, if the only thing is missing is sex, I've had a lot of sex in my life, and I can have sex anytime I want, right? If it's don't get me wrong, I'm pretty romantic eventually. The problem is that it does take me a long time to be romantic with people. It takes like 6 months for my brain to be like, oh, we like this person. Or maybe it takes 6 months for me to find out, oop, I don't like this person as much as I thought in the beginning. So I need that time. I want that time to just know somebody and get to know them. And there are parts of me, of course, I'd rather not share outside of vulnerable situations, and in order to be vulnerable, I would have to meet someone smart enough to handle that vulnerability. I think that's like the problem. I always say to be a whole human being, you really have to know what your trope is. Like, who are you in the anime, right? Like, are you the fucking wallflower? Are you the person who goes for it? Obviously, I'm like this lone woman who's like managed a career, who's gonna buy a house on her own, who might even adopt on her own, who like, obviously I don't need monetary help from people. What I need is like love and emotional support and like intellect. And that's I think when you don't live inside bubbles, that's a very high ask automatically.
Sure. Okay. Makes sense.
I'm good with that. Yeah, I think like, how could I not be content with that, right? When I'm like, oh, that makes it's so
well. There are
to me.
I guess maybe I can kind of explain it because this is an interesting thing, gender dynamics or whatever. It seems to be the case that in general, I think men have harder times, have a harder time forming intimate, non-romantic friendships or relationships. That seems to be a very challenging experience for a man in general. And it seems to be the case that women can be more content being not in a relationship for the rest of their life. Because for an answer that is basically the exact answer that you just gave, I have a lot of very fulfilling relationships. I've got a lot of cool friendships. Like, I don't need to have like a dating partner. Like, I'm cool with myself. But it seems like for men, it's very, very, very hard to give that answer. Whereas for most men, they're like that's not going to happen.
I think men are externally motivated from my understanding of them. they need a family to be at a job, or they need a woman to be not committed, or they need
not just that. Not like, oh, they need like somebody. It's like they need like that emotional connection that a man develops in a relationship seems to be really unique to those relationships. Whereas for women, it doesn't seem to be as unique. That a woman can find a really deep and fulfilling, emotionally fulfilling relationship in a friend, but men don't usually find those. It has to come from a dating partner. Yeah. So there's a weird dichotomy in a society that exists where like a lot of men are super miserable and like women are being more and more content being on their own, and now men are like, wait, well, this is fucked. Like we don't have these same types of friendships. Like we're actually getting fucked in this deal now, and it's like a source of frustration, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I will say this, because did you hear out of Portland and Seattle they're doing like platonic relationships and marriages now with like girls, and like they're all friends and they're getting married and having kids. They're
platonic kids, families too. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, families too. So somebody asked me, they're like, can you do that? And I was like, fuck no, I will not. One, I'm possessive as fuck, never jealous. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure I don't experience that emotion, period. But in terms of possession, like, yeah, once you're mine, your inner circle, like I will ride or die, vice versa. I will take care of you. I will do the things. And so when I have a kid, I'm like, that's my kid. And the person I make it with, like, that's our kid, nobody else's. Like, that's us against the world. Now, here's the thing though, with me and those parts, going back to those 8 parts, I cannot gain intimacy with my friends that I can with somebody who is not only fulfilled all of those friend requirements, but then added in the sex of, because like I am never a person, this isn't TMI for me, so let me know if it's TMI for you, but on our channel we talk about everything.
Okay.
But like as a person who's explored BDSM and polyamory and open relationships and all these things, I have discovered within myself at least that when I am in BDSM situations or in like sex situations, it's the only time my brain turns off. Otherwise, my brain is always working, always problem solving, always calculating. So the vulnerability for me is like, whoa, what is Brittany like when she's not thinking about being like a top or a problem solver or like in charge? It's like, well, I'm thinking about being like a girl, I guess. And like when I'm in a girl moment, that intimacy, that closeness, that much being seen, that is fucking peak, bro. Like that's for peak. But I don't need it to be happy because I'm joyful already. But I do think like in order for me to want to cohabitate with someone long term, they would have to have that intimacy with me and vice versa. Obviously, I want to see them and stuff. But I can't seem to maintain that with my friends. I can't get that close to a lot of my friends because there's like that blockage where I can't be completely, because I don't think my friends are obligated to be there to catch my vulnerabilities, but I kind of would like it from a romantic partner. Does that make sense?
A little bit. Can you repeat that last part for me? I'm an asshole. Can you?
But that's okay.
Yeah. When you you said that when you have sex or whatever, your brain just completely turns off, and so like there's a level of intimacy there. And then rerun just that last part.
But they have to have in conjunction with those parts they see, the friendship parts and the sex. So if we're just having sex and they have none of the friendship
How
parts,
does a spirit of a head not kill someone?
Vulnerability with them. I'm going to be like just having no mutual switchy sex.
Okay.
But if they have all the friendship requirements and romantic and sexual, then holy fuck, they have the opportunity to like crack me open and like read my intestines as like the map of Brittany.
Sure.
Because that's the time I can be vulnerable, literally can be vulnerable.
Okay, sure. Okay,
you know what I
gotcha.
mean?
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. So that's how I view like relationships, as like a play of, hey, we have this limited time on Earth. Of all the 8 billion people / millions of people we have interactions with, like I would like to be the person that you solely see in like that particular fashion. Because even if I was open in my relationships, I wouldn't want my partner to fall in love and start anchoring with other humans, or God forbid making babies with other humans. Lord Jesus.
Have you when was like the last like serious long-term or whatever relationship you feel like you've been in, or just serious relationship, I guess? Or have you been in a serious
relationship?
Single
for 3 years. Yeah, I've been single for 3 years.
Have you?
2019.
What was your experience like with your last relationship? Why did you start it? Why did you end it? Or what? Or you don't have to be too personal if you want. Yeah.
My last relationship was an on again, off again 5-year relationship. I was between my mid-20s and later. We were poly and kinky and queer, and I've talked about it. It's been all over the internet. It was an online relationship, which I will not do again. Okay. And it was really good when it started.
When you say online, do you mean like both of you were like online figures, or do you mean like you just like it was long distance online?
Oh, I was an online figure, and he would show up in my videos. We lived together, so he was never an online person, but he was there and present. And you know, just like gamer, bisexual boy, you know, and really cool family. His family was awesome, but he had a lack of introspection that was, on my rating system, considered a 1, which is like he was useless to his community and to himself. So he didn't have the capabilities of like managing, but I didn't have the level system, nor was I was in a bubble at the time, so I had no way of understanding what it was. So I learned so much from that relationship. He cheated on me with my stalker. Very fun.
Jesus
Just
Christ.
like, it was a lot of drama, and then I, you know, went to therapy, cut him out of my life, moved on, moved to the forest, and like lived this great life with my family. It's fantastic. But what it did teach me was that I knew what chemistry was. Like, I cannot explain to you. Like, even the smell of his skin was like a drug to me. Like, the physical animal part of my brain was like, holy fucking shit. Like, the chemistry with this person was so fucking powerful that it would blind me to the fact that, like, the resume-wise, like, I've always, like, here's my problem, though. I've always dated people I made more money than. I've always been more apt to working. I haven't had yet the experience of dating someone who has their shit together.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm hoping to have that in my 30s. But at this point, maybe not. I don't online date. I'm very private with my location. I can't run the risk of using apps. All of these things, you know what I mean? Unless I'm in Cali, then I turn on the app on occasion, which, you know, is a story even in itself. So yeah, it was a really good learning experience. I can't explain to you how many like positive experiences with people in Seattle and stuff like that. With him, it just really taught me that like falling in love isn't what makes a relationship successful.
True.
Not alone.
The one part that you mentioned, I mention this all the time on stream. Again, as like a very grounded, like very realistic person, it sucks to say it, but there's definitely some aspect of physical chemistry when you meet somebody that is not duplicatable online or through like a matching engine or whatever. Like, there are just going to be some people that you meet them and there's like an incredibly powerful click. I like to consider myself like a very like rational, empirical minded person, but I'll have a rule when I meet people for like, if there's a girl and I feel like that shit happening, like for 2 weeks I will not do anything physical with them because I don't know if I'm about to go headlong into some really dumb shit and I know I'm being stupid. But yeah, it's a rule that I've had to adhere to and has saved me in the past. It's like, oh my god, like I think I'm losing my mind over this person. I need to like take a step back and just like chill for a moment because
That's okay. So I try to explain to people, I call it like energy, and BDSM really gave me this language, whereas like you meet someone and like I don't have one night stands, and I count casual as like people I have sex with who I don't need to talk to or see every day / I'm not romantic with. So like friends or whatever, people I know. But I was thinking about BDSM because like I will do scenes with people who be like, hey, I really want to do a scene with you. And I'm like, oh, I don't do like pickup scenes. So we're going to have to talk for a couple days, negotiate. Let me call your play partners. Let me see if you're going to like fuck me over somehow or if you're bad at needles or something. So I'll do this whole thing and then we'll have a very specific kind of energy exchange. This is what we're doing. This is a moment of time. This is a closed space and nothing outside of this space. Like that's all different, right? So I think that problem with the way I communicate, like I went on this date with this guy and he said, you talk like a robot. And I was like, are you calling me autistic? And he's like, you talk like a robot. I was like,
should have just said yes. Sorry, go ahead.
But like, it is like one of those things. So he wanted to like create a moment with me. He's like, you haven't cuddled with anyone in 3 years. We should cuddle. And I was like, oh, like I can cuddle with you if you need that. But like, I don't know you. So I'm not going to be able to be in a cuddling position. He goes, what does that mean? I was like, well, to cuddle would mean I would have to go and actually let my body like slump into your body. And I don't know you, right? So like I could do that with you if you need it, but it's not gonna. So he's like, let's just try it. And I was like, sure, buddy. So like I cuddled this guy and he's like, man, I really needed that. I was like, I'm really glad you got that. And he was like, I really hope you had that moment too. And I was like, sure. And like I call it the Logan Paul or the Logan Paul like situation where Logan Paul talked about this on Impulsive, where he said when he meets people they always say, I feel so seen by you. And he's like, yeah. It's like, of course you do. I'm a person. I talk to people for a living. It's very easy to see like what you need. You're telling me with your body language and your voice. You're literally saying, I need to cuddle. Even you're just hoping that in this moment we are also having a moment. But my brain doesn't work that way. So when I don't have the chemistry part and I just have like you look good on paper, the physical stuff is harder for me. If I just have the physical stuff, that's easier for me. But at the same time, when I get the drug feeling, I'm like, ooh, like I'm too excited about this. And this must be a chemistry, biological thing. Maybe I'm ovulating. Maybe I'm this person, my brain's like, make babies with them. I don't know what it is. But that's why I like BDSM, because it's forced me to have to negotiate my relationships before I jump in. Which, that's why I asked you if you were BDSM, because you were so negotiation based with Anna / the way you talk about relationships, like with condom use or anything else. I was like, oh, sweet. This guy is like so much safer. A paranoid person who negotiates is safer than a person like who's like, let's meet at the club and wing it. Yes, I've definitely had moments in my 20s where I've winged things and been irresponsible. And those people usually become like level 3 clingers. You know what I'm saying?
And it's not even necessarily like, it doesn't even necessarily have to be paranoia. But you can even, if you want, you could review it as like a reverse mind fuck. But like not to phrase it sociopathically, but usually the way to get sex from somebody, like the best way to do it is to make that person feel like as comfortable and safe as possible. And then usually they'll be more open to better experiences rather than this feeling, I think, in traditional pursuit man after woman things where the guy is like always leaning into it as hard as possible, and the goal is to like do as much as I can without it being rape, but like I'm right at that edge, so I'm pushing you and pushing you and pushing you. Yeah, and that's kind of like the default negotiation standpoint, I guess, in society. But if you can move off of that, because you can feel that. There's a feeling in the air when somebody really wants something, even when it's a matter of like, what restaurant do you want to go to? Like you can feel when somebody's leaning into something really hard, and that will like set the mood and the tone for the entire interaction. So getting off of that is really important.
Sorry, I'm gonna, if I interrupt you, just like
I interrupt people all the time. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, love it. So but I'm gonna give you a little bit of credit here. I do think people are socially like really fucking retarded when it comes to reading people's energies, and I don't think that's their fault. I think it's like a mixture of like technology and other things. But it's like comedians. I hear comedians say this, like you feel the energy from the room, you know when they're fucking mad at you. Or you know when they're like vibing with you. That's what I do with people. Like, okay, and I also have this energy, my brother and I have it, like we're very similar. Like when we're at Walmart, I don't know what the fuck it is, but people will just come up to us and be like, hi, and I'm like, oh, hi, and they're like, hi. Oh, anyway, so my husband's name is Jim. I'm like, okay, and then they'll just start talking to me about their life. They'll show me pictures of their kids, like, and I'm just like, okay, this person's having a moment, and they see me, and for some reason I've been chosen by the universe to give them this like reciprocal, and I do. I did with this guy with cuddling. It's like, I won't do it past my boundaries. I have very strong boundaries open, but we have boundaries on this channel, right, guys? But I try very hard to communicate, like, this isn't gonna do for me what it is for you, but I'm happy to participate in this if it means something to you, because it doesn't bother me in this moment. But then other days, girl, you reach out to me and I'm just like, nope, not even a smile. I don't even want to talk to you.
Man, I would be, that approach sounds really scary to me. Because something that I noticed that I've had to cut back on more and more is people aren't aware that you're not getting as much as they are sometimes, and it's very easy when you're getting physical symbols from somebody or signals from somebody that they are. So I'll have interactions with people, and Anna isn't the only person that said this, but like when I'm a very physically intimate person. Like I enjoy all of that. I like sex, but I also like cuddling and like doing stuff. Like all of that is like super duper fun for me. And I'll be explicit where it's like, hey, like this isn't like an emotional thing for me. Like just so you know, I'm not like getting attached to you. But it's not really enough to say that, because when people have those physical experiences, they're getting a lot more out of it. There's like a very deep experience there. And I found that like it's not really enough to just tell somebody. Like you kind of, I think you have to feel out like, okay, well, this is a person that I probably should never do these things with, because it's gonna super mind fuck them. And that's these are things that I'm still learning, like what is the exact boundary for how I can or can't do something.
Yeah. Okay, so that black and white language I use is what I use as a tool. If you are scared about my black and white language, if it makes you uncomfortable, it gives you great reasons to run away from me. But if you're like, okay, I'm attracted, because like I have a habit of like, look, I don't know how to say it. I love people, but I live as a hermit. So like when I get a moment of time, like in BDSM, literally it taught me that I can look at a person and say to them, hey, this moment of time we exist in, like legit, I will be 1000% in this. I will be intimate. I want to know you. I wouldn't get naked with you unless I was interested in you as a human to some extent, right? But I might not, this is what I need from this relationship, whatever you want to call it. What do you need? It's like we can talk about it, but of course what you run into is like, I remember the first boy I ever had sex with, he was like 19 and I was like 21 or something. And 22. And I remember I told him, I was like, okay, we're coworkers, we're friends. I just want to sex with you for a couple weeks to see what it's like, and then we're going to be done. And he's like, okay. Then the 2 weeks came up. I shook his hand and said, thank you for your time. And he's like, whoa. We're not in a relationship? And I was like, ooh, see how we negotiated? And then you right away, like, did you lie during negotiation? He goes, well, no, I just like, it was so good. We have so much fun together. He made me a tool mix, like, hello, romance, what? And I was like, okay. But what I've learned is like, it will always happen this way until it doesn't. So I have to be the person who's more like you said, just aware. Like, look, if I'm gonna be the more introspective person, then I gotta be more fucking introspective.
So it's hard. Like the words almost don't matter. They're nice to have on paper, I guess, if you're gonna get accused of something. But like like there are a ton of people, and actually I'm talking to the audience right now. I'm about to say some things, but you definitely know all of this from BDSM. this is especially true of sexual interactions. You have no idea how you're going to emotionally respond to a sexual interaction until you've had it. You just don't know. You might think you know, you might have masturbated to it a million times, but like when it comes to threesomes, you don't know until you've been there. When it comes to any sort of like more hardcore restraint or whatever thing, like there are emotional responses your body can have where it's like, holy shit, I don't know why I'm feeling this right now, and this isn't what I expected. And like you have to be willing to understand that you can't intellectualize everything. Sometimes you have to have the qualia, you have to have that experience, that sensation to truly understand what you're responsible to it. And when it comes to engaging with people romantically or sexually, that's something that I've had to learn. I basically can't. I have to ignore everything a person says, basically. Because there are a lot of people that I talk to who, oh yeah, like this is fine, or I'm cool with this, and blah, blah. It's like, no, like 2 weeks into this, you're going to be like really mind fucked. Like I can tell. Like there's almost like a trial period of like, can I ignore you for 3 days without you losing your mind? Or like, can, if we associate with this, like, is this going to be like you have to like almost test out, like, how are their actual physical responses and actions? Because the words just don't mean anything because they don't know. Like, and I'm not even accusing other people of lying. It's more just like, you're making this decision right now as somebody that hasn't spent any time with me physically, but like 2 weeks from now when you have had, you're basically going to be like a different person. You're in a totally different state of mind at that point. I don't know if like person A that I'm talking to right now is going to be the same as person B that I'm going to be talking to like a week from now.
100%, that's how it happened. So thank God, it taught me how to check in with people, taught me how to say, hey, like, how you doing? It's been a couple days, like, just wondering how you're feeling. And like, I try to create like a really nice, safe space for people to be like, I was unhappy. And I'm like, great, tell me about that unhappiness. But with that said, they have to know it's okay to be unhappy. I remember there was one scene I negotiated where I was like, hey, I'm on Tumblr, I'm feeling this like soap in the mouth thing. Like, you want to do this daddy girl baby thing? Like, what is this? And then I tried it. Soap was in my mouth, and I just remember vomiting and thinking, okay, guys, not as sexy as Tumblr makes it look. Trial and error, did not love. And I know, like, in my head, though, I built it up to this, like, fucking hot, like, oh, it's gonna be so fucking good, like, I'm gonna get punished, it's gonna be, and then I was like, nope. But I'm also like a heavy masochist in the BDSM, so the funny part is like, poke me with needles, like, hit me and I'm feeling great. But soap in the mouth, that is my limit.
Gotcha.
And so it is kind of funny, but I only knew that when I did it. Same with drugs. I want to talk to you about drugs. So you've done drugs, yes?
Yeah.
You okay talking about it? Is there any legal reasons you can't?
Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, what are we talking about? LSD, weed, DMT? Like, what are we doing here? Coke?
Not too much. So some amphetamines, mushrooms, LSD, MDMA, marijuana. I think that's
okay.
it.
How did you feel on? I'm sorry, you did say LSD. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
wait, can you give me?
How did you feel?
Give me like 30 seconds to think of a really good response to this. Okay, hold on. 1 second. 30 seconds. Okay, countdown. Okay. All right. How did I feel on? Did you say LSD or
yeah.
How did I feel on LSD? I don't. That's a really hard question to answer. Wait, can you give me a little bit more of a specific question, or do you just want me to ramble?
Well, okay. Like, we've all done drugs. They all do different things to us. I just want to know what your experience was like.
I think my experience on LSD is generally pretty fun. When you're peaking on LSD, the most I ever do is 150 micrograms. So I've never done any huge LSD trips, but the peaking experience of being on LSD, I think is like super fun. Like, it's kind of a little bit otherworldly, like you're stepping into another dimension. All of your senses get like very fucked. And the most fun thing for me on LSD, probably on every drug, but especially on LSD, I don't know if you're musical at all, but playing music on LSD is an otherworldly experience. Probably the best experience of my life, I think, is probably playing music on LSD.
So nice. I love that. I don't play music. I'm learning guitar right now, but I'm very bad at it. And but I love music. Like, music is like, I think, the greatest thing like humans ever. Like, it's just so beautiful. So like, I'm all about that. But I'm curious. You do drugs with people or alone?
I'm usually with one to two other people, 1 to 3 other people, I think, generally. Usually in pretty small, pretty intimate, yeah. Did
you play music while on drugs with somebody in the room?
I haven't yet, but I really, really, really want to. I almost have kind of one time, but not really. But yeah, at some point in my life, I will, yeah.
Okay. I always find the interactions are so different because certain drugs, like when we did DMT, I did it with a safety net because I was worried that I could go wrong, and I made it. And so like, I was like worried. And so I had like a safety buddy, but I knew when I was under that I was aware, I was just too aware I wasn't alone. And even though they were on the other side of the door, but I also knew it was my brothers, and so they were giggling on the other side of the door like, oh, she's gonna trip. And so like, there's too much just too self-aware. But when I was in I traveled solo around the US by myself twice. And when I went the second time, I did national forests, and I got so high. Like, weed is my favorite drug. I just got so fucking baked. I just remember sitting there in a forest, like, in my little, like, trailer, and my body, like, you know, I zoomed out all the way into space type thing. And you're like, holy shit, I'm like a speck in the universe. And it's like a really beautiful feeling of like, holy shit, I'm a speck in the universe. And it's like a lot of just saying that 10 times. And so I could have that alone because I was alone, but I can't have those moments with people. Like, I really struggle. So I don't party drug too much. But, you know, when I want to have fun, yeah, we giggle and watch anime and have a bunch of fun. So I was just curious on, like, if you could have enough, do you have enough experience to kind of talk about those two differences for yourself?
Do I have enough experience to talk about the two different experiences between being like high for fun versus like
for like, yeah.
Let's see, what am I doing? I do different drugs for different reasons. So MDMA is like is a super ultra like cuddly drug. Have you done MDMA before?
I have not.
Oh shit. It's gonna be hard to explain it to you. Yeah, like if you've ever seen like the meme of like people rolling on the floor because everything in life and their body feels so good, that's like MDMA. It's not sexual at all, not for me at least. It's not a sexual feeling. It's a very, very, very emotionally connected feeling. It's a super fun thing to do with somebody, just to get like a little bit emotionally closer, or to be like emotionally open or vulnerable to somebody if you have problems with that. That would be, so MDMA is probably a drug I'm doing with somebody because I want to like bond with them or just like have a really close experience with them. LSD can be a fun bonding drug, I guess, but I'm more in my own head when I'm doing LSD. So that's going to be like, I hope I get to play music when I'm on it, or otherwise I'm just going to like sit and chill and like perceive the world or whatever. Mushrooms is like, I hate myself. I don't want to have a very challenging experience about whether or not I think I exist, and I'm going to destroy my mind for 6 hours. Well, not really, like 2 to 3 hours, I guess, while I have a challenging experience usually, because mushrooms can be very challenging for me. Although I've had some very, I've had some very, very big mushroom trips, so that might influence that feeling. Marijuana at this point feels very similar to mushrooms, so I can smoke a bit to where I'm like kind of zoned out and I'm having a good experience. I might smoke for sex. Smoking marijuana and having sex is a really, really, really positive experience. And then a little bit more will get me into like the mushroom zone for marijuana. One time I did amphetamines on accident. It was a really fun experience, but I thought we'd bought MDMA. So after being high for about 15 hours, I got really scared because I realized that I took something that I didn't know what it was. But it was a positive, it was a super positive experience. I just didn't know why I was high for like 15 plus hours and didn't sleep for like 2 days. But yeah.
Is that the meth story? Everyone in my comment section was like, to ask him about meth, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was in Amsterdam, and I'm like, oh, the king of like great drugs and everything, this is gonna be so good, and blah 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 blah. And some guy sold me, it was some, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was meth, but it was some amphetamine that he sold me.
Yeah.
And he thought it was MDMA, and I thought he knew way more about drugs than he did. But he started messaging us like the next day, and I'm like, bro, like I'm still high, and it's been like 20 hours, and I'm very high. And he's like, oh, it's just really, really good MDMA, and I'm like, oh god, this guy doesn't have any idea what he's talking about. Like, I'm fucked. But after we realized we weren't gonna die, it was like whatever, yeah.
It's so funny. I have a wide but limited experience with drugs because I am paranoid as fuck, and so like I always know the people who make the drugs, or I make them myself. So like I'm very like, where'd you get those mushrooms? Where'd you get that LSD? Like, where'd you get it? And like I grew up like suburban druggies. So like people made drugs in school sometimes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not getting it from some random guy. We are, but there's access to certain drugs I haven't tried yet because I don't have a guy, and I need a guy for this drug. But I love it. I think it's great. When I become a mother, I plan to go off of all the drugs, including the weed, especially if I'm breastfeeding. Like, I don't want to, give that to my kid or whatever. But it's like one of those things where until then, and God knows if I'm even going to get a chance to be married or have a kid or like do anything I'm going to do, who knows what future Brittany's going to do. I love drugs because like there's such a nice personal moment to have with the self, or like a party drug. I like shrooms. I did shrooms for the first time, and we watched like Dr. Stone, which is like a great anime. It's so fun. Okay. But like we were watching that, and that was the funniest like afternoon of my life. But then I did it alone, and I microdosed for a couple weeks or whatever, and that really made me feel like, oh wow, I'm having like really good moments. Not quite ego deaths though. So I actually have a theory. I'm working on an experiment where I wondered if I can ego death myself again, because the last few ego deaths I had where I really transformed my life, and like I count ego deaths only if your life has changed. If you have an ego death and you're still a fucking idiot, then like, okay, what kind of death were you having? Not an introspective one. So I'm a little black and white with that. But have you ever had what you would call an ego death?
2, absolutely. I don't know if I would say, so I might break here, maybe from you, maybe from other people. I don't think that drugs are necessarily like the mystical experience, life-changing stuff they can be. I think they can be. I think they have the opportunity to be that. But I think that you can have huge drug experiences and just learn nothing because you're just not the type of person to reflect on it. You're not the type of person to think about it. Like, I feel like that is entirely a possible thing. Yeah.
We would agree with that, but in relation to ego deaths, would you say there's a difference? Like, I just did DMT, and I didn't have an ego death. I was like, that was just a fun drug trip, bro. I didn't learn anything. I didn't have, like, I had a reassurance. It reassured me that what I thought was, you know, my internal monologue was correct in that way, which is just reinforcing the internal monologue.
I guess what I would consider ego death purely a physical phenomenon. I wouldn't think of like life-changing at all. I would think that like when you've had, it seems to be the case that when you take enough of like a certain drug, it will like dissolve. It's very hard to put this in words, but like it will dissolve your perspective. So there are a bunch of things that are running constantly in our brain. It might be like the sense of self, which doesn't mean anything unless you've broken that. It might be like your sense of time, which also doesn't mean anything unless you've broken that. But these are like things, these are like programs that are running constantly in your brain. And I think that when you take enough of a certain drug and you start to break those, as that dissolves away, you're left with an experience that is very alien and very otherworldly and impossible to contextualize because you've never had an experience like it. I would call that ego death. Now, there are some people that have that experience and then they come away feeling like super connected with the world, or maybe it's like it becomes religious for them or something. It partially depends on what you bring into it is what you get out of it or how you reflect on it afterwards. But yeah, I would say that for me, like I would describe physical death as purely like once you've done enough of a certain drug, you can break down your like kind of operating system enough that you have an experience that is, and then what you get out of it is your choice basically from there.
Interesting. Okay. It's so funny because I think like life, not to quote the great philosopher Shrek, but like life is really like an onion, and there are a lot of layers to that onion. And so when I think about when I did DMT, and I was wondering like, oh, is this going to change my life in a significant way? And I went under, and I'm like at a dance club with a bunch of these Aztec beautiful people, and I'm like sitting there and we're dancing, and it felt like a half an hour, and it was just a couple minutes, and I'm sitting there, and then eventually I had this idea that they were swarming me with their bodies and like pulling me under, like with my hand. They're like, we're gonna have hedonistic love, and I was like, oh, I hate hedonism. Wait, I know what hedonism is. It's a trap. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a hedonist. It's like a trap. And they looked at me. They're like, but we'll have so much fun together. I was like, I will die at this nightclub, boo boo. You're gonna take me down and kill me, which was just reassuring me that my belief on hedonism was correct. So it's really just me telling myself I'm amazing. But I don't think I'm seeing a god. I love Joe Rogan and Blair White. I saw this conversation with them, and they're like, DMT elves, baby. What if it's like a real god? And I'm like, okay, so non-binary people, the craziest shit you've ever heard, but DMT gods are like reasonable. I'm like, everyone make a decision. For me, I think drugs are a opportunity to have fun, one layer, build intimacy with the self or others, another layer, or to like completely radically change the self. So like these are like, it's all gonna be dependent. Everything is a tool to me. Sex is a tool, people are a tool, life is a tool. Everything is a tool to like build something that brings you to a place of joy, contentment, joy. I think twos, much like fives, no matter how many layers of introspection they go down, can find great joy in life.
Sure.
Great joy. You can live in a bubble, die in a bubble, and feel really fulfilled by that bubble.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think people who are twos who do drugs and end up having ego deaths can stay into those bubbles. I think my ego deaths eventually led me out of bubbles and into a middle place of like, holy shit, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And to a place of, oh, we're just being people. Oh, we're being people. To, oh, humans are going to human. All right, cool. Whew, that was like a lot of anxiety for like 20 years, 30 years.
Okay.
To just like worry about what people were doing. Yeah, so I'd say we basically agree maybe, but like it could be one of many things, but ego death is maybe the place we deviate a little bit, like the like literal definition.
What is the, I guess, so to be more specific, what is like the physical sensation you have when you feel like you're having one of these experiences?
Like a heart attack, like an out of body experience. So if I'm having like an ego death, I feel like I'm learning something about myself.
Well, what is the? Well, let me ask, what is the drug firstly, so that maybe because our perspectives might, like, if you feel like you've had an ego death on which drugs, yeah.
I've had an ego death on weed. Weed is my primary drug. I see things on weed. I hallucinate on marijuana.
Okay.
I see my words. I see people. Like I can see like. Sometimes I'll even see, like, if I'm eating something, I can, like, hop over to the bowl and then hop back into my head and then hop over to the bowl and see myself from inside the, like, Cheerio floating in my milk. I'm, like, but I'm also very meditative. And so the problem is I can't tell if my brain is just super awake. Like, when I was on DMT, I was talking, I was like, no, I have to go. So I opened my eyes and then my body started to melt and all my arms started to leave, and I was like, oh, fuck me. So then I closed my eyes and I was back in the nightclub, and I was like, no, I need to get out of this drug. Like, I do not want to go down this path. So I called my brother's name, and I was like, come in here and wake me up. And when he came in here, I could see him glittering like with like elf magic. It was beautiful. I knew it was all the drug. So I wouldn't count that as ego death, but I've had ego deaths that have that physical experience of like, oh no, we're going somewhere we shouldn't be going. And then my mind is like, but let's go there. And when it's gone there, it's come out with a very nice and comforting understanding that like now we have to change our life around this new moment.
when you have like an ego death on marijuana, do you or actually I'll ask for the DMT experience. Are you familiar with the concept of like a breakthrough?
Is that the maybe not, because I can't quite say it right now, but I think is that the thing where you like
so so this is very generalized, so it may or may not be true for everybody, but my understanding is that like to have a breakthrough experience on DMT, you need like 3 good big hits. And that like by the second hit, you're going to be like pretty out of it. And you usually, I think you need somebody to help you with the third hit. But when you take the third hit of DMT, you're gone into like another world.
Yeah, the takeoff.
Yeah.
The takeoff. Yeah, I did DMT. I had to do it. I think we did it 2 days in a row, but I did like 6 different attempts. I did like multiple attempts because the first couple, I wasn't there. I didn't blast off or anything. Like I didn't do anything. The last time I did it, I blasted off enough, but you're right. I would say I was only so deep into it, and I stopped myself from going deeper into the trip because I had that paranoia in the back of my head of like, oh, you're going to get trapped here for a few months.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't get trapped here, even though I know it's not true. So actually, if I'm being honest with you and completely transparent, I'm not ready to do it again, but like I said, it's in my closet right now. When I am ready, I will go into my closet and redo another trip when I'm ready to go deep in there. So yes, I would say that I could have the potential of a ego death using DMT if I wouldn't stop myself from completely blasting off 1000%.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I was just kind of curious because it you can there's definitely, you can describe different levels in different ways. I would say that like for my 2 mushroom experiences, like when I'm in, I would say that like the quote unquote ego death part, this is like the peaking part of your trip, probably lasts for, on mushrooms I'd say 1 to 2 hours at the most. It doesn't feel like that obviously, but at that point you could probably like pick me up and move me around and I'd have I would just be, I'm completely and totally disconnected from the
I need to do more shrooms.
Maybe, yeah.
I haven't gone that deep yet. I haven't done that much yet. That's the problem, is that I want to do drugs a lot. Like with weed, I've experimented for like, I started smoking when I was 28. So I started later. I was a virgin until I was 22. I'm very slow. I'm very like,
which is fine. My first big drug experience when I was like 30. So I mean,
perfect.
Yeah.
I have this like idea that I'm very adventurous, but I'm not as spontaneous as people think I am. So I've done a lot of crazy shit, but all of it's been very negotiated. And so I think that's why I'm always shook when things don't go correct, because like, no, we negotiated. Again, not to be so autistic, but like we did the thing. So like now this must be the answer. But like human experiences don't work that way. So that makes me want to do it more, because I've never been that in my body on shrooms yet.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, just make sure that you're obviously responsible, so you all know the shit on it, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely a, yeah, coming from having no drugs to having huge experiences is definitely interesting, because it's they're experiences that aren't really like anything else, obviously, in a non-drug world.
Yeah, it's I want to, well, first I want to check in with you. How you doing?
Okay, just chilling.
Yeah. I am not a streamer like you are, so I actually lose my energy about this time. So I'm going to be real with you. I need to eat something or I'm going to kill somebody. So I'm going to give us like 10 more minutes-ish to talk, and then I'm going to have to bail. Is that okay?
Yeah. What if I say no? Do I like hold you hostage, or? It's funny when you ask for permission for something. I'm just fucking with you. I know what you mean, yeah.
It's my BDSM brain. I'm like, I must ask his consent to leave my own live show.
Yeah, gotcha, yeah. Okay.
It makes no sense. But I guess I'm giving you an opportunity if there's anything else you want to talk about.
Yeah, no, I
else
understand.
on your mind.
That was my inner autism speaking. Trying to think. Is there any other topic that you feel like you wanted to go into more, whether on your end or my end?
I feel like I covered most of them, but I'm also like my spoon levels. Like if I was like eating and if my brain had water, my brain would be like, oh, we have more. But I can't. Like I literally can't think about anything right now. All I'm thinking about is food.
How long have you been doing the full-time YouTube stuff for?
3 years.
Okay.
4 years. I've been on YouTube my whole life, but I was okay. So I always tell people my journey on YouTube was like, I was in a bubble, thought I understood the world. In a different bubble, thought I understood the world. In a different bubble, thought I understood the world. Thought I understood myself. Had to go this crazy life. Loved it. God bless. This person now, and like this person now is much more stable in a lot of ways. So I actually can turn my life into money. I wasn't focused on money. I have a hard time caring about money, but I want to like I make enough to like buy my house and like have a baby and like do those things. Hopefully, is like the goal. But I would say like YouTube has always been a secondary thing. I professionally nannied through my 20s. That's how I made a living, truly.
Okay.
And then I had YouTube on the side, and then the last 3 years have been a complete blessing and a just awesome, just like fucking cool. You know, went around the United States and traveled, went camping, saw the states for what it was. Went to Belize for my 30th. Plan to travel more, and like I'm always just like reassured every day that humans are pretty fucking cool.
Have you gotten to travel outside of the U.S. much, or?
Just Belize. I'm so excited to keep going. I know all my friends want me to come to Folsom in Germany. Do you know Folsom? Do you know what that is?
I place in Germany.
BDSM party. That's a huge BDSM party that happens in San Francisco, but they also have one in Germany, and they have one like around. Like I just want to go and like do these things, but I'm like extremely as much as my personality is loud and bubbly, I'm like I like my fucking house. So it takes a lot of energy for me to like let's go socialize. Once I'm there, you know.
You describe your like BDSM stuff. Is this past stuff, or is this still stuff you currently engage in?
I think that's kind of hard to answer since I literally have not left my house in 3 fucking years. Like COVID restrictions. I don't know how you're gonna feel about this, but like I'm not a vaccinated person at this moment. I go back and forth with it all the time, and I'm gonna see my doctor this month, and then once he gives me the okay go, I feel much better. I have like some issues with my body, so once like those are cleared up and I feel safe, most likely gonna get it because I want to travel, I want to socialize, but I haven't seen any of my friends or done anything with my people because they're pretty vaccinated, they're like hunkered down, and I don't want to disrespect anyone's like you know, I'm all about consent. So until I'm ready, you know, to go socialize, I haven't, but I plan to. And yes, I love BDSM. I'm not a part of subcultures anymore, so like I don't think of myself as like I want to go to BDSM conferences, but I'm not like a peer educator anymore. I like left that station. I don't want to be a part of your boards. I don't want to be a part of your I don't want people to come to me and say, what should the BDSM community do now? Don't care. Not my monkeys, not my circus. I like to visit, and I like to absolutely. Like if I think about like partnership and I want somebody who's like kinky and open, or like because there's a lot of stuff I want to explore, and I'm very mental with my BDSM, so I don't put sex and my BDSM together. I don't put but I add BDSM into my sex.
So I'm kind of curious, do you feel like if you were looking for like a long-term relationship, there's 2 questions I guess. One is, do you feel like your partner needs to be involved in BDSM related stuff? And 2, are you like, do you have fun with vanilla sex at all anymore, or is it like if it's not like super BDSM, you're just like, I don't really care, this is like boring to me now?
Can I be really honest with you? I haven't had vanilla sex.
No, don't be really honest with me.
10+ years. Yeah, well, you know what I mean? Like 10+ years, homie.
Wait, you haven't had sex in 10+ years?
Oh, no, vanilla sex.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's been a really long time since I have like interacted with someone outside of kink, but I will say, because I'm not part of the BDSM community anymore, I want my person to know like, hey, like we live in a forest, and like we will fly and drive to conferences 3 times, 4 times a year if we want to, asterisk, because like Comic-Con's also one of those places I want to, you know, I like those places on occasion. But I don't need to be in the community. When I was in Seattle, I need people to understand I was working 80 hours a week and at the dungeon every night. Like I was in it to win it. And now I'm just not that person. I don't know if it's because I'm old, but yeah, in relation to long-term partnership, I would like somebody who understands BDSM, or at least is open and and they will be, like, because I'm not going to date anyone who's not as introspective as I am. So like they're going to have to be open, and they're going to know like, oh yeah, this is BDSM, this is what we do, and like we have fun, but it's not our identities. This is not like, we're not going to identify with this like in a real way. We're just people who engage in intimacy using this tool.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I like tools. I like, hey, what does this mean to you? And I have limitations. Like, I don't like shit. Don't shit on my chest. Do not do that. Do not surprise scat play with me. I will not be happy. But otherwise, I'm whatever my partner is open to. Like, I'm so open. It's on the table. I want to discuss it. I don't want my sexual, friendship, or romantic partners to ever feel like they can't just say it to me, because what are you going to do, offend me? Like, bro, I'm pissing on your face. Like, can we really offend each other at this point? Like, just say it. Just, like, have this conversation with me. So, yeah. Does that, that answers your
question. I think so, yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Have you ever, like, is that weird? Like, what is, I mean, I see you as a very open person, so I assume, like, hearing about BDSM is, like, literally casual for you, to some extent.
Yeah, hearing about it is, yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm like pretty extreme or like super kinky on any of those edges or whatever. So like, I don't do like any like water sports or whatever. It's even too far from me. So, Yeah.
Do you cry?
Not really, no. Why?
You seem like a
I'm sure
person
if
who
you like
doesn't
cut my
cry.
arm off or something, I definitely could, right? Like it's possible. It's not impossible to. Or like if you killed my fucking son or something, I'd probably, yeah. But
Oh, obviously. Oh, damn. Like, no, that's not too far. But like, I'm trying to. I see you as a person who like. I meet people who are similar to like your energy, I guess you could say. It's like a part of me is like, I wonder if I slapped him if he'd cry, or if like you just be like, oh, I don't know why you did that.
it would depend. I think I would either say I don't know why you did that. It seems kind of inappropriate. If you did it right after a league game, I'd probably punch you. It would just depend on the mood you caught me in, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I noticed that BDSM to me is like a great window. I left religion and I was looking for structure and I was looking for someone to tell me what to do. And I went into I went to the Air Force office for recruitment and I was like, hi, maybe I want this. And he's like, hey, but like you have to follow everything they say. And I'm like, ooh, I'm way too much of a brat. I'm out. Then I met a woman who was a leather woman and a dom, and she was like, would you like me to train you? And I was like, fuck yes, I would. So then she introduced me to BDSM, which I had already known. I'd read hundreds of books by then. And I've read thousands of books by now. But I was reading all these books about fantasy BDSM things. You know what I mean? Like Laurel K. Hamilton or like Kashiel's Dart. And as I was reading these things, I was like, I wonder if this is like real. And then, yeah, baby, it's real. And people be somewhat serious about it. It's weird. I fall into a category of BDSMs that take it very seriously when I'm doing it. Then I, at this point in my life, wouldn't say that it's something that it's like important in my everyday life.
When you say
But
very
when I
seriously when you're
do
doing it, are these like lifestyle things where like for days at a time you're like in certain roles basically, or what does that mean? I'm curious.
Could be. Yeah, absolutely. It depends on what we're trying to create. But I am a masochist, so I have to be very careful. Like I've had like partners put needles up and down my legs. I've had scarification on my body. I've had, you know, like blood play alone is a very high risk interaction. But I look for what I look for in partners for tops or BDSM partners is like, what are we both getting out of this? Do we both agree on the energy we're trying to create together? Are we trying to giggle? Am I trying to be a brat? Or are we trying to make me cry? Like I did a scene with a group of my friends, which to this day might be the best scene I've ever done, just for like the hominess of it, like people just being your homies. But I have a thing around bananas. And so I asked my friend if he could like torture me with bananas. And all my friends participated. Someone wore a banana suit. Someone brought me banana cake. One person brought me like actual bananas. And then we just kind of like worked on my fear and like my issues around bananas. And it was really great. And the whole time I didn't cry. I didn't feel anything. I was just like, oh, this is funny. And it was kind of bratty. At the very end of the scene, the top comes to me. And he said something to me of the effect of like, you're so worthless, it's insane. And I was like, oh, and then like I cried and I felt so good. And I like, he held me and like it was just such a beautiful intimate moment to like have a safe space to be like worthless, because I am like so ego driven. I'm like so fucking arrogant. Like I am the stereotype of a BDSMer who's like a dominant in their real life, a top like everywhere in their job, and then they come to the dungeon, they're like, whip me daddy. Like that's me to the T. So my trope is very like sick, you know, in that way. But yeah, BDSM can last anywhere from 30 minutes to a whole fucking month, like if you really want to go for it. It just depends on what you can manage. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like it. It's really fantastic. It's a great tool. It's one of my favorite tools I've ever found in my whole life. Like, I think about doing ayahuasca and like doing different kinds of drugs, and I equate it to the feeling I get with BDSM, which I do sober. So my BDSM is done sober and without sex. Two different, like very different feelings
always?
for me.
Like exclusively? Like you don't do...
Always.
You never have any type of sexual organ part or anything interacting when you're having a BDSM experience?
Different question. So this is how I define sex. If the goal is for orgasm, turning on, or sexual stimulation, that's a no-go for me during BDSM.
So BDSM with like something like tease and denial, that wouldn't be something you would ever do.
No.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting.
During sex.
Yes, but not during BDSM. Right.
No, because like my BDSM is like I want to feel pain. I want to be in my BDSM. I want to be like just like fucking nothing.
You just want to be tortured.
I want to be tortured.
You just want to be tortured.
So when I think about sex, I want to be. Okay. One time I did this like edging thing with my partner. That was like we incorporated BDSM energy into it, but obviously it was focused on sex. And like after 3 days, I thought I might murder him. And I told him, I was like, if I don't orgasm right now, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill everyone in this house, because I have an insanely high drive for a woman. Like my drive is like honestly such a bad, it's been, I've made mistakes. So like my brain, like I have to think about those things. But with BDSM, if you add in sex, now my brain is like, okay, but like you're putting needles in my thighs. So why are you fucking me? I'm so confused on how this is gonna work. Now that's just for me though. No judgment on other people who do it. I just can't. And I need to do it sober because I get fucking high as shit already in a BDSM scene. The adrenaline. I jump out of planes too for fun. And so like when I'm like jumping out of a plane or doing BDSM, it's like the same fucking adrenaline to me. It's just like I'm not thinking about sex. I am thinking about fucking dying. And it feels amazing. You know what I mean?
Sure. Just as like a
sex
random,
is so vulnerable.
like a random question. I'm just asking a random BDSM. I'm just curious. Do you, when it comes to things like blood play, especially, or other types of like high risk things, how do you like validate a partner's experience? Do you have to get like references or like a resume or?
So I'm very paranoid. So, and I keep saying that, but I need people to know, like, the lengths I go to may be extreme to other people, but like when I did blood play in the past with partners, we went to classes, we consulted with doctors, we got tested, we did everything we had to do, we tested it on other things, we bought needles, we got proper disposable tools, like the, you know, you have to put in a particular container, and you guys should watch Evie Lupine for BDSM educational stuff. Sorry, I'm gonna shout her out, she's my bestie, and like she's really good about like explaining the safety protocol of BDSM, but like there is a safety protocol. Now, of course, you deal with the fucking internet, and people now want to all be fucking teenager vampires and do blood play, and fucking MGK and Megan Fox talking about drinking each other's blood. Like, look, as BDSMers, yes, I've technically drank blood, but don't say it like that. Don't say it like it's casual. It's not. It's fucking crazy. And like when you do it, you have to really think about what you're doing, because like you could fucking die, and like you have to think about those things. So yeah, I take a lot of steps. I negotiate. It's actually why I'm bad at casual stuff, because I make people wait. I ask them for play partner phone numbers. I want to talk to your play partners. I want to talk to people at the dungeon who know you. I want to see your online presence. I want to see, because like BDSM is not exempt from fucking rape culture or like rape in general. So you have to be very careful. And look, risk aware kink, sane, safe, consensual. Everyone's got limitations. I like to be safe and consensual, and I like to be risk aware. So like I dabble in risky things. Like there was a woman at my local dungeon who like used to do waterboardings for people, former military woman, and like you gotta, like, that's fucking crazy to the rest of the world. Like it's fucking torture, but for some of us it's just kind of kinky. So it's you know, I want people to be smart about how they engage with dangerous activity, whether it's skateboarding or blood play.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I have I'm an adrenaline is like, whew. Yeah, I got a thing. What can I say? I just like to feel alive, you know?
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but obviously we're in very different worlds, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that's what the greatest thing about like living a life is I think that's why I also find it difficult, not to bring it back to me, but like the whole like finding a long-term partner, the reason I don't worry about it is because I'm asking for somebody who's lived a life enough that they're going to understand my life, and my life has been fabulous and weird, and coming from an immigrant background alone like confuses the fuck out of half the people I've dated.
When did you when did you move to the US?
No, my parents are immigrants. All their kids are born here.
Oh, okay,
but
gotcha.
I grew up in like a trilingual home. Like I grew up with a lot of foreign food. I eat foreign food all the time. Like I don't think about how much of my life is not the same as other people. Like I've mostly dated well, I've been with about every kind of person, but long-term dating, mostly white people, and when I bring them home and it's just so clear that they don't feel like they understand my people, and I'm like, look, my people are not that it's like my big fag Greek wedding. You just got to be open to loud music and loud people and yelling that sounds like anger but it's not anger.
Okay, this sounds like
food, you know?
A lot of minority households in the U.S. Half my family, the Cuban half, and then for black friends I had growing up, that was always the difference, because even though I have on my mom's side, my whole family is Hispanic, my family is very traditional white. Like our dinners are very quiet, and if you're shouting in the household, it's because somebody is very, very, very fucking mad. Versus like other, non-white households in the United States seem to be a lot more exuberant, I guess we'll say. See you later, Milky Milk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, I understand what you mean.
That makes me nervous. It makes me, because I've been to people's homes that I've dated, and they're like, "Oh my, Brittany, are you okay?"
Yeah. Like, why does your I remember growing up, it took me so long.
Borderline?
My grandma lived near, for whatever reason, the apartment block we lived in was mainly black people. My two black friends growing up were black friends in that neighborhood. And anytime I went to their house, I always thought their dad. It took me a long time, because I thought their dad was always like super pissed off. Because every time he saw like either of the sons, like my friend or his brother, like he was always shouting, "What'd you do at school today?" or whatever. It's like, oh my, and he's like, "Oh my god." And like even when he was like, "Oh, what's up, stupid?" Like he'd always shout. I don't know if he was fucking with me. In retrospect, now I wonder if he was fucking with me because I was a very white kid growing up. Maybe he knew he was like fucking with me. But same thing with like my grandma and like her sister, like aunt. Like when I would go over in Miami, there's a really shitty rundown part called Hialeah where all the Cuban people live. And my grandma lived in one of these apartments here, and they were just like they just screamed at each other all the time, and it was in Spanish too. So when I was really young, I couldn't understand anything they were saying, and I'd always have to ask like, "Are you guys fighting?" Whatever. It's like, "Oh no, we talk to each other like that." Blah blah blah. I was like, "Okay, whatever." But so yeah, it's kind of.
So do you speak any languages other than English?
Not very little Spanish. If you drop me off in the middle of a country, I can like ask where the bathroom is and find my way home or whatever, but not really, no, not conversationally.
That's more than I can do. Like my parents speak Arabic and Sudith. Arabic because it was the primary language in Iraq, and then Sudith because that's our language, but it's like a dying language. Obviously, it's going to die with us. And it's like it's really funny being at a get together because they call us like the American cousins, like the cousins who got heavily Americanized. And my parents did that on purpose. There's like two type of immigrants, right?
There are.
The ones that are like, yeah, you're like.
I hate them. Yeah, they don't teach you the fucking because my parents are like that. You're in. My mom will tell you like my whole Cuban family will be speaking fluent Spanish to their like aunt, uncle, or whatever, and they'll turn to me like, Stevie, this is America. You don't need no goddamn Spanish. We speak English here, okay? We're gonna have normal kids or whatever. It's like, fuck you, mom. What the fuck? No, like, the only time they spoke the other languages in the house, they didn't want me to know what was going on. I was like, okay, well, fuck you, yeah.
Well, hello. That is my mom the other day was talking, and I was visiting her for Christmas, and I looked at her. I was like, who are you talking about? I know what you're because I can understand like. If I understand kind of who they're talking about, I can gauge. Like, also, I have this superpower where I feel like I don't have to speak your language to know what you're saying. But I think that's because I rely so heavily on my gut instinct to like understand body language and people. Okay. And like again, I'm like arrogant about this. But like, yeah, I don't need to know exactly, but I need to know the gist. Like, okay, you're angry at this person for doing this thing. Oh, they slept with somebody? Do they sleep with somebody? It's like I can kind of get it. So like my mom will be like, don't learn the language. I want to be able to talk to your father in front of you without you knowing. Okay. I'm like, that's deliberate sabotage. So like sabotage. But to be fair, not that my parents admit a lot of wrongdoings because, you know, immigrants, but they do say that one of the things they wish they had done is teach us the language now so we could talk and like, because my grandparents are now all passed and deceased, but they lived like 100 years, 90 years. Like they all had so many amazing stories. And they, of course, one of them in particular, who died at 103, he was like, I do know English, but I'm not going to speak it. And I was like, God damn it. Why would you do this to me, sir? And so, like, I missed out on opportunities, I think, to be closer to him, which could be on his part, too. You know, people are stubborn. But it is one of those things where, like, I'm really grateful for my background. I fucking love it. I just made, like, a huge dinner yesterday. I watch my nieces and nephews 3 days a week. As like training, but also for my brother, they do jiu-jitsu, him and his wife. Like it's a great time for us to all hang out, but I don't even notice they're here, you know what I mean? Like I've got 3 kids and 3 brothers living. I just don't notice because I'm just so used to, I love it. I love my people around me. My people make me feel grounded, but it's, you know, it makes me different enough. It gets weird, I guess.
Sure.
Like, yeah, I've definitely had people think I was angry when I'm like just talking, but I've seen you. And that's why I liked you is like, you have a tendency to be like, I'm Steven, you're fucking retarded, I'm Steven. Like you do this thing where you're like.
Depending on, I try to match energy in a conversation out. If you've watched older stuff of mine, I'm definitely guilty of that. But I try, I've tried recently to be more like, I'll match the tone of the person I'm talking to. So if somebody's like pretty chill, I'll be pretty chill. If they start screaming at me, then that's cool. I'm fine with that because we can start having a screaming match. But yeah, it just depends on what's going on,
Yeah, no, fair. I think that's smart.
Thanks. I try to.
You would like consider how people are. Well, you know, I think you were trying to explain this to Mr. Girl, right? Like, if you want people to be more open and not on edge with you, you have to kind of meet them where they are. And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, well.
yeah.
Okay. Sure. You know. Oh, this was really nice, by the way. I know people were like, how'd you get him to do this? I was like, I emailed him. Like, I talked to him. That's not what YouTubers do, I guess. But it was really nice that you were so quick and that we were able to do this. It's been really nice.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks for the conversation. If anything else ever comes up, feel free to shoot me an email.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Steven. I really appreciate it. And to everyone watching, thank you for being here. I'm definitely going to go eat now, and I'm going to take a nap and then finish my calls for the day. So have a great fucking day. Thanks for being here.
Have fun. Peace out.
Okay. See you soon. Bye.
Bye. Where the fuck? Did these motherfuckers go? They were at the gas station so much when I was there. Bro, I speared that one person in the fucking head and they didn't die. How? In the first encounter. Give them a chest bullshit. The rift calls? It is indeed calling now. Is diamond possible today? If I won 20 games in a row, would I get to diamond? Maybe. Is ego death on weed even a thing? It's everybody has like a different concept of what ego death is. So I'm not sure, but maybe. I know that when I did a few edibles after my big mushroom trip. Is that like a rifle? Why can't I get on this horse anymore? I think I'm dead. Holy fuck. That dude's not fucking around. Oh. Bro, what is this desert fuck map where there's no fucking cloth anywhere? If you've done psychedelics, you can return to an older trip by smoking weed. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say return to an older trip, but it definitely can feel that way. Oh yeah, I was in the old sentence. When I was doing edibles, you can mine cactus. Yeah, but it's like 1 cloth per hit. This is like dumb as fuck. I keep starting to talk and then stopping. When I did edibles after, what's up, RTBA? Ate me. That's what I wanted. Yes. When I did edibles after my mushroom trip, I would say that like that felt like an ego death. Yeah, for sure. I didn't know that that would happen. It was like a horrifying experience. Was that your first edible experience ever? No! I've done edibles before and I never had that experience, but it was the first time I did edibles after weed. It wasn't even a lot. I mean, like, it was like a lot for somebody that doesn't smoke weed a lot. Like, I think I ate like, it was either 30 or 40 gram, no, it would have been a 30 or 40 milligram piece of chocolate or whatever. So like a decent amount for somebody that doesn't smoke weed, but not like a, but like it was a decent amount. It was a decent amount but it was like, it fucked me up. It was like a 3 to 4 hour horrific experience. Yeah, it was a 3 to 4 hour horrific experience. It was horrible. It's pretty high for someone with no tolerance. Maybe, but I've done edibles in the past. I've heard that edible balancing or like the dosage is really inconsistent. I've done edibles in the past because I think when I was with Devin, remember when I did that cookie with Devin? I got really high and I think it was a 30 milligram cookie and I was super fucking blasted. We were like laughing for like 4 hours after that stream ended, like in the apartment. As soon as one of us would hear the other laugh, the other would start laughing. It was so dumb. I got ultra fucking high when I was hanging out with Devin and his whatever fiance back then. And that was a 30 milligram cookie. But the time I got high after I did mushrooms on an edible, it wasn't even remotely comparable. It was like a terrifying, horrendous experience. I got sucked right back in to like almost one of the highest points of my mushroom trip is what it felt like I was experiencing when I was on that edible. And holy shit, it was horrifying. It was absolutely fucking horrifying. I'm still confused on what exactly ego death is. Oh, man, it must be nice if you can watch my stream and see exactly where I died, huh?
Dude, I was just passing by. Fuck up.
I was just passing by, he says, as he loots my entire fucking corpse. I headshot him 3 times and he doesn't die! How? I hope you bleed out, motherfucker. Alright. That person was interesting. When I talk to somebody on stream and you're like, the only reason you talk to this person is they're a girl, usually anybody with a YouTube channel, I've talked to so many different fucking people. I don't know why you guys say that. I permaban for that shit. It's the most retarded shit you guys fucking say. Why do you get so mad? Because it's dumb as fuck. It's the stupidest fucking thing in the world. Like, I'll talk to anybody that emails me that has like, oh, I've got like 50,000, 100,000 YouTube subs or whatever. I'll generally always talk to these people. It's not like a just a girl thing. Like, it's so weird because like I talked to like 4 social worker, psychologist people and it was all fine. And then I talked to 2 that are women and be like, oh, he's only talking because he's a woman. No, what? Don't project onto me like how fucking sad you are. Like, I don't need those projections in my life. Name 5 guys. Mr. Mooten Dan, RTBA. Oh shit. Jackie Chan. Fuck. I'm sorry, Testicles. My brain is scattered. I'll be back, okay? I'm on a tear right now on the Rift. I'm on a tear. Do you understand? Hold on, I'm gonna get food. 1 sec.
今年は京都の桜をいくつか巡ってみることにしました。
About not learning Spanish from mom. As someone born in the U.S. but raised knowing only Spanish until reading school, I empathize with your mom. It's hard for a parent to teach a language so, especially when she left Cuba early in life, had lacks a full understanding of rules of speaking Spanish. No, it didn't have anything to do with that. What it had to do with was that they felt like because they were American, they only wanted to speak American. Okay, no non-American language. You see this Joe Rogan clip? Hold on. Wait, why, Wandy? Why do people cuck out so much online? Can someone please draw a high school shoujo anime of all our friends, please? It'd be so damn cute. I never realized that my pure excitement about having this idea visualized would come with so much criticism. Holy moly, I am sorry. I don't expect people to do it, nor to do it for free. If people do, that's because they wanted to, and I'll be profiting off this either. In the future, I will no longer say something like this on Twitter. Sorry, artists, if I offended you in any way. Who cares? What a bunch of fucking babies. Wait, or did people even do this? Or is she just reacting negatively to like 3 comments? Wait, never mind, because I'm looking at the quote tweets and now it seems like everybody seems like they were like, oh, who was even mad? Okay, never mind. I don't even know if people were actually mad or if it was just like 1 or 2 people that got mad. What is this?
Out. The climate change one is a weird one. So that
well,
one.
That's because there's no such thing as climate, right? Climate and everything are the same word. And that's what bothers me about the climate change types. It's like, this is something that bothers me about it technically. It's like, well, climate is about everything. So, okay. But your models aren't based on everything. Your models are based on a set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you've reduced the variables, which are everything, to that set. Well, how did you decide which set of variables to include in the equation if it's about everything? And that's not just a criticism. That's like, if it's about everything, your models aren't right. Because your models do not and cannot model everything.
What do you mean by everything when you say hard to sort out? The climate change.
Isn't psychology about everything? Technically, like it's all encompassing the human experience. The poker guy that I talked to told me that he found an Oxford epidemiologist. 11154. Maybe I'll watch this. I don't know if I'm going to go through. He gave me a ton of random links and shit. We'll see.
Maybe moving on to natural immunity quickly. And I had a debate with somebody a couple of days ago, and it turns out that there's a lot of people that are really, really disagreeing on this in kind of modern culture. And you can be on one side of the internet and the algorithm will tell you all of these people agree with you, and you can be on the other side and the same thing will happen. I've seen that there are dozens and dozens and dozens of studies that are saying the value of natural immunity as a phenomenon and the superiority of natural immunity versus the COVID-19 vaccination immunity or vaccinated immunity. Is that true?
There are very few vaccines, none really. Maybe the pneumococcal vaccine, but that's slightly a whole different ballgame. There are no vaccines yet that we've developed that do better than natural immunity. So that was to be expected. And from the start, I've said vaccines are great for protecting against severe disease and death and for delivering focused protection. We should never rely on them to stop transmission because natural immunity to COVID is also transient. It's not like measles. You don't become immune for life. We know that from studying the other coronaviruses. You lose your immunity against infection over a timescale of a few years or a few months even. But what you retain is the ability to fight disease. This is known as a standard.
I told him to email her. This will be my most fun debate in a while because it'll be challenging, and I think the topic is relevant, and I'll enjoy researching it, and I already have a high base of knowledge on it. I told him to email her and ask her if she wanted to argue with me on any of this, but I haven't watched the video yet, which I should have because maybe we'll agree on most things. Immunity via vaccines is transient, but so is natural immunity too, right? I don't think she would deny that. I would hope not, but...
Coronavirus paradigm. So, yeah, of course the vaccines aren't doing that. They have offer a shorter duration of protection against infection than natural immunity itself.
I don't think that is the case. I just don't think the evidence is out there for it, but...
That is no surprise. But natural immunity is also not lifelong.
Okay.
For coronaviruses against infection. They are against disease. So...
From what I...
Wait, what? Hold on.
But natural immunity is also not lifelong for coronaviruses against infection. They are against disease. So
natural immunity does not last for life against infections, but it does against disease. So as in you'll always get infected, but you won't have a disease for it. I don't know if that's the case that natural immunity outperforms vaccine immunity there. I don't think that's necessarily the case, is it? But...
From what I've seen, and tell me if this is incorrect, it seems really difficult.
She means measles?
To get a concise number on how much more efficacious natural immunity is than vaccinated immunity. Number one reason, or at least one of the top reasons, is that both immunities wane over time, and it's hard to isolate the variable. If we have all different people that have taken the vaccine at different times and have got infected at different times.
It doesn't matter. It's one of those questions. It's not an important question because one of the big mistakes that was made by the set of academics that immediately set out to destroy the Great Barrington Declaration in the form of the John Snow Memorandum is they said three things. The first thing they said is, how do we know there's any natural immunity at all to COVID? Which is an astonishing thing to say in October in 2020. Work in many labs, including our own, had shown that you get neutralizing antibodies and T cells and whatnot. So that's a strange thing. The second thing they said is that, how do we know it's going to last? And in fact, we knew it wasn't going to last because other coronaviruses, just as you said, natural immunity against infection is short term. It's not lifelong. But this is the bit that they completely missed. And this bit was missed by people who have PhDs in epidemiology. And that bit is that you will maintain the same level of herd immunity in the population as you would for a disease where you don't lose any immunity, provided they have the same transmissibility. So losing immunity does not stop a wall of immunity building up in a population. And the reason that may seem counterintuitive.
Very much so, but please continue.
But this is why I've been putting out these explainers on this collateral global website about why that happens. It's like a system. So you have a level of water, which is maintained, and that is independent of whether it's flowing in or out, or the rate at which it's flowing in or out. Measles is a system where the water is trickling out very slowly, the water in the system being proportionally immune, and is being filled up very slowly, because babies are born, they get infected.
I'm going to assume that he's not cherry-picking his experts, but I'm looking now at the website that she's from, and I see that they definitely have a slant. Lockdown and communication changes are leaving many disabled people behind. Essay, Special Liberties and the Amnesia of COVID-19, Suffering and Sacrifice. I'm saying that they're 90 years old and unafraid. They definitely have an angle that they push, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything she's saying is wrong.
All vaccinated. Coronavirus, the system is, the water's turning over very rapidly, but the level of water would be the same. You could still have
She's funded by climate change denying libertarians. The Great Barrington Declaration was denounced by the WHO. Really? She currently works as a professor of theoretical epidemiology at the Department of Zoology in the University of Oxford. So she's not like a random dipshit.
A full tank. What you need for endemicity to protect the vulnerable is you need a full tank, or as high as possible.
So forgive me if I'm being slow on this, but what are the benefits of having a high natural immunity or herd immunity threshold or level or whatever in society if each individual's immunity is waning over time, if the water's kind of flowing out?
Because they will get reinfected and keep topping up the water level. When you get reinfected, your chances of getting disease are very low, minuscule. And because the water level is up high, the actual risk of infection is very low.
It's pronounced zoology, not... It's zoology, not zoology? Zoology? Is it zoology? 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 I don't know.
So when the water level, when the system is empty, the water's going to gush in. That's what happened at the beginning of the epidemic. And it fills up, the pandemic. And then you still get this sort of flow in and out. But because that flow is now composed of people who've already had it before, they're not going to get sick. And that's what we're seeing now with the Omicron wave. So you can maintain, and why do we know this? Why do I say this with any confidence? It's because that's what you see for the other coronaviruses, for many other respiratory infections. That's the reality of it. It's not a theoretical construct. Yeah. But the idea that losing immunity means that you can't build up herd immunity is, it's frankly quite astonishing that the people who signed that declaration wrote that.
I think we're going to need some kind of PR campaign or some kind of media campaign to be able to teach that to the world, because I can't see that getting through to people so quickly.
Well, as I said, at the risk of plugging these explainers that we've created on Collateral Global, hopefully that gives bring.
Wait, am I misunderstanding her? Or if you've been infected with SARS-CoV-2 and then you have the disease COVID-19, isn't it possible that a year and a half later you can be not only reinfected with a SARS-CoV-2 variant, can't you also still have the disease again? Like, can't you get reinfected and still be, like, sick? That was my understanding. Is she saying that that's not possible, or am I misunderstanding her? She's claiming that's rare? I mean, it's probably more rare than somebody that hasn't been infected or vaccinated at all, sure. But I don't see how the natural immunity is doing anything special here.
Plug away. What's the website?
It's called collateralglobal.com. Yeah.
I'll link it in the description.
Yeah, I suppose. But there are some explainers that we put, because as you say, they are not the easiest concepts.
Yeah, and nor should they be, otherwise people like you might be redundant in our society.
That's fine, we've got other things.
So I guess the reason why I believe that it's become an important question to ask the difference between natural and vaccinated immunity is because when this spills over into policy, people are very large advocates and very loud advocates of mandating vaccines. And I know that there are thousands and thousands of doctors and scientists out there that have grouped together and said we don't believe that these mandates should exist, especially for people with prior immunity. But I guess then these conversations have to happen. What is the difference between vaccinated immunity and prior immunity, or prior immunity plus vaccinated immunity? Is it still worth it if you have those? So I guess to kind of like round off that question, where do you think that the facts that you've learned throughout your career kind of lay when making or creating implications in public policy?
So I think, and I've said this before, that vaccines like measles vaccines, I'm very happy to mandate them because they stop transmission. So they actually they keep that water tank full. So they allow children to acquire immunity, lifelong immunity, circumventing.
Have you tried getting a licensed physician / epidemiologist on the stream? Seems like a lot of the questions. No, because not to jerk myself off, but every time I get somebody that is like really well versed or really knowledgeable in these things, it seems like we just sit here and agree with each other the whole time. I think it would be interesting. Fuck, why am I mid? I think it would be interesting to get somebody like this one who's an educated person on the other side, supposedly educated person on the other side, and then we could have an argument. I'd be curious about that. That would be what I'm more interested in at this point.
State of disease, and I strongly believe they should be mandated, actually. They've saved many lives. But that's because measles is that kind of a virus. With coronaviruses, the way this endemic equilibrium is maintained is through reinfection. Now, that is not something you can achieve through vaccines. You cannot use vaccines against viruses like SARS-CoV-2 to maintain a high level of herd immunity in the population. Nor is it necessary, because most kids will get coronavirus and they won't even notice it. I mean, with the 4 other coronaviruses, I mean, have you heard of them? Do you know their names?
In other ways, it's
ring a bell? No. Why? Because nobody dies of it. Children don't die. A few elderly people, immunocompromised people, might be.
Well, wait. That's because this one is particularly deadly compared to or particularly infectious compared to the other one. No, that's not an argument. 900K, boys. I said March 1st we'd be done. We're tapering off a bit.
Unfortunately, suffer a bad outcome. But so what we want to do is head towards that state. And that state is not going to be achieved by vaccinating everybody. The vaccines can offer focused protection for those who are vulnerable, particularly at the early stages of the pandemic. Absolutely, an essential tool in shepherding us to that endemic state. But that endemic state can only be achieved or can be sustainably maintained through natural infection. Otherwise, what are we going to have to do? We're going to have to go and vaccinate everybody every 6 months or whatever the moment the duration of the vaccine, that would be the only way you could maintain herd immunity. And that's just not...
I don't get it. It seems the vaccine is nothing but an overall positive. If you're not poison-brained, it is. It just is. Like, even if, here's the strange thing. People will simultaneously say, we need herd immunity. We need people to get infected, okay? So the vaccines aren't going to work. And then they'll say, well, even if you got the vaccine, you can still get infected. Okay, wait, what the fuck then? Why not just have everybody get vaccinated then? We'll still get infected and we'll, deal with it, right? The immunity conferred via a vaccine is safer than the immunity conferred via an infection because you don't have to suffer an actual infection to get the fucking immunity.
Sustainable. I mean, you couldn't do that. And even if you could, the amount of resources that would draw from a small pot to deal with all the other diseases, not to mention the horrible endemic problems of poverty and whatnot, would just be
horrible endemic problems of poverty. Wait, what does it have to do with anything? What?
Unconscionable. So we can't do that. So the only thing we can do is, only thing we should ever have thought of doing is protecting the vulnerable, vaccinating the vulnerable. That is what we suggested early on, last year this time. That's what people were talking about in the government.
What do you think of the idea that these?
I was thinking about the
especially the
program. It must be miserably lonely. Imagine being in the Mecca with absolutely no one to talk to. Also, does it jack you off?
Vaccines and perhaps the new Johnson & Johnson. What do you think of the idea that these vaccines, especially the mRNA vaccines and perhaps the new Johnson & Johnson AstraZeneca ones as well, might be quite different to the conventional generic vaccine idea that we had of injecting a dormant piece of virus into somebody or a dead piece of virus into somebody? And what do you think of people's skepticism towards these vaccines and not having perhaps the most transparent data available from the pharmaceutical companies that created them? Coming from my perspective, I've not taken any of the COVID-19 vaccines, and I don't believe that I will. I like you, I believe that vaccines are one of the best inventions. I assume I can speak for you here that one of the best inventions humankind's ever created. But personally, I'm extraordinarily skeptical of it being a plus EV, I would say, in the poker community, or be a positive equation for the risk-benefit analysis. For me personally, to be taking COVID-19.
Yeah, no, I don't see any reason at all why you should have taken it. I only took it.
Why not? Why would you not? I don't see any reason at all. Here's what everybody's so fucking stupid and lazy. I hate it so much. I wish I could just clone myself and then go exist in these communities, because there are real better arguments that you can use. You might be able to say something along the lines of if you're young and you're healthy, you probably don't need it. If you get sick, it's whatever. You roll the dice. Maybe we shouldn't be manufacturing vaccines at such a high rate. Maybe we're guaranteeing too much money to certain companies. Those are all fine arguments. You can make those arguments. That's a perfect. I would disagree with it, but it's a reasonable argument. But to say there's no reason, what do you mean there?
A plus EV, I would say, in the poker community, or be a positive equation for the risk-benefit analysis. For me personally, to be taking COVID-19.
Yeah, no, I don't see any reason at all why you should have taken it.
Why do you see no reason at all? How can you see no reason at all, right? Even if we agree that you could still possibly get infected, we have to are we just saying that vaccines do nothing? Are we saying that it's just a total fucking placebo? They're injecting you with fucking saline? You can't think of a single fucking reason. You're about to travel, you're gonna see friends and family, you might hang out with more vulnerable. Come on, what a fucking dishonest fuck. When people, I could be a better Nazi than most people. I could be a better commie than most people. I could be a better anti-vaxxer than most people. Why are their arguments also fucking dog shit?
Only took it on sort of on the understanding that you have to cut off somewhere. So if it's everyone over 50, sure, I'll submit to that as part of a kind of, again, social contract. Okay, everyone. My feeling was, okay, give it to all of us over 50, and then leave the rest of the population alone. And that's what I really hoped would happen, and it didn't. As such, I remember being very excited about the mRNA technology when I first encountered it about 2.5 years ago. I thought this is really interesting, and I still think it's very interesting technology. And I'm very well acquainted with the prime boost, the adenovirus technology used for the AstraZeneca, which is an Oxford-based. Both of them are very interesting technologies, but
I'm gonna get ganked if
you
I
know,
jump
there
on
are
him,
many
won't I?
unanswered questions there now, especially with the rates of myocarditis being high in young males. And my basic point is that these vaccines, it's irrational to give them to anyone under 50, let's say, unless they have serious comorbidities or whatever. It's irrational because, you know, you have what is it protecting you from? You're not going to die from COVID, very unlikely. It's not allowing you, it's not building herd immunity because you lose any ability that it has to stop you from spreading coronavirus, vanishes after 3-4 months.
But that's true of normal infections as well, no?
It's illogical. It's completely illogical, given that we don't know enough about the harms. I did not anticipate that we would see this sort of the levels of myocarditis that we're seeing. And I think right now, you know,
the levels of myocarditis.
We really need to think very carefully about what justification there is. I would very strongly say that we should not be vaccinating children.
Yeah, and for me, this is probably why I fall down on the other side of the argument when it comes to mandating any kind of vaccine or any kind of therapeutic. Because
I didn't know I got feared!
It does seem very, very likely to me that taking the measles vaccine, for instance, for a child will be extraordinarily.
We're not going to kill any of these motherfuckers.
I think that if we cross the point of, and please tell me if you disagree with this, if we cross the point of, it's fine. If we cross the point of allowing governments to be able to tell citizenry what each person should be having inside of their body or not, it opens this door up in a slippery slope kind of manner to.
I don't see it as the government telling us what to do. I see us. The government isn't supposed to tell us what to do. We tell the government what we want.
Okay, don't care anymore. Absolutely don't care. I hope you can get this person to come on and have a discussion. It would be interesting. That should have been a triple kill. If I would have just cleansed the fear. I wish there was a boomer version of League where it's like all the pretty dumb fuck particle effects go away, all that shit, and you just get like a clear like, here is a box over your head, you're feared, or here's this, you're poisoned, or whatever, and that's it. They can call it Boomer League. You agree that people like this are 1,000 times worse than normal conservative anti-vaxxers? 1,000,000% worse than normal anti-vaxxers. Absolutely. It's not even close. It's like when I was debating Nazis so long ago. The worst people weren't the Nazis. They were the skepto dipshits that like stuck out in the middle and made me look like a fucking radical for arguing against these people because there were so many people in the middle that wanted to sit there and like play like, oh, well, both sides, you know? These types of people that fence sit and will skirt yeah, well, like, hurt opinions from this class of, like, anti-vaxxer people, and they know that they're doing it. They must know that they're doing it. They're so much worse than just straight-up anti-vaxxers, because they give so much credence to these people's arguments. How long until he gets his dog shit fucking crown item, so I know I have no chance of ever killing him ever again? Is it the first item they build? Oh, God. Oh, lucky. Okay, dude. I hate mids in this game. I feel like Dota mids are so much more skill-based, where you have to actually manage your mana and your cooldowns and shit. You're just gonna spam all your fucking abilities, like on full rotation, like every 2 seconds I have full mana the entire fucking time. It's such an obnoxious, even League didn't used to be like that. Okay, that looked like it didn't go off. I almost got super asthma there.
Yasuo and Yone are the epitome of broken, easy league. Yeah, I don't even agree anymore. I used to complain about champs with no cooldowns and energy champs. Like, that used to be the meme in League. You can be like, oh, energy champ, so broken. Wow, you have no mana, good job. But now every champ is an energy champ. Every champ in League is an energy champ. All you're ever managing are cooldowns, which are all basically, like, incredibly low anyway. Like, how much of your League mid strat, right? There's gonna be like 4 dipshit, like silver player, like fucking like mid mains. You're like, oh, you don't understand Destiny, but you're lying to yourself. More importantly, that like, how many times you're like, oh, be careful in this lane, you might Like, no, what? No, you don't. You don't on any fucking champion in this game. It's so crazy. Except for, unironically, except 80 carries, because none of our items have like mana shit, unless you build like fucking unless you build weird shit like Essence Reaver or whatever. But even the 80 carries that need to use mana never Like, Ezreal never goes out of mana, ever. Nice job. I don't think it's worth warding up here. I think I'm supposed to ward up there if I want to check for a Nocturne gank. Because he's just going to ult me. He's never going to sit in that side bush. Lost chapter. Nice! Infernal Drake. Oh, I should have went top. Or is it bottom, top? Bottom. Wait, I'm not even watching my character right now. Yes? Hello? You're just bored? Okay, that's cool, dude. Okay. Maybe he uses gap closing so he can do anything, whatever. Fuck, it's mid lane, so he's always gonna be back really quickly. After he uses that shit, I can probably hop on him. Once he puts that gate thing up, it takes you like a second or two to get stunned inside of it, right? Like, it's not instantaneous, is it? Nice. Okay. Oh, another feeding bot lane. My ward. Oh, fuck.
Easy peasy.
Okay.
Steven.
Smiley face.
Nocturne is bot side.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I got my first lead rage ban today. I now know what it is like to be a true DGger. Now time for me to fuck your mom.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
He's gonna kill me again.
Time for Russ Let's Guru. Hi, Steven.
Hello?
You're a genius, dude!
True.
Wiley.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I wonder if there's any meaningful difference between being happy and convincing yourself that you are happy.
Thank you, Steven!
MRM Ducker C, 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 MRM Ducker C.
You're a fucking statistician!
This woman scares me.
God damn it. Yes!
I
No!
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I didn't see if I was ignited. I can't tell if I'm ignited. I used my cleanse because I didn't
wish
know
I
if
could
you
do drugs.
ignited me.
That's tiny.
They're getting this for free. You're not gonna. He might kill him. Actually, never mind.
Finally, someone who speaks faster than Destiny.
That was a really good flash by Victor. He waited for the guy to finish his up before he flashed over. Otherwise, he would have just taken him to him. He would have answered.
You're a fucking statistician!
My brothers, there comes a time when the laughter must stop. And that is usually when a woman sounds like the mother of demons. Holy fuck this conversation. Broke all the crucifixes in my house. God save me from this fucking blood sacrifice.
What? No! Oh my god.
Yes, I subscribe to Destiny. How could you tell? But most importantly, I'm pushing P. Are you pushing P, Chad? P, 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 P.
Hi, Nathan W.
Oh my god, I didn't even come close to killing him. I made space for Drake. It's really just the boots keep me from doing that much damage? Just the boots. I think a full bomb didn't even do half HP. He spell shielded the E explosion? You can spell shield the explosion? I thought as long as I got my bomb on him first, I thought that... That's so lame. Okay, whatever. This guy's getting first to it mid. It's a lot of gold for him. Okay, I can just never jump onto a knockdown or whatever.
You chew gum to freshen your breath. I chew gum to chisel my jawline. We're not the same. Giga Chad.
Nice, Rek'Sai, doing work. Oh, it's worried about Twitch. Okay. I shouldn't be doing this. I should be going top to top. Oh, I almost W'd on top of him. Can you just go? We could kill him. You have ult. I don't understand why he didn't just go. Am I crazy? Why did we wait so long?
Sucks you got dabbed on by the Death Knight. Should have thrown Larvae in regular.
He had my ult? Who cares? Then we just walk out and he dies afterwards anyway. Okay, I don't know. He was waiting for minions? Wait, shut the. Why do we need minions? We should have just left then. If we're gonna sit there and wait, like we know he knows we're there. We know people are coming. Like we either go immediately or we go back. We don't just. I don't know. That was so bad. We just had 2 huge killing sprees. Or his killing spree. Okay. 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 I'm out of range. Okay, not even close, and I'm dead. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what anybody's powers is. I don't know what anybody's power level is. They're getting shit on all game. I can't rely on these people for anything. I have to get that in my brain. Okay, Rek'Sai is strong, I'm strong, and Ornn is Ornn. These 2 people are NPCs, okay? They're minions.
Let's get vaccinated repeatedly.
All right.
So I'm adding potential side effects to what the COVID is already doing to me. Is this dumb?
Steven, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
All right. In my experience, vaccinated people still get COVID. Yeah, but you get it way less worse. Just don't get vaccinated, dude. Go be sick for a fucking week. I don't care anymore. I simply don't give a fuck. Do what you want to do. If you're gonna be a dumb fuck, then be a dumb fuck. People in car crashes that wear seatbelts still get injured too. Don't wear a seatbelt when you drive. Why waste your time? Oh, great. That's what we need. So fucking cringe. Is this is a... Thank you, Jesus. I didn't... Oh, I got him on this, whatever. It's still not really worth it, though. This is what you go in on? Holy shit. Oh my god, the knockup. One more hit, you got it. Why would you ult him? Oh, whatever. It's fine, who cares? You got it. You probably could have ulted the other guy. That guy would have died from turret. Okay, be careful. The Senna literally does nothing. I have to remember this. She's actually worthless.
Easy peasy.
20 stacks she has? 73? I don't know how many she's supposed to have.
Don't worry. Everything will be alright. I'm here. I'm with you. I'll always be with you. I love you. I'll always love you. You're safe with me. You mean the world to me.
Yeah, epic. Can't see.
Where were these bioterrorists during the Alpha variant and the vaccine stopped transmission completely?
I don't even know how Rek'Sai died. He died up here. Like, it's fucking Twitch. Like, you're Rek'Sai. Why not just gank the Twitch more if you didn't want them to feed? I don't understand. It seems like an easy lane to gank, but who knows? I don't know. Seemed like he was ganking top a lot. He ganked me once? Oh, that ult was so good, and it didn't matter.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, you are super dead, and you deserve to be super dead. Can we get that, or? Ooh, that's a nice pick. Nice, good kill for Kaizen. No, she's worthless! Okay, don't bait. Don't get baited. Don't get baited. Don't get baited. Don't get baited. This is not an enemy Senna. This is a friendly Senna, meaning she's worthless as fuck. Not me. Senna, dead. Oh, Kai said dead. I thought I saw a Senna shot. Whatever. Posy vibes, boys. Okay, just kidding. Twitch, full kill. Why wouldn't Ornn open up with an ult? Did he get the second part of his ult on? I don't know why Ornn wouldn't start the fight with his ult. It seems like way better than whatever trying to do it in the middle. I have to watch that fight. That's probably a game. Probably a game. It's like way better than ult. Did he Twitch, full kill? Oh wait, we don't have to end it. Oh, he only got Twitch. Although arguably that's probably what he should have gone for, so it's not like bad. You might as well heal, dude. You're not gonna live much longer. Okay. LOL, invisible champs. I don't know why you wouldn't just camp the fuck out of Twitch and just gank them. Maybe I should have went bot more too instead of top. Like, it seems like such an easy gank.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Or maybe he tried to once and died. I don't remember. Whatever. Oh shit, she can see him in stealth too. True. Hold on one second, right back.
I don't want to take my drugs. They're making me take them. They're trying to control me. Help me. I never wanted any of this. This goes against my wishes. A violation of my consent. Please, stop. I just want to be free. Please.
He's gonna kill me again.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hold up, boys. I got a CBT appointment today, Giga Chad. Hey, 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 help, 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 help. Help! 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 Hey! 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 Hey!
I will atone for my sins. 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 Hey, 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 hey,
I go to the store and I don't buy chocolate because I know I shouldn't be eating chocolate, and then I go looking in the kitchen all over for chocolate. Why? I think I have a problem, guys.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Holy geez, that picture of the OC in your subreddit has me wanting to give her the means of production.
Can you chill? Jesus.
She said that I'm harassing an innocent girl named Annavor, and I'm not. Because Merle is the Annavor account. Like 100% is. Yeah. Because I was there during the conception of Annavor.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, like, I was there when he switched the name to that, so.
Wow.
Like, I know 100% that it says.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I think is weird about this is that means that Merle is lying to her about it and is saying, no, Waffles is lying about this. It's just some innocent girl, which I don't know why he would do that. Because it just was supposed to be a meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're sweet right now.
How is that sweet?
Because you're very fucking fuckable.
Come on.
This isn't gonna get, like, not safe for work, is it?
I mean, you're fascinating, right? Because you're creative and you're smart and you're kind of fucked up, but you're cute and you're awkward and you're like kind of clumsy, but you're very much a whore intentionally, which is great. You know, you're like extroverted, weird, but also introverted and shy. And your art is amazing.
This is like describing every girl ever. Is this why people like this?
You should hang it up at fucking MoMA. But on like a more superficial note, you have great tits, and you and Kurt Cobain have the same haircut. which is hot. I'm sure Rue told you all that. You guys are in love, right?
I'm being sweet right now.
How's that sweet? Because you're very...
I thought Euphoria. What is Euphoria? Is that the name? Is this a TV show or?
Once a vandal gunner, always a vandal gunner.
HBO show. Everyone knows watching it. Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay. Oof, thank God. I thought we didn't have anything to talk about, but I just remember we can talk about the gym always. Something that I noticed a while ago, I think I might have, I don't know if I'm about this on stream, I think I have. So I don't believe in like there are like, you guys have heard of like the body types, like ectomorph, mesomorph, whatever, the three morphs or whatever, that people talk about. I've heard of this, yeah. So it's not like really like a real thing, but different people put on fat in different ways. Something that I have paid more attention to now is, I've said this a lot on stream, and I don't actually think it's true anymore. I used to say that I have rise on the enemy team win rate is 71%. Nice. I used to assume that I had a very, very low level of strength by default. I think that because I do like video games and stuff all the time, I think on average, my level of strength is probably a bit lower than the average male. But something that I notice more and more as I watch people lift is I used to assume that men were, is there not much to cleanse? Yeah, I'm sure. When I put on fat, all of my fat goes to my stomach. Every bit of fat, every single ounce of fat that is generated in my body is on my stomach. And I noticed that a lot of men put on fat a little bit more evenly. And so when I look at like a normal guy and I see like the size of their arms, I'm like, damn, this like most guys are like pretty strong. But as I pay more and more attention, I'll see somebody come into the gym and I'm like, that dude's got pretty big arms. But then when they go to move weight, I'm like, damn, that guy is like, what was for like sometimes weaker than me. Or in this apartment gym, oftentimes weaker. And I'll see somebody go to like, even if it's something like grabbing dumbbells to do like overhead press or whatever, like this guy, like this looks like a big dude. And he's like overhead pressing on dumbbells, like and struggling like 20 or 25 pounds. And I'm like, that's really weird. And I noticed that now I'm wondering if for a lot of the time I would think that like, oh, okay, the average guy is just like pretty strong. I don't think that is the case. I think that on average, I think people would just put on fat like on their arms and on their shoulders more, and they look a lot stronger than they actually are. It's an observation that it's because he's lifting the weight of his arm too. Yeah, maybe. It's like an observation I've made lately. And I notice when I go to look at people, it's not, you can't really just see if they have big arms or not. You have to actually like look for the definition or look for the muscles or whatever. Yeah. You watch Dragon Ball Z and still judge by appearance? True. I wasn't even thinking of that. You got me on that one, Chief. It's because he's lifting his expectations too, maybe.
Minions have spawned. Orders are more like guidelines, really.
It gets harder when you meet a lot of country strong dudes who have unreal strength but don't have much definition. Yeah, that's what I noticed with people that do like, especially a lot of power lifting, but aren't power lifters. I don't mean power lifters like the guys that weigh like 300 pounds and deadlift like 900 pounds or whatever. But when you meet people, I don't know why it was the case in California. It was usually Asian dudes in my 24-hour. But you'll get like an Asian dude that will come in and he's like 5'7", and he looks like maybe he's worked out before. I don't know. I can't really tell. It doesn't really look like it. And he'll just like squat 3 plates for reps. And I'll be like, okay. Or is like pulling like 3+ plates for reps. I'm like, okay. Sometimes it feels really hard to eyeball somebody, especially for those lifts. I feel like this guy looks like he's really strong. It is absolutely not because he's short.
That is the biggest cope that tall guys will ever use. If you're short, it's so easy to pull 3 plates when you're short. No, bro, you're weak as fuck. I'm sorry. You thought your height would carry you through life? The internet lied to you. Okay?
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Something just for rusting GL modders.
Good. I bench 135, but if I was 5'8", bro, I'd be benching 315, easy. Isn't the range of motion harder? It probably is slightly harder, but being taller means you can also like build more muscle too. You've got a bigger frame, right? Wait, who just got... Oh, because he gets little experience things, huh? I think that mostly applies to bodyweight stuff like push-ups. No, you can argue for range of motion on shorter guys, whatever. But like, I always like look up weightlifting, like lifting records and shit. I should have found or whatever. And it seems like it doesn't seem to be... Oh my god, he missed. I don't win this, I don't think. I thought his Q is gonna hit. Oh, he's gonna get bubbled. You got it, Bard. Bard has it. Bard has it. Let him finish. Okay. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. I shouldn't have flashed after when she had the Nami empowerment on her. I should have kept shooting on Nami because that empowerment is actually really, really, really strong. You don't win that because Nami's only outing a Bard mix between. Yeah, the Bard mix too, but yeah, Were pull-ups difficult for you? They are now. They weren't when I was like really out of shape. When I was a small lanky fuck, when I weighed 105 pounds, I could do pull-ups for reps. Because when you're like exploring as a kid, when we go to like the parking shit, some places, because we would like climb around and do shit, and you could only get to some places if you could pull up your body weight. Like I remember there was like a bridge that was on, that like there was like an island underneath the bridge, and you could only get up and down it by climbing over the bridge, assuming the security or whatever wasn't watching. So you'd have to be able to do a full pull-up to get up, unless you had a friend help you. I'm pretty sure I can do 2 or 3 pull-ups now with good form. I don't usually try because I don't want it to take away from the rest of my workout. Oh, bro. I'll probably at the end of February, I'll try it. The end of February, I should be doing 225 by 8 on deadlifts, which would be cool to finally pull 225 for reps, 2 plates for reps. And then I'll probably start seeing if I can do like pull-ups then, and I'll do those instead of lat pull-downs. Because pull-ups are better, probably a better exercise than lat pull-downs, I think. Until they get weird with the, like having to weight them like super heavy, I don't know. Fuck. Okay, this Bard is not very good. The Nami's not too good either though, so. Or she hasn't been exerting like an insane amount of pressure at least. A friend of mine told me he used to be into convict conditioning memes. Oh, that was like the first weightlifting book I ever bought a long time ago. I didn't realize back then how fucked the gym world was in terms of like bad advice and people sounding like they knew what they were talking about. It's like a whole book where the guy's basically like shitting on barbell lifts and talking about how bad they are for you, and you know, how do people get big in prison, and like this is, you know, you have to do body weight exercises. Calisthenics are the only way. I was like, okay. I super bought into that early on. Nice pillar, dude. Nice job. Why would someone write a book about something? That'd be correct, huh? The progressions in that book, dude, were so funny. Like, fuck, I should go back and buy that book, or go download a PDF. The progressions in that book were really funny, dude. It would be like, you'd work your way up to like 50 reps of like a certain movement, and then you'd like slightly change the incline, and you'd work you up to 50 reps of another. That shit was horrible. Oh my god, what a dog shit fucking book.
Santa's Q is a slow that scales with AD. Jesus.
Wanna see the fireworks?
Perfect for wasting time in prison. True! Actually, I guess it was.
He's gonna kill me again.
Hi, Destiny.
When are you gonna get a big fitness guy on stream? Hello? I've already had a huge fitness guy on stream. His name is Canute. Wait, why don't I just do Drake? You're not killing her. No shot are you killing her. You're... Yeah, dude, flash that mastery. Can we just do Drake? Sit there and tunnel down. Okay, I don't... I mean, you got her flash, technically. He should be making a tunnel from up there, no? Actually, it's kind of hard to tunnel with a Nami bubble. One should go through first, probably. I'm full of camera, dude. Anna's about to break the agreement again? No, chill. Oh, yeah, true. He could have ulted the turret as well. I think Nami backed. Nope, she didn't. Thank God I saw her, because I just about hopped into my fucking death. No way would she ever go through that, right? No way would she Q in here and ult, right? Fuck. She says you broke the agreement? I didn't... Actually... She'll never know it, and I think she'll never give me credit for it. But I was even today in my conversation with the Brittany girl, I was even caveating a lot. Because when Brittany said that Anna was a stalker, I think I specifically pushed back. I was like, oh, I don't know if I'd say she's a stalker. I think I even said that specifically. Is this worth it for 90 gold to fucking stop my fucking back? Yeah, hell yeah, that was worth it. Wow, nice. I didn't think that. Here we go. She wants the post deleted? Oh, I said I'd delete stuff after like 6 months of her not talking. I didn't say I'd start deleting stuff preemptively. I did say you guys would stop talking about it, though. I guess if there are threads up about it now, it's breaking the agreement. And if I break my side of the agreement, she has absolutely no restraint, so Another easy YouTube video for August, I guess. She's charging up. She's building steam. Okay, you absolutely did not need to exhaust that guy. Holy shit. That was so unnecessary. Do it. Oh, look at that buffered jump.
Turret plating will fall soon. An enemy has been slain.
Are you serious? My full everything combo didn't even come close to kill. She was 0-0. Why do I don't understand any of the damn. I had my item built in everything. I just don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. The damage on some things. Yeah, I have no idea. I just don't understand. Like 0-0 like jungle. Like I'm like full. I have like my full mythic. Like, it's like such. I thought it was just like she would just melt. But okay, whatever, dude. Like that. That ult was way too early. Back out. Oh, it's a Kali. She's not gonna die. I like how she just walks in with no fucking care in the world, dude. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, that's not gonna kill me. Oh God. I don't have any more mana. I just got mana. I can't go through with you. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Christ. Whoa, haven't checked our Melvor in a while, guys. What's going on?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Almost 99 cooking on my hardcore account. I can't wait to max every skill on it and then die. Fuck, I should be going mid! I can't get back there. Okay, it doesn't matter. Nah, I'm Gucci. Ouch, she's behind me in levels. I'm the 80 carry. Not good. Time is the Hippy Dippy. Oh, use baby. I think it's at 8. Should put that in your title? What is my title? Hippy Dippy at 8 EST. That's the point. Oh. Good job. Should I have hopped on her and executed her? Do you think I would have killed her? Oh shit, I just entered her. We're on a goddamn tear today, okay? Oh, Dr. Mike, we left you. Bro, we left you. I'm so sorry.
They cause tons of connective tissue disruption. It's a big deal, okay? If you have a full-time basketball addiction, you're...
What the fuck? Oh, is this 10 kilograms? Still really hard, probably. I can't tell how big these plates are on the end. I feel like this is not a good exercise. I feel like this has got to be bad for your knees. Like, literally. Like, not in a good way. I feel like it's got to be horrible. I can't read these plates. Am I crazy? I feel like it says 10 kg. It is. It's an Instagram thing, nothing else? Yeah, I guess. Why are people saying 35? Everybody's saying 35. It looks like it says 10. Hold on, am I crazy?
Oh.
It's 10. This is 35 to you? That's 35? Look at it sideways. I don't even know what that could possibly say sideways. Move the pig, chat is blocking. It's 10, dog.
Once a vandal gunner, always a vandal gunner.
It's on the old LSF today. Why did all the big streamers start playing League of Legends?
Spaghetti.
It's so good.
Three years ago, back when I was on top of the world and the kids loved me, I used to play Fortnite every day to thousands of viewers. And then one day, the kids decided that they don't like me anymore, that I fell off, that they don't want us watch my stream anymore. Well, that's okay, that's fine. But what happened next, you won't believe. They came at me with knives and daggers and words that'll hurt my heart. They scarred me up and made me their little puppet, so that one day I would forget all about the hard things that they've done to me. Now, some people think that this would break someone, but no, see, what doesn't kill you only makes you stranger.
Okay.
Yeah, the glasses, honestly, they make this. I'm done.
Who is that? I don't see her. I don't even know what he does or who he is. But...
Until I get to the car.
He's GTA RPR. Okay. Fuck. Oh,
30 seconds until minions arrive.
Oh my god. Big boy naughty. Big boy. Big boy. Big boy. That's who he is. He's a big boy.
Minions have spawned.
Big boy. I feel like Nautilus should be pretty good against a cheese lane. He's not gonna die. It just comes down to me dying or not. He should be able to protect me. Destiny want to be the little spoon in lane. True. Jinx not hitting me a single time. Thank you so much. Ugh. Dude. I've never,
Shut the fuck up, Lupin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Oh god, dude. You're dead. Why would you get that committed? Good job, Jinx. You're very good at video games. When we didn't have our level 2 yet.
Do you ever feel like
Yeah. Okay.
in like someone else's life?
There's literally no reason why, if we ever die in a cheese lane, Nautilus dies. That should never happen.
Because I'm
And
putting
now it's a
100%.
cheese lane, so now it's gonna be fucking miserable to play.
Thank you, Steven.
That's an execute if it hits me, right? I think. Yeah, Q? No! Pretty late there, buddy.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Maybe he queued a wall earlier? Okay. Apparently that's not an execute.
Shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up, Lupin,
god.
alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
No! Wow, we're really really memeing hard today, aren't we?
Think away.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
You're a genius, dude.
Jungle died once. Elise, I think, is generally pretty good. Rise is generally pretty good. Mid Shen, I don't know.
Fucking dubstep.
You're a genius, dude.
Is the CDC study saying vaccine and natural immunity seem to be equally protective against Delta? Yeah, it's an older-ish one, right? Like a month or two ago, I think? I don't remember. I think I was looking at it yesterday. Seems like it's still like, sir, your conclusion is up in the air about whether or not natural immunity or vaccine-conferred immunity lasts longer. I feel like we still don't have good answers about that, especially in the wake of all the new variants and everything. Sometimes it seems like the answer changes. Dude, you're...
You're a fucking statistician.
you have to stop. I don't know what else to say. We can't fight. You gotta stop.
You're a genius, dude. Thank you, Steven.
It's a first time Nautilus auto-filled support. Oh, he probably did use Q to get to lane. If he dies like one more time, it might already be too late. Like, I never get ganks ever in my game, so we're not gonna get a gank. Oh, he's trolling me. I think he is trolling me. So we're never slowing down the Jinx by ganks. We're probably never winning fights in lane, because Pantheon does decently defending. Oh god, that turret took so long to shoot. Of course they're getting Drake, because their junglers always care about... Oh wait, maybe they're not. I think I win 1v1. Those were bad traps by her. That W should not have hit me. I don't think. Back up. I need more. I need more something. Attack speed something. Okay, back up. I didn't get any sums there or anything, so that was pretty disappointing.
Are you going to release a solo review video of the Sunsetter vs Jackson? Hinkle, I guess it is technically a debate and not Hinkle acting like a child.
Maybe.
Get in my way. I dare you.
Rest of the game is not looking amazing. It's not bad. It's not looking amazing.
Unless it's to talk.
Do you think Koiba went easy on you the Death Knight? No. At first I was kind of like, he should kill me. It's going to be really lame if he lets me live. But, I think it technically is the correct play. I think logically it actually was the correct play. Because if they try to power word kill me, and I am above 60 HP, I think they actually are guaranteed to die.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Because I'll just chase them down and kill them afterwards. So I think technically the power word stun is the right play. Oh, actually, wait, they can't even get away. Because
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
I would get an attack of opportunity. Oh. Oh, come on!
Because I'm putting 100%.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
An enemy has been slain. Oh, it's that way. Best timing. I just need a point in the right direction.
Fucking dubstep.
Thank you, Steven!
I like the look of this, baby. Let's get this party started.
Walk it forward, walk it forward. Good job, good job. No, 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 you're good, you're good. Yeah, yeah, okay. Nice.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Shut the fuck up, Mutin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Really, dude? Can you please just finish this? A whole wave got shoved into their turret, too? Oh my god, dude. This is the fucking Dumb and Dumber shit. Except it's League, so it's dumb and dumber and dumber and dumber.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
That was good for us. Free Drake. Shove the wave into the turret.
Thank you, Steven!
I dare you to do it.
Pretty sure with my ult I win. Pantheon is down there.
Fucking dubstep.
I'm almost... am I? Do I win?
Fucking dubstep.
I think I do against her. With my ult, I'm pretty sure I do. When she doesn't even have her main item finished?
You're a fucking statistician! Thank you, Steven!
I got her heal? As long as Pantheon doesn't kill me? Cool, okay. That's technically worth it. Not technically, that is worth it. I should have stayed hidden in a bush over here, but I was worried about Pantheon ulting down to me. Can she see me come in like this, do you think? I need 1225. Pantheon could be in that. He could be down there. He could be down there. Oh, let me last hit it. He doesn't know about the mechanic. Nope. He's not a support main. Oh my god, imagine if he just... Wait, if she's this far up, Pantheon has to be down here. Pantheon has to be in here, right? If she's willing to come this far up and saw him clear the pink ward, Pantheon is down in one of those bushes, 100%. Bro, you simping this Rice so hard, Jesus fucking Christ. Oof. Yeah, he was down there. See, we didn't let this Nautilus bait us into garbage fucking plays. He wanted to, too. Oh, is Nautilus gonna die again? Don't do it! Don't Q him!
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Destiny.
Yeah?
True that you're going to the gym so that for once, as an ADC in League, you can carry the team for once.
True, good one. I don't care. Jinx isn't gonna freeze anyway, so you knock yourself out, buddy. Boots. Item. Okay.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Okay. Nautilus fed his ass off in lane. We only lost 2 plates. I only died 1 time. I think we did decently. Given how fucking... This guy died 3 times in 2 minutes. Okay. Not bad. Ryze is not doing too hot top, but at least he's keeping up with CS. Chen is doing okay. Elise is doing pretty well. Elise's are really hit or miss. Elise is like... Is she? I'm trying to think. That's not good. Elise is like Morgana, where like you're only good if you can hit your fucking stun, and if you can't, you're just like... Okay, never mind. Oh, there goes that. I should have walked back. Okay, I can't believe we won that. Jesus. I don't know what was going on in this fight.
An ally has been slain.
I bombed the wrong thing! I don't know where Ken is, so I'm just running away. I haven't watched the map. Okay. Cool. We're even items. That's good.
Let's see if this makes it through the first explosion. Where's the action?
I don't know if you guys can win at late game. Well, this is just a personal training game for me. I don't know if this game is winnable. I'm just curious if we can maintain our mental, our ability to win the game. Or to win the lane. I think we did do some lane after, so fuck it. I don't know if we can win this game. I think our late game team is really good, but I don't know if the players are good enough for it, so who knows, let's see.
An enemy has been
Nice.
slain.
Oh, why wouldn't you just Q from the bush? Let's all get ulted by Diana. Fuck it. Just walk over and kill her. Walk over, Spider. Go, just go. Why not just go? Get her. Oh, it's pain. It's pain. Whoa. I don't think that knockup could have possibly hit both of those people, but okay.
Fucking dubstep.
I believe in this Rise. You know what? I
Oh,
believe
bomb now.
We are laughing at you, not with you.
A laugh is a laugh, sir.
Touche.
Shen need my help? No, he's got it. No, he's got it. He's got it. Oh god. Nautilus, what are you doing?
Hey Destiny, have you looked at the Steven Crowder Wikipedia fiasco? It's super interesting. It would be great content to look over the video with chat.
Ah. Okay. I thought that was their jungler. Kane.
Wait, did he really wait for me to come down here and then he just backed? Why?
Destiny. That's a black girl's name. You were raised by your Cuban mama. That makes you half black and half Cuban.
What? They're doing... No. Our team is all about to die, aren't they? Are you serious, dude? How does it do like the perfect amount of damage to cuck me? Why are you guys fighting? Dude, she's so dead. That's a nice kill. I like how he's trying to sound not salty. I'll flash all day for fucking 900 gold. Drake, play around Drake. Oh, come on. That Kayn is gonna come flying through the map to kill me. Every Kayn player is like a fucking dispossessed like Riven or Yasuo main that like took to the jungle. So now they play Kayn. They're all of like the same attitude, the same like fucking just prune shit. Look, I passed Jinxon items, despite how horrible our lane went. That's good. We kind of need Rise. We don't have any TPs on our team. Rise is the closest to a teleport. It's kind of garbage. I wanted to hop on that Jinx. I think I could have too if I didn't get that back ping. I have no vision. I don't want to steal our creeps from her like that. Not good. That's a good Q though. Just kidding. So lame. He's gonna ace the whole team. They need me there for damage. They're not gonna kill him. Oh! Enemy quadra kill.
Enemy quadra kill. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed.
The whole team was yelling it? Yeah, I feel like I actually moved back a surprising amount of people. I got out away from the Diana, I ulted back 2 people to try to attack me, like, but I can only do so much. I need IE, and then I need probably, as much as I hate to build this cuck-ass fucking item, I think I need executioners for this guy. I can't jump in because I don't know where Kane is. I think he's right over there. Is he not? Oh yeah, there he is. And I got hit by the knockup. Cringe. But at least we kill him. Does he have armor? No. So I just need the executioners. Grievous wounds. I wish Grievous wounds was like 70 or 80%. Oh wait, never mind. We might just lose
Hey,
the
buddy,
game.
hope the league
Just
games
kidding.
are treating you well. Cheers.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Wait, is
What I
Shen
said
trolling?
on my alt account with the psychology princess is perfect. There is no reason to call mods to analyze my words and meaning. This is just another Daliban hoax that I have had to live with since getting Brother Zone. Disgraceful.
Shut down. Enemy killing spree.
I think Kane can just come like dashing in and like end the game.
Let's get this party started.
We don't have the wards for it. What are the ward scores? 11, 11? They still have fucking yellow wards, and they don't even have wards out. What? What are these games? I can't go out because if Kane sees me, he just zooms in. He'll probably kill me instantly. I can't go out anyway. I think I lose anyway. Because Malphite's just gonna ult me next team fight too. I could try to flash Malphite's ult, but then there's like 13 other things that can like catch me. Shen, we need Shen's ult. We definitely need Shen's ult for this. Oh my god, that's a good catch.
An enemy has been slain.
Can't jump on her, I'll die. Okay. I wonder if King can solo Baron. Do you think I could ever get the Chempunk sword for the more HP, or do you think that's always boosted? Wait, we can't back. Did he just ult this guy? Such boosted fucking apes, dude. Ah, this is an actual, like, 1v9 game. Actual trash players. Every single fucking loser on this team. The not being auto-filled, like, if any part of this game would have been, like, just not fucking Silver League, like, we would have won. So stupid, dude. Not was dragging you guys down? I don't know, whatever. So fucking garbage. One day, they'll never do it, but it would be so base if they were to actually, like, give you, like, LP gains or losses based on your performance in a game. They'll never do it, though, because support players will, like, just cry until they kill themselves in real life. Right, does it for Valorant? It doesn't matter. They never do anything they do in Valorant for League. They like won't touch this product for some reason. I don't know if it's a totally different team or what, but like otherwise they would have put in voice chat by now, right? But they're not gonna do it.
Aim for the stars and I shouldn't have missed, but I was riding on fuel, so I stopped by the moon. Now I'm sitting on the hood of this bitch, like thanks for the view. Waiting on thanks from a few, cause without me you wouldn't exist. You know that shit gave you the blueprint, don't forget. Cold as your phone on 0%, going off. Now niggas showing off. Niggas where they hard, but they flowing soft. I'm taking off like Boeing on a big ass Boeing, getting head like a coin toss. Too easy. I keep my head.
You recommend protein powder? Everybody uses Optimum Nutrition, ON. But I mean, it's probably whatever you get is probably fine. I don't think it's gonna matter that much.
Do you know what I did throughout most of 2019, you obese little twat?
Yeah, because you...
Why? Do you follow a protein diet? I just get enough protein. I don't know what a protein diet is. NIMBYs.
Unlimited with 5G for only $30 a month. Means more of what you love for less. Whoa. Xfinity Mobile with the internet. It's so good, it keeps one-upping itself.
At 5, a push to build fewer hotels, restaurants, and shops around the new Aloha State.
What sort of accessory list you? I feel like I've talked about my routine so many times. Like, I feel like half of chat that doesn't even lift can recite it without me even saying anything. Hold on one second. Give me, on my 6-month update, I'll post what I'm currently doing, okay?
Discord/raid. Desk time.
Nathan Yu.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Getting over? I did. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. First blood.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You know what? It's Lux. She hit her Q. And it's Lux. She can have the kill. Fuck it. I don't care. Did Jinx use any sums there? What? Getting trolled. What? No, you have no Q now for this.
Ever since the election was stolen from me, I've been working on a rap album. Can I get some nodders in chat? Yeah, pushing P. Grab her by the P. Yeah. PP wins. Yeah. Biden stinks. Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. It's worth shooting once. It's probably worth shooting a lot.
Did I only get 75 gold for that first blood assist? There's no way, right? It should have been 150. What I feel like I saw 75. Like 95? Wait, why? Why did I not get 150?
I can see. Oh, I can see. Oh, I can't see. Oh. Oh, I can see that though.
No!
Oh, wee. Well.
Shago, what are you doing? How did you not kill her? What was he doing the whole time? Okay. Man, dude, I feel like I'm pushing some big P here. What? What was the mid doing? Hello?
Ooh-wee.
Am I gonna get a support? Thank you. Okay, I'm 3 levels ahead of you. Hello? Why am I level 6 already? Can you please do something in my lane? Throw a Q. I'm not even gonna kill her. Yes, I am, and I'm gonna get out of here. Oh my god. Because I'm pushing P. Was I exhausted there? I must have been.
Trump. Destiny, I went 3 whole days without donating, but you know what? I saw your marvelous play and I said to myself, you know what I said? I said, wow, wow. This guy is pushing
He
some
fucked up the
serious
dono.
speed, and I don't
It's
say
not
that
Trump's
lightly.
voice.
You're pushing enormous speed. Wow.
Okay, I'm talking to some guy. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. Oh, this is a big mistake. Big mistake. Hello?
Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good. I'm streaming. Don't say anything crazy.
Alright, I'll try not to. What are you playing right? Actually, I could probably watch your stream, Kim.
Playing League of Legends. I'm pushing P right now. Okay, you wanted to pre-chat before we chat, right?
Yeah, I mean, so, typically the way that I try to do this is that I try to, you know, have a conversation with the person who I'm going to bring in to talk to the students. You know, just go over like kind of what I normally do in this situation, and then kind of ask as best I can, for the things that I think would work best in the class, and then hear what you have to say about it, and hopefully it doesn't take long.
Okay, sure.
So I've seen. So first of all, have you listened to Rabbit Hole?
No, not yet.
Well, you should, because it's good, but also because you're in it, and you don't play a huge role in it, but I think your role is important. And
oh wait! Was this the name of that episode on the New York Times podcast or whatever?
Yeah. So the name of the whole series is Rabbit Hole.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I lied. I've listened to that episode. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. And that's actually, I think, where I first heard about you. And then I've since I've gone back and watched I don't know, a couple dozen of your videos. I like some of them a lot. I really like Jesse Lee Peterson. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, he's a character for sure.
you did really well. You handled yourself well on that one.
Thank you.
But as I watched, I realized there's a couple of things that you do really, really well that I thought could be useful for students. Especially since the college in question has a gaming school in it, and I think a lot of the students understand and identify with what you do and how you do it. But the nature of the course is one about information literacy and sort of what the bullshit is and fake news and how we participate in it, and how we contribute and how we are blinded, and how sophisticated things are getting in order to really be able to ferret out what's real and what's true.
Okay.
So, and I noticed that you do some of these things really well. You do a lot of things. I like the way that you sort of are able to cut to like axioms and foundational positions. But I think, especially for this class, what would be helpful is I did watch your one about like you have like a fake news clip, right?
Okay.
And
I got a lot of
you,
things
like,
to talk about fake news, but go ahead, remind me.
So I don't know. There's one where you like you pull out this like article and you sort of break it down, right? And you're like, it's not even an article. I think it's a video clip actually, and you're breaking down all the articles that sort of link to that. And you're like, this is fake news. Here's why. Here's all the ways in which this is, deliberately, feeding its audience misinformation.
Okay.
And that's exactly the sort of thing that I'm looking for. Like, how do you go about? Because you have to interact with a lot of different people, and you don't know what's going to come at you, and that's what makes your job very challenging and difficult, and you never seem like you're totally unprepared. So I think any ways in which you can sort of translate how you go about finding out what is reliable, what is trustworthy, what is real, how you cut through the bullshit of the tons of crap that's out there, I think would be really useful.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it, yeah. Or I don't know if you want my input or response to that. Like,
yeah, I'm actually just seeing if I can find your stream right now, so I can watch it while we're talking.
Oh, you don't want to watch it? Don't worry. I think, unfortunately, something the hardest line that I think I kind of give when it comes to fake news is, I don't want to like destroy your whole topic or whatever, but I mean, it plays into it, right? Is a big part of deciphering fake news. It doesn't really have anything to do with media literacy. It has to do with like, what do you really want? Like, do you really want to be informed? Do you really want to know the news, really truthfully, or are you just kind of like looking for things that reinforce your own position? I've debated a lot of people now at this point that will, man, I'm not trying to talk shit. This guy might hit me, but there's a guy that I debated recently. He's a pretty smart dude, professional, semi-professional, no, professional poker player, like speaks intelligently. He's not an idiot. And he kept saying over and over again that like, oh, like I put like hundreds of hours into, or no, he said thousands of hours into researching this topic. But there were like a few gaps in his knowledge where it's like, man, if you really put hundreds of hours into this topic, how do you not know this particular thing that's like so basic? And what it reads more like is you've put hundreds of hours into kind of like, you get like a meme on Facebook or Instagram, and then maybe you'll Google to see if the article title is real, and then you kind of like watch your forms of media digest, your pundits that agree with you, and that's like your quote-unquote research. And it's like, does any person really want to be informed if that's how they do media research? Like, it feels like not really. We're engaging with the media for something different than truth, right?
Yeah.
That's like one part of media literacy, I guess, right? Is being honest with yourself about what is it you actually want, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so, and just to be clear, the class isn't really media literacy as much as it is information literacy. I understand there's a lot of overlap between those two things. But I think, so confirmation bias, right, and like cognitive dissonance and how those things play in, we sort of build up to those things later in the semester. But, especially early on in the semester, and we do, rabbit hole usually at the end of the first month or so. So when we start getting into that, it's a lot about how, like an average person, whatever the average person is, I don't know if that's a real thing, but you know what I mean? Like, just a regular person who doesn't make a living, in strict analysis or, trying to ferret out all of the bullshit in the world, how easily they can get pulled in and sucked in and misled. And what are the first ways that we can go about avoiding the really sophisticated machines whose business it is to mislead us, right? And how do we even just begin recognizing those things for what they are?
Sure.
So I totally agree with your position that we can be absolutely blinded. But even in terms of getting a start, like just realizing that we have a blindness, I think those things are useful.
Yeah, essential even. Yeah, because you can't fix a problem unless you recognize it, right? As being a problem.
Yes. And my personal belief is that if we as a society and culture are not able to find some sort of shared truth that we can agree on, then we're not going to be able to solve any of the fairly significant problems that we're facing. And that's going to lead to a lot of real catastrophe, which we've already seen some of, and I think we'll just see more and more of, unless we can sort of get through this, right, in some way.
I agree. I think that is probably, I would say that's my current number one. The epistemic divide between people, how we figure out what's true and what's not true, is the number one issue facing the world. Well, I shouldn't say the world. That's a pretty Western-centered view of the world. But facing like all of the major industrialized countries right now. I'm sure in some countries like malaria is probably a bigger problem than fake news, but yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. In fact, I just wrote a novel that has that as its center. But I totally agree, and I think the students are more and more, like every year the students are more and more recognizing the sort of snowball effect that lack of common ground has on all of the other issues we face, from global climate change to the state of our democracy, to the global pandemic, right? It's on and on. So
the topics are so meta, though. The thing that sucks is that like even the concept of fake news has been co-opted by fake news, right?
Yeah.
So like, what is the nature of like, well, how do we know if a story is true or false? Well, that side uses false stories, and this side uses false stories, and like we need to be truthful, so we're gonna. And then like people that are like agents of untruth are using these things in untruthful ways, and it's like, well, fuck me, holy shit, yeah, it's irritating.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what I mean by the sort of sophisticated machines that get better and better at, pushing agenda, right? Anyway, I think there are ways that I see you able to sort of cut through some of those things pretty effectively. And, if you can figure out a way to talk about that, for 20 or 30 minutes to the students, I think it'd be beneficial.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, as long as you have like a guiding topic for me or something, so that I'm not just like rambling or something. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I wanted to have this talk is so we're gonna go through Rabbit Hole, right? And in that one, it specifically mentions Lauren Southern. And I've listened to that particular debate, and it focuses. First of all, it's 2.5 hours long, and I don't know if I'll be able to get my students to listen to the whole thing, watch the whole thing. Which is unfortunate, but it's kind of the state of education today. And I also don't, I don't want to sort of micro in on like one hot button issue, so much as I want to be able to have them build a platform for whatever they choose to pursue in this class. So they're going to have a big project. And that big project is going to go through several iterations, and it's going to be an analytical, research-based, and rhetorical sort of project that builds. And the first step is, finding out ways in which we are susceptible to misinformation, et cetera, et cetera. So, so I can think, if you want me to sort of think about something sort of specific, but in my mind, if you can talk to them like, look. Your job is to be able to go into these situations and have a clear picture of some of the things that are actually happening.
What is, just curious, what is the class? Is this like a gen ed class? Is this part of like a major course or what?
It is a gen ed class, yeah.
Okay,
and these are all freshmen.
Okay, gotcha. Just making sure.
And I think the class is, I think it's an important one. I think that more schools should teach information literacy. In fact, I think it should be mandatory for every student in the country, but that's my personal opinion.
Sure. I guess a lot of teachers probably feel the way about there, but I agree. I know what you mean. Yeah. Not to.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
And I'm not immune. There's been plenty of times when I've not followed through as thoroughly as I should, and then later on had to go back and correct myself. But I guess I rarely see you get caught off guard. You know, I haven't seen you have a Joe Rogan moment. Did you see that, by the way? It's pretty.
Which
sure
one?
Yeah,
Joe Rogan
exactly.
moment? I mean, like...
Okay, yeah. So that moment when like his guest is like, "No, you're wrong. Look this up," and he's like, "I'll look it up," and then he's wrong. And he's like, "Well, I don't know if I trust this." You know?
Oh, did it have to do with the? Did you know that? I can't believe it knows that myocarditis results from infections as well. It's not just the vaccine. He's like, no way, that can't possibly be. What do you even know what myocarditis is? What do you think it means? Like, do you think it's like a vaccine disease or something? Like, yeah, and then and he's like, well, I don't know if I like. I think he was like, well, I was talking about in young men, and I think it was like, well, this is for people under 25, and then he's like, I meant like 14. I was like, bro, what do you? How narrow do you need the band to be?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referencing. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't see you have those problems. I haven't seen that happen. And I haven't watched all your stuff, but maybe it has happened to you. But it doesn't seem like it happens.
I mean, I make mistakes. It happens every now and then. But hopefully, like, I rectify it or I correct it, or I don't get like super. I try to make sure I'm not missing anything. I guess now that you mention it, there actually are some. There are some like basic media literacy techniques that like little tips and tricks I've kind of picked up. Like, if you believe something, you should always, if you're trying to do research for it, don't just Google neutral terms. Google like the opposite, not the null hypothesis, but whatever like would be a contradictory hypothesis. So like, let's say that you think that like rent control is bad for the economy. Look up like rent control helps economy or rent control positive, and then like see what you find on the other side. Like stuff like that can help you avoid like dumb shit mentally. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. Another thing is whenever you get a stat that is highly specific, you should always be incredibly suspect. It's almost the case that I would never say this, but if you hear a really specific, if you hear a very specific stat, I would almost assume the opposite is true. Like I remember I heard somebody the other day say that suicides were a huge problem recently in the United States because I think it said that in the last year, the number of women admitted for suicide attempts in hospitals between the ages of 14 and 18 was twice as much or something. And I'm like, that is such an unbelievably specific cohort to work with. Like that kind of makes me wonder if you're trying to hide something. Anytime I hear like an ultra specific stat like that, like didn't you know illegal immigrants are more dangerous than normal immigrants? Like the amount of grand theft auto committed in the state of California in these 6 months was greater between, and it's like, really, that's the stat? Yeah, but yeah, there's like I guess there's a lot of like little dumb things like that.
Yeah, so yes, it's exactly what I'm talking about. And the thing is, like, I may have covered some of these things already, but they don't hear me 90% of the time, right? And they're going to hear someone like you say those things, and they're going to be like, oh, yeah, okay. I think I heard that before, and now Destiny's saying it, right? And so now...
Sure, I'll be Steven in school, okay?
Yes, sure. Actually, I'm sorry. I apologize. I should have asked you first what you prefer to be called.
Well, definitely Steven when I'm in my real life. Now when I'm gaming, okay, I can be Destiny, but...
yeah. And I'm definitely Bill in real life. So.
Gotcha. Okay. You don't want me to call you Zorus in class?
If you want to completely undermine my authority, go ahead. Gotcha. No, actually, my students would probably love it. They're probably like, oh, he's got a gaming name. Yeah, so if you can, I don't know, if you can come up with some of those things to sort of talk about for, again, like typically like 15 to 30 minutes is like the sweet spot. And that's like,
oh God, wait, I need you're gonna have to guide me quite a bit if you want an email, because I like planning out like a 15 to 30 minute talk on a given topic. I need to know pretty specifically what you want to talk about, because I can probably run off into like 50 million different directions.
It's a 3-hour class, so if you run off a little bit, it's not a big deal.
Do you can you see any of the students?
Yeah, so I'll be in class with them.
Oh, it's a physical class.
Yeah, absolutely. So because of the virus, we've been remote for a couple of weeks, but we're going back in person starting next week. So yeah, I'll be in the classroom, and my plan would be to sort of put my laptop down and then project it onto the screen so they could see you and you could see them. And everybody would be wearing masks, so you wouldn't be able to, and obviously you wouldn't be able to live stream it either.
Will live stream my end?
No, so you couldn't put the students' voices or faces on the stream. So you could have your face on the stream. That would be fine.
Okay. Will it come through and they be able to hear me or whatever? Or will I be able to hear them? I mean, sorry.
Yeah. So if we just did, whatever. So we typically use like Google Meets for like our video stuff, but we could use Discord or whatever, and I could just put you on the screen, and then my mic would be open. that's, you know, I think the last one I did, we used Zoom, which is I can't use anymore because my school didn't want to pay for the license. But there are many different, whatever software platform you prefer is fine.
Okay, yeah, Zoom or Google Meets, whatever is fine. I don't care. It's all good.
And then, you know, a short, I don't know, whatever. If you ramble and it goes longer, and I'm sure the kids will be, you know, I call them kids. I'm sure the students will be thrilled. And then to leave some space for some Q&A, because one of the things that I think is most valuable in a higher education setting is their ability to sort of interact with a person that makes them, you know, that makes the students feel like they're real people. It makes you feel like a real person. And sometimes they have some really good questions. You know, I never underestimate my students. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I know you're really busy. So if you want prefer a shorter window, we could do that too.
No, that 15, 30 minutes is fine. Yeah, should be good.
Yeah, that sounds great. I really appreciate you getting back to me about it. It's hard, you know, professors trying to reach out to people who are personalities that the students recognize doesn't always go well.
Yeah, just let me know. It's fun to do them. So okay, cool. Shoot me an email for a follow-up, and then we'll figure out a time and date, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds good. Just as a rough sort of estimate, like I said, we're going back into the classroom next week, and then we have like a librarian coming in, I think, the week after that. So it'd probably be somewhere like mid to late February, if that works.
Yeah, probably should be fine. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, well, hey, I appreciate it. Was there anything else? Yeah, follow up on Discord or email or whatever. Or
sounds good, man. I really appreciate it, and I will send you some information as soon as I can. I'll send you some more sort of details so you can check it out at your leisure.
Gotcha. Don't announce me ahead of time, or else students will protest and you'll get canceled. So good luck. Prepare for your job, right?
I am not. I've sort of ran this by my boss too, and so I sort of have I've covered my ass, so to speak.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, anyway, thanks a lot. Good luck with the stream. Maybe I'll try to find out. You on Twitch right now?
Yep. But it's boring for the rest of the night, so, but thank you.
All right, man. Take care. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye. I feel like a really fun way to open that conversation, you'd have to find examples from the left and the right. But when it comes to like, I feel like a really fun way to open that example, I wonder if I could ask like two questions, like how many people thought, or let's like I'm gonna ask three questions. Do we think that more or less than 100 people died during Fukushima? Do you think more than 1,000 people died? Do you think more than 10,000 people died? And then see how many people raise their hands. Or like, do you think Breonna Taylor was in bed when she died with her boyfriend when they got shot by the cops? I feel like you could find, there's a lot of like conventional, even like mainstream events that people have like super like mind fucked. Like I feel like like more than 50% of the class would raise their hand like, oh yeah, she was in bed when she got shot or whatever. That's a little bit dicey, but these kids are like 14, right? It's a college course. I thought he said, right? So. Oh, another one I wanted to ask is like, how many black victims died when or how many black people did Rittenhouse shoot in Kenosha? Raise your hand for one, and then raise your hand for two, and then raise your hand for three. It'd be good to have like a left-leaning example and then a right-leaning example for how people fall victim to, do the insurrection deaths. I've moved up. I'm pretty confident on this. I think I would say that 2 people died in the insurrection. I think that the lady that was shot, Ashley Babbitt, she died during the I should say the attempted insurrection. And there was a cop that killed himself afterwards. I think he died because of the insurrection as well. The one that got knocked unconscious, apparently he had like a weird stroke thing or something afterwards. And like he was acting different after that day. His wife reported as much that he was acting, and then he committed suicide. I think a week or two later. That seemed to be like definitely near. Like I would say that that's pretty linked to what was happening. Yeah. Or it was reported by everyone around him. Yeah. Gym chads in close grip bench. Wait, does this count as close grip? I guess it does. I feel like some people grip their bench really far. And I don't know if they're doing that because they're trying to target their chest or if because they're just trying to fucking, I don't know. Like, I'll see people bench and their grip is like this. And it's like, and this is like their full bench. I don't know if they're going for like optimal pec activation or some shit or if they're, I don't know. Hey, I guess it is what it is. I feel like it would hurt. If I'm too wide, it feels like it would irritate the fuck out of your wrists. Ugh, that's the power lifter grip. If you're competition lifting, your grip is going to be really wide because when you're moving that much weight, you want to move it as little as possible, right? I think in competition too, I don't think your elbows have to be 90 degrees. It just has to touch the chest, right? It has hands on the end of the smooths. On the end, like your pinky touches it. I think the way that I typically do it is you have the ring over here, the smooth ring's over here, and then my hand is usually... I used to try to do pinky on the smooth part, but now I've moved it in even more. I think I'm like an inch or two in where my pinky is. I can't draw hands. I can't draw anything. Competition has to be inside the rings? Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. I was always told that close grip activates your triceps too much. Well, there's like a balance between what you do, right? So if the wider you are, the less leverage your triceps have to move and the more you're relying on your pec to move your arm forward. And then the closer in you are, the less your pecs can work and the more that you're relying on the leverage for your triceps to work, right? So there's like a balance between like what you do. That's why close grip, like diamond push-ups,
because I'm putting 100%.
or why close grip bench is harder than wider grip,
Happy
because
birthday,
your
Steven.
arms are weak. Your arms are weak in your body. All of your strength in your body comes from your back and your front. Your chest and your lats is where all of your like pulling and pushing strength comes from. And the closer in your arms are, I think, the less you can use your chest to push stuff. I'm starting this show in like 5 or 10 minutes. 5 minutes, I think. Diamond push-ups use more chest. If your arms are in more, I don't think that's true. Or unless you're like pushing them out and then coming in like this, maybe? I'm pretty sure generally when if your hands are on the floor closer, if you're using a closer grip, I think that's almost always going to use your triceps more. Unless there's some really weird way to do diamond push-ups where your arms are really far out or some weird shit, maybe. I don't know. More core, but not more chest. You're not working your core all in a push-up. Whoever tells you that is lying to you, okay? You're not ever getting a core workout doing fucking push-ups, okay? That's bullshit. Close grip, that's like some shit you read on like Men's Health or like women's training or whatever. Like, it's not. Furious Pete, back at it, quickly. Furious Pete. Who's Furious Pete? Oh my god, hold on. He's going for it. Wait! I was right. Sorry. January 2017. Easy. Well, if he says it's easy, it must be. Oh my god. Five years later. First deadlift in 2 years. Wait, what happened? I go for 365. Oh, dude, that was easy. Yeah, he's doing reps. Setbacks happen in life. He had cancer? Oh. Literally said before starting chemo. Wait, did he? Did you miss the word chemotherapy? I must have. Wait, where did the word chemotherapy... Wait, am I blind? Oh, 1 week before... Oh, I was looking at chat. I wasn't watching this. My bad. Okay, hold on. Fuck! I gotta use the restroom real quick. What's that?
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
I love you all. It's been fun. I'm ending stream to go to the gym and then on a vacation with Mel for some sex and drugs. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, happuccino, mappuccino, dabbuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. See you in 4 weeks.
Hell, 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 hell,
Oh, all those guys, they probably moved on to edgy or neo-Nazis at this point, those older guys. But I remember that. I remember the Groiper Wars. But we covered the Groiper Wars on my channel. We got absolutely flooded with anti-Semites calling me a Jew. You know, as if it's an insult. So,
yeah,
Yeah, fucking crazy. I mean, but Fuentes has still been able to like meet with politicians and actually, I mean, he has had an impact on Charlie Kirk and moved him, which is, I mean, it's pretty impressive. I think.
Why the fuck is everybody so fucking loud?
Repeatedly deplatformed and sort of widely mocked. Like he's still managed to have a sizable impact.
oh yeah, but it's a temporary thing. He better be saving his money because I'm serious. He's not going to be able to get a job even in fast food after because anybody who Googles his name is going to see, oh, he's an anti-Semite. Well, I can give a job to somebody else or I can give it to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is not liked by basically anybody in conservative politics that actually has serious influence besides like a few crazies that aren't going to be relevant in 5 to 10 years in my view. Because like I don't think the Trump brigade is going to last personally. I don't see that lasting. I see all of them being discredited. They're already being discredited right now. I mean, we're going to be talking about Ukraine, for example. I mean, their whole America First ideology is just posting their L's basically. And, you know, in 5 to 10 years, nobody on their side is going to be an isolationist in my view. So.
Hey, we're just waiting for one more person. Destiny, mic check.
Checking. Hello?
Perfect.
Fuck you,
All right.
Danabo.
Thank you. Stop quote tweeting me.
Stop
take the
tweeting
Danabo.
dumb shit about me then.
No.
Well, then I'm going to keep quote tweeting you. I'm going to
Okay.
bully the fuck out of you, okay?
Perfect. I love it.
So it begins. Hippy Dippy Roundtable.
Hello?
Yeah, you can keep talking, by the way. We're just waiting for one more.
Why'd you guys all stop talking?
It's the Destiny effect.
Pixel, you the person I fought with that do I hate you?
Yeah, you hate me.
Do I hate you?
What did you?
Yeah, you hate me.
Okay, just keeping track of things.
Yeah. Just.
All right.
It started with him calling me a sea lion, which I didn't even know what that fucking meant.
Oh wow.
Damn, what was it over?
Wait, what do you guys fight over? Like what politics?
Well, we're probably closer in politics than it comes across, but
You're Australian. Don't you guys drown your illegal immigrants over there?
yeah, we don't drown them, but we do have a very bad immigration policy. Yeah.
Okay.
Nearly as bad as yours.
So you, what do you, what, excuse me? You know how many people immigrate to the United States every year? What do you mean nearly as bad as ours?
Oh, because so many people go there, it means that the immigration system is good?
It's backed up because everybody wants to be here, okay? Nobody wants to go die in Australia to your heat
Oh,
and
I'm
spiders.
sorry that,
Okay.
of course. I forgot the underlying assumption here was that America first. I forgot. Sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
I'm
you're
so
right.
sorry.
We probably do agree on most things. I like to hear that. True.
Whoa.
The Australian system is backed up too by years. So
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would like to welcome you all to the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. This will be the 53rd episode on YouTube, and I'd like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy Fridays to join us. We have a lot of new guests and exciting guests, so we're going to jump right into it with introduction before going through the rules. Alex Stein is running a little late. Apparently, he's never used Discord before, and so he's trying to figure that out on the job today, but I'm sure he'll be here in a bit. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Adam Something. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Adam. I like trains. I make videos about transit and urban planning and also politics. And the latter is why people usually get mad at me. But, you know, if you don't like it, well, get fucked. You don't have to watch. Yeah, that's me.
Damn.
Happy to have you here. We love it when more video essayists come on different platforms and like do different types of content, like debate content. I love to see that. Now we're going to throw it over to Christian, who I haven't seen since Freerfest. So it's good to see you again, Christian.
You too, man. You too. So I'm Christian Watson. I am the host of a YouTube podcast show called Pensive Politics, which lives on my YouTube channel called Christian Watson. I make political, social, and cultural commentary, which is backed up more by a philosophical viewpoint, which unfortunately is something that is sorely missing from the discourse today. Most folks take talking points and run with them. I try to dig deeper and look at underlying principles and see how things connect throughout history and the world. And so I look forward to a good conversation tonight.
Okay. He's also been featured on the BBC as well, which good for you, Christian.
Oh, yeah. And Fox News. Yeah.
Wonderful. Throwing it over to Destiny, who has a lovely smile.
Hi, I hate the BBC and I hate trains and urban planning. My name is Destiny. I am a far left or center left person, depending on who you talk to. And yeah, I look forward to screaming at everybody tonight.
Wonderful. Destiny has a long record of having friendly relationships with reporters. We're going to throw it over to Parker.
Hey, what's up? My name is Parker. I run a TikTok platform. You might know me from the Jubilee episode that I was in. I normally just debate on TikTok about like vaccines, other topics like that. I'm on the left, if you do know me. But yeah, I'm excited to be here and excited to debate.
I saw you were debating vaccines earlier today. Is that correct?
Yeah, I do that every day on my platform.
Something about COVID getting on oranges?
Oh, yeah, no. No, some person was talking, like, it's just some anti-vaxxer came in and talked about, like, how they used a PCR test to test it orange, and it came back positive. So they were like using that to say that we don't even know that the virus exists. But yeah.
Wonderful. Also, could you clarify which Jubilee episode you were on for the viewers?
Why do you know?
Yeah, I was on.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was on Liberal Teens versus Conservative Parents. If you all do want to check that out.
Wonderful. Gonna throw it over to Pixel Smixel.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Pixel. I cover the news at an ungodly hour for most Americans. So if you're up too late and you see me on, you're up too late. I am too left for some, not left enough for others, and yeah, that's about me. I cover the news, and I have a great American accent. I'm everybody's favorite American political commentator.
Wonderful. Now we're gonna throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Thanks, Dylan. It's great to be here. I'm Kevin Castley. I'm the host of Superpower Broadcasting. We stream 7 days a week to Twitch and upload content every day to YouTube. I'm going to be getting back into uploading premieres as well to YouTube, so be sure to subscribe on both platforms if you want to keep up with me. I'm also on Twitter at Kevin Castley, and if you'd like to debate me, you can send me a DM over there. I like debates. Let's go.
Wonderful. Now we're gonna go throw it over to William Howard Taft.
Thank you, Dylan. Excellent, excellent. Throw it over, as always. I go by Taftage on the internet. You can call me April if that's easier. I consider myself center-right, sort of odd, weird politics, but my goal is to model a version of right-wingedness that is free of some of the more toxic elements that is typically associated with that political position. So, yeah.
Happy to have you. And Alex Stein of the Conspiracy Castle will be here soon. He is famous for a lot of hits on the internet, which I'm sure he'll talk about soon, such as being the person who sung that vaccine song at that city council meeting that was viral very recently. I'm very interested to have him on as well. He'll be on in a bit. So we're going to jump on to the first topic after clarifying some rules. The first rule is we won't do anything against Twitch terms of service. Obviously, a bunch of us are streaming this on Twitch, and we would like to keep our jobs and feed ourselves. And I would hope that you have enough interest in the show that you would like us to keep our show. That's the first rule. The second rule is when I'm talking, no one else is talking. If it's difficult to hear me, you just turn up the volume. I am not talking to give my opinions. Everybody knows what my opinions are. They're pretty left-wing, but I try to keep them out of moderation duties. And so if I'm talking, I'm merely trying to moderate. So please try to recognize my voice before this whole thing starts. Thirdly, we will not be attacking people's immutable characteristics. I don't care if you're mean. My job is not to moderate you into a nice person or to give you like some moral character tonight. My only rule is that you do not go after people's immutable characteristics, sex, gender, race, etc. If you can do that, I would greatly appreciate it. Other than that, I think that's most of the rules. The format is simple. We will have short intros and outros that are uninterruptible. You don't interrupt other people during those periods, and an open period in between. If you find it difficult to deal with this format, because I know having 8 people in a room all wanting to talk is difficult, as a last resort, raise your hand. I'll write your name down and make sure the conversation eventually gets over to you. But I will let the conversation go naturally unless I see it get too disorderly. Then I will interrupt, and I hold the liberty to mute if it gets too out of hand. It's not personal. I just need to give order. I am not an anarchist. I am an authoritarian, and you will feel that wrath today. Wonderful. Does everybody understand the rules? Any questions?
Yep.
Wonderful. Yep, to you understand the rules, or yep,
yes.
Do you have questions?
Yes.
Got you. Okay.
The first one, yes.
The first one, so you understand the rules. Good. Okay. So the first topic is, I made it a little broader because we have some non-Americans today. Pixel. And so the question, oh, and Kevin. Should the West help Ukraine? You can, of course, talk about this from an American perspective or a Canadian perspective or an Australian perspective. Should the West be helping Ukraine at this moment as tensions continue to rise between Ukraine and Russia? I will make one clarification before we start. Unless the people clarify before a topic during their intro segment, assume that everybody here today are not experts on every given topic. And please get information from other sources. This is a political panel on Twitch, on the internet. This is not the people debating in Oxford. Just make that very clear for everybody at home. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Adam Something.
Thank you. So for the record, I am not American either. I am Hungarian, from Eastern Europe, the hotspot of the event. So the question, should the US support Ukraine? The answer is yes. Are you fucking nuts? Like, it's a slam dunk both economically and geopolitically. Ukraine is a nation that fought essentially a civil war to align itself with the West. And so we cannot really, and they petitioned us for help. And by us, I mean NATO and NATO-aligned countries, which we commonly understand as the West. After that, for us to promise help and then break that promise and let them be overrun by Russia would be a huge geopolitical loss for the West, which would lead all kinds of other possible concessions or possible problems down the line. So I would say if we show strength now and help out, not with troops on the ground, no one is discussing troops on the ground, but equipment and generally threatening Russia with sanctions. So then that would be a good thing, essentially. The other argument is, of course, economical. Ukraine is a very rich country in natural resources. They have significant industries from aviation to rocketry, and they are going to be the next agricultural superpower because 25% of all the world's black soil is located within Ukraine, which is like the best type of soil on the planet. Having them inside eventually in the European trade bloc will lead to essentially lower food prices and all sorts of other benefits. And I oppose what Russia is doing, and I think you should too, because, well, I oppose it because I don't like imperialism, and I support Ukraine, and I think we should support Ukraine, just like how we should support Taiwan against China, i.e. a larger neighbor threatening to invade the smaller neighbor, or, that funny German gentleman who thought that, who essentially invaded German majority areas of Czech Republic back then. I supported the smaller country in both cases and opposed the larger one for imperialistic reasons, and that's my standard.
I had no clue you were so old that you supported Czechoslovakia during that conflict.
You're
truly a man of experience.
You might be surprised.
I'm throwing it over to Christian.
Yeah, so a lot of folks might look at this matter through a geopolitical lens. I like to see it as the sort of philosopher in me likes to see it through a sort of moral lens. Because I do think that when we ask ourselves, should someone do something or support something, we're ultimately asking a moral question. If we're not asking a moral question, then we're not asking a question that necessarily compels us to do anything. But since moral questions oftentimes include rules and principles that are binding on people, or at least if they are good moral questions, they will, then that ought to be the dimension that this is approached from. Now, this is not to say the geopolitical dimension is not important. It most certainly is important. I think that it is quite important that President Biden has pulled not quote-unquote non-essential diplomatic staff from Ukraine, which has made the president of Ukraine quite angry and has made him say that this is going to cause diplomatic capital to be eroded. I think that it is quite important that the American media is now buzzing over war, which has also made the president of Ukraine pretty angry and has called him, which has compelled him to say to ask people to moderate their tones. And really, a lot of people in Ukraine, at least according to news reports, seem to be handling this better, than a lot of us over in America or even other parts of the West. Because this is quite routine for them. Russian aggression is quite routine for them. They understand how the cookie crumbles. But ultimately, the moral question is this, and I'm going to ultimately shift this question towards America, because I don't think the West as a whole has the same moral stake in Ukraine. I think different countries have different stakes in this situation. Germany, for example, has a pipeline that goes throughout there that Russia is obviously very interested in preserving, and that's a very different moral stake than what America may have in Ukraine. I don't think that the Americans have a moral obligation to help Ukraine really in any way, shape, or form. Now, does this mean that we shouldn't? Well, it depends. In which way would we? Since there's no moral obligation, this is a more open-ended question. If there was a moral obligation, then that means we would have the necessity to do so. I don't mind us using our diplomatic authority to try to challenge Putin's march westward. I don't mind us trying to do that. I do think that sanctions, obviously in a time when inflation is at an all-time high and a time when supply chains are disrupted all around the world, sanctions would obviously not necessarily be an ideal mechanism to deal with this. And fundamentally, they're also not a really moral mechanism to deal with this as well. You cannot morally stop someone from buying or selling with another private party unless they are buying and selling goods that were stolen or something of that sort. So that's probably not a very good idea. But if we want to use diplomatic authority to challenge Putin, I have no problem with that. When it gets to sanctions, and even worse, when it gets to troops on the ground, that's when I have a problem. Because not only is the moral obligation not there, there are numerous geopolitical consequences and diplomatic consequences to such a strong show of force. So that's my opinion on the matter.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Christian. And we're going to throw it over to... Oh, 1 second. Somebody asked, can you just explain what a conservatarian is quick, like in one sentence?
Oh, yeah. So a conservatarian is someone who holds tradition to be paramount in the American sense, but also believes in the principle of individual liberty.
Okay, wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Destiny for their intro on the topic.
Yes. I think the United States, should probably intervene. I think everything's been said on both sides of this, but to echo some of what was said earlier, I think that we kind of have the moral right here in terms of defending Ukraine's right to self-governance. It's also important to signal to NATO and fellow NATO allied countries that we're going to take a stand if Russia decides to expand aggressively in directions where it shouldn't. I think it's a pretty common sense thing that I don't think the question is, the interesting question, I don't think, is whether we should support Ukraine. It's in what capacity should we support Ukraine? Because I don't think just weapons on the ground is anywhere near enough to overcome Russian superiority when it comes to air, land, or sea. So the question, I think, becomes more like, is this like a boots on the ground type of thing? Is it an air support kind of thing? Or is it just like some sort of other, we support them on ground with supplies and then we sanction Russia or withdraw them from certain international things like SWIFT or whatever in order to pressure Russia away from doing anything?
Wonderful. It seems that a certain person from the Conspiracy Castle with a new hit song about vaccines has entered. Would you like to introduce yourself and give a quick intro on, it's about Ukraine, I assume you figured.
Yes, guys, I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I'm on the grind all the time. I'm the host of the Conspiracy Castle. I'm your conspiracy asshole. And do I need to make my statement on Ukraine as well? Or
would you like to wait a second to collect your thoughts?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, I'll let you wait a second.
I'll go to. Yeah. Thank you. And sorry for being late. I'm such a boomer. I don't know how to work Discord. So now I got to work it. Now I'm cooking with gas. So let's.
It's okay. You're on a musical tour. You're in the next Ariana Grande.
There you go. So I'm always a little late. I'm a diva.
We're gonna throw it over to Parker.
So I think what the West should do is pretty basic here. I think that obviously, like what other people have said, we should support through like defensive weapons and sanctions. I think there are lots of economic things that we can do in order to hinder Russia's ability to intervene in Ukraine. I don't think that Russia's economy could actually sustain any type of long-term war or intervention against NATO in Ukraine. So depending on like what Russia does, I think we should determine what to do based upon that. And based upon like what we have right now, I think sanctions and defensive weapons would be things in order to mitigate any harm that could possibly happen. But depending on what they do, we should change how we intervene.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
I mostly agree with the other leftists on this panel. But to provide some context, Australia already is helping Ukraine. I think they requested cybersecurity support and we gave it to them. So that is already happening kind of at least around NATO allies. There is also, I don't know if you guys know, that there are 6 Russian ships currently in Irish waters intending to do some sort of like war, demo kind of things between ships. And there's currently like a whole bunch of Irish fishing boats out there protesting that. So just like adding some context, because I genuinely agree with sovereignty being important, but I think also it's very difficult from an outsider perspective to understand what is going on within Ukraine, as there has been so much different groups of people go through Ukraine. There's quite like a rich cultural history, but there's also lots of differing opinions. I think we should overall support their right to sovereignty if asked for. Also, I do know that some of the groups that are pushing back against Russia are on the far right. I just think these things are incredibly complex. I don't think that, for me personally, I would ever have enough information to know exactly what they need. But if it is asked for by a democratic government, I think that the West should probably intervene.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so basically, as far as the situation in Ukraine is concerned, I think that we obviously need to set some terms to define right at the start. So when you talk about the potential invasion by Russia in Ukraine, what we kind of imply in that, without necessarily thinking about it, is that we're accepting as status quo their existing invasion as already conducted. And so Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 and has actually, as a matter of fact, occupied the Crimean Peninsula and are still occupying it. They've even placed troops and everything in there. They forced them as basically to be a part of their country. They as well have forces in Donetsk and Luhansk, what they call People's Republics, Novorossiya, whatever. It's basically occupied Russian territory. like what they did in Georgia in 2008, occupying South Ossetia and Abkhazia. This is basically a repeat of that, but on a larger scale. So when we talk about a potential invasion, we should clarify what we're talking about is Putin going to expand his existing invasion, his existing occupation into a further incursion? I think it really depends on our response proactively if we're going to see a broader war there. So Putin has put upwards of 175,000 troops on the border, in the border areas, and he's got about 20,000 forces in Donetsk and Luhansk areas. So we're talking about potentially up to 200,000, though it could be as low as 120,000. That's a significant force. The entire Ukrainian army numbers about 220,000 or so. So we're talking about a significant capacity from a nuclear power to intimidate Ukraine into submission, basically. Now, people will say, they'll talk about, well, basically the U.S. made some promise to Gorbachev at the tail end of the Soviet Union. It should be clear that that was never actually formalized. It was never an agreed upon treaty or anything not to expand NATO. As well, of course, none of those leaders are in charge today. Putin wasn't there, and Biden wasn't there, and of course, the Ukrainians weren't there, Poles weren't there, etc. This ultimately does break down to the myth of consensual sex meme that you'll see, which is like, oh, well, Ukraine consents, NATO consents, and then Putin's like, isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Getting triggered and everything. And so he has no business in Ukraine. He's already there, unfortunately. Nobody's arguing to go in and get Crimea back. That territory's lost now. But if we're going to learn our lesson, I mean, unless you're Wisbopin, I think he's probably the only one advocating for literally invading Russia. But what we need to do is we need to learn our lesson here. And what we need to say is, we're not going to repeat 2014. We need to actually send troops over there as the West to stand up for the sovereign right of Ukraine to exist as a sovereign country of 44 million people. Canada has already put upwards of 400 troops there, which is twice of the United States. I mean, I think it's very unfortunate. For all my criticisms of Justin Trudeau, it's very clear that he's actually, one-upped Joe Biden on this. I think it's embarrassing to see Joe Biden be so feckless in the face of Russian fascism and Russian imperialism. And my hope here is that we do not repeat the same mistakes of Barack Obama and Neville Chamberlain and essentially appease and encourage Russia to go in. The irony is that if we don't send troops there to deter a war, there will be a war. Thank you.
Okay. And Taft. This is a great point. Best point I've heard all day.
Should the U.S. help Ukraine? Of course. I think a lot of people can agree that some help should be rendered, unless you're a giant fan of Russia and just want Russia to expand forever. But what we disagree about is what that help should look like. We've seen the effects of a series of disastrous foreign wars, and it's time for America to stop. America is this world power, spanning the width of a continent, bordered on either side by oceans and friendly neighbors to the north and south. America can afford to involve herself less in the constant state of others. What we've created over the past, 40 years is this global security network of temporary peace treaties, the kind of things that will disintegrate without the U.S. continuing to bear the burden of maintenance forever. We've also seen the continued, ruin of states, which we were hoping to create, turn into good liberal democracies and allies. We've seen the preservation of states that we vowed as sworn enemies. We've seen the disastrous effects of going to war in the Middle East. We've also seen how effective it can be when we actually go to the negotiating table and try the tact of diplomacy. So should we send arms to Ukraine? Yeah, probably. We should make it difficult for Russia to invade. But as far as engaging in war ourselves, absolutely not. We can engage in economic sanctions, sure. Help Ukraine, yes. War, no.
Okay, and we're going to wrap it up with Alex Stein for intros.
Wow, what a pleasure. Okay, guys, I mean, basically, when it comes down to Ukraine, you just got to look at this Zelensky guy. He was literally an actor on a TV show that played some sort of like anti-elite guy, and then he gets put, and then he actually creates a political party based on the TV show that he was an actor in. So these people take their political spectrum so serious. They want such good leaders that they think it's so cool. The people of Ukraine think it's so goofy and funny. It would be like if we got Brendan Fraser. Why don't we make Brendan Fraser the president because he was on Tarzan? So this Zelensky character is crooked as a dog's hind legs. We know that. I mean, he's an actor. He's a TV actor. We know the misdoings with Biden and Ukraine, with Hunter Biden's misdealings with Ukraine. So we know that they have some sort of evidence against the United States, and that is the leverage that they're using for us to even waste our time on the border. We got a border with a bunch of child sex trafficking, and let me tell you something. We got Guatemalans, we got Hondurans coming here by the minute on the border. I'm in Dallas, Texas, and you're talking about the Ukrainian border? Now that just shows you we're not based in reality. People don't have common sense. You're trying to pump up the military-industrial complex. Let me tell you something about the military-industrial complex. The amount of money that we spend on that, on the system that is the military-industrial complex, could fix homelessness, could give us a universal health care. So all the stuff that people on the left that y'all want socialism, which I'm not against some sort of social services, but if we could reallocate our finances instead of going to the Ukrainian border and maybe fixing our border, then our world wouldn't be such a bad place. Because we shouldn't have to be here arguing over, oh, we should go help the Ukrainians against Russia. They both suck. Any Eastern European country is going to be ran by idiots, and we know that because Zelensky was, like I said, an actor on a TV show. He might be a good guy. I'm not even judging his character. I'd like to act. I've been in an Ozarka bottled water commercial. I drank it. I looked good. I was the star of the show. I know what it's like to be an actor. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to get caught up in that. And then he uses that. He parlays that into a presidential campaign. I'm not even trying to hate on that. But at the end of the day, these are the people that are running the Ukraine, the country of Ukraine. So if their people are this is how deaf they are. Oh, we'll give it a TV guy because he'll fix our country. And then when Russia comes in, now you got to get Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden's got to come in there and somehow clean up the mess. Yeah, right. I don't have time for that. I got messes on my border. I'm in Dallas. Every day I walk around Bachman Lake Park. I see Guatemalans get off a bus in a backpack, wandering around, don't know what to do. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not anti-immigration. What are you talking about? I love it. I mean, I'm just saying that's a problem. We can fix that problem and not worry about the Ukrainian border. So that's where I stand with that.
Thank you.
My God.
I appreciate that. Thank you. For everybody, once again, I would like you to all remember the rules. Stein, you were told the rules by Danabo. Am I correct?
Yeah,
wonderful. Okay, just want to make sure I don't have to repeat them. Okay. Do try to keep it somewhat cordial. I will get involved if I have to. Again, I am an authoritarian at heart when it comes to moderation. And I will be your Idi Amin if necessary. So, I'll allow you all to engage in open discussion. Who wants to start us off?
I'd like to, actually.
Adam something as a new star, I'll let him go. For cordiality.
Thank you. So this notion about that, like, Zelensky was an actor, therefore he's incompetent, and every country in Eastern Europe is run by incompetent people. I mean, this is some, like, boomer tier American centric shit. I believe Ronald Reagan was also an actor when he came to power. So, like, I don't know if we're like, also you had Donald Trump as a president. So, like, you know, shush on that. Actually, Zelensky has been doing a pretty good job. Of course, political inexperience was a big deal. Actually, it was a big branding point also in the campaign. The rest of Eastern Europe are run by people who are either run by generally very experienced people. However, many of them are of the far-right variety, including Viktor Orban, my dear prime minister. So, to characterize the Ukraine situation from that perspective, I mean, I think it's pretty just misinformed. But then again, I'm very much used to people talking about the Ukraine situation from purely an American perspective. Like, I've heard people saying, "Oh yeah, we shouldn't intervene at all. You know, it's America first." And it's like, well, good, but like you're kind of forgetting about like what do we do with Europe then? You know. Anyway, I'll let other people go. I need to hear some other points from others as well.
Well, if I might, you know, I have no. So the question was phrased as the West, but in America, obviously, is one of the biggest contributors to NATO. In fact, Donald Trump actually did something very good by making NATO pay up a little bit, tiny bit more into contributing to the alliance, because a lot of the European countries like to spend on social safety nets as opposed to actually defending their own country. So America has tended to pick up the slack for them. But I have no problem if the European powers want to move on this issue. And really, I have no personal objection if America wants to move on this issue either. But I don't want America to move on the issue in ways that are immoral. Sanctions are immoral, whether they're sanctions against China, whether they're sanctions against Russia, they are fundamentally immoral. Because what they are doing is they are trying to disrupt an individual's ability to economically trade with someone else in a different country in the name of some broader
how about the annexation of Crimea, though, and the war in Donbass? Doesn't the disrupt individuals?
I think Putin's subterfuge in Crimea is also immoral as well. But here's the problem. I'm not arguing that Putin is some sort of hero or whatever. Obviously, he's a bad actor who wants to expand his power and who wants to, in his idea, restore the glory of the Russian Republic or whatever, Federation or whatever. My question is this: whose obligation is it to stop him? Is it America's? If so, how do you justify that obligation? Upon what grounds you justify that obligation? That's my question.
You're thinking about morality. I got a question for you, Christian.
What moral grounds?
Okay, one at a time. We're gonna have Kevin respond, and then I'll write Pixel down.
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting because normally when people talk about the morality of the situation, they usually concede that the West has the moral high ground here because it's a sovereign country being aggressed upon by an imperial power. But when people usually give their hesitancy to support Ukraine, it's usually justified as, well, we don't want to accidentally start a nuclear war or something. But it's interesting, you're making a moral argument that the West isn't bound to defend Ukraine. You're not even going with the potential nuclear war argument, which I find very interesting. So you're saying here, Christian, you're saying that, well, Crimea was wrong, and I'm guessing you probably think that what China's doing in Xinjiang right now to the Uyghurs is also wrong. You just think it's wrong to do anything about it. I would say that that's a gross false equivocation. No, it's a gross false equivocation. I would say this: by what means or by what right does the West have any sort of moral high ground here, or by what means does the West have an incumbency to act here? I would say very, very simple: the defense of the liberal order, a rules-based world that we want to see, and we want to prevent a slippery slope, a domino effect of Putin taking Ukraine and then coming in and taking Poland or trying to take Lithuania, etc. Because you might say it's all about America. Eventually, by your logic, Russia will literally be on America's borders, because what logic would you have to defend any other ally if you will not defend Ukraine? In other words, if Western democracy doesn't matter in Ukraine, why does it matter anywhere?
This is a ridiculous, slippery slope argument, right? Like, the promotion of Western democracy abroad as a foreign policy goal that we've used war to achieve.
Well, I'm talking about defending democracy. I'm not even talking about promoting democracy. I'm just saying defending an existing democracy. I want to hear Christian's response, though, first.
Yeah, first of all, I didn't equivocate at all. To equivocate is to make two distinct things seem similar. I did not do that at all. That's number one. Number two, you're saying the West. I'm saying the United States. Now, I made a distinction earlier because the West also includes European powers. And it was clear that European powers have the ability to act on this front if they want to. My question is particularly focused on America and America's moral obligation. Now, you seem to be sourcing America's moral obligation in this sort of grand abstraction of liberal Western democracy, or whatever that means, that we have this sort of obligation to defend it. Again, where does that obligation come from? How does America have an obligation to defend abstractions, especially abstractions that are external from its own borders? That's my question. I'm not saying that
you're a libertarian, aren't you?
I'm not saying. Well, you should take my arguments for what they are.
You're saying you're a libertarian, so you should believe in liberty, right? Or does liberty only matter within your own border?
Okay, so no. You're kind of taking my arguments to a place where they need not be taken, because it's not logical to take them there. I'm not saying liberty is specific to certain nations, or its value is specific to certain nations. What I'm saying is that different nations interact with liberty in a very different way. And obviously there's a correct way to do that. But I think a nation has first and foremost an obligation to its own people. So the idea that America has an obligation to defend liberty everywhere is this idea which has had America spend over $2 trillion on two conflicts that were utilized by bureaucrats who used abstractions. George W. Bush used abstractions. We're going to fight terror. We're going to defeat. They used abstractions as a means to move the goalposts.
Okay. Dude, every answer here is going to be 12 minutes long. I'm going to kill myself. I can't do these fucking panels. Fuck me.
We have Pixel, we have Adam as well.
The way George Bush phrased America's effort to fight terror was most certainly an abstraction, and it was built on abstract grounds, because instead of actually getting a declaration of war, what did he do? He went to Congress to give him an authorization of the use of military force. That same authorization was used to ensnare America and several other conflicts across the Middle East, and we've pulled out a lot, thanks to Trump and a lot of other, and Obama a little bit, although he decided to go ahead and
Can we limit answers to 20 seconds, Dylan? Because there's like 9 people here. It's going to be like, if every answer is like 2 minutes long,
Okay,
it's like
here's my
unmanageable.
Here's my point. America does not have a moral obligation to defend, quote unquote, liberty around the world. America has a moral obligation first and foremost to its own citizens. This does not mean that liberty itself is not important, but it does mean that there are different actors who have different degrees of responsibility for different people's liberties around the world.
Don't let the world fall and then fight the
No,
war.
Let's more point it.
Let's
more point it. Do you think it was immoral for the U.S. to intervene during the Cuban Missile Crisis?
I think we caused the Cuban Missile. Wait. Wait.
Let him answer that. Okay, don't weasel out of that. I want to know, do you think it was immoral for, at the stage when missiles are being shipped to Cuba, do you think it's immoral for the United States to intervene at that point, or should they have allowed it to happen?
Not in that particular circumstance, but we actually had a very big role in causing that.
Okay, I don't care. Wait, hold on. I'm not trying to get into what caused it. All I'm trying to establish is that
hold on, Destiny. It's important to know what cost it.
It's not important. It's not important. What I'm trying. Wait, hold on. All I'm trying to establish is that American interest obviously can exist outside of America's borders. There are things that can happen around the world that will have an impact on our very own citizens in the United States. The Cuban Missile Crisis is an obvious one. Whether you think down the road we caused it or didn't cause it, that is an obvious case of things can happen outside U.S. borders that are interested, that have like a U.S. interest attached to them. The defense of NATO, of our trade routes, of our multilateral trade agreements as the world hegemony where the United States guarantees the freedom of certain countries is ultimately important to U.S. interests in a direct way and in many indirect ways. I think that's a fair point to say. So I think if we want to attack our interest in Ukraine, we can do that. You can attack that, but I don't think you can just simply dismiss it by saying, oh, well, it's not in our borders, so it's not a U.S. interest. I think that's a very naive way of looking at how the world connects today.
And I don't think that's the case. I think that the preservation of the global economy is one of the most important things that we can do, not just for the preservation of America and NATO, but for the preservation of world peace. Because with more economic trade across the world, the more peace there has been because we're more connected. So I'm not saying that. But it's very important to know who caused the conflict, because if you cause the conflict, you therefore have an obligation to go ahead and take care of the conflict. And that's the source of my argument. America, the moral obligation to deal with the mess America called the Cuban Missile Crisis was on America. And so the moral obligation in terms of Ukraine, though, that's my question that I haven't really still gotten an answer for.
Well, so let's say that Russia rolls into Ukraine, takes it over. Then let's say Russia begins to expand into other countries and takes them over. Let's say these are countries that are effectively removed from a U.S. sphere of influence. Let's say that there are eventually more restrictive trade barriers put on them, we'll say by Russia, that inhibit them from trading from Europe or American allies. Isn't this reduction in worldwide economic freedom a negative in your view?
Sure. Well, but if we presume Russia's going to do that, I mean, I have no clue if Putin wants to take over the entirety of Europe. I don't know that. I know
this is what everybody's saying, right? We don't know.
Hey, can I make a point?
It's not a slippery slope. Hold on.
It is because we don't have. Wait, sorry, go on.
So Russia already has rolled tanks into Georgia. Russia already owns the Crimean Peninsula. We can't just say slippery slope every time we try to establish some chain of events. I think it's fair to say that given the opportunity to, and even with the world crying against him, it seems like Putin doesn't mind rolling Russian authority out into different places. If he was able to not even take over eastern Ukraine, but the entire rest of Ukraine, why is it a slippery slope to assume that he might try to extend that even further?
Putin has already said that, by the way. Putin has already said that with Ukraine, the ultimatum, essentially Russia gave an ultimatum to NATO and Western nations in general, saying that if you don't guarantee us that Ukraine will never be part of NATO and NATO will stop expanding, etc., if you don't guarantee that in writing, then of course we're going to invade, and we also want essentially the full restoration of the Cold War era spheres of influence. That means about 12 countries back into the neutral zone. But as the saying in Eastern Europe goes, if you choose NATO, NATO comes. If you choose Russia, Russia comes. If you choose nobody, Russia comes. So this is the situation we find ourselves in.
Well, we're in a situation right now where Russia has broken.
Hey, Kevin. Okay, we got other people that need to talk. Some people have talked a decent amount. We got Pixel, Taft, and Stein. Adam, did you say what you wanted to say? I just wanted to make sure.
I believe yes.
Okay. So we're gonna go in that order from the people when they raised their hand: Pixel, Taft, and Stein in that order. Okay.
Well, my previous point is relatively moot now, but I will say that as a high-value female on this panel, I actually think I have just come up with a solution for this problem. Have we tried minting Ukraine as an NFT? Because I hear that's the way you can own like the original deed to something these days. So if we just put it on the blockchain, then it'll be very clear to everyone where Ukraine stands. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've solved it. I just fixed everything. You're very welcome.
Congratulations. Next is going to be Taft.
I mean, I want to address what Steven said, because he brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. And the Cuban Missile Crisis is not analogous to the situation in Ukraine. When Russia moves missiles to Cuba, that's a direct threat to America. Russian troops in Ukraine's border is not something that's worth going to war over. So then we start talking about, well, what if Russia starts moving west, state by state, until it really does pose a real threat to American global hegemony, right? Let's say that like Russia's just conquering land after land. Well, yeah, then it would pose a real threat. But you know, it would make fighting that war easier if we're not, you know, turning it into a big war right now, but instead waiting for Russia to engage in protracted urban warfare, probably for years in a hostile environment. So
I don't think Ukraine would take years. I'm pretty sure Russia would steamroll that country in a matter of days, no? Isn't like the size of the Russian army, like it's like insurmountable to Ukraine?
Still avoid starting war, escalating war, until there's a real reason to, until there's a real threat to Americans. Because like Christian said, who America has an obligation to, it's not Ukrainians, it's Americans.
So your solution is let Russia go in, loot, pillage the towns and cities of Ukraine, and potentially kill tens of thousands of Ukrainians, but they'll do an insurgency and hope it works out. So your solution is to just ruin a country 1.5 times the size of Canada. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Well, let's hold on.
Why wouldn't you nip
loaded.
them in the bud?
Well,
Nobody's suggesting a war. We're just saying protecting an existing democracy.
Worse effect.
Yeah, nobody's suggesting a war. We're saying if you put the troops in there, Putin obviously isn't going to go in and fight American troops. He's deterred by America.
So I'm okay. We'll back up a little bit because I agree.
And then after you is Stein. Stein's waiting.
I think sending weapons to Ukraine is totally legitimate, and like posturing is legitimate. These are like tactics that we can take. I don't think that Putin or Russia wants an actual war with the United States, and neither does the United States actually want a war with Russia. So what this is really about is Russia's demanding that we come to the negotiating table, and they're strong arming us into doing this. And the reason is because they're worried about the expansion of American power. So go to the negotiating table and work with them and create a deal that's actually going to create lasting solutions like what we almost had in Iran. That would be fantastic.
Why would Russia?
I just wanted to make my point because it's something that Destiny said about the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we can look up Operation Northwoods. And Operation Northwoods was a plan to hijack planes during the Cuban Missile Crisis and make it look like it was Cuban nationals, and then fly it into buildings in Miami to start a war, so we'd have a reason to start a war with the Cubans. You can look this up. And then what happened on September 11, 2001, 19 hijackers with razor blades, supposedly box cutters, supposedly defeated the greatest army in the world, the most defense army in the world, and then knocked down 3 towers with 2 planes. That story is laughable, but we'll forget about that. So what happened with that? After that, well, I'm just saying, I believe it's an inside job, but we're not here to debate that. But what I'm saying is after that, we'll have... What I'm saying, I don't care what you say. I'm the conspiracy castle. It was an inside job orchestrated by people within our government and Israel and Saudi Arabia. But that doesn't matter. This is what I'm saying. We can get into it, but this is what I'm saying. Let me just make my point. So what happened? That started basically a 20-year war in the Middle East. Why? Who did that benefit? Probably Israel the most, because the 7 biggest countries that threatened it. But it doesn't matter.
Jewish bankers, right?
What I'm saying is,
bring it back.
Okay, listen. Let me just talk about what I'm trying to say. So it goes to the Ukrainian border. So what happened in Afghanistan? We don't have to worry about our tinfoil hat. You guys don't have to believe me on all that. Do you guys think America won the war on terror in the Middle East? Do you think the evacuation of Afghanistan was good? Do you think that if you were a country in need of being attacked by Russia, would you want the United States, the people that botched the Vietnam War, the people that literally that there are soldiers that had a tar pit where the U.S. multiple U.S. Army bases, they had their where they burn their trash and their poop, and for a lot of soldiers are sick because that pit was too close to the bases. This is how dumb the United States military is. They'll even tell you that guys with box cutters took down the Twin Towers. They couldn't get the NORAD jets. So I'm telling you, this military, the military industrial complex of the United States, is a bunch of autistic morons. So if I was to Ukraine and my only choice was to have...
hang on a second.
Potentially TOS.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, first, by the way, 9/11 had nothing to do with the U.S. military. That was a civilian plane and terrorists inside it. So let's
That's what you believe. I think there's a lot of evidence.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, with the echoes. Yeah, okay, whatever. So anyway, with regards to whether Ukraine should want, whether Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., and like failures of the U.S. Army should factor into Ukraine. No, Ukraine is not like Iraq. It's not like Afghanistan or Vietnam. No,
it doesn't matter. America's bad at armies. They'll become a good army, and Ukraine all of a sudden. America is, you know it. You're a military expert.
America is the most overwhelmingly powerful nation on the planet. I have no idea where you get this idea from. That you.
Well, then how did they lose a war in Afghanistan?
Wait. Biden pulled out.
That's my one question.
Biden pulled out.
If America's army is so good. No, my question is America's army.
Okay.
I will answer the question.
Okay, wait, we gotta be careful. Wait, dude, you gotta wait. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Boomer.
You gotta
Boomer.
Okay, you gotta calm down. Okay, wait. You gotta calm down.
The boomer energy.
Okay, Alex.
What is your energy? As beta soy energy? What? I mean, I'm primetime 99. I'm just saying, you're trying to say the military is good.
Being a goober doesn't make you an alpha.
You gotta let him. Stein, you gotta let him respond though. You asked him a question. You gotta let him respond. Adam.
Sure. So the Ukraine situation is nothing like Afghanistan or Iraq. Thankfully, this was a nation that actually petitioned Western support from 2014 after they overthrew their president, who was pro-Russian, and then ended up, ordering police to open fire at crowds. 100 people died, and then came the insurgency in Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, actually, the vast majority of Ukraine supports NATO membership, is pro-American, and supports EU membership. This is a country which is very closely aligned already on the population level and on the military level with the US. So for you to suggest that, there won't be Ukrainian Taliban.
The military is so good. Why do they need our help then if they're on the same level?
Russia goes in.
Adam, if they're on the same level...
Because Russia's military... on the same level...
It just shows you how ingenuine you are. You're saying they have the same level of military as us. And they need us. They need our help. You just said we had the same size military. You just insinuated we're the same size.
Let's calm down.
That's what you insinuated. I'm just saying. Dude, are you going to insinuate bullcrap or are you going to insinuate what you're trying to make?
Okay. Let's calm down for a second.
Can I clarify?
I think I can clarify.
Try that again. Why don't you try that again?
He was saying, as far as I could tell, that we're on the same level diplomatically, like when it comes to like alliance structure.
Yes.
That's what it felt like.
Okay. I thought he meant same size military. Like I thought he meant like we're the same. Why would they need our help? Well, I thought you were insinuating we're the same military as them. I mean, you could say that they're our allies, but how is Russia? How is Russia not our ally? We share the International Space Station.
They're aiming 8,000 nukes in America, dude.
No, but I'm saying
we have 8,000 nukes at your family, dude.
I'm saying we have treaties with Russia, and who's the only person that's ever dropped a nuke? The United States. They're the only person that's ever dropped it.
Yeah, and a fascist empire that attacked America. Way to victim blame America, dude. I'm sure you probably call yourself a patriot. No, you're right now shilling for a country that's aiming nukes at your city and your family, dude. This is embarrassing. Dude, just because you're a goober doesn't make you an alpha.
Okay,
listen. I know Putin's not a big enough idiot to send nuclear weapons and blow up America because I know Putin has half a brain. That's why I know that, and you probably know that too. That they're not going to start a nuclear holocaust.
Shut the flip up.
You know that over Ukraine. You know that. So you're trying to act all scared. Oh, I'm so scared of Russia. Why don't you wake up? Why don't you live your life? Stop living in fear of these rockets that Putin's pointing at you. Oh, I'm so scared. Putin's going to get me. I mean.
Okay. So we're gonna move on. We gotta move on to Destiny because Destiny's been waiting a decent bit to talk. raised his hand earlier.
I'm not sure what. Am I responding to the 9/11 hijacker thing or the what that
it was
or?
it was a while ago. I forget. I think it was in response to what Taft
Yeah, I feel like this idea of waiting until it's too late is kind of like eerily similar to the Hitler thing, although I don't like to draw comparisons to World War II because obviously the whole landscape is quite a bit different than it was back then. But I don't think that we could wait for Russia to take over Ukraine and then maybe start encroaching into Poland, and then at that point be like, oh shit, maybe now we need to do something, because then we're going to be back at ground zero for this conversation, and instead we're going to be having a panel in 4 years saying like, well, should the United States support Poland on the ground? And it's like, well, if we put troops there, like that's pretty aggressive, and I don't know, like just because they took over Poland, like are they really going to go even further? Like it's only like Georgia, Crimea, Ukraine, like is it in some of Poland? Like I feel like you kind of have to draw a line in the sand pretty early so that the rest of the world knows where you stand, especially your allies. Like, is the United States going to be a reliable partner here to protect you here? Because if not, it seems like similar to a domino effect, the United States is going to not stand by its kind of worldwide obligation to prevent the encroachment of Russia into other countries. Then why not just roll over immediately and join Russia sooner rather than wait for the inevitable conflict?
Can I ask Stephen a question?
Sure, Taft, you were the first to raise your hand, yeah?
Yeah, it's just going to be a short one. In your estimation, what do you think was the reason or objective in the United States' decision to enter the European theater in World War II?
What was the objective? Oof.
What was our goal there?
Well, Hitler declared war on America.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought there was a joint declaration of war from Japan and then Germany, so I thought we kind of had to get involved at that point, or were we? I don't know. Like, I'm sure for objectives, I'm sure there were multiple objectives, but I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, I mean, there are probably two objectives, right?
Okay.
Either one, to stop the Holocaust.
That's absolutely
nobody knew about the Holocaust.
The Holocaust had nothing to do with
I'm
it.
just saying that there's like multiple objectives that people put forth, right?
Nobody knew about the
Holocaust was not one of them. But what's the second one you were going to say?
Okay. Yeah, obviously, the average American troop and the people entering the European theater at the time were not, I would say their goal was not to stop the Holocaust. But some people make this argument. The other one is to defeat Germany, right? And to contain the German expansion. And what we got by entering World War II in the European theater was we worked with Russia to contain Germany. But another strategy, in hindsight, would have been to let Russia and Germany go to war with each other, tire each other out, and then come in at the end and defeat Germany, deliver the final blow, liberate Europe, and then have a weaker Russian Soviet empire to deal with in the Cold War post-war.
Wait, who's to say that Germany wouldn't have completely dominated? Irrelevant even for that. Who's to say that Germany wouldn't have just continued to take over the entirety of Europe?
They wouldn't have, though.
Why?
Right? Because they didn't have the overwhelming force necessary to do that.
Wait, hold on. Wait. History. I'm really bad at. Hold on. Wait. Okay, I'm really bad at history. I'm going to be the first to admit that. Okay, but Germany blitzkrieged the entire fucking continent. They absolutely had the overwhelming force to take over, to finish with the United Kingdom. I don't understand how they couldn't.
But it was Russia that overwhelmingly put a stop to them in Europe.
Hold on. No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Russia did not put a stop to Germany in Europe. Russia put a stop to Germany in Russia because Germany pushed really, really, really far east. But my understanding is they had no trouble sweeping completely west across the entire continent of Europe until U.S. troops were on the ground.
But Russia's intention was to go straight to Berlin, which they did do. And in the alternate history where America waits, right, to enter and lets the European powers fight for a longer time.
The European powers couldn't fight, though. They completely were steamrolled. The only reason Russia was probably able to push as far as it is, ignoring Lend-Lease and the economic assistance from the United States, was probably because there was so much pressure on the Western Front as well.
I mean, I think we can talk about like the American production machine.
No, not production. It was U.S.
Are you discounting U.S. troops on the West? Because Stalin was desperate for those. Stalin begged. Stalin said he couldn't do it on his own. That's what he told Churchill and FDR. That's Stalin. He even said he couldn't do it on his own.
Even without Lend-Lease, like the U.S. boots on the ground were essential. Like the push back into Europe didn't begin without U.S. blood happening. There was no amount of production, I think, that would have saved the rest of Europe from German encroachment. I just don't think that could have happened.
The analogy that I'm drawing here is just that sometimes if you allow people to war with each other for longer, if you put in a bit of wait time, you might allow them to deplete resources.
Yeah, but the
and give
scary thing
yourself a
about this
more
is that like,
strategic
but the scary thing about this is
position later.
this is like, oh, this is my last point, and then I'll let it go. Sorry, that we're engaging in like, we're attempting to do so much guesswork here that there are. To say that this is the most likely event is impossible. There's a million ways that this could have played out. It might have been that at some point, Russia and Germany reach an uneasy peace, or maybe even align with each other like they did when they cut up Poland and were working on what was essentially an alliance. It wasn't just a non-aggression, it was essentially an alliance. They were agreeing to split territories and non-aggress against each other. It might have been that they would have stepped back to that. It might have been that Hitler would have discovered nuclear weapons quicker than the United States. And a Germany that owns 90% of Europe and has nukes is a Germany that's going to continue to own 90% of Europe. It might have been that without the US being involved in the war, maybe Japan and Germany together are able to focus on Russia once the entire European continent, leaving the UK aside. Like there's a million other ways that could have played out. To say that like, oh, well, let's just wait and starve them out is one potential future, but I feel like there's 100 million other potential futures where with the vast majority of them looking in, there's 999,999 horrible scenarios, only one of them ends up, good, possibly.
I think you're making a fantastic point. Like, you're right in that, like, the actual reality of the war, when we entered the war, that was like probably the best decision of the time. And it's only like looking back in hindsight and knowing and being able to review the strategic plans of these powers that you can make these sort of conjectures of like, maybe in this alternate history it would have been effective, right? I think we've like sort of gone down a weird path because you're making like good points in that like it would not have necessarily been a good decision to wait it out at the time because we didn't have like the info to know that that would be effective. However, my point is that, just jumping into a war is not necessarily the kind of thing that you want to do. And with Ukraine, even if there is like war, even if Russia is invading Ukraine, we don't want to be the ones who are like the first people that Russia's encountering as far as troops that are battling them.
Russia's not going to send troops. If the U.S. puts troops, like if the U.S. puts a significant number of troops, like say 10,000 into Ukraine, Putin's not dumb. Putin doesn't want to die in a nuclear war. He's not going to invade. The question is, if we let a war happen, this is the great irony. By trying to prevent a war and doing the Chamberlain thing and appeasement, that's what's actually going to get us a war. That's actually what's going to get us Russian troops and tanks steamrolling into Kiev and other cities and looting and pillaging. And eventually, they will come for the West. I don't like this idea that we can choose between nipping them in the bud when it's easy or waiting until we're back at Berlin and now those are the battle lines. Why, unless you're on their side, why wouldn't you want our forces on their border instead of their forces getting closer to our borders, basically?
I just had a quick, Kevin, did you just say you're not worried about Putin shooting nuclears at the United States? Is that what you just said?
Hold on. I said if the U.S. puts troops in
Didn't you just say that?
No,
Didn't
I'm
you just
answering
say
your
that?
question, Alex. If the
He didn't
US
say it.
puts
Hammer him on it. Take him out,
Can I add a
dude.
bit of
If the
context?
US
I'm just
puts
saying, you
troops
did
into
say
Ukraine,
that.
if the
So
US puts
you're
troops,
just talking about you're so scared about all
you're
the
an idiot,
rockets that
Alex.
Putin's shooting.
You're an idiot.
I'm
I said they're aiming nukes at America. I said they're aiming nukes at America. I didn't say that
That's a good one, bud. You just got dunked on, and I'm the idiot. Good one.
Wait.
Yeah,
Okay. If he's asked a
Well, you
question,
just debunked yourself.
Alex, you're an idiot.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair. I'm an idiot, and you debunked yourself. That's fair. We can agree.
I never
I'm a
claimed.
dumb.
Okay.
I never claimed.
Okay.
Dylan, I can't hear them when you keep interrupting. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so look, I want to be clear about something. I never claimed that Putin's planning to just nuke all American cities tomorrow. What Alex claimed earlier was, why aren't we working with Russia, this and that? My point was, you can't really work with a country that shares none of your values, competing economic interests, a different geopolitical project with Eurasianism, etc., completely different interests. Even if Russia was a democracy with Alexei Navalny, they'd still oppose NATO over just geopolitics anyway. My point was, they're aiming 8,000 nukes at America. I didn't say that Putin's planning to necessarily use them, but my point was, friends don't aim nukes at each other, and this idea of Russia's our friend is it harks back to the Madison Square Garden protests of, oh, well, Hitler's our friend. Why not peace? It ultimately boils down to
It always
appeasement.
goes back to Hitler. It always goes back to Hitler.
Isolationism, and
are
it's
we in NATO
ultimately
with them? I'm
pathetically
just asking, are we in NATO with
subservient to
Russia?
a fascist dictator.
Are we in NATO? Are we in NATO with Russia, Kevin?
NATO is in opposition to Russia.
Okay,
Russia's
so we're in
opposition
an
to
alliance
NATO.
with Russia. Okay, so we are in an
No,
alliance. You just
no,
told me.
are you
Wait,
stupid?
what?
Russia's
What?
not a part of NATO. You goober.
No,
You
they're not. They're
goober.
not.
You goober. Why are you
Come on.
even here?
Okay, well, I thought
Why
you
are you even
insinuated
here?
that
You don't
they
know
were.
shit.
That's
You
why
don't know
I asked.
shit.
I didn't know
You
if
don't
Russia
know
was a
shit,
part of NATO.
Alex.
That's why I asked. I didn't know if Russia was a part of NATO. That's why I asked. I thought you
Well, that's
insinuated
kind of
they
a
were.
problem. How do you not know that?
Everything
How
about
do you
Russia.
not
I didn't know they're
know
part of NATO.
that? How do you
I
not
have to know
know
every
that?
fact about NATO. I have to know
But
every
there are a
fact
whole
about
bunch
Russia.
of countries
Okay, sure. I have to know
recently
every
that signed a
country's in NATO.
pact not
I have
to
to know
use
every
nuclear
country's in NATO.
warheads.
Okay. We
They
gotta
are
shut
in the
this down.
UN, to be
Wait,
fair. I
wait,
can mix them up.
We got it. Okay,
Okay,
we
they're
gotta shut. Okay, we got it. Okay, please.
We're in the United Nations.
Please.
Excuse me.
Wait, okay, we
Alex,
gotta
you're a
shut this.
certified goober.
We gotta shut this down for a second, okay? Because we have to move on, and I'm going to. So a few people raised their hand, including I just saw you, Christian. So the people who raised their hand are Parker, Adam, and Christian. So I'll start with Parker.
Oh my god, I put my hand up so
Oh,
fucking high.
I didn't see
it's
it.
fine.
Well,
It's fine. Am I hidden behind your fucking microphone again, Dylan?
No, it's just raised your hand so high. It was out of screen, so I couldn't see it. Okay.
Well, I tried multiple different ways.
You'll be on the list too, Pixel. Okay, Parker.
So I kind of want to take the conversation a bit back to where we were in the beginning. I want to sort of combat this notion that like Russia could actually like feasibly like have enough political or economic power to steamroll through multiple different nations without a response from NATO at all. I don't think that they could get to the borders of like Poland or a different country like that, and then we'd still have people saying like, "Oh, I don't want to respond." I don't think that we'd have any type of response like that. I definitely think that people are like would notice that if they're trying to go like invade Ukraine, they would probably try to do that to other countries as well. But I don't think they have the political or economic stability to like start that type of war or start that type of interaction.
Parker, you'd be surprised by the anti-imperialists out there that can't wait to cheer for Russian imperialism. There are a lot of people that would say, what right do we have to protect Poland? They'd be fine with waiving NATO obligations, right?
Well, that's an extremely small amount of people. The overwhelming majority of people would, if they like invaded Ukraine, would say that, oh yeah, we have to stop like Russian aggression to at least some extent.
Wait, but what,
Even
we
like,
didn't do
more,
this
like,
with Crimea or
military
Georgia.
intervention.
Wait, historically, we didn't do this with Crimea or with Georgia. No, didn't we all just sit by and like, wow, that's really bad, and then that's it?
Well,
like
to that specific degree, I mean, I do think that's like a valid point, 100%. But like when we're talking about like Ukraine versus like Crimea, I think there's a big distinction between at least those times, because especially like in 2014.
Well, wait, it was.
I mean, I wasn't around at that
Ukraine.
time. I don't know what the type of like
It's part
conversation
of
was at that time.
Ukraine,
I'm a little
Wait,
too
you weren't
young.
around?
But, like,
Were you? Oh, never mind. Okay. I
well,
thought you were, like,
I'm
6 years old or
19.
sure. Okay. That's
yeah,
that's
no,
okay.
I mean, well, I wasn't around. Like, I didn't like actually like pay attention to politics at all.
Yeah,
but,
well,
like,
I mean, I'm sure you remember. I'm sure you heard at least one time in school. You probably heard like Russia is in Georgia, and then I'm sure kids in class like Georgia the state, and I'm like, no, Georgia the country. It's like, oh, okay, and then like we never heard about it again because
heard about Crimea, not Georgia at all.
Really?
I genuinely
okay.
didn't know
Well, yeah.
about
I mean,
Georgia
like
at
we
the
just
time.
don't care much about foreign policy. Like Ukraine is another thing. Like anything that Russia gets its hands on, it's not going to give back. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they started some like front like into Ukraine, people would have a response. We've already had a response.
But they already are.
Troops, stuff like that.
They're already in Luhansk and Donetsk.
Well, don't they just have troops at the border? They haven't actually like.
No, they've taken about 80,000 square kilometers in the east, in Luhansk and Crimea, dude. And the thing is, they're nuclear power. Nobody's suggested going in by force and taking them back. The problem is, once they get territory, as Destiny said, that's gone. Like, they're nuclear power. We're never getting that back. So why not nip it in the bud and stop them from going further, as opposed to letting them take more, and then now we have this debate again, right? That's
How do you stop them? How do you stop
We're not necessarily letting them take more. We still have like economic
Deterrence.
sanctions and like weapons for defense.
Okay. So who was that directed towards, Kevin? And then I need to get back to the list because there's other people.
Yeah. Well, I guess that question in general, it wasn't so much directed towards Parker. Parker was just kind of asking some clarifying questions. My point was just more general. Why don't we, this is the question, I guess I'll direct this to Taftaj, to Conspiracy Castle, and to Christian in particular. Why would you guys prefer to forfeit Ukraine and then have to deal with Russian aggression when the battle lines are closer to us. Why not nip it in the bud, just put in some troops there and send a message to Putin to say, look, we're not going to tolerate wars against democracies in Europe, because we know if we let this go, it'll be another one and another one, because they've demonstrated this with Georgia in 2008 and Crimea and the rest of Ukraine in 2014.
I'm going to have Christian respond because Christian raised his hand and hasn't been able to talk in a while. So I'm going to have Christian respond to that question since it was directed.
So yeah, I'll be very quick before I respond to that question. We have to deal with this argument that if you're...
This guy's going to say anything about you. This is going to be a panel to be really good with 6 people, I think. There's a lot of strong personalities, or maybe even 4 to 5, but fuck, there's so many.
I can give you 2 reasons that are not at all pro-Russia, but are instead pro-other things, pro-common sense rather, that would lead us skeptical to such incursions. Number 1, the question of moral obligation towards other countries, which I mentioned earlier, which wasn't really answered. Number 2, the erosion of American diplomatic capital through continued aggression. And number 3, the continuation of American imperialism, which has caused destruction and chaos across the world. Those are 3 reasons why someone could be reasonably skeptical of going into this with a more aggressive stance that had nothing to do with being pro-Russia. And the assertion that if you are against this, or some kind of force towards Russia in this circumstance, you are pro-Russia, is absolutely an ad hominem of the lowest sort. So let's not use that argument anymore. Now, as for the battle lines and everything, look, I'm not saying let Russia seize Ukraine. I'm asking what, and I'm saying the European powers, some of whom have, again, different degrees of moral obligation and different degrees of interest in ensuring that Ukraine remains in sovereign hands, they have the ability to act. I'm particularly concerned about the United States' obligation, or lack of obligation, lack thereof of obligation, towards Ukraine. And really, I have no problem with the United States using diplomatic capital to, and even what Taft said. I mean, I've been listening very closely. I have no problem even supplying them with weapons. Now, the problem is America has supplied people with weapons in the past, and they've gotten into the wrong hands. So I typically tend to be very skeptical of that. But I have no problem even supplying them with weapons. And I do not think Biden should have pulled out our diplomatic personnel, and neither does Zelensky. And Zelensky was very mad at him for that. So there are steps we can take to ensure that Ukraine remains somewhat in America's sphere of geopolitical influence. But those steps should not at all elevate to the level of military aggression, even if it's just placing troops on Ukraine's border. The United States has no obligation to do so.
So Christian, who do you think is the imperial power in the Ukraine-Russia dynamic? Do you think it's Russia or do you think it's America?
That's an obvious question. Obviously, Russia's the imperial power, but one's imperialism does not negate another's imperialism. America has been an imperialist nation for many decades, and that needs to be dealt with.
How does helping a sovereign country resist Russian imperialism? How is that imperialist?
Okay. That's a straw man. I just gave you a few examples of how we can actually help them without putting troops on the ground. Putting boots on the ground is another example of American imperialism. Having diplomatic personnel is not. Yes, absolutely.
Really? Yes. So defending a sovereign country that asks, their sovereign government asks for help. It's not like we're just invading them. Their sovereign country, their sovereign government begs for military support, and you say, we can't help you. That would be imperialism. Is that
No, I didn't say. You are pretending like I'm saying that you cannot help them at all. I'm saying there are more ways to help Ukraine. There are more ways to help Ukraine. There are more ways to help Ukraine.
You're characterizing sending troops there to deter an invasion. You're characterizing that as imperialism.
In the context of the American global project, absolutely, having thousands of troops situated across the world, across Europe, and countries that we are absolutely not even at war with. Yes, I absolutely think that's imperialism of a certain kind of sort.
That's dumb.
It is imperialism.
Sorry, but that's a really stupid position to have. Because imperialism is going in and taking over other people's shit, other people's countries without their permission.
That's one function of it.
Isn't that colonialism? Imperialism can be
Wait. No, it's too loud. It's too loud. Okay, I can't hear myself think. And if I can't hear myself think, then nobody can hear shit. So I'm going to have Kevin respond. Then I'm going to have Christian respond. And then we're going to move on to Pixel, Adam, then Taft. Does anybody want their name written down? But of course you can intervene at some point.
Can you write my name?
Taft, I just said your name.
What?
Yes, you. But he called out 4 people. I can't have every person respond.
Okay.
Yeah,
can I be on the list? Can you add me to the list, please?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
The last resort.
But do I get to respond now or later?
Make her respond later.
Later.
No,
but it would actually have to be later.
Don't
it would have to.
Steven. He's mean.
Wait.
Yeah, he is mean, but I'm also mean. So
you're terrible.
Christian, you respond, then no, Kevin responded, then
Yeah.
Christian, you can say your final word. We got to move on to Pixel, then Adam. Okay.
Okay, so basically calling the American president, say America sends, say Volodymyr Zelensky asks for, say, 8,000 troops, and Biden agrees to that. And of course, Zelensky's democratically elected leader of Ukraine. You can cope about him being a reality TV guy or whatever. Trump was a reality TV guy to Alex. That I'm not saying that to Christian. But here's the thing. So you go and say you put 8,000 troops in there, and they're there, say, as a deployment of, similar to what we did in Canada with Operation Unifier there, and they're just there as basically a deterrent against the Russian invasion. My sort of point was that that's not an imperialist act. That's actually a consensual a defense agreement between two sovereign countries. And so the only reason why you could think of that as imperialist is if you've unfortunately fallen for Russian disinformation and propaganda, and you can say you're not pro-Russia. I don't think you like Putin. I'm just saying that the consequence of your inaction is necessarily pro-Putin and how that would manifest in reality, because you would render Ukraine vulnerable to an invasion. This is why we call it peace through strength, not peace through relativism or peace through weakness. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to make a point. Was it imperialistic during the Afghan when we were leaving Afghanistan and we dropped a missile and we killed 4 innocent children? I mean, was that
collateral
imperialistic?
damage. That wasn't done on purpose.
So that's not imperialistic. So those people, when they died, they're just collateral
damage. It's bad
damage.
to go after ISIS-K. It's bad to go after ISIS-K.
But killing 4 children or ISIS-K, I didn't know. I didn't know children can be an ISIS-K.
I want to hear from Christian, because you don't even understand what collateral damage is.
I understand 100% what collateral damage is. I'm just saying, you're saying that America's not imperialistic. Yes, I do. You're saying that we're not imperialistic, though. Yet we're the ones that go into in the Middle East. We're very imperialistic. Okay,
Alex, point's been made. I want to make sure Christian goes.
We're the ones that kill kids. You love it. There's just collateral damage when 4-year-olds get killed. Look at you're smiling. It's so cute.
I'm smiling because you're a goober, dude.
Okay, Christian.
So when I say imperialism, what Superpower Broadcasting is saying, yes, conquering a country and staying there, obviously, is going to be a function of imperialism. But imperialism is a multi-function, multi-purpose concept. So conquering a country through military force certainly is imperialistic. But going into a country, I don't care if it was consensual or otherwise, and projecting hegemony, projecting power through military force is an extension of the American global project, which has been imperialistic. And as laws of logic work, a premise is the basis for a conclusion. And the premise of America's intervention in Ukraine is going to be its general imperialistic project, even if that particular action is not as severe or not as as blatant as other acts of American imperialism have been in the past. So again, it's from the same family, even if it has a different face, so to speak. And also, again, this argument that I am somehow in Putin's pocket because I may have a position that he may favor is nonsense. You should not. You should not analyze a position on the basis. You should not analyze a position's moral correctness or in moral wrongness on the basis of who supports it. Rather, analyze the position on the merits itself. If a dictator were to support the proposition that 2 + 2 is 4, that does not make that proposition any more wrong than if Mother Teresa were to support it. It's about the proposition's inherent correctness. That's what we look at. And even if Putin does think that, obviously doesn't think that America should get involved because that would obviously be a wrench in his plans, that does not necessarily mean that position is tainted because he supports it. So that's all I have to say.
Okay.
So you said the consent.
No, Kevin, sorry. We got to move on. There's so many people that have to talk. We got to throw it over to Pixel, then Adam.
I'd just like to add some further context as to what is going on, like in a geopolitical context here, because if we're talking about imperialism, we are living in a time right now where basically everything that is happening is going to be political posturing. Nobody is like seriously going to launch a nuke knowing that any sort of war at this point is going to result in basically runaway climate change, which is bad for everyone, even if we're already on that path. So understanding why Russia's posturing towards Ukraine is maybe seeming so aggressive now has to include the fact that China is also an imperialist power moving towards Russia from the south through the stands. And so Russia at this point are feeling like they have to make some sort of show of force to make sure that they retain their perceived power, or at least their perceived position in the global kind of geopolitical mess, because it's all just posturing at this point. Some of it is aggressive and some of it at the moment feels extremely uncomfortable, but it is being built up by American media as well, because that serves its own narrative purpose in America. It serves a narrative purpose here in Australia as well, because obviously, you know, we have an interesting where America's shit little brother, but we are also in like the realm of China's geopolitical influence. And so like you can't just look at this between America and Russia, because it is so much more complex than that. And the reasons that Russia are moving into Ukraine is because of resources, but also just for the political posturing. Anyway, I just wanted to provide the context to make it a bit bigger.
Okay. Next, we're going to throw it over to Adam.
Sure. So a couple of points have been made with which I'd like to clarify. So first off, to Christian, of course, no one said that you're in the pocket of Putin. However, you have to realize that the positions you advocate for, they align almost perfectly with Russian geopolitical goals. So I mean, that's, you know, some people, based on what I've heard, I know that you aren't. You strike me as a genuine guy. However, some people might interpret this as you being pro-Putin because you're aligned so well. So I think that's the issue there. As to whether the US has a moral obligation to help Ukraine, well, after we have essentially, by we I mean the Western world and also the US. So let's talk about the US. So since the US has already promised Ukraine that they're going to help, that they have made commitments about Ukraine's territorial inviolability, that Crimea belongs to Ukraine, that Donbass should be returned to Ukraine. They made all these commitments, promises, etc. At this point, to walk back and say, whoops, yoink, nah, then I think that would be actually breaking America's moral obligation. So whether likely or not, these promises were made and have been made for 8 years. To walk back on them now, I think would be just horrendous. And regarding the other point that Daph made, I believe it was just let's wait until they tire each other out and then swoop in. That is, I mean, I guess you can do that from a chessboard military strategic perspective, but waiting until the two sides tire each other out, I mean, that's just millions more dead. So why not intervene? Generally, during a conflict, you know. As collateral. So why not intervene now? Of course, as others said early on. Of course, troops on the ground will not happen though. So let's. I think we can actually stop talking about this. American troops, at least, will not go to Ukraine. What we're doing is deterrence, which is in line with the US's moral obligations at this point, and contrary to Russian interests, which I fully support. Here's my problem actually. Which is also my problem with a substantial amount of the online left. It's possible to oppose Russian imperialism and US imperialism at the same time. However, if this is not the case here, but if your two choices, if choice A and choice B were, you can either get US imperialism in Ukraine or Russian imperialism in Ukraine, then the US imperialism would be better than the Russian imperialism, because at least the US is a democracy and Russia is an authoritarian country. Of course, this is not the case. This is a false dichotomy, because this is not the case in Ukraine. So there's no imperialism. It's an US and West-oriented country asking for help, and us promising for 8 fucking years that we're gonna help, and now it's time to show your hands, basically.
Okay. Next we have Taft, then Destiny. Then we're probably gonna look at ending statements for everybody. Taft.
I'm honestly not sure if people here disagree like that much, because I think in general we agree that we do have some obligation to help Ukraine. Most people agree with that, and that help should come at the very least in the form of, you know, sending arms to Ukraine or helping to negotiate a peace deal to bring people to the table, or, you know, to station troops around, if not necessarily on the border, because it, you know, doesn't seem like we're going to be doing that necessarily. But I mean, I think that there's this like analogy, like if someone were to pluck a blade of grass from my lawn, I don't risk nuclear war with them over that. But if they come to my lawn the next day with like a machine to rip up the entire lawn, well then, yeah, that's like a serious problem. So this, like, if Russia's showing intention to like invade Europe, then yeah, there's a serious problem that is going to like.
They've already invaded Europe.
Yeah.
Georgia 2008.
I don't think Georgia is all of Europe. I mean,
I didn't say it was all of Europe.
What about Crimea? Wait, what about Crimea?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Crimea,
that's also-
Donbass, Lugansk.
Right. Okay. The point is, they're not like taking state by state here.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, just parts of state. Just
Attention, though.
irredentalism. Just parts of state. Just chauvinism, revanchism, that kind of stuff, right?
Okay, let's let her finish her statement.
I don't think that Russia's going to try to conquer Europe. But if they do try to conquer Europe, yeah, in that scenario, we should go to war with them.
Okay, and we're gonna wrap up with Destiny. And you know what? I'm just gonna put Alex Stein at the end. Why not?
Hell yeah.
There was like 3 or 4 different conversation threads earlier, but they're kind of like winding down now. So you know what? We should help Ukraine. That's all I'm gonna say, rather than reopen up all the other lines of argumentation, I guess.
Okay, Alex Stein, you're muted. You have muted yourself.
Duh, sorry, you couldn't hear me that whole time. Okay, everybody made fun of me because I didn't know Russia was not in NATO. I guess I should have known that. But we are in the United Nations together, so I want to make that so I'm not a total dummy. But look at it. There's a movie called...
Yeah, you probably should know.
Listen, Beardo, let me just say my deal, okay? Listen, there's a movie called Charlie Wilson's War. What we did is we funded the Taliban. We created the Taliban to fight, and we gave... No, listen, we gave...
Taliban was formed in 1994, Alex.
This is the
Not
previous
1988.
version of the Taliban.
1994.
Bud. Okay, they weren't called the
1994.
Taliban. So you're saying that did we not arm rebels
Almost all
in
the
Afghanistan
Mujahideen
to
went
fight
to the
Russia?
Northern Alliance.
No, listen, they weren't called the
Almost all
Taliban.
the
No,
Mujahideen
Kevin,
went
you're
to the
being
Northern
so
Alliance,
you're
not
being
the
so
Taliban.
annoying because you know that we funded
No, because you're just
Afghanistan
spewing
rebels.
out false
No, okay, it wasn't the
narratives.
Taliban. Excuse me, we gave Afghanistan rebels weapons to fight Russia.
Against
Because
the
we're not going to directly
communists. Against the communist empire.
Listen, okay, let me just make my point. So you agree that we gave weapons to
The
Afghanistan rebels to fight-
Mujahideen, not the
to fight
Taliban. You claim the
Russia.
Taliban.
Okay,
Taliban was formed in 1984 in Pakistan, dude.
The previous version of Taliban. So let me show everybody
Not the
knows.
previous
all the-
version. No, almost all those guys went to the Northern Alliance, dude. You're full of shit. You're full of shit.
It's
You don't know
not
what
full
you're
of
talking about.
shit, dude. I know
You
exactly.
thought
I'm the
it was
one
in
talking
NATO.
about it.
You
You're
thought
saying
Russia was in NATO,
You're the one.
Alex.
Listen.
You're
I said I asked if they're in
verified,
it. You
goober
try. Listen,
pilled,
you.
conspiracy
I'm not
monger.
uber pilled. It's just
Yeah,
funny
no,
because
that's
you
what you
won't let me
are.
explain my point. But let me just say the
I think
point.
he's
So
not
we
letting you
funded
because he's
the
scared. I think he's scared of
Mujahideen.
the truth you're about to bring. Yeah, don't let him interrupt
you
man.
just don't want me to stop. So what happens is we funded the Mujahideen. So we basically fought a cold war with Russia. If Russia wouldn't retaliate for that, we are never going to get in a war with Russia. So you're saying, oh, we're so scared. You got all these weapons pointed at us. You got all these rockets. They're going to shoot at us. Yeah, you even admit that you're not afraid of that. So listen.
Wait, this isn't about fear. This is about value.
I'm just saying what you said. So listen, at the end of the day,
You're just parroting the Kremlin.
imperialistic. No, I'm not. I'm not
that's
pro
what
Russia.
you
I'm
are.
just based in reality because I know
Yeah,
that
the
we've had
consequence of your
more
propaganda is
military
pro-Russia.
interactions. We've had more military actions with Russia that are more intense than what's happening in the Ukraine, and we still didn't have a war. So with this interaction right now, I don't believe it's going to lead to a war. So we don't need to put any troops there. So if you think, oh, by symbolically putting a couple troops there, that's going to save us, you're an imbecile
No,
because the
no, it's about
military-industrial
saving
complex,
Ukraine.
the United States is the main country. We have more
It's about
military
Ukraine,
bases in foreign
Alex.
countries than any other country
It's
in
about
the world.
Ukraine,
So
Alex.
America
Yeah, I'd rather
is
have
imperialistic,
800
and
US
America
bases than
is
800
back.
Russian bases.
Listen, all you have to do is look at how the Americans, how we treat our veterans when they come back. They're all hooked on drugs. They have a high suicide rate.
Yeah,
So
how's
if
that
you're
going in
saying that-
Russia?
Yeah,
They're all
what
on
I'm saying.
crocodile,
So if you
dude.
think that our military is going to go to the Ukraine and help them, then their whole military is going to be all suicidal and depressed.
Russia's a suicide,
then good for them.
abortion-laden,
Good for Ukraine. Well, why don't we just go over there? We'll send General
capital of the world,
Mattis
dude.
up there, and we'll just give them all PTSD, and they can all suicide themselves.
Yeah,
Or would you
how
like like that? Would you like that better? Would that be better? Because America's so good at everything. Because we're so good at the imperialistic nature of America.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think to Americans? Do you think the treatment of veterans is correct in America? Do you think we treat our veterans correct?
Wait a second.
Yes.
This is so irrelevant. Yeah, but yes, better than most countries.
That's how. See, you're not based in reality. Then that just shows you. Just look at the suicide rates of.
I understand both of you love each other very much, and you just can't stop complimenting each other. But we do need to go into ending statements, and I'm going to start with Taft. Or not. I guess we're going to go with Kevin Castley, because Taft can't learn how to stream. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so basically to close here, I think we should just reiterate a couple of points. This isn't a debate about what should we do to stop a Russian invasion or what should we do to prevent a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia has already invaded Europe in 2008. You can look up, if you haven't heard of it before, I would encourage everybody to look up the Russian invasion of Georgia. Now, Georgia's badass. Georgia was actually involved in Iraq at the time. And they also repelled Russia, but we could have helped prevent that whole cluster crap from happening in the first place by actually having troops there as a deterrent. Or better yet, if you don't want to put troops in, and I'll say this, if you don't want to put troops in Ukraine, there is another option. If you don't want to put troops in Georgia, there is another option where you don't actually have to put any US troops. Put them in NATO, and now Putin won't screw around, because then you've got Article 5, and now you get troops there if Russia invades. So the best way to deal with this would be to incorporate them in NATO. That would require altering NATO's terms so that you can put countries in NATO that have territorial disputes. One reason why Putin took these territories, South Ossetia and Abkhazia and Georgia, was to prevent them from being part of NATO. We need to alter the terms of NATO to make it easier for countries to join. Additionally, we're talking about stopping Russia's further advance into Ukraine. We're not talking about stopping an invasion. I am of the opinion, and I think that reality bears out and the lessons of history bear out very well, that by preemptively and proactively putting troops as a deterrent there, we stop a war from happening. The great irony in all of this is that all of these people tonight that have fear-mongered about a war, the only war that's going to happen with Russia is if nobody helps Ukraine and then Putin takes the W, goes in there and invades the country. And now we've got tens of thousands of people dead that could have been alive. We have a country of 44 million people. Their hopes, dreams, and destinies have been forfeited to fascist empire because we didn't feel like putting a few thousand troops in the Ukraine. It's an embarrassment. Look, I've got my criticisms of Justin Trudeau, but right now he is totally one-upping Joe Biden, and Joe Biden should be 100% and entirely embarrassed by the fact that Canada, you know, despite us spending not that much on the military, we put double the troops into Ukraine, and it's not enough, but we need to do more, and we are better off to nip in the bud and to stop a war before it starts than to accept a new status quo with Russia, with Russian troops in Lviv. And thank you. It's been interesting.
For everybody in chat, the links to everybody on the show has been placed in chat if you're wondering who everybody is, and including their marker on the screen. I'm now going to throw it over to Taft if they can learn how to stream.
Thanks, Dylan. To conclude, I agree that with the fundamental premise that we should help Ukraine. And I think that the priority needs to be in helping Ukraine negotiate and finding a peaceful solution. And peace should be pursued aggressively, you know, at all possible cost, right? That's true. Not at all possible cost. You should pursue peace aggressively. Peace is really important. War is really bad. And so we should try to deter war. Part of the way you deter war is by sending arms to Ukraine and to making sure Ukraine doesn't seem like a good target for invasion. And moreover, but yeah, I mean, that's my fundamental point. We should avoid war, and we should try to negotiate a peaceful solution.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Pixel.
I agree that we should avoid war, but we are now living in a time when nobody really wants to outright nuke each other. but we are going to have to continue to navigate both soft and hard imperialism. I'm talking about like Australia offering aid to Pacific countries, right? That is political influence and power, and these things are just going to keep happening. So I'm not sure if the idea of nipping something in the bud is particularly valuable here, because these things are just going to keep coming up as we move into the future as like the very intertwined world that we are now. That being said, I do think that depending on your ideology, and mine being relatively pro-democracy, just as being a woman, that is the most comfortable, I think, ideology for me and how it has worked out for women globally, which is why, sorry, I'm getting muddled over my words, but basically, I think that any show of support for democracy and sovereignty is valid in this situation, navigating like global forces that continue to butt heads. Thanks.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Parker.
Okay, so I specifically, I don't think anyone, or actually, I'll just say this. I don't think that we should leave Ukraine to Russia. I definitely think that we should provide some sort of help, 100%. I just think that we should do that through diplomacy, sanctions, and defensive weapons and whatnot. Obviously, if there's a further aggression from Russia, then we should definitely talk about how we should engage in at least a little bit more of intervention. But it's really just dependent on what we think is necessary in order to stop Russian aggression towards Ukraine. And I don't think that the best way in order to do that is just by sending troops. I think that can also bolster Russian propaganda in the fact that like NATO can be aggressing towards Russian borders. I don't know how far to an extent that would go, but I definitely think that's something that we should take into account when we're talking about sending troops there.
Wonderful. I'm going to throw it over to Destiny.
Man, I'm going to be honest. I'm only here to hear Conspiracy Castle's closing statement. But yeah, I think we should support Ukraine. I think that Russia is very scared of having even just a functioning democracy on their border. I think that's probably something that's worth protecting, both for Ukrainian interests and for broader U.S. geopolitical interests, and for the broader interests of all of the countries in the world that have decided to align themselves with U.S. interests. I think that we should show that we have the capability of defending countries when the time comes, when we're called upon to do it, and this is as good a time as any to stop Russian aggression.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Christian.
Well, I think we've seen a lot of compelling arguments tonight. Personally, look, the American global project has to be a project of peace, not of war, not of imperialism, not of endless expansionism. It has to be one of peace. And to any extent that's possible with this situation, I support. If that means not pulling out our unessential diplomatic personnel, from the situation with Zelensky condemned as, demeaning the role of diplomatic personnel to this kind of situation. If that means keeping them there, if that means trying to, as Tav said, negotiate peace, if that means some level of humanitarian or even some level of military aid, which may mean weapons or whatever that is short of actually having boots on the ground and projecting the aggressive show of force that the American political project internationally has projected for the past 20 plus years. Anything short of that, I am okay with. But I primarily want this to be a situation where all sides come out in peace. Russia obviously will not be satisfied until it can continue its geopolitical expansion unabated. That's what they want. I mean, that's why Putin does these military exercises all around, his area and near Finland and everything, because he wants to show that he is going to be the alpha who will reclaim the glory of Russia. And so anything that America or NATO even can do to moderate that and make sure that it's peacefully resolved, I support. I still have the question about the moral obligation. I've seen tonight moral obligation sourced in abstractions. America has no obligation to an abstraction. America has an obligation to its treaties and to its citizens. And those both are very tangible things. And so perhaps if Ukraine was in NATO, that'd be a different story. But regardless, it's been a very good conversation on this issue.
Throwing it now over to Alex Stein.
Wow, thank you, Destiny, for staying for my closing statement. I appreciate that. Okay, and listen, guys, I should have known, Kevin, that you're defending Justin Trudeau, who's like, Mr. Blackface. Yeah, that makes sense. You think he's like handling... Well, I mean, but you did say what he's doing in Ukraine is so good. So if you're so against him, yeah, you're going to be a hypocrite. Now you're saying he's doing a great job in the Ukraine. So that just shows that you're a hypocrite. But it doesn't matter about that. It doesn't matter. Listen, this is what it comes down to, guys. It comes down to the military-industrial complex that is influencing this. And you're going to say, oh, that doesn't exist. But guys, they're taking up such a huge part of our budget goes into the military-industrial complex. And when you look at it, what we get is the juice worth the squeeze. When you look at the Vietnam War, when you look at the war in the Middle East, Ukraine better hope and pray that we don't come over there and help them. Because I promise you, I swear to you, we will go up there and mess it up worse than it already is. Because what is happening right now is political theater. Putin knows that Joe Biden he's about 75% there. You know what I mean? He's sitting, he's just, not really in full control. So what he's doing, he's playing literal political theater. This is war games. And what it's done is it's stirred us up. It's got us debating. So it's working. It's distracting us from the real problems. From the idea that we shoot $80,000 Javelin missiles or shot by a guy that only makes $70,000 a year towards a guy that doesn't make $80,000 in his whole entire life. So who benefits from that scenario? The military-industrial complex. And those are the ones that are encouraging us to go to the Ukrainian border. We don't need to protect Ukraine. We can't protect them. Russia's not going to take them over. They might encroach there to sort of put us in a position and make us look weak because that's what they want to do on the world scale. But all of this, like I said, at the end of the day, is just political theater. There's going to be no bombs. America's the only one ever to drop a bomb. We're all going to be safe in our bed. We're all going to be able to stream and get our donations. And speaking of that, I got $300 in donations from Oliver tonight. Thank you, Oliver. I appreciate that. That's my statement.
I'm going to now throw it over to Adam something to wrap us up.
Yeah, so first off, conspiracy. Cancel, it's a nice cat you have, by the way, the black and white.
Thank you.
I would also be careful because I hear...
This is Angus.
I'd be careful, though. Cats are controlled by government satellites, as we all know.
Real quick, I have toxoplasmosis. No, Adam, I don't want to cut you off, but from dealing with the fecal matter, it's called toxoplasmosis, crazy cat lady syndrome, and I have it. It makes you more like a cat. So do not, yes, I have toxoplasmosis. So go ahead.
Let me just clarify something for you. In the future, during outros and intros, you cannot interrupt anybody's statement or talk during it. Just throwing that out there. Adam.
Wait, can anybody interrupt?
And muted. Continue.
I was going to ask why he was interrupting.
Yeah, so to sum up, I think we were pretty much all in agreement, well, most of us anyway, about the whole situation. There will be no troops on the ground, it seems, only in neighboring NATO countries, which is fair. This is going to be a game of deterrence. I personally, right now, it looks like Russia will not invade Ukraine, although I might have to eat crow on this, we'll see. But in case they do, that will be a different story. Then they will be embroiled in a essentially an insurgency war in Ukraine. Otherwise, the U.S. Okay, let's just go through the points. So the U.S. I believe does have a more obligation to help Ukraine since they kind of promised, and the West in general, NATO allied countries did promise support, have been promising support for 8 years, and now it would be a bit It might leave some bad taste in some people's mouths for the West to just like say after 8 years, well, nope, sorry, now that the heat has been turned up a bit, then we're like, yeah, okay, fuck this. So that would hurt Western geopolitical interest in the long run as well, because our future prospective allies against countries like China or Russia, much worse places than the West, as imperialistic the West can be, countries that might be in the future aligned with the West as opposed to China or Russia might look at the Ukraine scenario and say, oh wait, like the second push comes to shove, the West fucking just backs out, whatever, you're on your own, and I think that would be devastating geopolitically for the West in the future. So let's not wait until it's too late. Continue supplying weapons. That's the best we can do for now. And if there will be troops on the ground, that will be the troops of other European countries, which I think is completely fair. And this is, at the end of the day, a European issue in which the US is heavily involved in. So, yes, that's my closing statement. We should help. It's a good thing that we help, etc.
Also, I'd like to stay before the next topic. I'm seeing a lot of energy in chat for an Alex Stein versus CTV match. That would be a
bring it on! And I had to make one clarify. Oliver Waldish donated $405. He clarified in the chat. Thank you, Oliver, for those donations.
Wonderful from Oliver. Okay, so we're gonna go into the next topic for everybody watching. This Sunday is movie night on our channel, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Dylan Birds TV Discord. But to keep out all the unfavorables, we'll only allow it for the Patreon subs and Twitch subs. so we don't let any ye scum in there, as in ye supporters. Anyway, let's go to the next topic. The next topic, now I'm actually going to give you guys some discretion. The next topic is supposed to be about Biden's interaction with a reporter. But I wanted to ask you guys, would you rather talk about that or the new thing, the new news, and it has to do with the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court justice resigning? What would be more interesting to you guys?
I think both interesting.
Is there much to say on the Supreme Court justice resigning?
Might be a little bit more interesting.
Okay,
It's a little bit more meaty.
Oh, I think I'm still muted. Never mind.
I'm a well-known
Test.
expert
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the Supreme Court of America, so.
Yeah, we can
Me
talk
too.
about the Supreme Court. That's a good one.
Supreme Court? You want that instead of that? Okay, we'll do the Supreme Court then. So,
Is that the regular court but with sour cream and tomatoes and lettuce, or is that?
yes, it's that one.
It's the okay, yeah.
Okay, so a liberal judge, Justice Breyer, after 27 years on the court, has decided that it's time to hang up the gavel at the ages of 83. And so soon we will see a fight in Congress, a confirmation fight on whether the Supreme Court justice that Joe Biden chooses after Breyer is going to get through or not. So my question to all of you is, what do you make of the new Supreme Court justice news? And what do you think of Biden's upcoming nomination pick? Are you excited for him to pick somebody more to the left? Do you want him to pick somebody more moderate? What are you expecting? I'm going to start with Parker.
Okay, so I definitely think that Biden should pick someone at least a little more to the left, at least as what we saw with Breyer. But this was definitely something that we saw coming. Obviously, he wants to resign at a time in which a liberal can replace him with another liberal or whatnot. So it's not really that surprising. So that's really all my take is right now, at least. I just want to hear what other people have to say.
Okay. Destiny?
Yeah, you know, I don't know what more there is to say. I hopefully that he nominates somebody more a little bit to the left to balance the court out a little bit, but I don't know if any picks have been discussed yet, so yeah, it'll be cool what happens.
Okay. Yes, I kept Destiny muted so he couldn't give his opinion on the topics. Yes, I did that. Okay, we're going to throw that over to Taft.
Yeah, I mean, I think the progressive wing, the liberals, the Democrats, are worried about midterms. They're worried that if the Senate changes, they're not going to be able to get through their Supreme Court picks through. And so, yeah, they're going to put in a Supreme Court pick, and Biden's promised it to be a black woman. So probably see that. We'll see. They're definitely vetting lawyers right now to see who's done well. And I guess I don't think it's bad or good necessarily. It's just like the obvious power politics play. And they got Breyer out because they knew that this was the time to do it. And I know there was previous worry with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People were pressuring her to retire, and she didn't. And then she got replaced by a conservative pick. So yeah, it seems par for the course for the Democrats to be taking this strategy.
Dylan is muted.
Sorry. I'm going to throw it over to Christian.
Yeah, so obviously there's not much controversial about a president picking the Supreme Court. This is his constitutionally ordained duty. What is particularly egregious about what happened recently is that Biden vowed to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court on the basis of her being black and being a woman. And obviously this was also a campaign promise he made as well. What I find ridiculous is that he is going to nominate someone on the basis of identity to a institution which is not concerned about identity at all. It's concerned actually with the faithful functions of preserving the Constitution and faithfully adjudicating the law. So what he really is doing is he's challenging the institution's own foundational principles by trying to incorporate his identity politics-based pick into the institution, which is dangerous. But also, again, I think that it's also bad for the woman who will be picked because obviously that lady, no matter how qualified she might be, because Biden has vowed to pick a black woman, will be seen as a diversity hire. So now you have, not only are you violating the first principles of the institution, the Supreme Court, you're also castigating the name of the person by not explicitly picking them for their merits but for their identity. So it's an entire cluster F, you know what I'm saying? And I think that Biden should be ashamed of himself. Anyone who's pushing these ideas should be ashamed of themselves, and that the Supreme Court should have a justice, liberal or conservative, who is placed there on the basis of their merits, period.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So just a clarification. Am I allowed to respond to the points from the last closing in this?
During the intros to the next topic, you are technically allowed to respond, but this is the final time you could respond to anything of the last topic, yes.
Gotcha. Thank you. I just want to respond very quickly, just before I go into the point about Breyer, to something that the Crazy Cat gentleman said. He said something about me basically advocating for what was it? Something of the sort of that there would be war or something, or that Putin was going to use nukes against Russia or against the United States. I just wanted to clarify very quickly on that. I never, just to be clear here, I never specifically said that Putin was planning to use nukes. My whole point was that in this particular case, that having U.S. troops in Ukraine would be a deterrent against Russia going in there, that this is about Ukraine, that an American invasion, an invasion of America would follow if you abandon the rest of the world. It was also about a moral stance to defend Ukraine. It's not imperialist. Anyway, we can move on to this segment. So on this segment, the point about the Supreme Court, this might be a little bit of a hot take from me, but I'm generally pretty center-left on social politics and center-right on economics. I think that for Joe Biden, somebody I've been very critical of, I made a video calling for him to be impeached after he bungled the surrender to the Taliban. I do think here that he should actually pick somebody who is further to the left than me, actually. And I think that because the Supreme Court has been allowed to skew so far to the right in recent years under Trump, that it would naturally be a balance, and that what you would see is that the consequence of that would be that it would somewhat counter out to be closer to where I'm at, generally speaking, and where similarly minded folks to me are. And the way that you counter that is to actually pick somebody who's further to the left than me, so that there's even less of a debate over, which side are they going to go with or whatnot in the court. I mean, if I could have it my way, I'd like to see him also pick an atheist, but that's probably not going to happen. But I don't have an issue. I'll say this: I don't have an issue with him explicitly stating, Joe Biden explicitly stating that he's nominating somebody and specifically mentioning the characteristics that he's looking for, because you could say Joe Biden goes to pick a set of nominees and he decides that he's going to pick a black woman to do it from a various array of people of different skin color backgrounds, etc. Well, you could say, well, he arrived at the same thing. I think it was better for him to do it this way, because what he's doing is he's setting a message that there has historically been a lack of opportunity in the Supreme Court for women of color, and this is him trying to counter that out. So this is a W for Joe Biden, and I hope he moves very quickly with this, because he's not going to have forever. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Alex Stein.
I'm not just a crazy cat lady. I'm also a crazy dog lady. So I want that to be known. Yes, the Supreme Court justice. This is the problem with intersectionality. If we pick somebody based on just the color of their skin, it's not based on merit. So somebody theoretically could be more qualified that gets passed over. So I think that's bad. But really, at the end of the day, left, right, Amy Coney Barrett's. I mean, she acts like she's so conservative. She votes a lot to the left. So really, it's like, man, these politicians, what they do is they urinate on us and they tell us it's raining. It doesn't matter who's in power. They all do the same thing.
Thank you very much. That's what that was. So we're going to throw it over to Adam.
Right, so well, this is a very much American issue, and as a European, I don't have that much insight into it. Just to inject some maybe unrelated nuance to the situation, from a European perspective, American progressive candidates, like left candidates, right candidates, from Europe, it's all right wing essentially. The US is much more to the right than Europe in general. Bernie Sanders' wildest fever dreams are a Monday in most European countries. And so if Biden picks some, African-American woman to be the Supreme Court justice, then that's fine. I can see the discussion going into affirmative action from this. But, I mean, hey, it's Americans. I'm sure Biden will pick the candidate, and then burgers will be had, and a WWE match, and that's going to be an end of it. That's my very valuable insight to the situation.
It's kind of racist. My mom was a professional wrestler, so that's rude.
Mine is as well.
And she's a prostitute. So are you against prostitutes?
Well, mine isn't.
Okay, so let's continue. I'm gonna throw it now over to Destiny.
I could see it going either way. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world to preemptively announce, I guess, like the makeup of a judge, because I think you could potentially argue that part of the function of the Supreme Court is to represent maybe the United States. So having an all white, all male, or all black, all female, or whatever type of court might not be as representative of our country as we would want an important branch of government to be. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Just hopefully the pick is a good pick that could stand on their own merits, and it isn't somebody that seems uniquely unqualified for the job.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
I think it's interesting when we're talking about diversity hires, when basically Trump's idea of a diversity hire was Amy Coney Barrett, who is definitely not on the goddamn left, by the way, just to clarify. But I think it's not a bad thing that the Supreme Court becomes more representative of the American population in general. I think there are a lot of, in my expertise as an Australian, I think there are a lot of holes in the way that the Supreme Court functions now. And I think that any person who could be nominated, who could potentially stand up against probably the upcoming discussion about Roe v. Wade again would be a really good thing for women. So, yeah, I think hopefully it's somebody more to the left, but I think it's going to depend on who Biden thinks he can sell to the majority of people voting in the Senate or approving in the Senate, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think everybody's spoken. Okay, then we're going to start. Watson, did you not speak?
I spoke. I have something to say though. Yes, I spoke, but yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can start it, Austin.
Yeah. So this argument that Destiny put out, and what has really been put out for a long while, recently wrote about it, that the Supreme Court should look more like America, is an argument that really confuses me for a few reasons. Number one, looking what it means to look like America is quite unquantifiable. You can look at general geographic trends and statistics and say, okay, America is going this way, therefore you would look more like America if you did this. Problem is, there are a lot of states in America. And there are a lot of states in America that may not necessarily reflect the general geographic trends, because general geographic trends are indeed general. So how do you really quantify that? You can't. And really, what epistemic value do you give an institution? Because really, the Supreme Court, Congress, businesses, any institution that people want to look like America, they're concerned with epistemic value, which basically means they're concerned with having knowledge that can allow them to function properly. The Supreme Court is concerned with having knowledgeable people on their justice board that will allow them to function according to their proper functions. There is no epistemic value to having people on the Supreme Court for the sake of diversity. Now, I will say this, but Trump and Reagan both vowed to nominate women. And guess what? As someone himself who is conservative and someone who has decent amounts of admiration for Reagan, much less for Trump, I think that was a wrong decision. Not because they nominated a woman, but because they vowed explicitly to nominate a woman instead of nominating the best qualified candidate. So whether it comes from the left or the right, identity politics is always an epistemic pit that gives us nothing to our institutions, which does not allow us to adhere to first principles, and certainly does not add anything of merit to the functions of institutions either.
I mean, frankly, when it comes to the Supreme Court, as long as they're qualified, it's fine. It's only going to be an issue if, like, you're unable to find qualified Supreme Court justices who Supreme Court picks that aren't Black women. But there are great candidates who are Black women. So I don't think there's necessarily a big problem in this scenario. My only concern would be that, like, if you're setting a model or a precedent about what is acceptable behavior, and there are other environments, most other environments, I would say, where hiring someone purely based on the color of their skin or vowing to do that is not appropriate. And it's really it's a special environment where you're hiring only one person, and where there has been precedent previously for making sure the Supreme Court, has some diversity.
Well, look. I think that, look, it's totally fine. I'm not saying that it's not okay to have a black woman on the Supreme Court. What I'm saying, it is wrong to have that as the prefix to looking at a qualified candidate. Because again, you are whittling down the pool, and you are kind of reducing, maybe not totally, but you are kind of reducing that individual to their identity features, which would, which is what Biden precisely is doing. And here's the idea. The underlying idea is this. The underlying idea is that because black women have supposedly not been represented in many industries in America, we have to take the equitable decision and incorporate them and their presence into more institutions to remedy that injustice. Well, the problem with that is you don't actually do that for all black women, because not all black women are impacted by one thing. There are a lot of black women who are not lawyers and who will never be on the Supreme Court. So how in the world are you helping them by putting a black lady on the Supreme Court? You're not. We should stop speaking in abstractions and look at qualifications and stop using victimology as a criteria by which to order our institutions, because the moment we do that is the moment our first principles erupt and our institutions fall down and they die.
I think that it's important when we look at I think that when we look at the composition of the Supreme Court, I think from a first principles point of view, I think it can be important that the members of the Supreme Court seem relatively representative in general of the United States population. I think that if we wanted to attack, sure, because the United States population in part draws its rule of law or how laws are interpreted, the Constitution, directly from the Supreme Court. And I think that if you have a country that's getting their most important legal document interpreted by a bench that doesn't look anything like them or isn't anything like them, I think that reasonably large swaths of Americans can feel like, I don't really feel like this whole body of government doesn't represent me very well, right? If you're a woman and there's a 9 men are about to make the decision on whether or not Roe v. Wade stays as law, I think that you can rightfully feel like my government doesn't represent me. And when we're living in a representative democracy, I think it's fair to point to that as an important epistemic value of the court, that where people derive their truth could come from their subjective experience, which if you read any court briefs or how people, especially Scalia, would write, that the decisions that these justices make are oftentimes very personal. They're not these arbiters of truth, these logic lords or whatever. They very much draw on personal experiences to make some of these decisions.
Well, after the Warren Court has certainly done a lot of damage to the integrity of the Supreme Court, and even before the Warren Court, there were a lot of problems with the Supreme Court as well. So I'm not going to pretend that the Supreme Court justices are arbiters of truth or arbiters of moral principles, although they should be. And if you look at Marbury versus Madison, instead of citing a bunch of case law, because there really wasn't any, at least not in America, because it was the first Supreme Court case of judicial review, there was a lot of philosophy cited. So maybe the court should get back to philosophy instead of acting, as this sort of a body of subjective opinions. But another thing you mentioned something called standpoint epistemology. And standpoint epistemology is this idea that what is true to me because I experienced it or I have experiences with it. So there are certain truths that I, as a black man, can't access that a black woman or an Asian woman can access. That's standpoint epistemology. The idea with this is that knowledge is not based solely on our experiences. Knowledge is as Kant said, and he eventually went on to argue against empiricism, but he said that all knowledge arises from experience. All knowledge begins from experience, not all knowledge arises from experience. And that's the correct, and then Locke took that idea and he made sort of his empirical model of the world. There is a world that exists outside of our experience that we can observe and we can extract natural truths from. So because I am a black man does not necessarily mean I have experienced a certain amount of things that a white man hasn't. There are white people who have experienced the things that I have not have experienced. I never lived in a trailer park before. I never lived in Appalachia before. I've never been dirt poor in a trailer before. But there are plenty of white folks who have experienced that. So I don't understand. What do you mean? How do you represent a black person? What does that mean, Destiny? How do you do that?
I don't think this is necessarily related to standpoint epistemology. I think that it's a more general explanation.
It is.
That we're not doing a CRT discussion, I promise, okay? I think that generally
it's not about CRT. It's not about CRT at all.
I think that generally it's fair to say that a person's subjective experience can color, if you will, how they might view the world. I think it's fair to say that women probably have unique experiences in the United States or in the world that are different from men, that black people or Asian people or Hispanic people or different types of black people, different types of people probably have experiences in the United States that might be slightly different than other groups of people. And having that sort of representation on the court, much like we like our jury to be representative of the communities we live in, probably has some value to it, at the very least, so that a democratic people feel like they're being ruled by people like them.
Well, this becomes a majoritarian problem then. Because if you have 9 Phyllis Schlafly, and for those of you who don't know, Phyllis Schlafly was a very uber-conservative activist who fought against the Equal Rights Amendment back in the, 70s or 80s. You have 9 Phyllis Schlaflys on the Supreme Court. It's a woman. But a lot of women probably wouldn't like that because Phyllis Schlafly didn't think that she thought that women should be barefoot, pregnant, and they should be in the household. But she's a woman, so this is the point. Your identity does not necessarily give you a particular set point of view, and this is the idea of identity.
Okay, hold on, wait. You're engaging in horrendous fallacious
No.
argument right now. Hold on. You understand
How?
that because I'm not saying that. Would you acknowledge, or do you live in a fantasy land that different identities in general have different experiences in the United States?
Identities don't have experiences, people have experiences. So I reject the premise outright in the beginning.
Okay, so you don't believe that any large analysis of a people is possible. You can only look at individual units.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
No.
so then let me back up again. Hold on, because you're either being hold on, wait, stop. You're either in super debate mode or you're being ultra debate.
Wait, Destiny. You asked him a question. You got to let him.
Yes,
for another 35 seconds.
You ask questions.
Shit, yeah.
You ask questions, then you move away. Let me answer. So general qualitative, analysis that a lot of sociologists do, they have a place. Although I'm very critical of qualitative analysis typically because they don't necessarily rely too much on what is.
I can't. The ramblings drive me fucking crazy. Holy shit.
Necessary, but I think quantitative, if we're going to be making any sort of general predictions, excuse me, I can't talk today, then we should probably look at quantitative analysis. But yeah, no, qualitative analysis absolutely does have a place. Sure, why not?
Do you think there are patriarchal influences that exist? Oh, sorry.
I gotta let Destiny respond to that.
Okay, sorry, hold on. I'm gonna since I see the strategy now, I'm
sorry.
I'll just ramble one. I'm just gonna ramble one time and then you can do your thing, right? So the strategy is to constantly duck and evade the obvious point and answer in the most obtuse way possible.
Nope.
So it seems like yes. So it seems like you have a reasonable point.
Nope.
Don't
The
interrupt.
strategy
Hey,
is
he's
to
interrupting me.
rebuke the premises
He's
with their
interrupting.
thought.
I'm being interrupted.
You're
I'm being
interrupting
interrupted.
his answer.
Okay, so the obvious answer to anybody with two eyes that looks around them in the world is that different groups of people tend to have different types of experiences. That's why that if you as a black man are charged with murder or charged with raping a white woman and then you go to jail and your juror are 9 white women and you're from Alabama, you might think, hey, this feels a little bit fucked up. 99% of people in that situation wouldn't go, these 9 women, it is possible that all of them are marching with BLM and now they've come to sit on my court. Obviously, we can speak in broad generalities about how different groups of people have different experiences in the United States. This is why, broadly speaking, people around the world like to be represented by people like them. Whether we're talking about football and we like to see different countries represented in the World Cup, whether we're talking about a jury of our peers that we want to look like us, whether we're talking about the makeup of Congress, whether we're talking about the community police that police us. In general, people like to feel like they're being represented in a representative democracy. So I think it's fair to say that the composition of a court probably should be roughly similar or attempt at least to match the composition of the people, holding all things equal. We still want them to be qualified candidates and everything, of course. I think that if there was one attack you wanted to make on the Supreme Court, one horrible thing that we've done to the Supreme Court that I think is by far the most damaging thing we've done to the Supreme Court is when we start to pick Supreme Court justices that lean left or lean right. I think that that is the most damaging thing we've ever done. Way before we get into identity politics or anything else, I think that is the most damaging thing we've done to the court when we've tried to balance it with liberals and conservatives. That is ridiculous to me.
Okay,
Well,
I gotta
just
there's
real
like
quick.
6 people on the list to talk, and don't worry, you're about to talk again because Pixel was going to ask you a question.
Yeah, I was just curious if you think that there are patriarchal influences that filter down through the American democratic system right now, and if any sort of pushback towards that for representation for women was a particularly important thing to you.
Well, define patriarchal. What do you mean? In what?
As in, basically that your entire country has been run by men for.
Why? Okay, look. Here's my deal. Yes, obviously there have been instances throughout American history where women have not been given a fair shake. I'm not going to deny that. That's very obvious. That's why we had people like Susan B. Anthony fought for women's suffrage. Although I think that any kind of suffrage, this is where my sort of libertarian leanings come in. Any kind of quote unquote suffrage is nonsensical and immoral because you cannot create virtuous outcomes by force, and what the government really is force. But that's a different situation. But no, they're absolutely, well, you can think it's cringe all you want, but that's not an argument. So there are actually instances throughout American history where absolutely women have been given a fair shake. But I think the fair shake has more so happened socially. Yes, you're correct. There was a sort of dominance of men, especially back in the 50s and 60s, even really before the sexual revolution, over the household. And we can absolutely analyze that from a social viewpoint and see if that was bad or not. I think any ideology that tries to restrict the agency of someone because of what they look like is bad. And yes, there have been patriarchy in America that has done that. But do I think the fact that the institutions throughout America have been historically run by men is inherently patriarchal? No. Because men are the subjects of patriarchy, but patriarchy is more than simply a man being in control. So that's the problem with these sort of third-wave feminist ideas, because they're not really feminists; they're misandrous. They actually hate men, and they want to do everything they can to bring the idea of men down. Including
He's like, I could tell. I know this guy's background. I could feel it out more and more when he got into that standpoint epistemology thing. That's a really common attack against like CRT. So I think he's probably been down these roads, or this like bringing up like invoking the concept of third-wave feminism. Like it feels like this guy has like spent his time like cutting his teeth in certain debate spheres of the internet, but there's not enough time to like really dig into a lot of these things. Yeah.
Created by America, we should be pushing for more equal representation because
I don't believe in democracy.
Oh wow, dig it, Chad.
Oh wow, America is not democracy. I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy.
Yeah, libertarian doesn't believe in democracy. Who would have figured?
No, I don't.
Wait, are you a libertarian with the bears?
What do you believe in
the
then?
Libertarian with the bears? Was it New Hampshire? Was it the bear, Colin? Was it the bears?
What?
Wasn't there a libertarian colony in America somewhere? But it didn't last very long because the bears came in and ate.
I mean, okay, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of
libertarianism is not a serious ideology. So.
Of course it is. Of course, libertarianism.
So why are you so passionate about the idea of the Supreme Court if you're a libertarian? Like, why is your opinion so strong on this?
Because I have to deal with practical circumstances, and a lot of folks think that libertarians are not to deal with practical stuff. We do. I have to deal with practical circumstances. At least I do, as someone who is interested in philosophy and who actually wants to help the American experiment get better and better and better. I have to deal with practical circumstances, and in my opinion, trying to distort the image of the Supreme Court by injecting equity and diversity and inclusion into the Supreme Court is going to hurt the American experiment. So I have a moral obligation to stand up for not for the Supreme Court, for the American experiment in the form of that kind of resistance. Righteous.
So your version of America is rooted in not the 1950s, but probably at the 1850s at this level.
Oh,
because
Jesus.
what opposition, what moral opposition would you have had? Like again, we saw this in the previous segment where you couldn't tell that that moral action was needed to be taken against Russia. What moral argument would you have against the abolition of slavery then? Because the logical conclusion of what you're arguing, and I've got a question for you as well, but the logical conclusion
the Supreme Court justice
what
for
you're
the
arguing,
abolition of slavery. That should you
logical conclusion of what you're arguing.
That is the dumbest analogy I've ever heard in my life.
Wait, Alex.
How about cringe? How about cringe?
Alex,
you like to go cringe?
Alex,
that's
okay,
cringe.
wait. No.
No, you.
Please, wait, everybody. Please let Kevin finish asking the black person why he'd be against slavery. Continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just, it's a simple question. It's a simple a question that I have basically, which is that you've said that you're against democracy. You've said that suffrage would be forcing people to have rights. And you've also said that you're opposed to injecting equity and whatnot into the Supreme Court. The world that you're laying out is a very reactionary vision of America that's not shared by most Americans and not in the direction that America is moving. And I think that the founding fathers of America ultimately envisioned a self-perfecting system that they knew that they were flawed from the outset. And it seems like you want to keep a lot of these flaws and maintain their sort of institutionalization. My question for you, Christian, is very simple, which is that you said in your intro, you said that that you felt that what does this do for everybody who's black or everybody who's a woman? Because you said that that not everybody who meets those characteristics is in the judiciary, but you acknowledged, it was almost implicit in your acknowledgement there, that this would be helpful or could be seen as helpful if you are black and a woman and you're in law. So I guess my question is, your logic seems to be, because we can only kind of solve one thing a little bit here that only affects a few people, and we can't do everything at the same time at once, therefore do nothing. My question to you is, do you actually genuinely want to help people that are historically disadvantaged, or is it almost concern trolling, I guess is what I'm asking.
Oh my Jesus. So what you're doing there is, first of all, you equivocated. So there is absolutely no similarity between the abolition of slavery, which was a righteous cause founded on the principle of natural law, and the idea of having a black woman in the Supreme Court or in the corporate boardroom. There is absolutely no relationship to me that seems to be very clear between those two. Putting people in bondage against their rights is a violation of their natural rights, and that's something that obviously every moral person should respond to. Putting a black woman in an institution to say that you are now representing people, when in all reality there is no one person of any group that represents anyone of that group, that is not the same thing, and that is an absurdity. And that is my point. I want to help people who have been, quote unquote, historically disadvantaged by allowing us to have a meritocratic, colorblind system that does not take into account their identity or their race, but takes into account what they can do. The problem is, and this is what W.E.B. Du Bois said in The Soul of Black Folk, the problem has never been that black folks have been unqualified. W.E.B. Du Bois said that the black race will be saved by its best, he said the Negro race will be saved by its best men. The problem is their merits have not been historically, in a lot of places historically, not been acknowledged by the broader system, or they have been forcibly suppressed by the broader system. So what do? You change that, not by trying to do a sort of reverse type of thing where you look at their skin color and above their merits and then put them in positions, but you change that by looking blindly at their merits. And you do that by embracing a colorblind system that does not embrace diversity, equity, or inclusion. You are presuming that DEI, or having this sort of equitable mindset, is the only way to correct historical injustice, and that is absolutely not correct. So I think that your argument is just absolutely. Well, your argument acts. Your argument. One second. Your argument acts if this is the only way, because you have been saying, well, you don't want to do this or that, so you must not want to help people. No, I don't want to buy into the system. I don't want to buy into the false paradigm that says these are the ways we have to address these issues. There are ways that are not particularly orthodox that we can use to address these issues that embrace a spirit of radical individualism that are founded upon the American system.
So you'd have to actually lay out an alternative way then, as opposed to just going into abstracts.
I just did.
Because you said earlier, well, no, you haven't. You said earlier that you opposed suffrage and that you thought that suffrage was wrong, but yet you're trying to claim now that the abolition of slavery was justified, but in both of those cases you're using force to emancipate people, though. So on what grounds? Because it kind of sounds like you're an advocate of the literal patriarchy at this point, is what it sounds like.
No. So again, you're drawing together.
One second though, after Chris's response, we got to go to other people on the list. Christian's talked for like 40% of this topic, so just
understood. And my apologies. So again, you're drawing together a bunch of things that are not necessarily related. Me being opposed to equity does not mean I'm in favor of the patriarchy. There's no relation between the two. And me being opposed to the idea, me being opposed to suffrage does also not mean I'm in favor of the patriarchy either. By the way, because the suffrage has been used, quote unquote, by the patriarchy to advance their causes too. So it's a sort of all-purpose tool, isn't it? So the idea of suffrage, I'm against it. And one of my favorite philosophers, Lysander Spooner, wrote an essay about this. And what she basically says, there's nothing wrong with women and they have natural rights, but there's something wrong with thinking you can affect moral change through an inherently immoral system, and that immoral system is voting. And voting is immoral because it utilizes force, many times illegitimately. Now, this is where I don't agree with Spooner's argument. He would have the entire government.
Are you an anarchist?
No. I'm trying to qualify. He'd have the entire government.
Okay, real quick. Something this superpower broadcaster guy keeps doing that's kind of annoying is people keep trying to identify, like, oh, so you're a libertarian. Oh, so you're an anarchist. Oh, like, who cares? Just deal with what the arguments he's saying. What he's saying on its own are like pretty ridiculous. You don't have to keep trying to figure out like what he is. Like, don't worry about that. Who cares?
Areas and further entrenched government involvement. So that's why I'm against this idea of suffrage and as a right per se. Now, I'm not against the idea of voting in principle. I think that it's a privilege. I think that it's important to a republic to be able to vote, but it's not necessarily a sacred right that allows us to be virtuous, to make good moral decisions or be good citizens. Not necessarily. So that's my opinion. I don't want to talk for too long, but it's a very nuanced idea I have. And no, I'm not in support of the patriarchy because I don't think that voting's a right.
I think that if you had a system where all the Supreme Court justices, 100% of them, were from San Francisco, that would be a problem. And it's not because everyone from San Francisco necessarily has the same opinions, the same experiences, and so on. But we can agree that there's a broader trend, right? And the people in San Francisco are going to tend to have a kind of experience that is not necessarily shared across the rest of the country. So when we're talking about government systems, I don't think it's crazy to try to appoint Supreme Court justices that are representative of a diversity of opinions and experiences, right? This is like one of the situations where it absolutely does make sense to look for a diversity of experiences, right? And like, I'm listening to you, Christian, and I agree about these like policies that are putting the skin color first and are making people feel like diversity hires. Like, I've been in that position and it sucks to feel that way, right? And it's not fun, and I don't think it's good generally. But I think maybe we can come to some common ground. And I think the San Francisco example is a good example. Because I think if the Supreme Court was 100% people from New York, you probably also wouldn't like that. And you'd probably also want some diversity of viewpoint and experience in that environment.
Well, the problem with the diversity, the problem with the diversity hire line, though, let's just be clear about it, is it automatically assumes that. Oh, okay.
Is it my turn?
I said yes, Adam. It is your turn.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear. Right. So, with regards to the point whether institutions should represent the people as the Biden administration is trying to do, the answer is yes. And I can even give you European examples from my good old home country, Hungary. Back in Central Europe, there's a sort of national pastime called majoritarianism, meaning that the dominant group, the dominant ethnic group, culturally and population-wise, they get to rule everything and no one else gets represented. Now, this actually led to essentially the quick dissolution of Hungary in the end after the Trianon treaties, losing 2/3 of its territories, but only because everything was in Hungary and Hungarians were in charge. They were 48% of the total population, and the rest basically could just go fuck themselves. So there's a very good case to be made for making institutions representative of the people. It contributes to essentially national stability. Also, there are points made about like meritocracy and basically just let essentially the free market, the big meme, let the free market decide. This is not. I know this is not really the point. But like the idea of meritocracy, I just wanted to clarify that. Our current system has its own, our current system, by that I mean talking about the US. So the US system has its own baggage at this point. So certain people, through historic injustices, have collected or lost wealth. There's now a wealth hierarchy. I think, what was it? Like for every every $100 a white family owns, there's like $2.50 for like a black family or something. So there's very clear, very clear differences between different people, men and women. There's also there's the pay gap, etc. If you go for you to advocate for a meritocracy, first you need to equalize these things, and then we're getting into the weeds of implicit bias, etc., which might again skew the results. My point is, currently the idea of meritocracy in the US is a myth. It cannot function by definition. Because in a meritocracy, if everyone just gets the same amount of starting, I guess, political power or capital or whatever, with the US's current baggage, socioeconomic baggage, they'll just end up reinforcing existing hierarchies in a pretty short term, basically. So that's for now. I'm done. So I'll join in later in the discussion.
Okay, I think that's everybody on the list. Kevin, it looks like you have your hand raised.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to clarify something very quickly, just about the diversity hire thing. I think that the diversity hire line it's kind of unfortunate here, because what Biden's saying is that he's going to be picking somebody who meets the characteristics of being black and female, but he's not saying that he's doing that and thereby saying, well, other people are better, or like the assumption in saying that somebody's a diversity hire automatically means that you think, well, they only got this job because of their skin color or whatever. It's very possible that if you were to have, say, 100 different candidates selected, no criteria enforced, that you wind up with a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. What he's doing here isn't saying, well, there's no way that they could get this without me explicitly stating it. He's not doing that. What he's doing here is a symbol, rather, of an acknowledgement of historical disadvantage, which everybody here seems to acknowledge was the case. And he's saying we're attempting to rectify that. So when people say, oh, they're just a diversity hire, it ultimately, it assumes that the only reason why they got this job is that they would have lost out if they were in an open pool. It's very well that a black woman could have won in an open pool. What he's doing here is sending a message, though, and I support it, and I also will say just to clarify here, the reason why he needs to pick somebody as well that's to the left of me is that the Republicans have had 3 people that are considerably to the right of where I'm at. And so me looking at this, why wouldn't the Democrats also follow suit in that? I know Destiny said that that the problem with the U.S. Supreme Court was that it got politicized. But Destiny, you'd still say that the Democrats would be right to pick somebody as a liberal. Would you say that if Biden picked somebody,
you have to play the game they're playing,
right.
of course, unfortunately,
Yeah, like it's a problem that it started out that way, but now that that's the rule of the game, Biden would be a fool not to counter that, right? So those are just my thoughts on this situation. Obviously, I got a lot of criticisms of Joe Biden and everything, but it seems kind of goofy to be particularly upset that Biden decided that he's going to pick somebody who's a black female. Like what? What's he going to do? Come out and say, I'm going to pick a white male? Like that'd be weird, you know?
By doing that, he's excluding gay people, he's excluding trans people, he's excluding a lot of other people that
the woman could be
marginalized as well. I'm just saying there's other marginalized people that he's excluding that could be represented. So by him saying a black person, black women are very marginalized
he never
in society.
excluded bisexuals.
They're not the most marginalized people though. I'm just saying there's other people. So what? But why not an Hispanic? Why not a Filipino? There's America's a melting pot. I'm saying why does it have to be a black woman? Do you see what I'm saying? That's the problem.
I think for the first time in this debate, Conspiracy Castle is making some sense. He's correct. From the left,
there's this sort of, you guys just don't want to blame it. That's fine.
From the left, there is this sort of intersectional hierarchy that says that the more intersectional, the more your identity is intersectional oppression.
Intersectional hierarchy. Like he's like, I feel like this guy does a lot of. This guy feels like he does a lot of CRT debates on TikTok. It feels like he's got a whole vocab ready to break out for. Now I know this isn't a CRT debate, but that's what. Holy shit, that's what it feels like. All this is coming from.
If you're black, if you're a woman, if you're obese, and if you're trans. You're a trans woman rather. You have more identities. If you're disabled, more. So again, there could be a critique from the left saying, why isn't Biden including more identities in that? And I'm certain there are critiques from the left about that too. But the general
no one is seriously making that criticism though.
Maybe perhaps not, but it's one that can be. It's one if you believe in intersectionality, absolutely can be.
The problem is.
Wait. Too many people speaking at once. Christian, you can finish your point, and then we got to wrap up, okay?
Okay. Here's my general point about this, okay? So I have no problem with a black woman being on the Supreme Court. There are plenty of black women who are conservative jurists, or who have not even always even voted with the conservative side. Barack Obama, I forgot, she's a woman in Arizona, I forgot what her name was, but Barack Obama, when he was a senator, accused her of being a judicial activist. Barack Obama accusing someone of being a judicial activist, and he goes on and appoints some of the biggest activists in the court's history, which is interesting. So, but there are plenty of qualified women, black women that Biden could absolutely pick who are conservative. But the problem is, it's not just about them being a black woman; it's about them being a black woman who's also progressive. And in my opinion, you should not have the identity qualifier at the forefront of a consideration that is going to impact an institution which is crucial to preserving and adjudicating the Constitution, which is the document upon which the American political project rests. That's what I'm saying. Identity has no relation to that whatsoever. I don't care if people think that if someone is black and they're black, they have a relationship with them, this sort of metaphysical relationship. It's nonsense. I don't have a metaphysical relationship with someone just because they're black. If I don't know them, if I have nothing in common with them, regardless of our skin color, I have nothing in common with them. I consort with people. But no, the argument is that people want to feel represented, and having someone who's black might make black folks feel more represented. That's nonsense, though, because I'm not necessarily represented just because someone is black. If I have nothing in common with them, I don't share values with them, that does not mean I'll be represented. I mean, if Louis Farrakhan became a big political figure, he's black, but I don't agree with anything the man says. So skin color
no one is arguing that. Nobody's arguing that.
No,
yeah, but nobody's arguing that.
People are arguing that people want to be more represented.
Be more represented doesn't necessarily 100% mean that. It's not a 100% like, oh, that guy's black, I'm black. We have all the same interests. We speak probabilities.
Okay, so
you're still one person, Christian.
You guys are like that America should have people of different experiences, different beliefs. I agree, but you seem to be aligning that with skin color or some kind of other identity, gender or whatever.
Because skin color is one identity that you can live a life through.
But you're also not acknowledging that there has been an underlying...
Okay, there's a bunch of people piling on at the same time. Okay, 1 second. Pixel, could you finish your question? Then Watson will have like 20 seconds to respond. We got to wrap up.
It seems like you're ignoring the fact that there has always been an underlying identity qualifier for the Supreme Court in the first place, which was that you were a white man at the start, right? Like, and that kind of idea has filtered down through the system. So, like, the idea of identity qualifiers has always been there, except now it's a little bit different, and it's trying to be more representative of a population in general.
And as I mentioned, instead of embracing the reverse of the original wretched idea of using identity as a qualifier for someone, you ought to reject it outright and embrace colorblindness full stop. That's all I'll say about this.
You ever think there's a scenario where someone's...
Taft. It's
Okay.
over.
We'll move on.
It's kind of funny that 9 white people are telling a black guy about culture representation.
Okay.
Ironic, huh? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now we're gonna do.
Can you do me too?
Yes, gladly. And I'll deafen.
Oh my god. Is the Christian guy actually a TikToker? Do you guys know? He feels like it. Not to hit on my fellow TikToker.
Is any scenario in which there is some legitimacy in trying to hire a diversity of opinions and appoint them, it would be a scenario like the Supreme Court. There are legitimate criticisms of engaging in diversity hiring, and I think that those are much more true elsewhere. I've personally experienced this, and it sucks, but it makes sense to me in this scenario. And obviously there's a political game being played here, and the Democrats are going to try to get in a liberal Supreme Court justice, and that's just the way it goes, the way that politics are right now. That's
okay. I'm going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I'll just start by saying, I don't think he will, but I hope that Biden doesn't replicate Obama's sort of hesitation with nominating a Supreme Court justice and fall for any sort of Republican delusions about bipartisanship here. Everybody knows that the Supreme Court has become a political institution at this point, and all that you can do if you're a Democratic president in that context is to, appoint somebody who's very Democrat, very left within the American context, and rush them through. I really do hope that he rushes them through. I think that a balance is important, especially given that you've got 3 new conservative justices. I think that that's important. That's why I say I hope he goes for somebody who's to the left of where I am to counter that out. I'll say this as well. I like the ideal of colorblindness. I'm not like a big fan of CRT or anything. I've argued against that kind of stuff in the past, but the thing is there's a little bit of a nuance with my position on this, which is that, well, we're not there yet. We're not there yet in America, and we're not there yet in Canada. In Canada, we've had injustices against Indigenous people, for example. That's happening in the United States too, and there's been injustices against Black women in general in the United States, specifically in the judiciary. And I think that the goal that you want to get to down the road is where you can have a fair colorblind system. But in order to get there, you have to rectify previous imbalances, and I think that this is a step in that direction. I do think, though, that once that sort of equity is reached, that you can actually have a serious and genuine colorblind approach. So in that sense, I believe in that sort of liberal colorblind approach that a lot of people criticize, but the leftists on the panel so far have made a very good argument and a compelling argument. And in general, in social media, I've seen leftists make a better argument on this issue than conservatives right now, because the fact of the matter is America's not ready to have a genuine, fair, colorblind approach on this. You actually have to rectify for previous imbalances first to get there. So to get outraged by this it's pretty cringy, honestly. And I think that Joe Biden's, I hope he hires somebody very good, very qualified for the position. And anybody who's going to dismiss them as, oh, they're a diversity hire or whatever. No, there's somebody very qualified who happen to also just meet the characteristics that were desired there. Thank you.
Next, I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
I agree with the Canadian centrist. I think most of those points were pretty solid. I also think that America is in a very difficult spot because politics has gotten to this place where it's such a team sport, including things like Supreme Court hires. They have become a team sport. I'm going to nominate somebody who represents my team rather than somebody who represents like my ideology specifically. So I hope that Joe Biden nominates somebody even to the left of him. And I hope that he does exactly what Donald Trump did and pushes somebody through before midterms. Because Roe v. Wade is, I worry about the government's position on Roe v. Wade for women in America. I think it's really concerning. So, yeah.
I'm going to throw it over to Parker.
So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to base like who we pick for the Supreme Court based upon like allowing for more equitable representation. I think that's generally a decent thing to do. I also don't think that we can just like ignore the fact that who's determining who has the most merit and who's the best option for the Supreme Court or not in the legislative branch. We're talking about Senate or whatnot. We're talking about it's overwhelmingly men, it's overwhelmingly white. We know who is picking these type of people that are going to the Supreme Court, so we also have to take that into account when we are adopting people to the Supreme Court. I don't think it's necessarily the best thing to say like, oh, we should look for like a person of this specific characteristic, but I do think that we do have to take into account injustice of the past to allow for more representation amongst like our systems of power.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over now to Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just echoing everything that's already been said. I think that representation among our political institutions is pretty important. When we are ruled democratically, we want to feel like those institutions represent us. If I had a panel of, like 9 Asian people deciding whether or not affirmative action should exist at a school, or 9, whatever, women deciding whether or not paternal rights should be protected for children or whatever, like, I think it's good in our systems in general to have some representation of the general population so that they feel like their institutions represent them when it comes time to ruling on how those institutions or how they engage with those institutions.
Okay, I'm gonna now throw it over to Adam something.
Thank you. So, I mean, yes, I pretty much agree to what Destiny said. There is, by the way, a meritocratic case for affirmative action, because if you take a black and white person who have similar achievements, but the black person is like a bit lower, of course, but the black person comes from a very impoverished background, because historically, of course, black people have been more impoverished in the US, and that stands to reason that the black person worked much harder to get to that level below somewhere below the white person. And so at that point, the person who worked the hardest should get the position. So there's that, but I'm not looking to open an argument on that. I just wanted to put it out there. As for the meritocratic argument, of course, as people said, meritocracy at this point cannot work yet. It's a nice future prospect, but it's the same way as like it's as if you instituted like limitless free market in the US tomorrow by just like removing the government. That's cool, but then 2 days later you're going to be living in the Bezos empire because because of all his leverage and because of all the advantage he built up, which he will leverage, of course, in pursuit of power. So, yeah, that's my take.
He wouldn't have subsidies anymore.
Christian, you're next.
I guess.
Anyway. Yeah, so look, I think that it's quite obvious what the answer is here. If you're looking at this from a first principles foundational perspective on the American experiment, and you guys can laugh all you want, but the answer here is very simple. We pick someone who is concerned with executing the functions faithfully of the Supreme Court, and you pick someone who is concerned with doing that, and not someone on the basis of what they look like or what you presume their experience to be, because they're a black woman or whatever consortment of identities you've managed to concoct in your paradigm. The Supreme Court has a very particular duty, and the United States has a very particular duty to its institutions, and we should have an eye on preserving those and not preserving our ideas of what they should look like when those ideas may not add anything that is epistemically beneficial to the institutions themselves.
And Alex.
Well, guys, it's been a lovely debate. I have to say, it was very spirited at times. And listen, we know that Joe Biden is the most popular president ever, 81 million votes. So we know that he is a great representation. And Joe Biden, we know that is one of the best presidents of all time, that we know that he is so capable and that he's running this country. He's doing an awesome job. So with the job that he's doing, because America is doing so great right now, I can't wait for the Supreme Court justice that he picks. As a matter of fact, like I said, I love the intersection intersectionality aspect of it. I'm just mad that it's not representative enough of people that are marginalized. Like I said, I would like to see a trans person, somebody gender fluid. I would like to see more people that are marginalized represented. But we know that Joe is the smartest guy. His son, Hunter Biden, he even said is the smartest person he knows. I hope he asks Hunter. I hope he asks his son. I hope he calls Hunter on the phone. They smoke some crack together and they figure out who this is going to be. Because let me tell you something. If Joe Biden is he's doing such a good job with America right now, I know whoever he picks is going to be the best thing for America.
Yeah, the main point is that they're not part of a certain ethnic group, right?
I know. I hope they're black and gay and trans. No, I hope they're part of every group.
What about I mean, with the echoes and the deep state? Anyway,
we gotta keep going. Okay. For everybody at home, of course, donations, subs, and everything to keep the show going is appreciated. And I thank again everybody for coming on for the show. I know it's a long one, but we only have one topic left, and then we're finally wrapping up, so you can all.
Oh God, is there really another topic? Oh no.
What's his face?
My dog's just going crazy. Now I love it. I'm gonna put my dog out in the backyard. Hold on, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good to go.
Also, somebody asked me. Yes, you can go use the bathroom. You do not need to ask me. You are allowed to use the bathroom. Oh, Destiny, you can go use the bathroom permanently if you want. I'd appreciate it.
Wait, can I really?
Yes.
Okay, I love you guys.
Don't leave, Destiny. We got it. Last round. We got to finish it. We finished what we started here.
Okay, so we're going to the last topic, and the last topic is a simple one. How do we unite the country? Now, this could also apply to countries that, like, for example, he's in Hungary. Adam is so.
Currently, I'm in Germany. So just to clarify.
Well, he's from Hungary, but he's in Germany. But this is something that can apply across the world, because divisions and across party lines and across peoples is an international phenomenon. But how do we unite the country through an American perspective or an Australian perspective or any perspective? How do we go about it, or is it a lost cause? A very doomer question. I'm going to start with Taft in the bottom right-hand corner.
How do we unite the country? I mean, I think there's a serious problem with people polarizing and sectioning off into their own groups. And you see that on social media, especially. People develop echo chambers and reinforce negative opinions. I think that we need to try our best to reach out to people and have conversations and to connect with people, even if we think that if we disagree with them to an incredible degree. This tends to be more of a problem with progressives. They're more likely to ban or block someone based on political problems, political disagreements than conservatives, but it goes both ways. And the one thing that we need to be doing is just making sure people are talking to each other more.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So to kind of answer this question, there are a lot of factors here, but I think, we can look at some of the micro factors of the division between individuals and whatnot and what sort of solutions might exist there. And I actually think that to some extent, debate culture has helped with that to mitigate divisions. I think, imagine if panels like this didn't exist, we'd actually be in a worse position. So I think that talking to the other side is important. Debates are important. And I think that, yeah, there is a problem with some people that don't really want to engage in debate. I've seen this. It used to traditionally be a problem more attributable to progressives and people to the left of that. But that's changed in recent years, where what I've seen now is actually oftentimes it'll be people of like the Steven Crowder type, for example, that don't want to debate. They'll shy away from debating. That's always very cringy. Now, at a broader level, more systemic level, I think that there is a role for government here to actually step in to provide a mechanism for the divisions that do exist. And there's always going to be divisions and disagreement, but to have that be more organic, because we know, and this is a fact, that the divisions that exist in our societies in Canada, America, Australia, the UK, have been exacerbated by foreign interference, particularly emanating from fascist Russia. We have the Internet Research Agency based in St. Petersburg that have been co-opting numerous progressive, far left and far right and alt-right groups and pitting them against each other because they know they can't defeat us on a battlefield, so they have to stoop to these levels. What I would suggest the government do is very simple. We ban Russia today. There's no more hostile media that's tolerated to propagandize our kids, basically, and sometimes even our grandparents get suckered into it. And there's no more media officials, media figures, social media figures getting paid by hostile entities and not registering that. I think registering foreign agents is important, and I think you should not be allowed to accept $1,000 donation from the Syrian dictator Jimmy Dore. So that's how I would go about that.
Pixel.
Muted.
I'm muted.
Oops. I'll explain from an Australian perspective. I think there's a lot of challenges when it comes to uniting a country, and I don't know if it will ever be fully achieved in any of our lifetimes. I think there are certain things that we can do to increase the robustness of democratic structures in our society. I also think that I agree with the previous two speakers that talking to people who disagree with you is really important to be able to navigate some of the more difficult issues. I think why it's such a problem in progressive spaces is because for so long, minorities who generally lend towards progressive ideology have really struggled and felt like they were fighting for their identity. And so what has happened is kind of a fragmentation of the left, which has resulted in kind of an in-group, out-group rhetoric that exists on the left. Like, if you're not my type of left, then you're not on my team. And so I think one of the best things we could possibly do is stop thinking about politics and political conversation as a team sport, rather just a large conversation. But in order to be able to do that, there are some fundamental things that people need to agree on, whether that is like liberty or personal rights and things like that. So I don't know if it will happen in our lifetime. I think in America you have a particularly large set of challenges, mainly because of the leaking of religion into political discourse, but I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Parker.
I think that a way in which we could unite the country is by addressing bad arguments that exist instead of just banning them off platforms. I also think that talking about these issues and educating people on each other's opinions, because people have a huge misunderstanding of other people's ideologies, will allow us to understand other people a lot more. But one more thing I do want to ask is, what do we consider like a united country? Or like, what would a united country look like? Because I don't think we'd be anywhere near like what a united country would be like associated with.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Destiny.
I think the two most important things that need to happen is, one, we need to have some factual basis that we agree on. Without that, literally everything falls to pieces. And right now, we like have different groups of people that just have totally different realities that they live in the United States. So I think that's one of the most important things. Second thing, hopefully that kind of stems from a result of that, is we need to go back to being able to fight with each other rather than all of us kind of existing in our own areas. It's getting scary how far the right and the left are kind of like spreading apart because there doesn't seem to be much conversation anymore. I think the polarization has gotten really extreme, such that everybody on the left sees everybody on the right as a fascist, everybody on the right sees everybody on the left as some weird SJW woke police, and there's like no more conversation in the middle that kind of keeps both sides grounded into themselves. And
Daddy just copied my take. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but I bet I said it better. Fuck you.
Maybe.
Okay, I throw it now over to Alex Stein. How do we unite the country, Alex? Are you that uniting figure?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this would be very easy to unite the country. I mean, first things first, if the Dallas Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, that would help. But listen, what we have to do is we have to do a reallocation of the military-industrial complex, and we'd have to give our people universal basic income, because that would make everybody happy. I'm not even that pro-universal basic income. I'm just not pro wasting all this money in the military-industrial complex. So I'm talking about what will actually unite the country and what will make people happy. I'm not saying this is the best thing. And then once you do that, you'll give enough people, everybody can buy their PlayStation 5, and then they can plug into the metaverse. And that's what's going to happen, is they're going to make our world so terrible on the outside that we're going to run to the metaverse. And in the metaverse, we can be 10 feet tall. We can have a 10-inch dick. We can be transsexual. We can be a badass. So the way we unite the country is we got to give enough people enough money to buy technology in order to plug into Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse. And then that way we wouldn't have time to fight, because a digital fight, nobody gets hurt. It's like Dungeons and Dragons or something. So that's the only way we unite the country, is we take the fight off the street and we bring it to the metaverse. And in there, with the universal basic income, we live like kings when we plug into our pod. I can't wait for it.
What do you think of the 49ers, Alex?
I think, though, listen, this is the conspiracy side. I actually played high school football with Matt Stafford. He's my quarterback. I was captain of the team. But listen, I believe that this is the conspiracy. This is the conspiracy. That's true. You can look it up. Highland Park football captain, Alex Stein, 99. But this is the conspiracy, why they're going to say San Francisco is going to win. Pittsburgh has 6 Super Bowls. New England Patriots have 6 Super Bowls. And now San Francisco is going to get their 6th Super Bowl, 666. So if they win, it got called here tonight. You heard it here first.
Okay. Throwing it over to Christian.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people have hit on a good point here by saying conversation is important. But more than conversation, the foundational basis upon which we pursue conversation for is even more important. The philosopher Hugo Grotius, who many folks haven't heard of, but the American founders certainly knew who he was. And John Locke certainly knew who he was, because John Locke actually took a lot of influence from him. He said that man, along with being a social creature, which wasn't really unique or new to him, he said that along with being a social creature...
Okay. I hate this guy, but one thing this guy does really well is when he cites a philosopher, notice how he brings it up, he contextualizes it, then he states what they stated, and then he makes it work for the conversation. At least he's very good at incorporating things that he's read into the conversation, and you can tell that he's engaged with it. I appreciate that. Unless he's just quoting a lot of shit that I don't know about, but like quoting somebody else's interpretation. But he does do a good job of that, at least. I'll give him credit for that.
For ourselves. Because in order to build something with other people, we have to love and respect ourselves. The problem is a problem of resentment, and in politics these days, politics is oftentimes a game of resentment. A lot of people hate. They hate, and they hate so much they forget how to love. So I do think, in a sense, that love of self, at least, is the basis for how we can continue, even having a common basis. Because we can disagree on every single other thing. But if we can agree on, you know what, we love ourselves enough to work together in concert to achieve some common aim, even if we don't know what it is, then that'll be enough, to save civilization. So conversation is important, but self-love is also important. And increasing that amount of self-love in the conversation is also equally important.
Wow. Destiny, do you love everyone on this panel?
Yeah.
I have no reason not to.
You love me the most, though, right, Destiny? Right?
I do like Conspiracy Castle the most. So.
And that's the thing. We can
Thank you. I appreciate you being honest.
We can viciously and angrily disagree with each other, but at the end of the day, walk away hopefully saying, this is a good faith conversation. I hope to have more. That's self-love transposed into universal love of community.
Amazing. We're going to throw it now over to Adam to wrap up the intros for the final topic.
Sure. So unity in America. Well, right. As others have said, the problem is that the two sides have diverged too far from each other. However, I don't think this can be solved with self-love. Yeah, we can all in this panel. We're all cordial. We're all intellectual. We're all polite to each other. But what if I was some kind of groiper, and I said to Christian, "Hey, Christian, as soon as we get into power, we're going to deport you back to Africa, and we don't give a shit. So, goodbye." So at that point, there can be, as you can see, there are certain limits beyond which there's just no cooperation, and just there's no real way of coming together as a nation, right? I think America is pretty close to that point, actually, but this is due to so many reasons. One of which is American media. America doesn't have a state media, mostly impartial state media, like the BBC, Czech television, established European broadcasters, which are, for the most part, try to be impartial. Instead, there is for-profit news organizations, and of course, CNN, MSNBC, etc. Those are some NPC, whatever, Virtue Signal, etc. for-profit kind of news organizations. But then there is Fox News, which is that plus with a cause, Rupert Murdoch is the owner, or is I believe the chairman currently. There's in America, I see mostly on the right wing, this very sometimes well organized essentially disinfo networks on par with RT. So we have the fucking breakdown over Minnie, I think, the Disney's Minnie Mouse having the suit thingy instead of the skirt. Now we have in America there's all these it's like sort of manufactured outrages. And sometimes these manufactured outrages actually go a bit beyond, Minnie Mouse and stuff. Sometimes it's Tucker Carlson making thin away all the white supremacist statements on air. So, and I don't see this slowing down. We've even gone so far in America as January 6th, for example. So I have no idea at this point how America could be united. Maybe with time, some people will grow out of it, and or like one solution I can see is that conservatives, like right-wing people in general, who vote Republican, etc., they will slowly fade into irrelevance, and then the Democratic Party will keep winning the elections, and then the real presidential election becomes the Democratic primary, and with that at least you have the sort of right-wing part of the country contained. And so the differences will become somewhat irrelevant.
Okay, now who wants to start off the open panel? Okay, Christian once again.
Adam, something. I think that
let Taft. Oh, let Taft do it.
Yeah, the rhetoric around we just need to wait for Republicans and conservatives to fade into irrelevance or contain them in some way, and then everything will be okay. I think that that's the sort of thing that contributes to division and frustration between people. And I mean, you're right that the United States is not going to be united by any easy means. But I think that we have to start by accepting that there's going to be fundamental differences in opinions between people. And it's not enough to just wait for them to disappear or hope they do, but we have to actually go to the table and negotiate with them.
The problem is once you go to the table, one person says that, oh yeah, hey, by the way, it looked like a fair election by the one, and the other thing is deep state Pizzagate, the raping children, it's in the basement. So at which point there's no real point to discuss these things, right? So when I say waiting for conservatives to fade into irrelevance, I'm referring to a broader societal tendency in the U.S., which sees people with progressive views increasing, and the only reason why Republicans are able to win presidential elections at this point is due to Republican affirmative action, aka the Electoral College. If you look at the electoral numbers, the popular vote numbers for I think a good 20 years, except for Bush. After 9/11, etc., there were the candidates for Republicans either won very narrowly or just lost the popular vote. Donald Trump, firebrand, New Age, etc., future of the party, lost to Hillary fucking Clinton by I think 2 million votes or something. So within the U.S., there's a definite tendency for the country to become more progressive and therefore not align itself with Republicans. And once if only say 25% of the country is deep state, January 6th, Pizzagate conservative, then at that point there's no real division because it's just the crazies. I mean, we have them everywhere, 75%.
I have to say one thing. You say Pizzagate's crazy. I have to say this one thing. But Ghislaine Maxwell just got convicted of being a child sex procurer who flew on an airplane. So that. So you don't believe there's any child sex. So I'm just saying you don't believe there's any sort of child sex exploitation. I know you're talking about a pizza.
Fuck, I wanted to talk to this guy, but I'm not gonna get to on this panel.
Even though Ghislaine Maxwell is guilty of being a child sex procurer, nobody in high up does anything with children. Is that what you're saying, Adam?
That's not relevant to Pizzagate, though, right? Pizzagate's
a
different.
Wait, we have a really interesting topic. I don't think we should debate Pizzagate.
It is relevant.
Oh my god,
it's 100% relevant.
Can we move?
Because it's talking about elite people that do stuff. You can try to make it. Oh, it's a right wing. No, you're trying to talk about Pizzagate. You're talking. Listen, I know the difference. You're talking about James Alefontis and Comet Ping Pong Pizza, but he's trying to generalize there's a way that don't do anything with
Alex,
no, but let me just
you ask them a question though. And if you ask a question, right, you've got to let them answer the question.
Can I clarify quickly?
Let me clarify my question and then you answer it.
But you asked them the question.
No. So wait, okay. So the point I was making was not about the American political elite. Of course, I mean it's full of pedophiles, as we've seen. Like fucking Epstein had the phone numbers to have the fucking U.S. elite. Sure, that's why he was killed in prison. Obvious. Like we know that. What I'm saying, but I'm not talking about. Okay, I'm not. Look, I'm not talking about. Okay, now we're sure. So. Now, sorry, but what I'm talking about is the people and people's views that have been heavily informed by conservative media outlets. I'm talking about the American conservatives, and which essentially sent them off the deep end. So we're not talking about the decision makers per se. We're talking about people and their sentiments.
I think conservatives and liberals both know Ghislaine Maxwell was a child sex worker.
Let's be for real. Nobody here is prepared to have the detailed conversation about Pizzagate except for maybe Alex, and so let's probably bring it back to the main conversation about Unity.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start writing down names. I'm gonna start with Destiny, then Kevin, then Christian in that order, and then Pixel.
I think that what Taff said has to be reckoned with. This idea that Republicans are only here, like I think that Democrats have been slowly forced to accept that it is not the case that Republicans only exist in the United States through some trickery of the system. As we expand voting to more people, even mail-in voting, it doesn't seem to favor one party over the other. As voting rights are expanded in states, it doesn't seem to favor one party over the other. And even the idea that like, oh my God, things are unfairly gerrymandered, what a fair gerrymander even is highly contentious. Arguably, the most reasonable gerrymanders that represent real districts in the United States would heavily skew towards favoring Republicans because they tend to live in more diverse areas, not diverse areas, more politically diverse areas than liberals who are highly concentrated in cities. So I think we have to be careful not to just assume that like if we eliminated one thing, like it would be Democrats would get way more representation or something. Even the Electoral College, it might be the case that Republicans would spend more time campaigning in like Central California or rural parts of Vermont or something if they knew that they could get votes from there. So even the Electoral College getting rid of that might not necessarily change the way the elections go. They might, it might not, we don't know. I think it's important that we recognize that we have a true diversity of opinion in the United States and that we do need to reckon with the fact that there are a lot of people who disagree with each other and then work to like bridge that gap and have those conversations.
When everyone's in their echo chambers, right? That's what causes this misinformation to spread and these conspiracy theories to thrive. It's when people feel totally dismissed, out of hand, that they say, well, fuck you, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm only going to talk to people who are going to legitimize my views, right? And that's scary. That's dangerous. We can't have a thriving, functional society based on people feeling this way. So, I think that, really we need to reckon with actual differences and bring people to the table to talk to them.
So conservatives and Republicans are always going to be a thing. I've argued before that the culture war is obviously, that's not up for debate. Eventually, even the most conservative Republicans will support trans rights in a couple hundred years, but conservatives will still be a thing. They'll still be more conservative than where progressives are, and the Republican Party will still be a thing, or at least the similar ideology to it, because those values, those economic beliefs especially are popular and do resonate with people, and the Democrats don't offer that. In fact, I would say that it's actually kind of the opposite of what Adam was getting at right now, which is that if the Republicans were to just drop, like not everybody who's a Republican does this, but a lot of Republican officials will race bait. They'll do dog whistles against Latinos and blacks. If they drop that and they genuinely were like an equal opportunity type party, they didn't have that sort of like white centric bias to them, I would argue they would basically turn America into a one-party democracy. You'd still have the Democratic Party. They look a lot like Japan, but the Republicans would win every election because a lot of black voters, a lot of Latino voters are actually conservative. And so the only reason why the Democrats have a serious shot at each election is that the Republicans shoot themselves in the foot by being racist. And you might say, well, why do they do it? Well, they don't necessarily care about winning. A lot of these officials would rather not have to sit or work with a black guy than win more elections. And that's just the nature of the party right now. Now, that's not to say all Republicans. I think Bill Kristol, if you look at him, he's got a great way to unite and have a really reasonable Republican Party. And in fact, I would say, people like Bill Kristol, people like Mitt Romney, these are the sort of folks on the right that the left should be engaging with, should be welcoming, not demonizing or whatever, because they fundamentally do believe in a generally a progressive America in the sense of, you know, racial equality and everything. They just happen to be, you know, conservative on matters of economics and whatnot, or, you know, small L liberal, that sort of stuff. I think the problem is, you know, you've got a radical fringe on the far right and the far left, and they've been heightened and amplified by foreign interference, specifically always having them on. You turn on Russia Today America, who's always on? It's the Green Party, it's the Libertarian Party, it's some far right racist, it's some far left pro-Russia fan, right? That's what's really driving that division, because America's always had division. It was just never as salient as it is now, because there's that potential for foreign malfeasance.
We gotta move on. We're gonna throw it to Walker is next.
Walker.
Oh, sorry, Watson.
Texas
Ranger. That's funny. No, I want to echo what Taft and Destiny said. You know, conversation is important, and Adam something really has a very cynical and dismal view of civilization. You know, John Stuart Mill had the radical idea that that discourse was the bridge between error and truth. And really, the reason, again, why a lot of people embrace falsehood is because human beings are creatures of desire. We desire something a little bit bigger than ourselves. We desire community, and a lot of folks happen to just fall into the wrong kind of people who say the right kind of things, or what sound like the right kind of things to them, and soothe their ears, and that brings them down this long tailspin. This is how cults happen. This is how the Ku Klux Klan has got a lot of its members even in. And Daryl Davis has used the principle of discourse to go ahead and convince many Klansmen to shed the robe and embrace a colorblind idea and forego their racism. So discussion is absolutely imperative to beating bad ideas. I mean, sectioning off an entire part of the country, like Hillary Clinton did, calling them deplorables or undesirables, doesn't do anything but cause more resentment and cause bad ideas to flourish even more. So we have to confront this with discourse, not with derision.
Pixel?
I think the problem in America is that because discourse has always been so far to the right, as opposed to in other, let's say, liberal democracies, it's that a lot of progressives have commonly had to meet conservatives on their truth, on their common ground, like the agreement in a Christian God, or like progressives in America have always had to continue to make concessions to conservative beliefs in order to be able to continue having that conversation with them. And that's the most difficult thing to get past in American politics, because there are just fundamental differences in like an understanding of the world. And so I think that is where one of the major struggles will exist in uniting. If we're talking about conversation, that's where one of the like fundamental problems will be.
And Adam.
Sure. So I just wanted to add to what I said before. So as Pixel said, the U.S. is distinctly more sort of right-leaning than other Western democracies. That's just true. The Democratic Party from Europe, it's like a center-right party at best, with some like progressive virtue signaling, which is good though, like, and some progressive measures, so that's good. The problem with the Republican Party though is that the far right has kind of started becoming the mainstream under Trump. You know, like Trump dropping the euphemism instead of protecting the job market. Now we have, we're just gonna bar Mexicans and like Muslims and whatever from the country. You know, of course the classic very fine people on both sides. So on the Republican Party, there has been a distinct shift towards the far right in recent years. And at that point, like I think that's the thing that really prevents discourse, because so once again, like this is the centrism problem, right? So if one party says, hey, we want to let in, say, 1 million immigrants into the U.S. every year, and the other party says, okay, well, we want to let in 200,000 immigrants to the U.S. every year, and so we can sit down to the table, we can discuss, we can come to a conclusion. Okay, you know what? We're gonna let in 600,000 immigrants, and then everyone is happy, everyone is celebrating. But then, what if one party says, "Hey, we should let in immigrants into the country," and the other says that no, we cannot do that because that will ruin the white character of our nation, and so ban all immigration from brown countries, etc. Like, there's no argument to be had there, right? Because the views are just diametrically opposed, And so what you can do there is essentially work to make the other side, which you find heinous, essentially irrelevant politically. Which is it's a natural process. So don't think of this as like the Biden death squad showing up to Alabama and like purging the trailer parks or something. No, this is just an ongoing process, and I think every person who doesn't belong to the Republican school of thought, I think, should help it along. And I have a cat on my chair. Thank you.
Why not ask people why they believe the things they believe and then use scrutiny to analyze those beliefs? Yes, there are some people who are indeed way far gone. I agree. And how society, or how rather us as individuals, not society, us as individuals handle those kind of folks is going to be a very different conversation. But a lot of folks are quite agreeable, at least on some basic things. And so you shouldn't just count off a bunch of people, write off a bunch of people rather, from being reasoned with because they hold some beliefs that you personally find to be heinous or incorrect. Again, this is the Daryl Davis principle. Go in to the dens of the Klansmen, show them kindness, talk to them, explain to them nicely why they're wrong, and if some of them will not shed their beliefs, but many of them did and are continuing to do so, and they're leaving that ideology, and colorblindness and racial equality are getting more advocates, which makes the ideas that you want to see succeed even more popular. That's the principle we should be embracing. And so this idea that people who are, again, deplorables, they're far gone, that's just not an idea that's going to be contributive to a free and prospering civilization. It's contributive to an insular civilization that is going to eventually evolve into some kind of internal conflict and perhaps collapse from it or whatever.
Well, Christian, the problem with that, though, is that when Hillary Clinton said that there was 50%, she said about half of Trump supporters were deplorables. She was correct about that, and that those people in recent years have gotten far more radicalized to the point where One America News Network is the liberal wing of their movement. That's how it's a problem. Okay. And I think, any sort of serious discussion about this can't just be, okay, well, let's just sit down and talk to people on the other side. We actually have to look at what's the source of the problem, because there was always division in America, but social media and the internet allowed foreign countries, foreign enemies to take advantage of that. And we can't do that to Russia because Russia censors their own media. Russia meddles in their own media. They have their own state media. So they can do it to us, but we can't do it to them. Now, I'm not arguing we should be like them, but it is a vulnerability of an open society and a democracy. And I think that we need to be aware of it. And we should have legislation to keep out media propaganda from hostile countries. Would you be opposed to that?
Yeah. Because, again, the internet has sort of democratized and connected the entire world together. And so, even if you explicitly ban foreign regimes from advertising in America, there are other ways that foreign regimes can get their stuff into America. So instead of trying to ban and censor things, why not? I wouldn't even be opposed to, and this is a little bit even too much for me, so the government releasing some sort of national security notice that's like a handbook. Here's how you can recognize the signs of foreign influence in certain kinds of ads. I wouldn't be opposed to that, because yes, it can be a national security problem in some cases. But banning and censoring things will not stop a regime that is aggressively determined on influencing American minds from doing so.
It'll make it harder for them to do it. So if the government, you're fine with the government. You're fine. Wait. You're fine with the government acknowledging that it's a security threat, but you're not okay with the government addressing that threat. You just say leave people to their own devices because that's not working. Putin's winning the information war right now, and it's unfortunate.
The founders understood that you need a virtuous people for a free society, and you cannot legislate.
They didn't know about the internet.
It's not a virtuous people; it's an educated people.
Well, education is a virtue. Education is a virtue.
Okay, but they never could have predicted that Putin would use propaganda and information warfare the way that he's doing. Right?
The point is much less about the founders and more so about the principle of people being self-educated and having the knowledge to combat these things themselves, because that's going to be much more powerful, in my opinion.
Self-education is the problem, though, right? Because the American education system is so flawed in so many ways.
Yes,
the self-education system is not working because you literally have QAnon, which got exported to my country as well and everywhere else.
You guys keep on talking. I want to say this. Why is everybody saying the right? Joe Biden just got 81 million votes and is our president. Why are you guys keep on talking that everybody's so right in America? I would say that America is more progressive than right. I mean, you
I
guys
mean,
are
80 million people still voted for Trump, though, right? Like,
yeah,
there
but I'm
was-
saying so more. If you know 81 million, there's so more people are progressive. So Trump lost. Do you know that?
yes, but that's still a lot of
So that
people
means
with
less
like
people
literally
support
polarized
Trump
politics.
Then I know, but
Wait,
you know,
wait,
if you
wait.
simple math,
Okay.
less
It's not an
people
argument
support
against
Trump
division.
than Biden. So we're more
Wait, there's too
progressive.
many people talking
I
at the same
know.
time. I can't hear anything. So we gotta everybody quiet down for a second. Alex Stein hasn't said anything for most of the panel, so I'm gonna let him.
I haven't ever. I can't get a word in. I mean, Kevin, all he does is, I mean, talk about cringe, dude. Every point you make is cringe. I mean, I can't even
Okay,
listen to
you
you. I almost
thought
wanna stop
Russia
the
was
debate.
in NATO.
Yeah.
Mike Goober,
I
you
don't
thought
know
Russia
anything about
was in
That doesn't
NATO,
mean I
dude.
can't have an opinion, and that doesn't mean every
Well, it
opinion
just
I make
means that
is
your
wrong.
opinion
Dude,
is
that's- you're
goofy.
trying to-
It just
No,
means that
yeah,
your
okay.
opinion
No,
is
and you're not
Chesterfield,
goofy, and
dude.
You're not
Your
goofy. You're
opinion is
sitting there with a
Chesterfield,
BMI, like,
Alex.
dude, you're sitting there with that beard. You look like the worst goofball I've ever seen in my life.
You know
look like-
what? The
no,
beard.
You can't even
beard's
button your
fake. I have a
necktie.
face
I'm
beard,
just saying,
dude.
you're in Canada. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking about the representation of America. You don't. Every time you say
Excuse me,
cringe,
the
you're
same
cringe.
tactics that
I'm
Putin's
just saying,
using
every
against
time
your
you
country,
talk,
he's
it's a-
using against
listen,
mine. We have
I'm
a
just
common
saying,
enemy.
you're saying
and apparently
information war because some Russians were
you're
good
in
at
this
Facebook. That means they
subservient
were the
phase
information
to
war.
him
That just
to
shows you
turn
that
his
you're an
talking
imbecile.
points. Honestly, it's
You don't even let me
completely
talk. Every
embarrassing.
time
You
you
come
talk,
on a
it's
panel
so
and talk.
cringe.
I gotta shut it
No,
down.
it's
I gotta shut it down.
embarrassing every
thought
time
Russia
you
was in
talk.
NATO.
I gotta
The
shut it down.
fact that in
Okay, both of you are gonna be muted. Okay, Alex, so you will be able to finish your point. You got about like 30 seconds. Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you have any viewers, they're absolutely idiots. I just want to say that.
Excuse me,
first and foremost.
my community
Yeah,
is
no,
smarter
you're
than all of
stop,
yours.
Stop. Okay,
Well, I'm just saying they're absurd. So you can say whatever you want about me, but listen, this is the problem with America: is that we have a media that's going to constantly keep us divided. Every single aspect, from the social engineering, from the people in power, is going to keep us divided. So listen, and really in a foxhole, people aren't even that racist. When you go into the store, people aren't like saying the N-word. It's not as bad as you say. There's not people having lynchings. Yes, does racism exist? Of course, but to the level and degree that they say racism exists, it's not like that. But you're going to have people. This is the thing. This is the problem. A&W Hamburgers, when they got in the hamburger business, they were trying to compete with McDonald's. They did a nationwide survey study. They asked Americans what they thought was a better value: a quarter pounder burger for $4 or a third pound burger for the same price. Overwhelmingly, Americans picked the quarter pounder burger, thinking 1/4 is more than 1/3. So we're dealing with idiots. Everybody can't do a simple math problem like that. So that's why the media, that's why the social engineers that control the narrative will always have us fighting with each other. If we actually want to solve our problems, we would stop fighting with each other, bickering over race, sex, and gender issues that people don't even normally care about, and actually fix the multinational corporations that are running the world. Yeah, I'm saying, but that's how we solve the problems. That's how we do it.
People care about race and sex and gender. That's kind of a big part of people's lives, dude.
But I'm saying at the store, it's not, people. But that's what I'm saying. You shouldn't judge a person by the color of their skin. You should judge it by the content of their character. But you don't want to do that. You have to
but
give.
you're on the side. Yeah, but you're on the side.
I'm the one that's trying to be.
That do have an issue with people on the basis of their skin color and their gender or their sex.
Anybody.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the conspiracy camp, the far right conspiracy camp. That's basically the problem here,
I'm not
right?
far right. Okay, you're trying to make me.
Well,
far right.
you've defended a far right petro state tonight.
I defend a lot of different stuff. I'm in the middle. See, I'm actually a centrist.
I'm meaning both of you because what you're doing right now, both of you, is you're dividing this country further. Okay, you're tearing it at the seams. You and Kevin will divide this country further. The Vax Song Man and the Canadian. So we're probably gonna wrap it up since we're at 11:12. So I'm gonna start with Christian because Christian wants to say something.
Yeah, I think that this is a problem across political spectrum too. I think that a lot of progressives tend to overstate the influence of QAnon and a lot of the fringer groups in the Trump camp. Lo and behold, the Trump camp most certainly has brought out some elements of the country that are horrid and that should not at all be embraced at all. Not means we shouldn't talk to them, but they're just some elements that are just have bad beliefs. But most people, I think, who voted for Trump voted as a protest statement against the establishment, the typical everyday establishment, doings of Washington. Mitch McConnell saying we're going to balance the budget and going ahead and passing a $1 trillion omnibus bill. John Boehner saying we're going to cut cap and balance and going ahead and funding and funding some of Barack Obama's one of the biggest spending expenses. I mean, there are all kind of reasons why Trump was voted in, and to say that racism was one of them is really to overstate the importance of that. And really, I think conservatives overstate the amount of socialists on the left. A lot of folks on the left really aren't socialist. A lot of folks on the left are basically progressive. Some are neoliberals or whatever. Some don't think liberals on the left. I think they are. But a lot of them are not, strict socialists. So I think that the fundamental attribution error is a psychological phenomenon, has an impact on all of us. But ultimately, to wrap this all up, I think that, again, that we have a basis within our humanity for civilizational unity. And I think that if we channel that basis, if we use self-love as a general rule, not because obviously not everyone is going to adhere to that principle, but if we use self-love as a way to interact with the community and as a way to respect others, we can get past our political differences insofar as we can sustain a civilization and still argue honestly and earnestly like we've done tonight. So I appreciate it, guys, and this has been a wonderful conversation.
Wonderful. And where can people find you?
Oh, yeah, so you can find me on... Oh, I'm scared for this one, because this is... I've been saying some crazy stuff tonight, I guess. You can find me on Twitter, or at officialcwatson, or you can find me on YouTube. My YouTube channel is Christian Watson. You just type it in on YouTube. It's Christian Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N. And you can go to christianjwatson.com and email me if you want to. And, yeah, I look forward to interacting with the folks who I've been speaking to tonight.
Wonderful. Happy to have you on. Throwing it over now to Adam Something.
Thank you. So it's been a very good discussion. Should we refer to the topics we've discussed, or should we just do generally outros?
Just the last topic and then outro.
All right, sure. So yeah, basically the fact that Americans call everything and anything left of center socialism and communism is also a product largely of the sort of this Fox News right-wing media empire, etc. As we all know, socialism equal government does thing. Anyway, but the American left is like a milquetoast Saddam at best. Europe has far more left-leaning political candidates, so I don't think this is such a big issue like the leftism in America, which almost doesn't exist. Otherwise, like Chris, you said you're worried about civilizational decline and going insular and isolationism, etc. Well, that typically happens when people like in the Trump camp get elected. When they start excluding people, when isolationism gets ratcheted up. That's usually the sign of course, and patriotic education. There's nothing wrong with the country. Don't even try to fix it. All those progressives who want change in the country are enemies. That's usually there's a very good correlation with like nations dying with those when those sentiments get too popular or too loud. Otherwise, that's my 2 cents on the issue. Thank you for having me on. It's been fun. I'm on YouTube. Don't worry, you'll find me. So
happy to have you on. And you're basically only on YouTube. You don't have like a Twitter. You don't have like anything.
I'm very concerned about my own mental health, yes.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it to Alex Stein.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have any caution about my mental health, so that's the difference between you and me. My mental health is level insanity. But listen, guys, like I said earlier, you can find me on YouTube, Conspiracy Castle, or Twitter, Alex999. Listen, Kevin, I don't dislike you. I know we argued about stuff, but when you say cringe every single second, that's a lot of self-projection. But let me do a little cringe myself for this debate. I'm a conspiratorial person, but that doesn't mean I'm on the right side. I think that insulin costs $200 in Texas, but it's $2 in Mexico. That's wrong. We should have some sort of socialized medicine. So the problem is you guys are marginalizing people by saying,
You're a
because
populist.
I don't like Trump. What I'm saying is you guys are putting people, you guys are marginalized people by saying people on the right are all Trump supporters. You're putting people, so really that is racist what you're doing when you do that and the way you judge like that. I'm just saying it is. So at the end of the day, I mean, when you guys judge a country based on those things, you are doing the exact same thing that you're trying to speak against. So a lot of hypocrites, a lot of people I enjoyed in this debate, a lot of people hopefully I'll get to talk to again. But at the end of the day, we really don't hate each other. We're divided by social engineers that make us hate each other. And really, most people will help somebody at the end on the side of the road if they're broken down. At least in my neighborhood, they will go get you a tank of gas. I mean, that's just how the America that I live in is, honestly.
Wonderful. And I'm gonna now throw it over to Parker.
So I think there are a lot of ideas that we do need to address, like, for example, QAnon and anti-vax. A lot of the times people will like to just say that, like, oh, they're crazy and not necessarily address their arguments. And I know there's a lot of, like, actual like basis to that. A lot of them are, but we do also need to recognize that there are lots of people out there, specifically vaccine hesitant people, who are becoming susceptible to these types of arguments because their narratives are being banned and not talked about. And instead of just banning and not talking about them, we should address these arguments so that people aren't necessarily emboldened, like those ideas aren't emboldened. I am on TikTok. I go live every single day relatively. My is at Parker Sedgwick. It was great having a conversation today. I'm happy to have come on, and thanks for the opportunity.
Happy to have you here. Hope to have you again in the future. Now we're going to throw it over to Pixel Smixel.
I think at the end of the day, conversation is good, but there is a lot of nuance that needs to be navigated, which sometimes gets lost on the internet. I think that anything we can do to make a democracy more robust is really important, including addressing things in America, such as the electoral college and media influence. As someone who lives in Australia and has seen a lot of American influence over the pandemic, it's important to me to at least see where America goes, because it really does. It has deep influence all throughout the West. When it, in my case in particular, my state leader was called a communist for trying to save people from the pandemic. So it's an interesting time to be having these conversations, but I'll keep having them. I am on very late at night American time. I cover the news. I have a decent BBC newsreader voice that I do use to cover the news as a bit of a shtick, and then we talk about it. So, yeah, I'm not afraid of differing opinions. I sometimes muddle my words because my brain goes too fast and then it comes out bad. But yeah, twitch.tv/pixelsmixel. Thanks for having me on, Dylan. I appreciate it.
Happy to have you. Throwing it over now to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. It's great to be here tonight. We had some pretty heated discussions and debates. That was pretty good. So I will close by saying, I think it's important to note that, yeah, the problem with the division in the United States and Western countries is not just coming from the far right. I think I made very clear to mention it's also a problem with the far left and populism in general. And any conversation that's going to address this to actually seek meaningful solutions has to ultimately focus on how do we counter and prevent and minimize and mitigate foreign interference, because that really is the big factor that changed between standard division for centuries versus now, is that now countries can meddle a lot easier via the internet, and we have been asleep to it. It's time to wake up. We got 2 Cold Wars going on right now. Our enemies know it. It's time that we woke up to it, and we had our Sputnik moments, and we actually got serious about countering the enemies of freedom and liberalism. So I'm Kevin Castley. I host Superpower Broadcasting. We stream to Twitch 7 days a week, and also upload content to YouTube daily as well, and gonna have some premieres over there again coming up in the near future. We also do gaming streams now and then, but mostly talk about foreign policy and whatnot. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm on Twitter at Kevin Castley, and I'm going to be doing a post show on Superpower Broadcasting to talk about this panel tonight in about over on Twitch, Superpower Broadcasting. Thanks, Dylan.
Sorry, I just hear some howling in the background. Throwing it over to Taft.
Yeah, great. I would say I grew up in a rural community and around a lot of conservatives. And I think that one thing that progressives and leftists need to know is that when you're telling people that they're like these uninformed, like idiot, racist people who believe in all these conspiracy theories, you're not helping the conversation. You're not advancing it. Because what people are going to do is they're going to look at you and say, well, I don't believe in QAnon, right? Like, or I guess I know someone who believes in QAnon, but like, I don't believe in it. Or they're going to say, I don't feel racist because I don't judge people by the color of their skin, right? And in their mind, even if you believe that like having a, Black Supreme Court justice is like fighting racism, in their mind, they're going to think, well, no, that is racist because what we need is actually colorblindness. And that's what it means to be non-racist. So I think that if you really want political unity, you need to meet these people on their terms. And that means not just like totally demonizing them, even if you think that they're totally wrong. So, I think that there just needs to be a lot more open dialogue and communication from people. I would say thanks for the conversation. It was definitely fun. These are definitely hard debates to get a word in edgewise or to express nuanced, complicated ideas. But I had a good time. Follow me at Taftage.
Wonderful. Happy to have you on. And Destiny?
I definitely wouldn't have predicted at the beginning of the night that Conspiracy Castle would be the far and away most impressive debater on the panel. But, I mean, man, he made some pretty killer points. Was able to point out some big flaws in other people's arguments. So, yeah, I guess you can learn new things on these panels all the time without ever realizing it. I'm glad I'm here. It's fun, a fun exchange of ideas. And that's what America needs to truly heal, is more people talking about how everybody is a pedophile while also understanding that insulin is too high.
Outstanding. Destiny, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine, but I have to go to the gym and I'm already like an hour late. What do you want? Wait, are we done? Wait, before you get weird personal stuff, are we done with the show? Or?
We mean weird personal shit, right? The fact, look, I got my camera up high so you're looking down at me in black and white so I'm non-threatening. I just want to know why the fuck you keep ducking me.
I'm not ducking anything.
Bro, you're ducking me harder than my sister at a fucking hoedown, all right? Like, look, all I know is that somehow you and Dylan end up fucking meeting, right? And then he ends up sick with COVID, right? And then the match gets fucking pushed out further and further and further. When are you gonna stop ducking me, bro? That's all I want to know. So with that, you can go back. You need to go to the fucking gym. Make sure you pump out some extra fucking weight because I'm coming for that ass. CTV out.
Wow.
Ugh, why men? Honestly.
It seems that
wow, what was that all
men.
about? I got your back, Destiny. I'm gonna send him a computer virus, dude. What is that?
Thank you, dude.
Problem?
Conspiracy Castle. Thank you so much.
Wow, it seems that the CTV Destiny match is heating up as they continue to have beef. Destiny, you have any thoughts on that? He's calling you out.
Yeah, I need to go ahead and hurry up to the gym so that I can work on and get strong for him to fight me.
Okay.
Goodbye. Love you.
See y'all later, buddy.
Okay. Other guys, it's been fun. Rip on. Ripper and a cappuccino, 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 my dude. I will catch you guys next stream arena. I don't know if Dylan is gonna keep streaming or not. Here, have ASMR girl. Good luck. Bye. Oh, nice. Well, I'm AFK. Good one. All right, have fun, guys. Rip on.